In the eastern wilderness, within the esteemed Qing Xian sect, at the pinnacle of Tongtian Peak, a figure clad in snow-white robes gracefully emerged from a secluded chamber. He resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm with each step. The resounding echoes of golden laws reverberated across 1,000 miles, and the ethereal shadows of countless extraordinary beasts knelt in reverence. The incense offerings from billions of living beings in the eastern wilderness converged, revealing the grand path as he alone traversed the heavens. As the senior brother emerged from seclusion, such strength! The phenomena of heaven and earth bow in submission. Has he achieved the pinnacle of the Tianxian realm? A true dragon among men, a figure of imperial stature, merely emerging from seclusion has evoked the resonance of the cosmos. Now I comprehend why he was promoted to become the heir of our Qing Xian sect. Instantly, the atmosphere within the sect erupted with fervor. The younger generation of disciples stood in awe, gazing at that figure as if they were gazing up at the vast azure sky. Even within the ancient ancestral tombs of the sect, several figures awakened from their slumber, their complex expressions fixed upon the white-robed figure. 19 years old, at the pinnacle of Tianxian, with the legacy of Qing Xian's sect entrusted to him, we may rest assured in our cultivation for another millennium. The Yuhua dynasty has consented to the marriage of the divine maiden to Qie for dual cultivation. As for that prodigy from the Shao family, since she has been reduced to a waste 10 years ago, she is no longer worthy of Qie. The annulment of their engagement can now proceed. Within the Celestial Master Hall, an elder, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, radiated with a vibrant glow, surrounded by the ripples of cosmic principles. Indeed, the divine maiden of the Yuhua dynasty possesses a congenital Tao body, and only Qie is worthy. Through dual cultivation, our Chen Qie shall ascend to the position of emperor. The Shao family is but a remote clan, and that fallen waste is hardly worth mentioning. We have granted them ample time to withdraw from the engagement. This has been a gesture of goodwill. Several elder giants and formidable figures within the Celestial Master Hall nodded in agreement, their words brimming with anticipation and reliance on Chen Qie. The Qing Xian sect, with its millennia-long heritage and profound foundation, stood as a prominent force in the boundless eastern wilderness, even possessing ties to the Tianqi dynasty of the central continent. Regarding the annulment of the engagement, they truly did not concern themselves. Yet at this moment, atop Tongtian Peak, Chen Qie listened to the discussions of the sect's leaders and witnessed the grand resonance of heaven and earth. His heart was in turmoil. Am I, Chen Qie, expected to personally visit the Shao family to annul the engagement? Even now, he struggled to fully accept this reality. After 19 years of relentless effort in cultivation beginning at the age of 3, refining his body at 5, achieving extraordinary prowess at 9, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm at 13, entering the Tao through martial arts at 17, and finally reaching the pinnacle of Tianxian at 19, had thought himself to be the favored child of fortune in this world. Yet unexpectedly, with a single awakening, he found himself cast as the destined antagonist. Before his emergence from seclusion, he had arranged for people to investigate the situation of the Shao family. Shao Yinyue, once the foremost prodigy of the Shao family, had, a decade prior, fallen into a forbidden abyss, returning with a mysterious ring that rendered her cultivation null and void, leaving her even inferior to ordinary cultivators. Her cultivation energy would inexplicably vanish, and her progress over the past 10 years had regressed rather than advanced. In the last family cultivation realm assessment, she had plummeted to the 3rd stage of battle Qi, becoming the target of ridicule among all members of the Yi family. Meanwhile, as a prodigy of the Qingxian sect, it was decreed that after her transformation into a wastrel for a decade, she must personally go to the Shao family to annul her engagement. As a pseudo-prodigy who traversed from Earth, Chen Qie found himself momentarily stunned by the familiar tropes unfolding before him, reminiscent of a genuine narrative. The antagonists. The scenario of a prodigy arriving to annul an engagement is undoubtedly the hallmark of a villain's machinations. Chen Qie was acutely aware of the depths of the cultivation world and understood that no matter how hard he toiled or how brilliant his early achievements, once he offended the son of destiny, his eventual downfall would be inevitable, regardless of the resources he amassed. The stronger the antagonist, the more tragic their fate, as they serve as a sharpening stone for the Son of Destiny. The Son of Destiny is virtually indestructible. Even if they were to fall into forbidden zones, they would emerge with fortuitous encounters, even if rendered powerless. They could be reborn, and should they truly perish, resurrection might still await them. Figures of great power, such as the Emperor Wang Tung and the nine-winged Kuanping, have all met their demise at the hands of the Son of Destiny. What chance did he stand? Chunxia even harbored doubts that, should he truly go to annul the engagement, the Shao family's wastrel might very well proclaim, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Shao Yingyue, you are my fiancé, now and forever. While the outside world may murmur, I, Chunxia, solemnly vow with my heart of Tao that you are the woman I shall guard with my life. Should anyone dare to harm you in the slightest, I, Chunxia, will confront the heavens and the Emperor with bloodshed, and I shall reduce your assailants to mere fragments in the Nine Nether. I have been diligently seeking ways to restore your former self. Once I attain the Sage Realm, I shall exhaust all my resources to reconstruct your Dantian and meridians. I will ensure your future soars to unprecedented heights, defying the heavens to forge your path with a single strike that rends the firmament. I, Chunxia, will protect you with my very life as you rise anew. Furthermore, based on your current condition, I have devoted 2 years of my heart and soul to select the most profound techniques and secret arts from Qingxian sect, along with my private collection of 3,000 spiritual herbs, to bestow upon you, my wife, with utmost sincerity, penned by Chunxia. Before emerging from his seclusion, Chunxia had already written an extensive letter. He also prepared a storage ring filled with medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. He did not come seeking your esteemed reputation, nor did he abandon you in your time of despair. Even Xiao Chao hesitated thrice before slaying Chungong. He had already offered timely assistance and generous gifts. Surely, this should yield some effect. As these thoughts coursed through Chunxia's mind, his heart found some solace, yet a lingering anxiety remained. It had been 10 days since he dispatched the letter and storage ring. By now, they should have arrived. He pondered what Shao Yinyue's reaction would be upon receiving them. A singular emperor attains enlightenment, while myriad arrogant skeletons arise. Regardless of whether my speculations are correct or not, I must leave myself some room for retreat. To confront the child of destiny hidden is far too perilous. Should persuasion fail, I must possess sufficient strength to depart at a moment's notice. Additionally, I need to seek a concealed sanctuary and methods to obscure my presence and the secrets of heaven. Chunxia's heart brimmed with caution, his desire for survival surging intensely. He never deemed fleeing as a source of shame. Death alone is disgraceful. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Nothing holds greater importance than life. Chunxia emerged from seclusion with the intent to resolve this crisis. Surrounded by incompetent individuals, even the formidable Qingyun sect, renowned for its astonishing foundation, could swiftly be reduced to ruins overnight. He must maintain a sufficient level of composure. Shao Yinyu has received a letter. The entire Shao family is astounded. You have garnered Shao Yinyu's gratitude. Heaven's Path Value 12. Shao Yinyu has received the spiritual herbs and techniques within the storage ring. The Shao family is once again shaken. You have once more earned Shao Yinyu's gratitude. Heaven's Path Value 25. The Destiny Plunder system is activated. The initial activation rewards the host with 1 lottery draw. The initial activation rewards the host with a pair of Zhongtong. As Chunxia pondered deeply, strategizing how to prepare more avenues of escape, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the sound, Chunxia's body froze in shock. What in the world? What was that noise just now? Is this the system? I, Chunxia, a villain, can actually activate a system? Chapter 2. A decade of worthlessness. A moment of shock. Time rewinds to a mere incense stick. AGO.I in the eastern wasteland, at the Shirao family estate in Wutan City, within the assembly hall. Patriarch, this is Dire. A terrifying figure from the Qingxian sect stands at our doorstep. A young disciple of the Shirao family, his face etched with terror, burst into the assembly hall, nearly tumbling in his haste. That figure claims to have come with a message, and he bears a colossal coffin upon his shoulders. What? Is he here to deliver news or to mourn? The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. The elders of the Shurao family exchanging alarmed glances. The annulment of the engagement is not sufficient. Does the Qingxian sect intend to eradicate us entirely and eliminate Yin Yu as well? The patriarch, Shurao Ding, felt his grip on his celadone teacup tremble. As they were engulfed in shock, their gazes turned toward a young girl, pale yet strikingly beautiful. The Qingxian sect seeks to ally with the Yuhua dynasty. Merely annulling the engagement with us is surely inadequate. They would never tolerate a blemish on the future heir. A stunningly beautiful girl, tall and graceful, stepped forward. She was Shurao Yanli, the daughter of the second elder. Before Yin Yu became a pariah, Yanli was but a speck of dust in her presence. At that time, Yin Yu's astonishing talent allowed her to suppress all peers in the eastern wasteland. Achieving the pinnacle of the 9-star Grandmaster at merely 11 years old, Yanli had always looked up to her, willingly playing the role of her follower. During that period, she had never dared to imagine stepping upon Yin Yu. However, since the unforeseen events a decade prior, Yin Yu's cultivation had regressed, transforming her into a waste. Yanli's long-buried ambitions began to sprout like wild grass in spring. Yet, even in her degradation, Yin Yu remained betrothed to the Qingxian sect. Despite Yanli's jealousy and desire to suppress her, she had refrained from revealing her true intentions until now. Everything had changed. Following the family test yesterday, Yin Yu's cultivation had plummeted to a mere 3-star Qi refinement realm. This morning, news broke that the Qingxian sect would personally annul the engagement. Now, this ancient, colossal force had sent a formidable figure to eliminate Yin Yu. In Yanli's eyes, her long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. She had endured for a decade, believing that 10 years ago, Yin Yu was nothing. Why should the family continue to provide her with such resources? Why should Yin Yu be granted the chance to marry the illustrious Chen Xie? Those privileges rightfully belonged to her, Yanli. As for the kindness Yin Yu had once shown her, Yanli deemed it insincere. Now, standing before the assembly, she scornfully gazed at the former paragon she once idolized. Without hesitation, she pushed Yin Yu toward her doom. Yin Yu is indeed a waste now. We need not jeopardize the entire Shurao family for a mere waste. The Qingxian sect wishes to annul the engagement and eliminate Yin Yu. None can stand in their way. Rather than oppose them, we should willingly present Yin Yu to the Qingxian sect for their disposal. The second elder of the Shurao family pondered briefly before echoing Yanli's sentiments openly. Amidst the gazes of the assembly, the pale-faced girl's expression shifted dramatically. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye, transforming her from an unparalleled prodigy into a waste, publicly humiliated. Now facing annihilation at the hands of the Qingxian sect, despite Yin Yu's inner fortitude, her faith began to shatter. Are they truly going to annul the engagement and kill me? Yin Yu muttered to herself. Her exquisite visage cold, her nails digging into her palm, crimson blood dripping down. 10 years. Have I finally awaited the most brutal news? Death. What is the Qingxian sect? And what is Chen Xie? Just one more day. And you will complete the transformation of the heavenly Tao divine body. At that time, I shall impart the technique for devouring. And once successful, Chen Xie will be nothing more than an ant, easily crushed beneath your heel. Yin Yu wore an ancient ring upon her right hand. Just as a chilling wave enveloped her, a sudden voice, ancient and mysterious, emanated from the ring. The Qingxian sect was ancient and powerful. Yet the being within the ring was even more terrifying and enigmatic. After the family test yesterday, she had already communicated with Yin Yu, having taken her as a disciple. Her true identity was that of an unparalleled empress from the primordial era, who had fallen into slumber due to an accident. Over the years, Yin Yu's decline from prodigy to waste was solely because the empress had been borrowing Yin Yu's spiritual energy to mend her own soul. Empress, no, master, do you possess a method to resolve this dire predicament? Yin Yu sensed the voice from the ring, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Over the past decade, she had tasted the bitterness of life. Accustomed to the myriad forms of humanity, bearing the weight of disdainful gazes from her family and peers, she could withstand this pressure, but she would not resign herself to death. She understood that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Yet, she had truly reached a critical juncture. She was filled with fiery rage and a yearning for validation, yet she lacked the time to breathe and grow. Humph, I indeed possess a way to lead you away. Yin Yu, remember, you are my disciple, the divine Empress Shintu, and at any time. Wait, what? The void is locked. The Qingxian sect has dispatched a figure capable of locking the void. At that moment, the voice of the divine Empress Shintu shifted. Sensing something amiss, she had slumbered for millennia and had only just regained a sliver of consciousness. She could not utilize any true forbidden techniques. She had intended to forcibly employ a fragment of her soul's power to shatter the void and assist Yin Yu in escaping. But now the void was locked. What, Master, can we not break through the void and flee? No. Master, what is happening? What does it mean that the void is locked? Hearing this, Yin Yu's expression changed once more. The mysterious empress within her ring had only just awakened, her strength not yet restored to even a fraction, but this nascent spirit was her most significant asset. Now, had she also encountered an unexpected setback? Could she not lead Yin Yu away? Boom. At that moment, outside the Shirao family assembly hall, an overwhelming pressure, akin to a torrential flood, descended upon all present. Thud, thud, thud. Many young disciples of the Shirao family, alongside the older generation, found themselves unable to resist this pressure and knelt before it. Yin Yu felt this terrifying force, her already pale face turning ashen. Powerful, incredibly powerful. At this moment, she felt as if she were teetering on the brink of death. Predecessor, this is Yin Yu. Our Shirao family has never contemplated shielding her. She is merely a waste, and even without the predecessor's arrival, we would have purged her from our ranks. She is unworthy of marrying into the Qingxian sect. Yin Yanli's eyes gleamed with delight upon witnessing the towering figure from the Qingxian sect. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees, filled with reverence. You are Yin Yu? I sense nothing remarkable about you. The formidable figure from the Qingxian sect did not even glance at Yin Yanli, his penetrating gaze fixated solely on Yin Yu. After a brief moment, he shook his head slightly. He still could not comprehend why Chen Qiye had insisted on carrying the burden of the sect and arriving at the Shirao family first. More perplexing was why he would forsake even the divine maiden of the imperial dynasty for a mere waste from a remote family, under the scrutiny of the Qingxian sect's figure. Yin Yu felt as though she had been struck. Though she stood against the overwhelming pressure, her heart contracted painfully, as if it would shatter at any moment. Well, since you have entrusted me with the coffin, storage ring, and letters, I have fulfilled Chen Qiye's request. By the way, he wishes to convey a message. Chen Qiye refuses to annul the engagement. Henceforth, if you remain steadfast, he shall be bound to you for life. Chen Qiye will ensure your eternal safety. The towering figure of the Qingxian sect scrutinized Yin Yu once more, yet he remained unable to discern anything extraordinary about her. However, he recalled the solemn admonitions from Chen Qiye, repeated time and again before his departure, coupled with the fact that Chen Qiye had once saved his life. Even though his heart brimmed with profound doubt, he resolved to convey Chen Qiye's words with utmost seriousness. Now, was it to call off the engagement and eliminate Xiao Yanwei? Senior, I can take action on your behalf. After all, a mere waste is hardly worth your effort. No, wait, Senior, what did you just say? Are you implying that Saint Chen Qiye is willing to marry the worthless Xiao Yanwei? And what of the letter and storage ring? What of the promise to protect her for eternity? Xiao Yanli, in her fervor, instinctively believed that the words from the elder of the Qingyan sect signified the intent to eliminate Xiao Yanwei. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out her thoughts, but as soon as she had spoken half of her sentence, a sudden realization struck her. She abruptly raised her head, a thunderous roar echoing in her mind. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, at that very instant, Xiao Yanwei also lifted her gaze. Chapter 3. I, Chen Qiye, shall seize the heavenly path. What? He, Chen Qiye, refuses to annul the engagement. He intends to protect Yanwei for eternity? Senior, did we mishear? Xiao Yanwei is but a waste. What qualifications does she possess to join the Qingyan sect and marry the saint of Qiye? At this moment, Xiao Yanli's father, the second elder of the Xiao family, was also momentarily stunned, gazing at the towering figure from the Qingxian sect, rubbing his ears in disbelief at the words he had just heard. This is the letter from our Saint Qiye to you. Here are 3,000 spirit herbs contained within the storage ring. This is the top-tier cultivation technique and secret art specifically prepared for you by our Saint Qiye. Xiao Yanwei, dear niece, please verify if everything is in order. Yet, the elder from the Qingxian sect paid no heed to Xiao Yanwei or her father. His sole purpose for coming was to execute Chen Qiye's orders, without waiting for the second elder of the Xiao family to finish speaking. He directly released the contents of the storage ring into the Xiao family's hall. He handed the letter directly into Xiao Yanue's hands. Xiao Yanwei and many others were still in a state of shock. Boom! As the elder of the Qingxian sect released the herbs from the storage ring into the hall, the entire upper echelon of the Xiao family was once again engulfed in a wave of terror. All of this is for Xiao Yanwei. This is the Millennium Ginseng, rich with the essence of the Tao. This is the ice crystal grass from the forbidden zone of Tianyuan, capable of cleansing bones and marrow, enhancing cultivation and potential. This is dragon bloodwood, which can be refined into dragon blood pills. My heavens, the patterns of heaven and earth are swirling on this dragon bloodwood. The members of the Xiao family, including several elders, gazed at the pile of spirit herbs resembling a small mountain, their breaths quickening. the younger generation of the Xiao family, witnessing this abundance of spirit herbs surpassing even their entire medicinal storehouse, found themselves frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. The 9 Heaven Star Technique. This is the astonishing cultivation technique passed down from the Qinghe Chui family 5,000 years ago. This is a heavenly grade technique, the ninefold tsunami, the signature skill of the renowned giant of the Zhongzhouhong family 3 years ago, when he dominated the Qinchuan for 8,000 miles. And there is even the God-slaying technique. One of the elders' gazes was immediately drawn to the 5 ancient tomes of cultivation methods beyond the herbs. His hand trembled, and as a practitioner for over 1,000 years, his heart nearly shattered. If the spirit herbs could help a cultivator rise against the heavens in a short time, the true astonishing techniques and secret arts could lead a cultivator down the path of unparalleled greatness. Moreover, these could enable a family to rise rapidly in a short span of time. The Xiao family was but a small clan in a remote area, with their most powerful techniques being merely of the profound grade. Yet the least of these 5 tomes contained at least earth-grade techniques, with the 9 Heaven Star technique being heavenly grade. Yin Wei, as if seeing your face through the letter I, Qin Chiye, refused to annul the engagement. You are my fiancé, were, are, and will always be. The outside world may whisper, but I, Qin Chiye, vow with my heart that you are the woman I shall protect with my life, should anyone dare to harm you in the slightest. I, Qin Chiye, will bear the burden of Tianyuan, engage in bloody battle against the Tianqi imperial city, and confront the emperors themselves. I shall reduce those who harm you to mere ashes in the abyss. I have also been searching for ways to restore you. Once I attain the realm of a saint, I will exhaust all my efforts and resources to reconstruct your dantian and meridians. I will ensure your future soars, defies the heavens, and pierces through the firmament. I, Qin Chiye, shall protect your eternal well-being with my life. Amidst the overwhelming shock that engulfed the Xiao family, Xiao Yinhua found herself captivated by the contents of the letter. It was lengthy. She whispered the words, and even after having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life over the past decade, and despite the awakening of the Empress within her ring, as she gazed at the letter from this man, her heart, long sealed for 10 years, leapt fervently. Most importantly, the phrase within the letter, stating that even if Qin Chiye bore the weight of Tianyuan, battling the Tianqi imperial city and facing the emperors, he would still guard her for eternity, made her heart constrict painfully. Qin Chiye, what manner of man is he? A flush of crimson appeared on Xiao Yinhua's pale, exquisite face, as a decade of repression threatened to burst forth at this moment. No one knew of the humiliation and ridicule she had endured, the 10 years of her fall from grace as a genius. Xiao Yinhua possessed her own pride, even in the face of humiliation. She had never truly bowed her head or respected anyone around her. Yet now, within the depths of her heart, a magnificent figure had undeniably emerged, refusing to annul the engagement, protecting her for eternity. The herbs, the techniques, within her ring, the ancient empress, Shintu, was momentarily stunned as well that in her prime, she would have regarded such treasures with indifference. Yet now, as she examined the contents of the letter, her eternally icy demeanor softened, and she momentarily lost her composure. In this treacherous eastern wilderness, could there truly exist such a devoted and noble man? This Qin Chiye, these herbs, even within the ring, the spirit of the empress, Shintu, felt a hint of warmth. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. You came bearing a coffin. You should be here to eliminate Xiao Yinhua. Otherwise, why bring a coffin? Are you intending to elevate her to the pinnacle, only to cast her into the depths of despair in the most cruel manner? Do you plan to slay her in the most brutal fashion? In the hall, Xiao Yanli, who had endured for 10 years and awaited this moment, could hardly process the shocking scene before her. At that moment, she sprang to her feet, her face contorted in rage, and she suddenly glared at the towering figure from the Qin Xian sect, shouting loudly, "Clang! The coffin I bear is the heavenly Xian coffin. Cultivating within it can accelerate the training speed by 50% before reaching the Tao realm. It is a treasure of our Tianxian sect, sent by our Saint Chiye to assist Yinhua in her cultivation." However, before Xiao Yanli could finish her sentence, the elder of the Qingxian sect interrupted her once more. He spoke each word with such gravity that it struck Xiao Yanli like a hammer, resonating painfully within the hearts of all present in the Xiao family. The heavenly Xian coffin. It truly is the heavenly Xian coffin. The strongest elder of the Xiao family, recognizing the significance of the heavenly Xian coffin, could not hide the drastic change in his expression. The shock among the Xiao family's powerful members erupted to its zenith at that moment. Chun, Jia. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yinyue's face turned beet red. At the summit of Qingxian sect, Tongtian Peak, the third elder of the Xiao family was astonished, gaining Xiao Yinyue's gratitude, increasing the Dao value by 8. Xiao Yanli of the Xiao family, in utter shock, received Xiao Yinyue's gratitude, increasing the Dao value by 18. The patriarch, Xiao Ding, overwhelmed, received Xiao Yinyue's gratitude, gaining a realm elevation and a chance to draw a lottery. Chen Xia, listening to the constant notifications in his mind and the surge of fortune enveloping him, gradually regained his composure from his astonishment. Indeed, it is the system. I, Chen Xia, the destined great villain, truly possess a system. Is my golden finger simply the ability to garner my fiancée's affection and the Shaxian sights? What, then, is this Dao value for? No, shouldn't there be an instruction manual? Chen Xia pondered, momentarily perplexed about how to utilize this system. But just as he was contemplating, his aura suddenly erupted once more. What? Senior brother. Look quickly, it seems he is about to unleash his power again. This is impossible. He just ascended to the pinnacle of Tianqian, and now he is about to break through again. How can this be? Is senior brother even human? TSK. How could senior brother not be human? Just yesterday in my dream, he married me. He even said he would take me away with a grand bridal procession. Senior brother, how could he possibly like your winter melon figure? I don't care. He married me in my dream, so he must take responsibility, or I will tell the master that he has wronged me. This is an affront. He must be accountable, for I feel like I carry his child within me. The Qingxian sect is once again in turmoil, this time from the depths of a millennia-old tomb located in the back mountains of the sect. A gaze was directed towards Chen Xia, Chapter 4, refusing the ancestor, shocking the entire hall. Atop Tongdian Peak, the Qingxian sect was abuzz with excitement, yet Chen Xia's focus was not on his breakthrough in cultivation. The Heavenly Dao plunder system has been activated. The host can acquire the favor of a fated child to plunder the Heavenly Dao fortune from another fated child. Ding! The system has detected that the host's Heavenly Dao value exceeds 100. Activating the lottery function, 10 Heavenly Dao values can be exchanged for 1 lottery opportunity. If the accumulated plunder exceeds 3,000, the malfunction will be unlocked. The voice in Chen Xia's mind continued to resonate. Externally, he appeared calm and composed, but internally, his heart was tumultuous. I knew it. My fiancé is indeed likely to be a fated child, and now it has been confirmed. Damn it. If I truly go to withdraw the engagement. The one who has heard the saying 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not bully the young, and poor would indeed be me. Moreover, according to the system, there is more than one fated child in this world. A chill ran down Chen Xia's spine. For years, he had been hiding within the sect, never truly venturing out, fearing the depths of the cultivation world. Now, it seems that the waters of the cultivation realm are indeed deep. It appears that my years of cautious cultivation have been the wisest choice. The system just mentioned that as long as I gain the favor of a fated child, I can plunder the Heavenly Dao fortune of another fated child. So, who is the other fated child from whom I will plunder after gaining my fiancée's favor? What will happen to him after I seize his Heavenly Dao fortune? After the voice in his mind ceased, Chen Xia immediately posed 2 critical questions. Yes, however, you currently lack the authority to know who the fated child you are plundering is. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Chen Xia was taken aback. Does this thing require permission? Yet he quickly set this aside, deeming it not particularly important. He then asked a question that was paramount, even potentially lethal. Will the fated child I plunder be aware that I am the one stealing from him? Upon asking, Chen Xia's heart tightened slightly. His fiancée, who bore the Heavenly Dao fortune, had just been stabilized. Yet he felt that the system's actions were strangely familiar. If I were to be targeted by other fated children, wouldn't I become the villain? No, even the Supreme Emperor of the Extreme Dao would not be able to discern that it was you plundering the fortune. I can sever all causal ties. The system spoke again, its voice still mechanical, yet it brought some relief to Chen Qi's tense form. Senior brother, an ancient ancestor sleeping in the back mountains has awakened. He witnessed your entire defiance against fate and your subsequent breakthrough. Now, he summons you to the Hall of the Immortal Lord. At Tongtian Peak, a graceful and stunning young disciple of the Qingxian sect delivered the message with a quivering voice. Her heart raced as she gazed at Chen Xia, her eyes brimming with heat and adoration. As she approached, she had intentionally lowered her neckline slightly. She was known as the Ice Mountain Goddess in the sect, often veiled, yet before Chen Xia, she deliberately revealed a flaw. confident that he could see her breathtaking figure. She was born with an ethereal beauty. An ancient ancestor has emerged. Yes, I shall go at once, Chen Xie replied, temporarily halting his exploration of the system. After all, the Qingxian sect is an ancient and formidable sect with a legacy spanning millennia. Any of the sleeping ancestors in the back mountains possesses extraordinary depth. It is only fitting to pay my respects. If I evade the fated child only to be obliterated by my own ancestor, it would be a grave misfortune. Moreover, behind the Qingxian sect lies the legendary Tianqi dynasty, a colossal force capable of standing against major holy lands and fearsome forbidden zones. However, as Chen Xie prepared to depart, he inadvertently glanced downward, his movement pausing slightly. Su Bingyun. After 3 years of seclusion, the little girl from before has now grown up, and so much so, senior brother, Su Bingyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she, known as the Ice Mountain Beauty, mustered the courage to look at Chen Xie, infinite heavenly sovereign. Just as Su Bingyun raised her head, she noticed that Chen Xie, who had previously seemed momentarily halted, actually brought his hands together in a gesture of respect and bowed. Su Bingyun, in her shyness, felt a bit dazed. What is my senior brother doing? No. Su Bingyun, being a genius in her own right, abruptly realized that she was wearing a Dao Lord jade sculpture around her neck, a revered idol worshipped by the Qingxian sect. My senior brother was not admiring my figure. He was looking at the Dao Lord statue. My senior brother is truly pure of heart. He is even more innocent and virtuous than I imagined. In that instant, Su Bingyun was captivated, while at that very moment, Chen Xie had already transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. This is too vast. No, it is too perilous. Su Bingyun is the illegitimate daughter of the sect leader, and her mother is a supreme figure from the Yaoqi Holy Land. There is even a young man from a fallen family secretly enamored with her. If I cannot control myself, indeed, the cultivation world is fraught with pitfalls. Little junior sister, please do not put me in a bind. I have self-control. I am already betrothed. I can sometimes bide my time, but I may not be able to endure. Chen Xie swallowed hard, the image of that stunning figure still lingering in his mind. Ding, gained favor from Xiao Yinyue, Heavenly Dao Value 12. The system detected fluctuations in the host's Dao heart and offers a free supreme sterilization technique. Does the host wish to undergo sterilization? After sterilization, the host's quest for the Dao will become more stable, and future tribulations will automatically weaken the power of karmic flames. No need. I can maintain my composure. Chen Xie responded almost instinctively, his mouth twitching slightly. Does this system look down on me? I, Chen Xie, swore before my reincarnation to have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. How can mere women influence my Dao heart? I, Chen Xie, can withstand it. As he spoke, Chen Xie had already arrived at Qingxian Peak, before the Hall of the Immortal Lord. At this moment, he had transcended to the pinnacle of the Tianxin realm. Entering the Tianzuan realm, at the age of 19, a level that harbored the potential to truly attain the status of a great emperor. Indeed, old ancestor Jiutian, did you emerge this time specifically for Qie? Inside the Hall of the Immortal Lord, the sect leader of the Qingxian sect and many elder giants turned their gaze towards an ancient ancestor, his hair and beard white, exuding an aura of celestial grace. The elder stood casually within the grand hall, and behind him, one could vaguely perceive a majestic and awe-inspiring manifestation emerging silently. He was, without a doubt, the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect, the Jiutian sacred sovereign. I have heard that the Feathered Ascension dynasty has agreed to the union of their divine maiden with Qie for dual cultivation. That is indeed good news. However, the dynasty has its own rules. You must promptly address Qie's worthless fiancé. You are unaware of the true nature of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, which is a pinnacle existence with an ancient legacy. Do not allow any blemishes to mar Qie's reputation. The trials of the Tianhuang secret realm are about to commence, where the top disciples of various elite factions will participate. If Qie completes the engagement with the divine maiden of the Feathered Ascension dynasty before the trials, he will be able to collaborate with their royal prince and princess within the secret realm. In such a case, Qie's chances of obtaining the best fated object from the Tianhuang secret realm will significantly increase. And the true fated object is the foundation for defying the heavens and attaining the Dao. You understand. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect enunciated each word clearly. The surrounding void resonated with the manifestation of Dao rules at his words. He seemed to have reached a realm where his words bore the weight of the law. At this moment, Chinchilla had discreetly dispatched someone to deliver messages and storage rings to the Xiao family. Yet the response had not yet returned to the Qingxian sect. Tian Wang's secret realm, fated object, old ancestor, is an entry into the Tian Wang's secret realm permitted before the age of 25, the older one gets. The stronger they become. Qia still has 6 years, right? Are you suggesting that Qia should enter the Tian Wang's secret realm this time? The sect leader of the Qingxian sect, upon hearing this, could not help but move his steady hands. A hint of astonishment flashing across his profound eyes. For ordinary prodigies, indeed, the older one is, the greater the advantage, as the probability of survival increases significantly. However, for true top prodigies, the optimal age for fusion is before 20. For it is at this age that they can find and fuse the strongest fated object within the Tianhuang's secret realm, truly achieving the unity of divine fate. This marks the beginning of the path towards ultimate strength. Thus, it is imperative for Qia to promptly travel to Wutan City, withdraw from the engagement, and then proceed to unite with the Divine Maiden. The 13th ancestral master of the Qingxian sect spoke once more. A trace of oppressive authority emanating from him, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. Wait a moment. Qinxia pays his respects to the ancestral master. However, I must respectfully disagree with the ancestral master's words. I, Qinxia, am a man of my word. Since my family has consented to the engagement with the Xiao family, I shall not withdraw from this union merely due to the allure of the imperial daughter of the dynasty. This is my unwavering bottom line, and I implore the ancestral master to retract his command. Outside the hall, Qinxia felt his heart clench violently upon hearing the words within the immortal master hall. It was one thing for the sect leader and some elders to conspire against him, but now even the 13th ancestral master had taken a stance, while the crisis on the Xiao family's side had momentarily eased. The predicament within the sect also required resolution. Otherwise, if the sect took it upon themselves to annul the engagement, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Swish, swish, swish. Elder brother, what are you saying? Did you just reject the ancestral master's suggestion? Are you truly refusing to marry the divine daughter? She is the imperial daughter, a dream coveted by countless individuals. Are you genuinely resolute in rejecting such an alliance? The younger generation of talented disciples from the Qingxian sect stared at Qinxia as he entered. Momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In the grand hall, countless gazes converged upon Qinxia in an instant. Qia, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly apologize to the ancestral master. The sect leader, Su Qingyun, was momentarily stunned. Qinxia was his most cherished disciple, and the union with the Feather Transformation dynasty had demanded immense resources to facilitate. In Su Qingyun's eyes, only by marrying the divine daughter could Qinxia secure a stable position as the next sect leader, thereby solidifying his standing within the Qingxian sect. Now, this unprecedented opportunity was being spurned. Qinxia, are you certain you wish to refuse the imperial daughter? You must understand that our Qingxian sect boasts other prodigies. Not merely yourself. The disciples of the esteemed elders are often low-key or remain sequestered in meditation. Do not presume that your recent meteoric rise grants you the liberty to act with impunity. The law elder, standing to the right of the sect leader, stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Qinxia, a wave of terrifying pressure emanating from him. The 13th ancestral master of the Qingxian sect also turned his gaze toward Qinxia. Yet, the ancestral master remained silent, scrutinizing Qinxia as if attempting to see through him entirely. For millennia, he had commanded respect, and it had been years since anyone dared to openly defy his will. Ancestral master, Qia was surely momentarily confused. After all, he is merely a young man, and such impulsiveness is to be expected. True top-tier prodigies possess their own individuality. Qia quickly apologized to the ancestral master. Sect leader Su Qingyun stepped forward, casting a quick glance toward Qinxia. Master, my words were not born of impulsiveness. That I, Qinxia, as a disciple of the Qingxian sect, am a resolute man that I can endure countless trials on my path of cultivation. I can face death and emerge reborn. I can venture into the forbidden zones of death to seek my fortunes. But I, Qinxia, will never stoop to the act of coveting the strong while disparaging the weak. I hereby declare to the entire Qingxian sect and all of East Wilderness that I, Qinxia, shall safeguard her eternal well-being, even if it means facing the Emperor of the Celestial Awakening City and the Sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. 1,000 deaths would not sway my resolve. In the Immortal Master Hall, Two of the foremost disciples instinctively retrieved their memory crystals, eager to document the momentous occasion as Chunxia rejected the ancestral master. They wished to capture this precious scene of their future sect leader acknowledging his error. However, to their astonishment, upon activating the memory crystals, they did not record Chunxia's admission of fault. Instead, they documented the shocking moment when Chunxia stood firm against the sect leader. The Law Elder and the 13th Ancestral Master. Within the Grand Hall, Chunxia caught sight of the two disciples recording the moment. As he spoke with fervor and passion. He had already resolved to replicate the recordings of these two disciples once the day's events concluded. Such a recording was akin to the video footage from the smartphones of Earth, a necessity not only to address the sect's pressing matters, but also to ensure the Xiao family and Xiao Yinyue bore witness to this encounter. Elder brother, is your sentiment truly so profound? Elder brother, you would not shy away from defending her, pledging eternal protection, even at the cost of your life? Xu Bingyun, the sect leader's illegitimate daughter and the icy goddess of the Qingxian sect, had arrived at the Immortal Master Hall, her gaze fixated on Chunxia, her eyes shimmering with a sudden wave of emotion. Foolishness. Chunxia, do you grasp the weight of your words? The path of cultivation is far from the simplicity you envision. Let me be candid. This world is replete with genius. On the road to becoming the ultimate powerhouse, of 1,000 exceptional prodigies, 900 may fall. The odds of truly attaining the pinnacle of might are infinitesimal. Do you genuinely believe you can ascend to the apex of the Emperor's path relying solely on one person? The Law Elder's fury ignited, and he stepped forward, his formidable aura pressing down upon Chunxia. Xia, did you just break through? Is your resolve wavering? The Celestial Wasteland's secret realm is about to commence, and you must know that it harbors the most powerful innate treasures of East Wilderness. The true prodigies will enter this realm to seek their fated treasures. All the top-tier forces, sacred lands, sects, and the scions of dynasties shall converge there. If you can ally with the divine daughter of the feathered transformation dynasty, you could join forces with their exceptional talents in the secret realm. Sect leader Su Qingyun had never witnessed his disciples' defiance before. Seeing the 13th Ancestral Master's expression change slightly, he hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Chunxia from some of the Law Elder's pressure while desperately signaling to him. I see he has merely achieved some success and has become arrogant. Chunxia, there are at least 3 disciples in our Qingxian sect with talents comparable to yours. However, those 3 are the esteemed Elder's personal disciples and disdain the struggle for the position of sect leader. Yet, if you persist in your obstinacy, the position of successor to the Qingxian sect may not necessarily belong to you. In the Immortal Master Hall, an elder stepped forward, pressing directly toward Chunxia. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew heavy with authority. Chunxia remained unperturbed, steadfastly bearing the immense pressure. However, he had already devised a plan to break the impasse before entering the hall. A strategy that would reverberate through the Qingxian sect, the Xiao family, and even his hometown. Instead of speaking directly to the assembly of influential figures, Chunxia first stored the rewards he received from the system, the reversed heavenly eyes and divine blood, within his body. Then, he activated the system's lottery within his consciousness. 10 heavenly Tao points, thank you for your patronage. 10 heavenly Tao points, thank you for your patronage. 10 heavenly Tao points. Congratulations to the host for drawing an upgrade for the reversed heavenly eyes. Upon fusion, they shall become the heavenly Tao reversed eyes. 10 heavenly Tao points. Congratulations to the host for drawing a 3-minute equalization card. When activated, this card allows the host to achieve a draw against any opponent for 3 minutes. Minus 10 heavenly Tao points. Chunxia originally had 108 heavenly Tao points. Without hesitation, he expended them all in one breath. As he watched the first 2 draws deplete his points, his resolve nearly wavered. But upon seeing the reversed heavenly Tao eyes, an opportunity even the Emperor could scarcely attain, his determination solidified like iron. Damn it, I have the system and my fiancée beside me. What do mere innate treasures and a divine daughter amount to? Fusion of the reversed eyes, upgrading the reversed eyes, fusion of divine blood. As the lottery concluded, Chunxia silently chanted within his heart. Simultaneously, he raised his head within the Immortal Master Hall. Chunxia, have you made your decision? Will you admit your mistake or relinquish your position as heir? Do you still believe yourself to be exceptional? The Qingxian sect has never been short of geniuses. Upon seeing Chunxia lift his head, the Law Elder assumed he had reached a conclusion and spoke again. As the Law Elder, He could not abide those who dared to undermine his authority, and today, he intended to use Chen Qiye as an example to warn the younger generation of the Qingxian sect. Elder brother. Outside, Su Bingyun gazed at Chen Qiye, as did many others present, their eyes converging upon him. Chapter 6. Heavenly Tao Reversed Eyes. Am I, Chen Qiye, worthy of making a choice? Zhao Elder, your words seem rather harsh. Do they not? In the end, Qi is still young. His current decision is merely a momentary impulse. The sect leader, Su Qingyun, witnessed the law elder's increasingly stern words and immediately stepped forward in no matter what. Qin Qi is his cherished disciple, and he absolutely cannot allow him to be truly ruined. Master, allow me to handle my own affairs. Qin Qi finally spoke up at that moment, interrupting Su Qingyun before he could continue. Upon seeing this, Su Qingyun's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. He feared that Qin Qi might act impulsively once more. He wished to continue defending him. But just then, an unusual sound suddenly pierced the air. Crack. Immediately after, Su Qingyun felt an ancient and mysterious aura, one that even sent chills down his spine, manifest unexpectedly within the hall of the Celestial Lord. Being a genuine top-tier figure from an earlier generation, he quickly pinpointed the source of this strange aura, his gaze snapping towards Chen Qiye. Boom. Outside the hall of the Celestial Lord, numerous disciples and elders of the Qingxian sect were preparing to disperse after Chen Qiye descended from the Tongtian Peak and entered the hall. After all, as cultivators, they all had their own matters and training to attend to. However, just as they began to scatter, some felt an inexplicable sensation, prompting them to look up at the sky. Just a moment ago, it was clear skies. How could so many dark clouds suddenly appear, tinged with a crimson hue? No, these are not ordinary dark clouds. From this cloud, I seem to sense a hint of the heavenly Tao's pressure. Is this the tribulation cloud of a thunderstorm? Is someone from our Qingxian sect about to undergo a tribulation? More and more disciples of the Qingxian sect looked skyward, their expressions filled with confusion. And some began to inquire with the older generation of cultivators. This doesn't seem like a tribulation cloud. It resembles the legendary phenomena of heaven and earth. No, that's not right. It is said that such celestial phenomena occur only when extraordinary treasures of saint level or higher appear, or when something that transcends the limits of the heavenly Tao manifests. Could it be that something has transpired within our Qingxian sect, on the preaching platform of the Qingxian sect? An elder who was delivering a lecture furrowed his brow as he gazed skyward. In the ancestral graveyard of the Qingxian sect's back mountain, several phantoms that had lain dormant for countless years suddenly stirred. Qi, what are you intending to do within the hall of the Celestial Lord? Sect leader Su Qingyun turned to Chen Qiye, noticing the terrifying aura emanating from him, which spiked dramatically. He hurriedly advanced 2 steps towards Chen Qiye, feeling utterly unfamiliar with this energy and unable to comprehend Chen Qiye's intentions. In my view, his heart is unstable. He has fallen into madness. He cannot withstand even the slightest setback. The law elder mocked once more. Silence. Yet this time, the 13th generation ancestor of the Qingxian sect, the 9 heavens' holy sovereign, exuded a chilling pressure that silenced the law elder, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Qiye. The law elder paused, retreating a step. The pressure from the ancestor was overwhelmingly terrifying, making him reluctant to confront it head-on. Yet, he remained somewhat unconvinced and continued. Elder, Chen Qiye's actions, double pupil, to have cultivated to such a level while concealing his talent, he is about to awaken his double pupil? Is he truly the legendary double pupil physique? A complex rune flickered in the eyes of the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect as he swiftly turned his attention to Chen Qiye's eyes. As a genuine titan from millennia past, he had seen and experienced much. In that instant, he discerned some profound truths. What is the double pupil? Among the younger generation of cultivators, some appeared bewildered, having never heard of it before. Double pupil, ancestor. You just said Qi possesses the legendary double pupil physique and is about to awaken it. This is impossible. Why has he never mentioned it during these years of cultivation under my guidance? Sect leader Su Qingyun's previously steady demeanor finally wavered. Impossible. He absolutely cannot possess the double pupil physique. This physique is a legendary mark of an emperor's potential. How could he possibly be a double pupil? The law elder was momentarily stunned. Not quite. The 13th ancestor's expression shifted once more. Indeed, it cannot be the double pupil. Can it? That's right. He cannot be. Elder, could it be that he has fallen into madness? Hearing this, The law elder exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. This is impossible. This cannot be. Could it be that he is something beyond the double pupil? Is his double pupil undergoing a terrifying transformation? The 13th ancestor formed a seal with his hands, and the complex ancient rules in his eyes began to operate with terrifying swiftness. Crack. Boom. At that moment, Chen Qi moved. He opened his eyes, and an aura reminiscent of the primordial era erupted spectacularly. A beam of light, ethereal and sudden, flickered within his gaze. The light pierced through the void, directly breaching the restrictions of the Hall of the Celestial Lord. Before crashing violently against the clouds miles above, the clouds shattered. Within the clouds, myriad signs of fallen deities and bloodshed from emperors manifested in a terrifying spectacle. What is this? How could such a dreadful phenomenon arise within our Qixuan sect? Bloodshed of emperors. Which emperor is this, that as he spills blood, the very heavens seem to weep? Countless individuals within the Qixuan sect looked up at the sky. Some of the younger disciples felt their hearts tremble. Merely glancing at the heavens seemed to foretell the shattering of their Dao hearts. Senior brother, look quickly. It seems another phantom has appeared in the sky. It is indeed senior brother. That phantom truly resembles him. His figure stands alongside a bloodied emperor. Could this terrifying phenomenon have been invoked by senior brother? Wasn't he senior brother just inside the hall of the Celestial Lord? Even if he is exceptionally talented, how could he possibly summon such a dreadfully terrifying phenomenon? I feel that even the sect leader might not be able to elicit such awe-inspiring occurrences. There was a tremor outside the hall of the Celestial Lord. Meanwhile, inside, the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect had undergone a transformation of his own. His body trembled involuntarily. Heavenly Dao, double pupil. He is indeed the legendary true emperor physique of the cultivation realm. The Heavenly Dao double pupil. This is the pinnacle of the double pupil. No, within this Heavenly Dao double pupil, there even lies a trace of the aura of divine blood that defies the heavens. I, the Qingxian sect, have actually birthed such a heaven-defying and astonishing physique. The aura of the 13th elder of the Qingxian sect erupted instantaneously as he lunged towards Chen Qiyi, placing a finger on his back, pouring boundless and majestic Dao power directly into Chen Qiyi's eyes. Am I now qualified to decide whom I wish to marry? I am now qualified to declare that I, Chen Qiyi, can walk the path of invincibility alone. I will protect Xiao Yanwei for eternity. Should anyone oppose this, they may as well meet their demise. Chen Qiyi allowed the 13th ancestor to flood his eyes with the surging power of the Dao while his own gaze swept across the entirety of the Qingxian sect. And he spoke, causing the celestial phenomena to tremble. You truly possess the heavenly Dao double pupil. How is this possible? You, the law elder of the Qingxian sect, upon feeling Chen Qiyi's gaze upon him, found himself involuntarily stepping back. After cultivating for over a millennium, he was unexpectedly intimidated into retreat by a mere 19-year-old youth. Chapter 7. Seizing the Heavenly Dao, the emergence of the grievance seed, my disciple. Is he truly the Heavenly Dao double pupil? I understand now. The reason he has suppressed the Heavenly Dao double pupil all these years was to avoid revealing his brilliance too early. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Qi comprehends this principle at such a young age. What remarkable character! Sect leader Su Qingyun swallowed hard, utterly shaken. The Heavenly Dao double pupil is indeed the physique that leads one towards the path of an emperor. Moreover, as long as Chen Qiyi does not perish before achieving emperor status, he will encounter no significant obstacles along the way. Once Chen Qiyi reaches the level of a saint and fully awakens the Heavenly Dao double pupil, he will be capable of becoming invincible at his level and battling beyond his rank. His marriage will be his own decision. From this moment on, no one within the Qingxian sect shall interfere with his choices. Heavenly Dao double pupil. He now possesses the right to determine anything he desires. I hereby announce that he is the next heir of our Qixuan sect. As the various factions stirred in the back mountain of the Qixuan sect, a calm and gentle voice resonated from within a black gravestone in the ancestral graveyard. Upon hearing this voice, everyone felt as if they were enveloped in a spring breeze. The sound bore no trace of pressure. Rather, it offered a sensation of clarity and comfort. Thud, the 21st generation leader of the Qingxian sect, Su Qingyun, bowed in reverence to the 9th generation ancestor, the law elder of the Qingxian sect, Zhao Xuanhe, also bowed in respect to the 9th generation ancestor, the 13th generation leader of the Qingxian sect. Yun Zhuqian respectfully bowed before the 9th generation ancestor. As the voice resonated, within the hall of the immortal Lord, the sect leader, elders, grand elders, and even the 13th generation ancestor suddenly knelt on one knee, collectively paying their respects towards the back mountain. The elder brother has stirred even the legendary ancestor from the ancient 9th generation, who has been slumbering in the ancestral tomb on the back mountain. Did the ancestor personally speak, elder brother? Has he exposed the legendary heavenly Tao Heavy Eye for the sake of that woman from the Shao family? Standing beside the door of the hall of the immortal lord, Su Bingyun gazed at Chen Qie. Her mind echoing with turmoil, her expression vacant. She suddenly realized that her elder brother was even more extraordinary than she had imagined. Am I now unworthy of being his concubine? A hint of bitterness crept into Su Bingyun's voice. Yet soon, a flicker of resolve shone in her eyes. No, I can do this. My mother said that the bloodline within me is awakening. Once it awakens, I shall enter that forbidden zone, and I will surely catch up to my elder brother's footsteps. Chen Qie truly possesses the heavenly Tao Heavy Eye. How could I have spent my time ridiculing and pressuring him? As the law enforcement elder knelt in reverence to the 9th generation ancestor, his mind thundered with realization. As the law enforcement elder, he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of the heavenly Tao Heavy Eye in the future. Although he was technically over 1,000 years Chen Qie's senior, in the face of the heavenly Tao Heavy Eye, this age and status were utterly insignificant. Representing not just himself, but also his descendants and clan, the thought that Chen Qie might hold a grudge sent chills down his spine. Was the sect leader plotting against me? Chen Qie is his disciple. He cannot possibly be unaware of the formidable trump card Chen Qie possesses. This old schemer, may the ancestors curse him. I must find a way to improve my relationship with Chen Qie. The law enforcement elder's heart surged with anger and confusion, his mind racing with countless thoughts in that fleeting moment. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianyuan forbidden zone, in an ancient grand hall, Yi Beichen, why is your heavenly Tao fortune declining? Has it dropped 7 times in just one day? Have you encountered something or someone extraordinary recently? Within the hall, an ancient and mysterious statue opened its eyes. As it spoke, the forbidden creatures surrounding the hall recoiled in fear. As if deeply intimidated by the statue. A decline in fortune? This shouldn't be. I have only just received your inheritance and recently saved the saintess of the Jade Pool. How could my fortune possibly decline? This is inconceivable. Yi Beichen, who was in the midst of cultivation, paused momentarily at the sound. As a reincarnated beings, he possessed intimate knowledge of many fortuitous events set to unfold in the southern domain over the next 20 years. He had meticulously planned to conquer the saintess and gather the fortuitous encounters he foresaw. He was mentally prepared to dominate an era within 2 decades. Just now, he had acquired 2 fortuitous encounters. How could his fortune possibly decline? Could it be that these 2 encounters were false? But that should not be the case. In his previous life, those who received the statue's inheritance had ascended to the sage realm within 10 years. And the one who saved the Jade Pool saintess had won her heart, with the saintess providing him with sacred artifacts to assist his cultivation, ultimately wielding a sword that chilled 14 states. Now, having directly obtained these 2 encounters ahead of time, how could his recently accumulated extraordinary heavenly Tao fortune possibly diminish? No, there must be something wrong with these 2 encounters. At this moment, an imperial weapon was about to emerge from the southern domain's desert. Perhaps I should first retrieve that supreme weapon and then investigate the changes in my fortune. This might just be an anomaly. Yi Beichen's expression fluctuated, but as a reincarnated being, he acted with remarkable decisiveness. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to head to the death desert of the southern domain to retrieve the supreme weapon. No, Yi Beichen, your heavenly Tao fortune seems to be still declining. Just then, the statue spoke again. What? How could this be? Is it that the supreme weapon cannot be moved? Could there be a trap? No, that doesn't make sense. In my previous life, the young man who obtained the supreme weapon achieved half-step emperor status. Could there be errors in my memory? Yi Beichen's body suddenly stiffened. His mind raced to recall every detail from his previous life, at the hall of the immortal lord, 3 days later, as the evening approached. The strange phenomena dissipated. Chen Qie, having fused with the heavenly Tao Heavy Eye, took 3 whole days. Upon reopening his eyes, the essence of the Tao had already receded within him, and his aura seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. 7 Knight, you have worked hard these years, the sect leader mused. You managed to conceal such an extraordinary trump card as the heavenly Tao Heavy Eye, fearing external scrutiny. I see. Indeed, such a treasure. Just as the sect leader began to speak, Chen Qie heard the system's notifications echoing in his mind once more. A tremor coursed through him. His fiancée, he had begun her cultivation? Incredible. breaking through 7 realms in 3 days? Chen Xie paid little mind to the shock he had caused within the sect. For he understood that his current support lay with the system and his fiancée. Even with the heavenly Dao Heavy Eye, he still lacked many key elements to truly stand as the son of destiny. Gaining his fiancée's favor would allow him to siphon heavenly Dao fortune. He wondered whose fortune he was siphoning. After contemplating, Chen Xie shook his head. This matter held little significance. The system had assured him that those whose fortune was taken could not trace it back to him. Severing all karmic ties. As for who the other party was, it was no longer of great importance. The sons of destiny are typically endowed with abundant fortune. Surely, they would not mind losing a fraction of it. Having acquired the heavenly Dao Heavy Eye, perhaps I should pen a letter to my fiancée and present her with a gift. Within the hall of the Immortal Lord, several fellow disciples recorded videos with memory crystals. And I must find a way to have my fiancée inadvertently see them. I need her to understand my sincere intentions. Just moments ago, I hardly cast a glance at the little junior sister. As Chen Xie's mind raced with thoughts, he could not suppress the memory of that fleeting glance at the little junior sister on Tongtian Peak. It had only been 3 years, yet how could she have changed so much? Becoming so fair and so grand. Elder, sect leader, something is amiss. The Yuhua dynasty has sent someone. A voice from outside the hall of the Immortal Lord suddenly broke through the tension. What? The Yuhua dynasty. They seek to slay me. Chen Xie jolted awake, as if struck by a sudden realization, and the next moment, he froze in shock. Chapter 8. The annihilation of a dynasty's titan with a single strike. To slay 7 Knight. Surely, this cannot be. The Yuhua dynasty had always looked down upon our Qingxian sect, believing that the union of the Saintess with 7 Knight was beneath her dignity. Now that 7 Knight had renounced the marriage, why would they come seeking blood? The sect leader was equally taken aback. He had personally visited the Yuhua dynasty and was well aware of their stance. He had expended significant resources to negotiate the marriage alliance, which the Yuhua dynasty had reluctantly agreed to. Initially, they had outright refused, but something had shifted at the last moment, prompting their change of heart to ensure the marriage. Su Qingyun had even brought Chen Xie's father along. Given the anxiety surrounding this marriage and the Saintess's unique status, the Qingxian sect had been eager to annul the engagement and quickly ally with the Yuhua dynasty, now that they had withdrawn. How could the Yuhua dynasty refuse? Chen Xie received the decree of the Yuhua dynasty. 2 days hence, at the ancestral altar of the Qin family in Weiqing, you shall face the judgment of our family law. As Chen Xie and Su Qingyun stood in stunned silence, an ancient and terrifying voice echoed throughout the Qingxian sect. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire sect. In the next moment, a mysterious golden light shot directly toward the hall of the Immortal Lord. After all, the Qingxian sect had stood for 10,000 years, with a profound heritage. The instant the golden light surged, powerful auras erupted within the sect, as if some were attempting to intercept that beam of light. The Hall of Immortals serves as the sacred domain of the sect leader, where outsiders are generally unable to approach due to the unknown entities that surround it. Do not obstruct. Let it enter. However, upon witnessing the situation, Su Qingyun, the esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect, suddenly changed his countenance. He abruptly commanded the blockade to cease and personally sped forward, catching the radiant golden light in his grasp. The light, it turned out, was a token, a feathering decree. This token's material appeared neither entirely gold nor entirely jade, and the Taoist essence swirling upon its surface subtly contained an aura of celestial authority. Is this the feathering decree? The figure outside the mountain gate did not come to slay Qi Yi. Rather, he arrived to deliver the decree within the Hall of Immortals. An elder who had remained in the grand chamber for the past 3 days immediately recognized the token. His expression shifting slightly. Master, what purpose does this feathering decree serve? Qin Qi Yi, regaining his composure, instinctively felt that his refusal of the arranged marriage and union with the divine maiden had likely provoked the wrath of the feathering dynasty. For indeed, such an ancient dynasty could annihilate a minor nation for the sake of their dignity. Nevertheless, Qin Qi Yi was also aware that behind the Qingxian sect loomed the Tianqi dynasty, which typically deterred the feathering dynasty from recklessly acting against the Qingxian sect. However, their hesitance to strike a Qingxian sect did not imply any restraint against him. Qin Qi, he had previously fixated on how to avoid offending the child of destiny, momentarily neglecting that his ostentatious refusal could easily provoke such a formidable entity as the feathering dynasty. How careless! As Qin Qi swiftly gathered his thoughts, he engaged in rapid self-reflection. The depths of the cultivation world are unfathomable. He must never allow himself to become complacent. Besides the Child of Destiny, many other forces in this world could pose a threat to him. The Feathering Dynasty typically issues two types of decrees. One is the Feathering Imperial Edict, usually conferred upon officials of the Feathering Dynasty, and is only granted during significant internal events by the highest authority of the dynasty, representing the supreme imperial power of the Feathering Dynasty. The other type is the Feathering Decree, which is typically bestowed by a prince-level figure of unparalleled might within the Feathering Dynasty for personal matters. The elder in the Grand Hall spoke while casting a glance towards Su Qingyun, the sect leader who had caught the Feathering Decree. He continued, although the Feathering Decree is intended for personal matters, it equally embodies the regal dignity of the Feathering Dynasty. The recipient must comply with the commands inscribed upon the decree, lest the dynasty collectively seek retribution. Refusing to accept the decree invites the dynasty's collective wrath. Qin Shiyi felt darkness cloud his vision. By heavens, what merit does he, Qin Shiyi, possess at merely 19 years of age? To confront an ancient dynasty, what does the decree entail? What does it mean to accept the Feathering family law before the Qin family and waiting in 2 days? Qin Shiyi's throat grew dry, and he hastily inquired of the elder from Qinxian. His mind raced with thoughts of whether he ought to flee. The long-standing foundation of Qinxian's sect may not withstand the pressure from the Feathering Dynasty. Though he had displayed the potential of an unparalleled genius, Qin Shiyi understood that a genius, prior to reaching full maturity, may not possess such immense value. The cultivation world is merciless. The likelihood of a millennia-old sect with thousands of cultivators fighting to the last drop of blood for a single individual is exceedingly slim. Unless the Tianqi dynasty, standing behind Qinxian's sect, intervened to thwart it, Qinxian's sect might not withstand the pressure. The messenger implied that he should return to his ancestral home, the Qin family in Weiqing, where they would impose a penalty upon him in the ancestral hall. According to the Feathering Dynasty's customary practices, they would likely require him to withstand a strike from one of their titans. If he could endure it, the matter would be settled. If he could not, then he would perish. The elder from Qinxian's sect wore a grave expression, his face as still as water. The Qinxian sect had only just awakened the celestial eye. And should Qin Shiyi mature, he could safeguard their sect for millennia, with the potential to contend against emperors. This was no mere boast. Yet now, due to an inconspicuous marriage arrangement, must they face premature ruin? What if we journey to Wutan City to retract the marriage? If we consent to the union with the Divine Maiden, might we then quell the Feathering Dynasty's ire? Qin Shiyi is my disciple. I shall not permit anyone to harm him in the slightest. Should the Feathering Dynasty truly take action, I, Shou Qiankuan, am willing to stake my life. Another elder of Qinxian sect suddenly interjected. It is not so simple. The Feathering Dynasty seeks face. To publicly reject the marriage has already dealt them a blow. To seek reconciliation now would be akin to striking them again. I have always insisted that we must not refuse the marriage. We should have sought to retract it. You chose to ignore my counsel, and now look where we are. Qin Shiyi has disregarded my warnings, and you have indulged him. He is now treading a path of no return. The law enforcement elder had been on edge for 3 days. 3 days prior, he had mocked and pressured a wielder of the Celestial Eye, and had been pondering how to mend relations with Qin Shiyi. Yet now, he realized it might be unnecessary. He could even take advantage of the situation. A person on the brink of death, no matter their extraordinary talent, ultimately holds no value, even with the Celestial Eye. At the age of 19, what could he accomplish before the Feathering Dynasty? Wait, Master, what did you just say? Are you implying that the Feathering Decree merely requires me to endure a strike from their titan in front of my ancestral hall? Just one strike. Qin Shiyi, who had been frantically contemplating escape, suddenly halted. His intense anxiety momentarily subsided, and he looked up at the elder of Qinxian's sect. What of a single strike? Qin Shiyi, do you truly believe you can withstand the annihilating blow of a titan from the Feathering Dynasty? The titans of the Feathering Dynasty are at least peak rulers who have cultivated for a millennium. Among the younger generation, you may indeed be a prodigy, but before rulers, you remain as insignificant as dust. A millennium titan can easily extinguish you as one would a mere ant. The law enforcement elder, Zhou Qiankuan, preemptively answered Qin Shiyi's question, gazing at him as if seeking to discern regret and fear upon his face. His authority seemed to return anew. Indeed, Qiyi, the Feathering Decree, while described as a single strike, is in truth a lethal blow. This wording allows for some leeway in exceptional circumstances, yet given the Feathering Dynasty's current stance towards you, the elder from Qinxian's sect sighed softly, continuing, the sect leader has taken the Feathering Decree and has gone to the back mount. It appears he is consulting with our ancestors and the elders. Do not fret. Let us see if they have a solution. System, that card I drew, the one granting a 50-50 chance in battle. What level of being can it contend with? Can it face a ruler? As the elder began to speak again, Qin Shi immediately communicated with the system within his consciousness. He vaguely remembered the function of those two cards. What does a ruler matter? A 50-50 chance against the Tao means you can withstand a battle against the Tao for 3 minutes, against a person, even if the Feathering Emperor were to arrive. You could still contend on equal footing for 3 minutes. As for a ruler, they may not even be worthy. The system's voice remained as frigid as ever, yet this icy tone caused Qin Shi's eyes to shine with newfound determination. His previously taut heart began to thump vigorously. His system was so formidable. Qi, do not overly worry. The messenger from the Feathering Dynasty has departed after delivering the decree. I have just been to the back mountain and exchanged brief words with several ancestors. Our Qingxian sect will not simply watch you march to your demise. For these next 2 days, focus on cultivating within the sect. I, along with the 13th ancestor, will personally visit the Tianqi dynasty. Should we persuade them to intervene, those from the Feathering Dynasty will not dare to strike lethally. The Feathering Decree need not always result in death. Within the Hall of Immortals, the air quivered momentarily. Su Qingyun, the sect leader, reappeared in the hall, emanating a terrifying pressure that surged forth without restraint. Qin Shi had awakened the celestial eye, taking 3 days to do so, while the 13th ancestor and several elders had already returned to the back mountain. Su Qingyun had just gone to confer with the ancestors in hopes of safeguarding Qin Shi. Master, if I truly endure the annihilating blow from a Millennium Titan of the Feathering Dynasty, will this matter then reach its conclusion? The Feathering Dynasty wouldn't dare to renege on their word, would they? As Qin Shi sensed Su Qingyun's overwhelming aura, his body tensed, and he felt a surge of emotion. Though my esteemed master may not be considered a colossal figure of the heavenly way, he has consistently shielded his actions over the years, and Qin Shi has borne witness to this. Realizing that his master truly regards him as family. However, there is no doubt that the devastating strike from the might of the Feathered Ascension dynasty is beyond your current capacity to withstand. This attack comprises 3 distinct phases, and the majority of individuals have already perished in the first. Never mind, Qi, dedicate yourself to your cultivation within the sect for the next 2 days. I shall venture to the Tianqi dynasty. Rest assured, I will ensure that you do not meet your demise beneath the feathered decree within 2 days. The sect leader, Su Qingyun, revealed a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. It seemed he had made a resolute decision. With that, he formed a seal with his hands, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the celestial master hall. Alas, master, Qin Shi wished to call out to Su Qingyun, but he was a moment too late. The space-shattering technique. Su Qingyun's presence should now be appearing over 100 miles away. The arrival of the Feathered Ascension dynasty shattered the tranquility of Qingxian sect that had endured for millennia. After thoroughly inquiring about the Feathered Decree and exchanging words with several elders, Qin Shi returned to Tongtian Peak. As Qin Shi journeyed back to Tongtian Peak, he distinctly sensed an unusual number of gazes upon him. Some remained fervent and reverent, while others now bore traces of pity. Could the odds truly be even? Fighting against the Feathered Emperor, and managed to endure for 3 minutes, why wouldn't Master allow me to finish my words? Yet perhaps it is for the best. Master seeking assistance from the Tianqi dynasty provides an additional layer of assurance. As for the debts of gratitude owed by Master, I can repay them once I rise to prominence. Qin Shi has always acted prudently, and in times like these, the more means of self-preservation, the better. As long as he survives, and as long as the system remains, he could even elevate his master to the status of a millennia-old behemoth. 2 days hence, I shall return to my ancestral home in Weiqing. With 2 days remaining, perhaps I can add further security for myself. My fiancé's gratitude has brought me 200 points of heavenly value. I can draw 20 times. I shall draw now, to see what I obtain, and if there are any superior items for my survival. Furthermore, I ought to write another letter to my fiancée, and send her some gifts. Additionally, the images recorded in the memory crystals by those senior brothers in the Celestial Master Hall should be arranged to be seen by my dear wife inadvertently. As night deepened, Qin Shi took a deep breath and began to rapidly organize his thoughts. He needed to prepare more contingency measures for his survival. The cultivation world is fraught with peril, and until he possesses absolute certainty, Qin Shi is reluctant to take genuine risks. Big brother, may I enter? A nervous voice belonging to a young girl echoed from outside. Suddenly, Qin Shi beheld a maiden clad in a flowing white dress, her complexion tinged with a hint of rosy hue, gracefully approaching his room under the moonlight. Little junior sister, what brings you here? Qin Shi gazed at the moonlit beauty, momentarily taken aback. The girl who had once trailed behind him like a shadow had suddenly blossomed, and he found himself momentarily unprepared. Big brother, you don't have children yet, do you? With your journey to Weiqing ahead, which is fraught with danger, may I come in to chat with you? Beneath the moonlight, Su Bingyun, the ice-cold goddess of Qingxian sect and the sect leader's illegitimate daughter, blushed even deeper. The tremors of her heart mirrored the gentle quivering of her bosom under the moon's glow. 3 days prior, outside the celestial master hall, Su Bingyun may have thought she would forever harbor silent affection for her elder brother, unless she could achieve an extraordinary encounter within the forbidden zone her mother spoke of, to catch up to his footsteps. Yet now, faced with a life-and-death crisis, her heart was suddenly in turmoil, and she inexplicably ascended Tongtian Peak under the veil of night. Did Master send you? Chen Xie inquired. It's cold outside. Please come in quickly. That he scratched his head, observing his junior sister's delicate attire, which seemed rather thin. The mountain wind was brisk at night, and without fully comprehending the situation, Chen Xie instinctively pushed the door open slightly, offering her entry. Pervert, seeking death. Boom. Just as Chen Xie began to speak, a staggering pressure that seemed to lock down the void of 1,000 miles descended upon Tongtian Peak, instantly tearing the fabric of reality and crashing towards him. An ancient, mysterious bronze cauldron enveloped the entire Tongtian Peak. As if in an instant, it had severed the connection between the peak and the Qingxian sect. A scene of a saint-level, apex behemoth? Chen Xie halted mid-motion, his expression shifting dramatically. Who is this person? How could a saint-level behemoth suddenly appear in Qingxian sect, intent on killing him? This is impossible. Even if they sought his death, it wouldn't result in the appearance of a saint-level behemoth alongside a supreme imperial weapon. Would it? Especially a supreme imperial weapon, a prodigious item only possessed by dynasties and sacred lands. Even a prestigious lineage like Qingxian sect, with its millennia-long heritage, only had one half-step supreme imperial weapon to uphold the sect's fortunes. What on earth is happening? In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Chen Xie's mind, but in this life-and-death instant, he had no time to ponder. 7 stars Tongtian Array. Activate. Void Gate. Open. Heavenly Cauldron. Activate. Heavenly Way. Evenly matched, as life and death hung in the balance. All his trump cards were unleashed, and Chen Xie erupted with fervor. Having traversed this world for 19 years, he had always been cautious, and his means of self-preservation were by no means singular. However, even as Chen Xie desperately fought against fate, the behemoth before him towered above him by 5 terrifying realms. The 7 stars Tongtian Array, capable of slaying those of higher realms, came to a standstill before the pressure of the supreme imperial weapon. The Void Gate, which could facilitate escape from those 2 realms above him, shattered under the weight of the saint-level pressure. The Heavenly Cauldron, capable of withstanding a strike from 3 realms above, trembled and began to plummet towards the ground in the presence of this millennia-verse saint behemoth. Under the moonlight, amidst the cosmos, the saint-level behemoth pointed a finger downwards. Ding! Yet, just as the apocalyptic finger of the saint-level behemoth was about to descend upon Chen Xie, in a moment of panic, he formed a seal. As the seal was completed, a barrier appeared before him, seemingly frail and insubstantial, hastily erected in defense against the saint-level behemoth of millennia. Boom! Yet, in that seemingly inconsequential barrier, an extraordinary heavenly symbol erupted at the moment it confronted the saint's lethal blow. As the saint's strike descended, the barrier held firm. The collision shattered the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, as though the stars themselves were poised to fall into chaos. You, a mere 19-year-old ant of a cultivator. How can you possibly withstand my lethal blow? As the strike landed, Chen Xie remained unmoved, while the saint-level behemoth hovering in the void expressed an aura of astonishment. The saint, who had remained unchanged for millennia, now looked at Chen Xie in utter disbelief. By the heavens, I actually blocked it. The system didn't deceive me. The Heavenly Way evenly matched card can truly withstand a millennia behemoth, even against the appearance of an emperor. It can stand evenly matched. Chen Xie stood there, motionless and silent, yet his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. At that moment, Chen Xie was more anxious than anyone else. Having unleashed all available trump cards, but the opponent was simply too powerful. Who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous saint-level behemoth would appear before him, wielding a supreme imperial weapon, even his own master? The sect leader of Qingxian would likely not receive such treatment when pursued. Is it you? Amidst his shock, Chen Xie recognized the saint in the sky. This was the little junior sister's aunt. Chen Xie had always been aware that his junior sister's identity was unique. Her biological father was the sect leader of Qin Xian, while her mother was a towering figure from the Yaoqi sacred land, although she had been raised in Qin Xian's sect. The one imparting cultivation techniques to her had always been a hidden figure from the Yaoqi sacred land. This was common knowledge among the members of Qin Xian's sect. The Yaoqi sacred land was a true ancient sacred land, on par with the feathered Ascension dynasty and the Tianqi dynasty, existing at a terrifyingly higher echelon than Qin Xian's sect. Thus, when a member of the Yaoqi sacred land taught techniques to his junior sister, no one dared to voice any objections. Qin Xie, having maintained a good rapport with his junior sister, had inadvertently overheard her refer to the hidden figure as aunt, thus establishing a basic recognition of the formidable figure before him. However, Qin Xie had never witnessed her in action. He only knew that she perpetually wore a veil and possessed a figure of unparalleled perfection, akin to a mature celestial maiden from the heavens. Yet, they had never exchanged words. Qin Xie had never anticipated that one day she would turn her hand against him, nor could he fathom that her strength had ascended to such a formidable, defying nature. Moreover, she wielded a breathtakingly extraordinary imperial weapon, one that only dynasties and sacred lands would employ to suppress destiny. As senior, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? It seems I have not offended you in any way? Qin Xie swallowed hard, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and asked, bewildered. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the second card of the Heavenly Tao's 50-50 chance. This artifact was indeed otherworldly. According to the system, a single card could withstand an Emperor's strike for 3 minutes, yet faced with such a being, Qin Xie felt utterly insecure. Even holding 2 cards did little to quell his unease. First, answer my question. Are you truly concealing your strength? How did you withstand my annihilative strike? He pressed. Even your 1,000-year master, Su Qingyun, the head of the Qin Xian sect, would suffer severe injury under my blow. How could you possibly endure it? In a state of panic, Qin Xie noted that the supreme figure from the Yaoqi sacred land was even more shaken than a 19-year-old youth to withstand her strike honed over millennia. Despite having traversed the realms of cultivation for countless years, she had failed to comprehend how Qin Xie had executed such a defense. She was, after all, a true titan of a millennium. While she recognized Qin Xie's astonishing talent and that he had recently awakened the heavenly Taos, she had not given it much thought. The eastern wilderness was vast, with top-tier talents emerging from the great powers and dynasties like fish crossing a river. Yet, the mightiest talents often faced peril in their pursuit of the path to enlightenment. Battles among top-tier talents were often battles for honor, for life and death, for the very essence of the Tao. Thus, before they truly soared to greatness, talents were merely insignificant in the presence of ancient titans. The saying, one emperor's success leaves countless skeletons of talents, is far from a mere platitude. Therefore, she had not taken heed before striking, nor had she intended to annihilate Qin Xie. Her aim had merely been to teach him a lesson. In her eyes, Qin Xie's invitation to Su Bingyun had been a manifestation of improper intentions. Su Bingyun was her dear niece and direct disciple. Qin Xie, already engaged, had dared to act in such a manner. As her aunt and master, it was only natural for her to become enraged and as for why she had resorted to using an imperial weapon of extraordinary might. It was because several ancient ancestors, dormant for millennia, resided in the depths of the Qin Xian sect's rear mountain, their powers beyond her comprehension. Thus, she had no choice but to employ the Yaoqi sacred land's divine weapon to obscure all traces of her aura. Yet, she had never expected that the strike she intended merely to teach Qin Xie a lesson would be thwarted. Although she had not exerted her full power, it was still a strike of saintly caliber. How could Qin Xie's seemingly casual block not leave her in utter astonishment? In her view, even the former primordial emperor could not have withstood such a lethal blow in his youth. Qin Xie, should you dare to lay a hand on Su Bingyun again, no matter how extraordinary your talent, I shall surely take your life next time. The mighty figure from the Yaoqi sacred land, amidst her overwhelming astonishment, had initially intended to inquire further. However, at that moment, she seemed to sense something, her expression shifting. With a wave of her hand, she took away the unconscious Su Bingyun, who had fallen asleep on the ground, and retracted the extraordinary imperial weapon. With a mere flicker of her form, she vanished from the summit. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight shone like jade. As Qin Xie watched the departure of the Yaoqi figure, he was not only terrified but also left in a state of confusion. What did it mean? She left. What did she mean when she said my intentions towards my junior sister were impure? Did my invitation for my junior sister to enter just now provoke a misunderstanding from that supreme figure of the Yaoqi sacred land? Suddenly, Chen Qiye recalled that while the Yaoqi figure had acted with terrifying force and evident anger, she had not displayed much murderous intent. The more he considered it, the more he felt that his assumptions might hold some truth. Damn it! Chen Qiye realized this and felt his heart lurch violently. This was outrageous. He was even more wrong than Doi. Just 3 days ago, when he emerged from his retreat, he had indeed caught a glimpse of something large and white, but that was purely accidental. And just now, his actions had stemmed from good intentions. How could he possibly be seen as a lecher in the eyes of that Yaoqi sacred land giant? Yet, was that heavenly Tao 50-50 chance card truly so extraordinary? In the midst of his shock, images of the breathtaking clash with the woman from the Yaoqi sacred land flickered through his mind. Just now, he felt a strange movement emanating from the direction of Tongtian Peak. Was it gone now? Perhaps it was an illusion. After so many years of slumber, there would inevitably be moments of stillness giving way to motion. However, I should soon emerge, and a genuine era of breakthroughs may be upon us. There have also been some unusual occurrences in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone recently, as Chen Qiye's heart continued to throb violently, deep within the ancient ancestral graves of the Qingxian sect's rear mountain. Beneath an ancient and mysterious locust tree, a voice floated forth. As the voice resonated, several pitch-black, unmarked stone tablets in the ancient cemetery stirred slightly. At the same moment, on Shaozhu Peak of the Qingxian sect, the giant of the Yaoqi sacred land, clad in snow-white robes and veiled, placed Su Bingyun upon a bamboo bed. Chen Qiye, is he truly not an ordinary prodigy? Did he withstand my strike because he possesses some extraordinary treasure? Or has he genuinely grown powerful enough to withstand my annihilative blow? The Yaoqi sacred land's towering figure, her white attire fluttering, still bore traces of astonishment within her autumn-like, deep-set eyes. Chapter 11. Heart of the Tao disturbed. Heavenly Tao value surges. I can no longer probe further. The ancient beings of the Qingxian sect's rear mountain were currently beyond her comprehension. If I were to act recklessly, it would provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. However, in 2 days, he shall face a lethal strike from the supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty. Perhaps I can observe in secret. I absolutely do not believe he truly possesses such defying combat prowess. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves on Shaozhu Peak as the Yaoqi sacred land's giant's gaze flickered. After contemplating several possibilities, she looked towards Su Bingyun on the bed and swiftly made a decision. Until now, she remained thoroughly unconvinced that Chen Qiye could be so exceptionally powerful. If that were the case, perhaps the Yaoqi sacred land should reconsider its stance towards Chen Qiye. This was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao that transcended the youthful emperors. If we were to invest secretly, the Yaoqi sacred land's unparalleled giant, amidst her shock and doubt, began to calculate a second possibility that at her level, one would often assess a genuinely significant matter from various perspectives. However, as she gradually calmed and contemplated the second possibility, she suddenly recalled a statement made by their Yaoqi holy master. You cultivate the path of detachment. Yet solitude does not endure. If you wish to attain the pinnacle of the Tao, you must engage in a night of dual cultivation with a youth possessing the true demeanor of an emperor, leveraging the supreme fortune of the youthful emperor to break through your limitations and ascend to the apex of the Tao. True ancient emperors are always accompanied by fortune. In their youth, they are the very embodiment of fortune. Over the years, she had not paid much heed to her holy master's words. She had always felt that she, Lu Ruyan, with her unparalleled talent and the divine bloodline of the celestial moon, could single-handedly transcend and attain the position of emperor, climbing to the pinnacle of greatness. Her first 3,000 years of cultivation had indeed been smooth sailing. It was only upon reaching her current saintly stature that she discovered she seemed to be under some sort of curse. Just as her holy master had predicted, her progress had genuinely stagnated. In fact, as the most talented and stunning figure of the Yaoqi, she had been stuck at this level for over a millennium, to a degree that rendered her despairing. When she sought out her holy master once more, she received the same advice. Only by dual cultivating with a child of fortune could she break through her bottleneck and truly ascend to the ultimate Tao. However, Lu Ruyan, proud for a millennium, stunning for a millennium, could she possibly resort to such a method for a breakthrough? For the following millennium, she had persistently sought to cultivate against the heavens, hoping to shatter her own Daoic barriers through sheer will. In recent years, faced with the prospect of no breakthrough, she had preferred to discreetly protect her beloved niece within the ancient Qingxian sect rather than dedicating extensive time to seek out a child of fortune. Furthermore, she understood that each child of fortune was a rarity among billions. Before they became emperors, no one could discern their true potential. One emperor's success leaves countless skeletons of talents. The unparalleled prodigies need not be children of fortune. Those prodigies trampled underfoot by the children of fortune would invariably be relegated to the annals of history as mere cannon fodder. Children of fortune, before their true ascendance, might very well conceal their strength, lurking like coiled dragons, awaiting the moment to rise against the heavens. In this context, Lu Ruyan comprehended that the elusive concept of a child of destiny, even if she were to exhaust all her efforts in pursuit, was likely unattainable. After all, even beings of the caliber of the Yaoqi's sacred land could not accurately identify who the true child of destiny might be, concealed behind the majesty of an emperor. A mere 19-year-old could withstand a strike from a sage of monumental stature. Chen Qiye, could he truly be the one, if such a child of destiny exists, in the vast history of the cultivation realm spanning millions of years? Has there ever been a 19-year-old capable of resisting a lethal strike from a sage? At that moment, Lu Ruyan recalled the words of the Holy Master, and her heart wavered unexpectedly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe that anyone at the age of 19 could withstand my fatal strike. He must have employed some special artifact. 2 days hence, at the Su family in Weiqing, I shall observe the battle in secret. As an unparalleled powerhouse, Lu Ruyan swiftly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts that had accumulated over millennia, her gaze regaining its clarity. Even if Chen Qiye is indeed the child of destiny, how could she, Lu Ruyan, engage in dual cultivation with a mere 19-year-old? Moreover, her own niece is a fellow disciple of this youth. A flicker of doubt crept into Lu Ruyan's steadfast heart, which had remained unshaken for countless years. She devoted an entire night to the ancient technique of calming the heart, re-establishing her resolve. Respected elder of the Yaoqi sacred land, I am Chen Qiye. Chen Qiye, solemnly vow with my heart that last night was indeed a misunderstanding. I merely invited my junior sister inside to escape the chill when I saw her ascending the mountain. Throughout that night, Chen Qiye too found himself restless. After much contemplation, he sensed that his junior sister's aunt bore no true intent to harm him. This was undoubtedly a misunderstanding, yet it must be resolved. If left unaddressed, who could withstand the terrifying strike of a formidable titan? However, to explain directly seemed somewhat awkward. After careful consideration, Chen Qiye decided it best to pen a letter. Providing a thorough explanation, he felt that this letter might hold some significance, especially since he had employed the highest standard of a heartfelt vow. Nevertheless, as an individual plagued by a profound lack of security, upon completing the first letter, he immediately began to draft a second. Though the ink may fade, my sentiments remain unwavering. You have endured much over the years. Have you received the first batch of spiritual herbs and techniques I sent? I have now prepared a second batch, which shall accompany this letter. I vow to ensure your eternal well-being. I, Chen Qiye, shall fulfill my promise. From this day forth, should anyone betray you, I shall eradicate them from the face of the earth. If heaven itself forsakes you, I shall shatter the ancient skies. Because of you, if I were to ascend as the celestial emperor, I would bloom a flower for you in this lifetime. Chen Qiye's second letter was penned with utmost sincerity. The candlelight burning low, the Heavenly Tao 50/50 card, as previously explained by the system, had now been thoroughly validated. Facing a being of such caliber as the Yaoqi giant, beyond explanation, what provided Chen Qiye with true security was having genuine trump cards. With one Heavenly Tao 50/50 card expended, only one remained, the Absolute Defense card, yet untouched, according to the system's description, could withstand a lethal strike from the ancient emperor. Thus, apart from his own cultivation, he possessed these two cards. This was undeniably insufficient. Currently, with 200 Heavenly Tao points, he could draw 20 more. He resolved to draw them all. Furthermore, he needed to focus on cultivating modestly. Possessing formidable strength was the ultimate truth. He pondered how many Heavenly Tao points would manifest from his dear wife this time. Sitting on his bed, Chen Qiye contemplated with a calm demeanor. The host has garnered the gratitude of Xiao Yinwei. Xiao Yinyue's strength has been restored to her peak from a decade ago. Heavenly Tao points 47. The host has garnered the gratitude of Xiao Yinwei. Xiao Yinyue's first strike has astounded her talented friend. Heavenly Tao points 82. The host has garnered the gratitude of Xiao Yinwei. Xiao Yinyue has reread the first letter. Heavenly Tao points 76. What sorcery is this? Has it been but a brief period? And my dear wife has already achieved another breakthrough. Has she truly returned to her peak from 10 years past? This child of destiny is remarkably powerful. My Heavenly Tao points have increased by over 200. As Chen Qiye pondered, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more, leaving him astounded. Chapter 12. Family Confinement. Bewilderment at the door. The formidable entity of the Yaoqi sacred land had not sought him out in the past few days. It seemed that the letter he had dispatched had indeed borne some fruit. Calculating the time, the second letter to his dear wife should soon arrive. 2 days later, outside the gates of Weiqing. Qin Shiye gazed upon the familiar city gates, murmuring to himself, Shiye, you have arrived in Weiqing, have you not? I, along with the 13th ancestor, have summoned a supreme powerhouse from the Tianqi dynasty. You need only return to your ancestral Qin family. And within a short span, the titan of the Yuhua dynasty will dare not strike against you. Just as Qin Shiye was deeply engaged in self-reflection, a weary yet somewhat joyous voice suddenly emanated from the communication talisman. The titan of the Tianqi dynasty, at the sound, Qin Shiye's chaotic thoughts receded like the tide. Just yesterday, he had received a message from his master, Su Qingyun, instructing him to come with peace of mind. Assuring him that no mishap would occur, his master regarded this matter with such seriousness. It seemed that the true giants of the heavenly Tao were perhaps even more formidable than he had imagined. The night before, he had expended all his heavenly Tao points, leaving him with 6 heavenly Tao 50/50 cards, 2 absolute defense cards, and a revered ancient artifact capable of teleporting across vast distances, which he had sought from the elder of the back mountain. Along with the titan his master had brought back, security should now be assured. Qin Shiye quickly regained his composure, feeling a modicum of reassurance with these 9 life-preserving trump cards against the titan of the Yuhua dynasty. However, he realized he ought to prepare even more trump cards. Without dozens of them, he felt a lack of genuine security. The night prior, he had rewritten a letter to his fiancée, sending more herbs, artifacts, and other items, while word from the immortal Master Hall had also been discreetly conveyed. I hope my earlier escapades to the Hongxiu Tavern have not leaked out. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of concern washed over him. As a time traveler, his initial curiosity had led him to explore the world's brothels, and inadvertently, he found himself returning several times. His intention was merely to temper his resolve. And importantly, he had disguised himself. Apart from the large yellow dog from the sect, no one should have been aware. Should he eliminate that dog to silence it, that creature belonged to his master. So it would be unwise to do so. Perhaps he could find a way to erase its memory later. Muttering to himself, Qin Shiye lifted his feet and made his way toward Weiqing. Upon entering the city and traversing its familiar streets, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. Over the years, Weiqing had changed little. The small river within the city, the willows lining its banks, and the cobblestone paths still bore the remnants of recent rain. Children laughed as they passed by. In a realm as harsh as the cultivation world, Weiqing remained, in many respects, a sanctuary. Being a borderland, it had distanced itself from much of the strife. Yet, as Qin Shiye returned to familiar grounds, feeling a gradual peace, he was met with a crowd gathered before his ancestral home. Qin Chang, have you signed this agreement? I have never harbored any feelings for you. You should know that our union is utterly impossible. Once this agreement is signed, we shall have no further ties. Do you not feel that this is unbecoming of a man? A young woman clad in blue was vociferously addressing her father before their home. Her hair cascaded down to her waist. While she may not rival his junior sister's icy beauty, she was certainly of fair appearance. At that moment, her expression was frigid as she regarded her father. Much like a goddess from a past life looking upon a sycophant. What is happening? Shouldn't the family be on high alert, awaiting the arrival of the supreme powerhouse from the Yuhua dynasty? Who is this woman? Qin Chang, do you still not understand? You ought to realize that our connection is impossible. Even as the head of the Qin family, do you truly wish to force a marriage into the clan? The woman continued her tirade, her eyes fixed on the head of the Qin family. Qin Shiye, observing the throng surrounding his home, along with the striking woman, felt increasingly bewildered. It appeared that his father was pursuing this woman. Was she here to reject him? What could this possibly mean? No, wait. How had his father's cultivation merely reached the late stage of Tianxin? Just yesterday, he had broken through from the Tianxin realm to the late stage of Nexuan. And yet his father had only advanced 2 minor realms in all these years. Qin Shiye, despite having traversed worlds, had grown up in this family, and as an orphan in his previous life. He instinctively regarded this place as home. Over the years, I have frequently sent various medications and suitable techniques for the Qin family back home. Logically speaking, 12 years ago, my father was at the initial stage of Tianxin. And by now, you should have at least broken through to the mirror-shattering stage and entered the realm of Xinxian, right? Brother, you're back. Wait, brother, why have you returned? Why didn't you escape? Just as I was contemplating my confusion regarding Qin Shiye, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind him. However, that surprise transformed into anxiety in less than a second. I asked that you, the third, after so many years apart, you've grown so much. What is happening with our family, and what are they doing? Turning around, Chinchilla saw a young boy of about 16 or 17, dressed in blue, hurrying towards him, and immediately recognized his identity. The last time I returned home. The third was still just a 5-year-old child. Now, 12 years have passed, and he has grown into a young man. Hey, don't worry about the family for now, second brother. You need to leave quickly. The family is already aware of your situation, and the people from Yuhua dynasty could arrive at any moment. Take this. It's some savings I've accumulated over the years. Brother, go as far as you can. The matter with Yuhua dynasty has already been resolved. My master has invited a formidable figure from the Tianqi dynasty, and he will be here soon. With him present, the powerful figures from Yuhua dynasty will not dare to take action. You needn't worry about that for now. But first, tell me what is going on here. Chinchilla did not reveal all his cards but temporarily used his master to alleviate Qin Yan's fears. Really? Your sect leader from Qinxian sect was actually able to invite a supreme powerhouse from the Tianqi dynasty. Upon hearing this, the young Qin Yan was visibly shaken. Although he grew up in a small border town like Weiqing, he was still quite knowledgeable about the various forces in the outside world, especially legendary dynasties like the Tianqi dynasty. Yes, when have I ever lied to you, second brother? Don't worry about me. My situation is definitely under control. Now, tell me what is going on with our father, and why is there a woman involved? As Chinchilla observed the increasing crowd gathered at the door, he noticed his father's head lowering more and more, leaving him even more perplexed. Indeed, the second brother had never deceived him. So, does that mean the second brother's issues have truly been resolved? The young man's tense body relaxed slightly, and a hint of surprise reappeared on his face. However, after that moment of joy, he followed Chinchilla's gaze and glanced towards the entrance of their home, revealing a trace of unease on his face. Our mother passed away early. In these years, our father has been supporting the family and raising us, which hasn't been easy. Over the years, our father has developed feelings for a woman that he has given her many gifts, even the spiritual artifact you sent back to stabilize our family's fortune, which he gifted to her. But this woman. As Qin Yan spoke, his expression grew more awkward, and he stammered over his words. What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Chinchilla immediately grasped the situation, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Chapter 13. Defying fate and taking action. But that woman doesn't reciprocate our father's feelings, does she? Over the years, she has only accepted gifts from him without outright rejecting him, stringing him along. And now that she has heard about my troubles, she intends to sever ties with our father. Chinchilla, unable to wait for Qin Yan to finish speaking, quickly articulated his thoughts. This is outrageous. This scenario feels oddly familiar to me as a transmigrator. I, a fated antagonist, have just managed to reject a marriage proposal, and now my father is acting like a lovesick fool. The actions of my father and the woman's words suggest he is indeed behaving like a lovesick antagonist. Second brother, how do you know all this? Qin Yan was taken aback. He felt ashamed to bring up such matters, and now seeing his brother, who had returned home for over a decade, seemed to understand the situation better than him, he was momentarily astonished. I asked this woman from a modest background, and has she been receiving aid from our father, which has allowed her and her family to stabilize in recent years? Furthermore, has she been giving the gifts from our father to another man? Chinchilla interjected again before Qin Yan could finish. Yes, brother, how do you know this? Have you been secretly observing the family? In Weiqing, our family is considered a prominent one. That woman is from the Zhao family, which faced a horrific calamity 12 years ago. If it weren't for our father's ongoing assistance, the Zhao family might have perished by now. Qin Yan wanted to continue, but Chinchilla did not wait for him to finish. Wait, you don't need to say any more. That agreement, my father will sign. Chinchilla strode forward, forcefully pushing through the crowd until he reached the front door. Many in the crowd, upon hearing his words, looked at Chinchilla with puzzled expressions. Who is this person? When Chinchilla left Weiqing, he was merely a child, and now many people failed to recognize him. Yet, Chinchilla paid no heed to their reactions. He swiftly snatched the agreement intended to sever ties from the woman's hands. Chia, why have you returned? Why didn't you escape? At this moment, Chinchong finally raised his head. My issues have been resolved. Father, don't finish your sentence. Just do as I say. Chinchilla interrupted before Chinchong could complete his statement, forcibly placing the agreement into his father's hands. This is infuriating. If he were not my biological father, Chinchilla would have wished to beat him into submission, having just spent 12 years at Qinxian sect. How has my father ended up in a situation akin to a lovesick antagonist? Following this narrative, if my father, as the head of a prominent family in Weiqing, continues to refuse, the man behind that woman will likely emerge. He could very well be the fated child of a nation, Or perhaps he is indeed the fated child of the Jiang kingdom, where Wei Qing is located, such a figure, akin to a dragon among men. If offended, could lead to the annihilation of our family. This is far more terrifying than offending any powerful figure from Yuhua dynasty. Qin Shiye has yet to ascertain which of these fate-bound individuals is stronger or who will ultimately become the most powerful being of an era. However, he is acutely aware that regardless of the rank of these fated individuals, as a mere pseudo-genius, he should avoid provoking them. It is better to live a tranquil life, focus on cultivation, and leisurely observe the flowers bloom and wither. The clouds roll and disperse. If all else fails, he could find a few wives and enjoy life's pleasures, couldn't he? Furthermore, as the head of a prominent family, even though he is now middle-aged, as a cultivator, he is still in his prime. In a city like Wei Qing, with a population of millions, what kind of woman could he not find? If worst comes to worst, he could even open a brothel. Right? Moreover, if he so desired, countless women would line up at his door. A head of a prominent family should not act like a lovesick fool, not to mention, in such a lowly position, where the consequences of failure would be the most severe, leading to extermination. Ding. The host has activated the Destiny Plundering System. Short-term mission. Publicly slap Zhao Rongfei's face. Upon completion, the host will acquire 500 fortune points and be rewarded with a supreme-grade technique. Ding. The host has activated the Destiny Plundering System. Long-term mission. Disable the fated child of Jiang Kingdom and seize all his fortune. Upon success, the host will acquire 10,000 fortune points. Rewards. 1 extreme Dao Imperial weapon. Ding. For every time the host slaps Zhao Rongfei and the fated child of Jiang Kingdom, the host will plunder the heavenly fortune of the fated child of Jiang Kingdom until he is incapacitated and all his fortune is seized. Just as myriad thoughts raced through Qin Shiye's mind, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded, causing his body to stiffen. A system mission. So, Zhao Rongfei indeed has a fated child backing her. My father is truly acting like a lovesick fool? If I hadn't returned in time, my father would have met his end today. No, the entire Qin family could face extermination. Furthermore, this fated child of Jiang Kingdom could potentially find an excuse to come after me as a villain. However, now that I know the truth, should I accept the system's mission? According to the system, it seems to want me to undertake a significant endeavor, but this involves confronting a genuine fated child, which could easily backfire, and this seems contrary to my usual prudent approach to matters. 3, 2, 1. The host has not rejected the mission within 3 seconds, thus defaulting to the acceptance of the task. Failure to complete the mission will result in the system automatically shutting down and entering a slumber for a millennium. Qin Shiye initially wanted to weigh the pros and cons. He was not very interested in taking risks. But now, the corners of his mouth twitch fiercely. Does this system truly lack any sort of manual? This is not merely a matter of buying cabbage. This is about confronting the fated child of a nation. Although the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness is home to over 1,000 nations, he, the scion of destiny from one of them, pales in comparison to his fiancée, the chosen one of the entire eastern wilderness. This is certainly not something a mere pretender can rival. Qi Yi. I actually. Qin Chang faced his son, his cheeks flushed with shame, struggling to articulate his words. Zhao Rongfei. Was it? My father can sign this agreement. However, if I recall correctly, hasn't my father gifted your Zhao family numerous treasures over the years? That heavenly grade Xianbing sword you hold, was it not bestowed upon you by my father? Shouldn't you return it? After a few moments, Qin Shiye's expression twisted and changed, and he suddenly snatched the agreement from Qin Chang's hands. He then turned to face Zhao Rongfei, locking his gaze onto her in front of the crowd. In that brief span, Qin Shiye's eyes had transformed into a serene calm. He had come to realize that as a mere pretender, coupled with the identity of a fated antagonist, evading his destiny would only lead to greater troubles in the future. Just like how, for the past 19 years, he had been hiding in the Qingxian sect, yet calamity still befell him, nearly resulting in a forced annulment of his engagement to his fated fiancée. This was ample proof that certain matters were simply inescapable. Strength. It was imperative to grow sufficiently powerful through the system and seize every opportunity. Only when one is powerful enough to sever the threads of fate can they hope to attain true freedom. If one does not defy their fated role as an antagonist, enjoying stability becomes exceedingly difficult. Perhaps even if he were to hide in the depths of the mountains, a fated child of destiny might still seek him out as a stepping stone. Freedom is not something one can avoid. It must be fought for and wrested from existence. True freedom is being so formidable that all troubles shy away, rather than oneself avoiding them. True freedom is a sword that chills 14 provinces, a spear that shatters the heavens, a finger that rends the vast void. True freedom is the slaying of the child of destiny, akin to slaughtering a dog or a chicken. True freedom is when I Qi, in a fit of rage, stained the starry sky with blood, leaving no emperors or immortals standing before me. As Qin Shi contemplated this, a surge of ambition welled up within him. The cautious mindset he had maintained over the years shattered in an instant, and he felt a sudden clarity of thought. Though his cultivation had not increased, his mindset had ascended to an entirely new realm. At that moment, Qin Shi glimpsed his own path. Ding. Congratulations, host. The host has comprehended the core principle of this system. Wield your sword towards the heavens, defy fate, and carve out your own freedom. The host is rewarded with a path of heavenly laws. May the host soon wield their sword towards the heavens and alter their destiny. As Qin Shi made this decision, the voice of the system resonated once more in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 14. The crowd trembles, a forceful retort. Qi, are you truly going to demand its return? Perhaps it would be better to let it go. Qin Chang gazed at his son, sensing that in just a few fleeting moments, a significant change had occurred within Qin Shi, though upon closer inspection, he could discern nothing. Most importantly, faced with the goddess's arrival, Qin Chang stammered, his head bowed, filled with embarrassment and inferiority. As a seasoned sycophant, he did not even dare to meet Zhao Ronfei's gaze directly. What did you say? The sword? What sword? This sword was given to me by your father. Once something is given away, how can you demand it back? Zhao Ronfei had originally looked down upon Qin Shi and Qin Chang, but as Qin Shi's words fell, she found herself momentarily stunned. Demand its return? Can something given away truly be taken back? The sword in her hand was a genuine heavenly-grade Xianbing sword. Among the heavenly artifacts in Weiqing, it was exceedingly rare, and it had become her source of pride and a means to flaunt her status over the years. Now, to say it must be returned, this was entirely beyond Zhao Ronfei's expectations. In truth, Zhao Ronfei was not surprised by Qin Shi's return. She had learned in advance that he had offended someone from the Yuhua dynasty, and that those individuals were soon to arrive, ready to eliminate Qin Shi. Hence, she had come to sever ties with Qin Chang beforehand. Over the years, Qin Chang had gifted her far too many treasures. And last year, she had somewhat reluctantly agreed to marry him. At that time, in her eyes, Qin Chang was a man of wealth and power, and most importantly, his son, Qin Shi, was a peak genius of the Qing Xin sect, destined for the Qin family to rise against the heavens. Indeed, within 2 decades, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Qin family would become Weiqing's foremost aristocracy. She was quite satisfied with Qin Chang as a sycophant. Yet now, with the Yuhua dynasty's people about to act against Weiqing, how could Zhao Ronfei possibly marry a sycophant from a declining family? Moreover, in these past 2 years, she had come to know a man whom she deemed to be the true child of destiny. How could you sever ties with my father, yet expect him to return the items he has given you? With thoughts flowing clearly, Qin Shi lifted his gaze, his eyes now filled with tranquility and composure. He held nothing but disdain for such opportunistic women, the likes of Pan Jilian's schemes, Yin Dongping's laughter, and now, the arrogance of Zhao Ronfei. Did she truly look down upon his father in such a manner? Zhao Ronfei felt a tightness in her chest, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. Your Zhao family nearly faced annihilation, and you almost ended up sold to a brothel. It was my father who spared no effort to rescue you from that pit of despair. For 12 years, he has devoted his most precious resources to help you cultivate and advance. What have you done during these years? My father has poured his heart into you, and you have merely played tricks against him. Did you always view my father as a sycophant? Without my father, what would you amount to? By what right do you look down upon him and seek to sever ties? Very well. If you wish to sever, I shall grant you your wish. Third brother, aside from this heavenly-grade spirit sword, what else did our father bestow upon this woman? As Qin Shi discerned Zhao Ronfei's momentary speechlessness, he saw through her opportunistic intentions. She had no desire to return anything. One woman-esque greed leads to the ruin of many. Second brother, our father also gifted her that defensive ring of king-level quality from last year, as well as the 4th-grade spirit artifact, the Mountain River Seal, and the 5th-grade spirit artifact, the State Gun, not to mention nearly half of our family's treasure trove of spiritual herbs and elixirs. The third brother of the Qin family was taken aback by Qin Shi's actions. He instinctively spoke up as Qin Shi suddenly turned his gaze towards him. What? Father, have you truly nearly emptied our family's coffers? Qin Shi was momentarily stunned by his brother's anxious words. In terms of sycophancy, his father's level had reached such heights. Would not a single family member intervene? Yet here, this opportunistic woman dared to come forth and sever ties at a time of crisis for the Qin family? What audacity! She appeared to wear a mask of grievance, on the verge of tears, as if deeply wronged. Qin Shi, are you the prodigious youth of the Qin family? Humph, what are you shouting for? You are about to meet your end. The entire Wei Qing is aware that the Yuhua dynasty is soon to arrive. At this moment, instead of fleeing for your life, you dare to come here to demand items? Furthermore, once something has been given, how can one demand its return? That item was willingly given by your father. He implored us to accept it. By Zhao Rongfei's side stood a girl with an air of intimacy. Adorned with a golden hairpin, her face twisted with anger as she stepped forward to scold Qin Shiyi. You, be quiet. While being a harlot, you still wish to maintain a faade. You are nothing but a gold digger. My Qin family treated you with utmost sincerity, nearly exhausting our resources. Now that the Qin family is in dire straits, you wish to take advantage of us and refuse to return our possessions? Do you truly believe I, Qin Shiyi, am easy to bully? Qin Shiyi strode forward, raising his hand as if to strike Zhao Rongfei's companion, and the woman who had attempted to distort the truth felt a sudden pain across her face. Staggering back 3 steps, You, how dare you hit me? You, are you still a man? How could you strike a woman? Zhao Rongfei's companion covered her face as she retreated, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Not only will I strike you, but should you dare to twist the truth again, I shall ensure you see no dawn. I, Qin Shiyi, could slay a daughter of Wei Qing, and I believe no one would dare seek revenge from the Qing Xian sect. As his words fell, Qin Shiyi's aura surged once more. Just 3 days prior, he had broken through from the Tian Xian realm to the Xin Xian realm, and in this small border town of Wei Qing, he was already considered a true expert. As Qin Shiyi's pressure erupted, many onlookers felt an overwhelming force so this is the prodigious son of Qin Chong. Indeed, he is formidable. Moreover, that slap he just delivered was truly satisfying. Indeed, those who wish to be harlots yet maintain a faade. If one wishes to sever ties, why not return what they have taken? No matter how one spins it, such behavior is simply unacceptable. Indeed, if one looks down upon another, why still covet their belongings? I am well aware of the near annihilation of the Zhao family. It was indeed the Qin family that risked everything to rescue them. Furthermore, since then, the Qin family has gone to great lengths to bestow treasures upon this woman. Is he truly Qin Shiyi? How dare he return to Wei Qing? Are not the people of the Yuhua dynasty coming? Are they not here to kill him? Qin Shiyi erupted, and many onlookers gathered before the Qin family home, some discussing the Yuhua dynasty, yet a greater number of gazes were directed towards Zhao Rongfei. Especially among the crowd, there were many who were aware of certain truths from years past. Their glances towards Zhao Rongfei had evidently shifted, particularly those men within the throng who once played the role of sycophants. Their eyes now burned with anger and disdain as they beheld her, to be ensnared in the web of one's own ignorance, to be oblivious while acting as a sycophant. The onlooker is often blinded. Qin Shiyi's words awakened many who had once been sycophants themselves, revealing the true nature of the opportunistic woman. This, indeed, is the essence of the opportunistic woman. You, I shall return this sword to you. I will. Zhao Rongfei surveyed the sudden shift in the situation, her expression transforming in an instant. She was seized by panic. These individuals were deliberately drawn by her machinations, as she wished to publicly sever ties with the Qin family. Yet now, she could scarcely believe that Qin Shiyi would return and, with just a few words, strip her bare before all. She cast the heavenly tear spirit sword back, her heart aching as if it were bleeding. That heavenly tear spirit tool around your neck, the divine sea defense necklace, was gifted to you by my father, was it not? And this earthly tear spirit tool, the defensive garb, adorning your body, is also from our Qin family. Is it not? Moreover, that storage ring upon your thumb. As she hurled the sword, Qin Shiyi stepped forward once more. Qin Shiyi, do not go too far. You, slap. Beside Zhao Rongfei, her friend in a blue dress could no longer contain herself and spoke again. But this time, before her words could fully escape her lips, Qin Shiyi simply waved his hand nonchalantly, and her body was sent flying backwards like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 15. Family Fear. The dynasty approaches. A brutal strike. A shriek. Zhao Rongfei's friend fell heavily to the ground, her teeth shattered by Qin Shiyi's forceful blow. In Wei Qing, she was considered a young lady from a modest family. When had she ever been struck with such ferocity and excruciating pain? She screamed, her mind reeling. You. Zhao Rongfei was equally bewildered. For years, Qin Chong had shielded her, and even former adversaries dared not offend her. She had not witnessed such a display of strength in many years. She had never anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent today. For 12 years, she had enjoyed the treatment of a princess throughout Wei Qing. I, Qin Shiyi, now give you a final ultimatum. Within 2 days, return all that the Qin family has given you. If we are to sever ties, let it be done completely. You must remember, if within 2 days I do not receive all that belongs to the Qin family, I shall personally come to your door and annihilate the entire Zhao family. I, Chinchilla, speak and act with intent. Chinchilla spoke each word with a tone that was resolute and chilling. This opportunistic woman nearly played her own father to death as a sycophant. Chinchilla felt that his actions were already the utmost mercy he could extend to her. Father, third brother, let us return home first. With that, Chinchilla cast not another glance at the opportunistic woman before him, pulling Chinchong into the gates of their home. Clang! The third brother of the Chin family paused for a moment. Gathering himself, he clenched his fists tightly, his body taut, releasing a deep sigh. What a thrill! Second brother is truly remarkable. He accomplished what I had long wished to do but dared not. This woman, 12 years ago, declared that he was unworthy even to be a sycophant. When did the third brother of the Chin family ever wish to be a sycophant? The third brother of the Chin family, with unyielding resolve, could never stoop so low. He had secretly gifted this woman his most prized mysterious tear spirit sword, that she had almost become his stepmother in the blink of an eye. As the third brother contemplated, he forcefully slammed shut the door of his home. Rongfei, let us depart. He would not survive much longer. I have received reliable news that the Yuhua dynasty will surely arrive today. At that time, the so-called genius of the Qin family will undoubtedly perish. The Qin family may even face obliteration. Zhao Rongfei's friend, her face swollen from the blow, struggled to rise, her eyes filled with indignation. She glared fiercely at the Qin family gates, as if she could already envision the terrifying fate awaiting the Qin family. Furthermore, Rongfei, young Master Su is also set to emerge from seclusion today. Young Master Su has awakened a divine bloodline. With him present, even if the Yuhua dynasty does not wipe out the entire Qin family, young Master Su will assuredly do so. A significant portion of the spirit herbs and spiritual energy you have received over the years was given to young Master Su. He will certainly seek vengeance for us. Zhao Rongfei's friend seized Zhao Rongfei's hand, pulling her towards the outskirts of the crowd, then shouted once more to those in front. What are you staring at? Do you not know about the Yuhua dynasty? Today, the Qin family will undoubtedly become a bloody battleground. Meanwhile, within the ancestral home of the Qin family, Qia, did you perhaps speak too harshly just now? Rongfei may not have meant it. She could merely be frightened by the Yuhua dynasty. In essence, she should still be a good person. Chinchong, forcibly drawn into the home by Chen Qia, could not shake the image of Zhao Rongfei from his mind. Father, after 12 years, you have nearly been ensnared by Zhao Rongfei. Even now, do you still not understand that Zhao Rongfei is a woman who seeks to ensnare you and strip you of your possessions? Without waiting for Qin Qia to respond, the third brother of the Qin family could no longer contain himself. His hands remained tightly clenched, the thrill and excitement from moments ago still palpable. Where is everyone? Why is it so quiet here? After entering, Qin Qia did not immediately engage with his father. Upon entering, he noticed the emptiness of the home, aside from his father and third brother. Even the second uncle, who usually tended to the ancestral hall, was absent, causing Qin Qia to momentarily pause. Qia, I knew you would return. But why have you come back? Why did you not flee? The Yuhua dynasty will arrive today. You should leave quickly while there is still time. Just as Qin Qia began to speak, a figure rushed towards him from the empty home. Instantly, Qin Qia recognized her as Fifth Aunt. During the 12 years he spent at Qinxian sect, Fifth Aunt had not changed much. She remained as statuesque as ever, with a fair complexion. When Qin Qia traversed into this world, his mother had disappeared 300 miles southeast of Weicheng while attempting to refine a medicinal ingredient. Many believed she had perished in the forbidden area known as Taichu. After all, few who vanished within the Taichu forbidden zone ever returned alive. After joining Qinxian sect, Qin Qia had sought the help of senior brothers who ventured near the forbidden zone to search for his mother. But no news had surfaced over the years. At the time of his mother's disappearance, Qin Qia was just a year old and still nursing. Fifth Aunt, being young and ample, had nursed him. Thus, among all the elders in the Qin family, Qin Qia felt a closer bond with Fifth Aunt, aside from his own father. Yet now, Fifth Aunt hurried towards him, her eyes brimming with anxiety. The empty home was devoid of anyone else aside from Fifth Aunt. Second brother, father has arranged for the family to depart for Wugua overnight. The Yuhua dynasty is indeed a top-tier cultivation dynasty. Father fears for the safety of the family, hence he has sent eldest brother, second uncle, and third uncle, along with the clan members, to seek refuge in Wugua. Fifth Aunt, unwilling to leave, insisted on waiting for your return, and so she remained. Seeing Qin Qia's confusion, the third brother of the Qin family straightened his expression, putting aside his earlier thrill, revealing a hint of seriousness in his clear eyes. Father's arrangements are quite thorough. However, you, father, and Fifth Aunt, Chinchilla began, but his words trailed off midway. He understood their intentions, and a warmth spread within him. Though his father may be a sycophant, as the head of the family and a father, he was evidently quite competent. Before his traversal, Chinchilla had envied his peers who had a real family during the New Year celebrations. Regardless of the circumstances, it was still family. This was also why, even while diligently training in secrecy and developing his capabilities after entering this world, Chinchilla consistently sent provisions to the family and maintained contact. Before his traversal, during snowy days, what he cherished most was witnessing the warm silhouettes of families beyond high walls and grand gates. Aunt Wu, father, and the third brother. There is no need for such anxiety regarding the matters of the Feathered Dynasty. They have already been resolved. Chinchilla's voice softened somewhat as he noticed Aunt Wu approaching, and he offered a grin. Crash. Hop ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting, you worthless wretch? Resolved. Who gave you the audacity to claim that you have dealt with the affairs of the Feathered Dynasty? But scarcely had Chinchilla's words fallen when the door, just closed by Chin's third brother, was suddenly and violently kicked in. Chapter 16. Self-destructive antagonist on the brink. The door shattered. Wooden splinters and locks scattered into the ancestral home of the Chin family. Propelled by the immense force of the impact. Who are you? And what do you want? Just as Chin's third brother had closed the door, he spun around. His inner energy surging forth as he reached out to intercept the debris flying into the ancestral residence of the Chin family. Get lost, you piece of trash. You have no right to speak to me. Outside the ancestral home, at that moment, a figure forcefully stepped into the Chin family estate, his aura erupting instantaneously. As Chin's third brother attempted to block the wood shavings, the newcomer threw a punch directly at him. Chin's third brother's expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed his energy once more, withdrawing his right hand and desperately attempting to counter the incoming blow. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided fiercely. Observing this, Chinchilla moved slightly, but he seemed to recall something. The hand he had raised paused mid-air. Boom! It was evident that Chin's third brother was no match for his opponent. As they clashed, a chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed from Chin's third brother's arm. Following that, he was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground. His face paled in defeat, crimson blood seeping from his arm. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. Third brother, Aunt Wu, who had just approached Chinchilla, momentarily froze, her expression shifting dramatically as she rushed towards Chin's third brother. Aunt Wu, give this to third brother. Chinchilla stood still, casually handing a white jade porcelain vial to Aunt Wu, then lifted his gaze to the audacious intruder who had shattered the door of the Chen family's ancestral home. TSK, is that a pill from the Qing Xin sect? Heh, do you really think administering a pill at this moment will be of any use? The arm I shattered. Do you think he is still in a position to have it reattached? Even if you did reattach it now, do you believe I wouldn't break it again tomorrow, before the ancestral home of the Chen family? A young man clad in black strode in, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over Chinchilla. His aura was formidable, a 3-foot celestial spirit sword at his waist, a golden top-tier storage ring on his hand, and a top-tier defensive artifact, a jade Buddha, hanging around his neck. As he burst through the door, the crowd that had been dispersing outside turned back to witness the commotion. Rongfei, look quickly. That's the heir of the Wei City's first family, Ma Zhanfeng. We might not need to search for young Master Su anymore. It seems Ma Zhanfeng intends to kill that scoundrel Chinchilla right now. He is going to die. Zhao Rongfei's friend, who had been angry and frustrated, turned back upon hearing the commotion. Ma Zhanfeng? Why is he targeting Chinchilla? He doesn't seem to be a match for him, does he? Zhao Rongfei paused momentarily, her steps faltering. After all, she was a top-tier socialite. Though furious, she was not foolish. As a socialite, she was acutely aware of the happenings in Wei City, especially concerning the premier families. Zhao Rongfei had even dined with Ma Zhanfeng at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, as he had once been a backup plan in her previous scheme. The Feathered Dynasty, I remember now. Ma Zhanfeng has a sister named Ma Yurong. I heard she has become a servant in a secluded courtyard of the Feathered Dynasty. It is highly likely that the Ma family has received news from her. Those from the Feathered Dynasty may have already arrived at the gates of Wei City. Ma Zhanfeng intends to eliminate Chinchilla first to gain favor with the Feathered Dynasty. Although Chinchilla possesses formidable talent, does he dare to resist now? Zhao Rongfei's friend, witnessing the domineering Ma Zhanfeng, felt a sudden spark of excitement. Then, Zhao Yurong stepped forward, suddenly addressing Ma Zhanfeng. Young Master Ma, that Chinchilla is nothing but a scoundrel. He just humiliated Rongfei and even struck me. Young Master Ma, you and young Master Su are close friends. You must avenge us. This scoundrel deserves to die. His father deserves to die too. Ha ha ha, Chinchilla, Did you hear that? It seems there are quite a few who wish for your demise. Moreover, you dare to insult Rong Fei. It seems you truly have a death wish. A worthless wretch like you is unworthy of even a single strike from the elite of the Feathered Dynasty. Do you recall 12 years ago when the Qing Xin sect came to Wei City to recruit disciples? Ha. In my view, they must have been blind to choose you over me. Do they regret it now? Ha ha ha. Ma Zhanfeng's gaze turned icy as he looked at Chen Qiye, his smile more brazen than ever. Chen Qiye stood silently, unfazed by Ma Zhanfeng's mockery, his brows not even twitching. What's wrong? Are you stunned with fear? Heh. Let me surprise you once more today. Do you truly believe that the others from the Qin family can escape Wei City and reach the Jiang family? You are simply deluded. Before the esteemed figures of the Feathered Dynasty arrive, not a single person from the Qin family shall leave Wei City. Bring the members of the Qin family to me. The derision on Ma Zhanfeng's face grew more pronounced as he regarded the unmoving Chen Qiye. His 12-year-old resentment erupting like a raging fire. 12 years ago, when Chen Qiye was selected by the Qing Xin sect, he was eliminated, the sect declaring that his heart was unstable and impure. Relying solely on pills, incapable of pursuing a long-term path in cultivation, that moment, he had been seething with anger. What of pills? What of an impure heart? He, Ma Zhanfeng, was the heir of Wei City's premier family. The Qin family back then was a mere footnote to the Ma family. How could a mere Chen Qiye overshadow him? Ma Zhanfeng had long harbored resentment towards Chen Qiye. Today, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. And it was two birds with one stone. He could eliminate Chen Qiye and his entire family while currying favor with the Feathered Dynasty. This arrangement brings me great comfort. In these past few days, you have been the one who has given me the most peace of mind. As Ma Zhanfeng unleashed his murderous intent to its zenith, Chen Qiye finally spoke. What did you say? However, Chen Qiye's words momentarily stunned the audacious Ma Zhanfeng. Second brother? After taking the medicine from Chen Qiye, Chen's third brother felt a sudden relief from the pain in his arm and struggled to rise, glancing towards Chen Qiye. Chapter 17. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and face death. The head of the Qin family, Aunt Wu, Zhao Ronfei, her friend, and the numerous onlookers outside the Qin family all gazed at Chen Qiye with a hint of bewilderment. This scoundrel can't truly be frightened into silence, can he? Zhao Ronfei's friend furrowed her brow slightly. Make way. Everyone, step aside. Young master, we have captured everyone who fled the city from the Qin family. They even attempted to resist. We broke the legs of several stubborn old fools. A commotion erupted from the crowd just then. Following that, a group of over 100 people pushed through the throng, forcing their way into the Qin family's main gate. Did the Ma family truly capture all those who attempted to escape from the Qin family? This is indeed a plan for extermination. What a pity for the Qin family. They had just birthed a genius after centuries, hoping to rise with him. Yet it appears they will not only fail to ascend, but will instead be destroyed because of this very genius. Among the crowd outside, many belonged to various families in Wei City. They shook their heads at the sight of the intruders, some mocking, others sighing, and some looking at Chen Qiye with eyes filled with pity. Who? Chen Qiye raised his head, seeing his family members being escorted into the courtyard by the Ma family. Noticing that no one had truly perished, he exhaled deeply, then unleashed a murderous intent that had been dormant for over a decade. It is time to bring this to an end. In response to the crowd's confusion, Chen Qiye offered no explanation, merely stating, a dragon has its reverse scales, touch them and face death, in his 2 lifetimes. Chen Qiye had seldom found anything worth guarding with his life, even when encountering 2 fated individuals and a peak extraordinary dynasty within 5 days, he remained largely unmoved. But now, Chen Qiye was genuinely enraged. In this world, he had finally found a childhood filled with warmth and a true home. Even if his father in this life was a sycophant, he was still the father Chen Qiye wholeheartedly acknowledged. Chen Qiye's sense of reassurance does not stem from the fact that Ma Zhanfeng is not a child of destiny, but rather from his intent to unleash murderous intent for the first time in this world. He desires to kill, and he feels at ease. What can bring this to an end? Ha ha ha, you worthless scum. Do you expect me to feel calm while watching you slaughter my entire family? Bring forth that so-called 5th aunt wet nurse of yours and cut her down first. Heh. No, wait. First strip her of her clothing. Boom. Before the gates of the Qin family estate, Ma Zhanfeng attempted to speak. But Chen Qiye did not allow him to finish. In an instant, Chen Qiye's formidable aura erupted, and the runes in his hand surged violently. In the next moment, Chen Qiye's palm descended upon Ma Zhanfeng with relentless force. Chen Qiye, what are you doing? How dare you strike back? Ma Zhanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Qiye would dare to make a move against him at such a moment. Enraged by his arrogance, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed his face. To him, It was a profound insult that a dying man would not kneel and beg for mercy, but instead dared to attack him in front of so many witnesses. His reaction was swift. One hand conjured a deadly spell, while the other shattered the heavenly defense pendant hanging around his neck. Although he harbored extreme disdain for Chinchilla, he was acutely aware of Chinchilla's true strength. And his own counterattack was equally terrifying. He had always believed that Chinchilla's selection into the Qingyan sect was merely a stroke of luck. He did not consider himself weaker than Chinchilla. Now, with so many onlookers, perhaps he could publicly prove his superiority. Most importantly, that pendant around his neck was a heavenly-grade defensive artifact. He was confident that with its protection, Chinchilla could never breach his defenses. After all, it was a relic brought back from the Yuhua dynasty by his sister, who had served as a maid there. Boom, the two launched their attacks simultaneously, and the clash of their powers erupted in a terrifying collision. Crack. However, as their forces collided, Ma Zhanfeng's expression shifted dramatically. The spiritual blade formed from his secret technique shattered before Chinchilla's palm as if it were mere paper. The hand he used to conjure the spell felt as if it had encountered near annihilation, nearly breaking apart. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the golden Buddha pendant around his neck erupted with a radiant light, forcibly blocking Chinchilla's lethal strike. Clang. Yet, even the golden Buddha trembled violently under the impact of Chinchilla's blow. The shockwave generated by the strike created a tremendous force that swept violently in all directions, cracking the hard granite floor beneath them. Outside, the weaker cultivators staggered, retreating in panic. Chinchilla, what level has he reached with that strike? How powerful? Has he attained the peak of heavenly profound? No, perhaps he has even entered the divine profound realm. How is this possible? He is only 19 years old. How could he be so formidable? Those who had gathered to witness Chinchilla begging for mercy were taken aback by the sudden display of strength. 19 years old and at the peak of heavenly profound, in the eyes of many in Weiqing. It was utterly inconceivable. In this border town of Weiqing, many patriarchs of noble families, after cultivating for centuries, barely reached the heavenly profound realm. Chinchilla, having left for 12 years, returned and directly broke through to the divine profound realm? Was the gap between their border town and the ancient sect of Qingxian really that vast? With his cultivation level, perhaps he could be considered a top genius even among the ancient sects with millennia of legacy. Perhaps he was already on par with the holy sons and daughters of sacred lands and empires. Ma Zhanfeng was too hasty. He should have waited for the arrival of the Yuhua dynasty's forces before acting so arrogantly. Chinchilla was clearly not the type to submit in the face of mortal danger. He resembled a dragon with a reverse scale. To touch him would surely invite death. Outside the ancestral gate of the Qin family, a middle-aged man passing through Weiqing, holding a folding fan, squinted at the scene before him. In that moment, he seemed to perceive many underlying truths. His gaze once again fell upon Chinchilla. How could this be? As Ma Zhanfeng was struck down, his expression changed dramatically. As the foremost heir of a prestigious family in Weiqing, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. He sensed that without the golden Buddha pendant, Chinchilla's palm might have genuinely killed him. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Grade Spirit Artifact, Severing Ma Zhanfeng. The Heavenly Grade Defensive Artifact, the Golden Buddha, it will not save your life. Ma Zhanfeng, the gravest mistake of your life was to lay hands on my family. Chinchilla gazed coldly at the dazzling light of the Buddha before Ma Zhanfeng, feeling no surprise. Instead, his eyes grew even colder. And the murderous intent within him surged terrifyingly. Annihilation Technique. Celestial Fall. Chinchilla stepped forward, his aura surging once more. He reached out toward the sky, and the boundless essence of heaven and earth above Weiqing converged upon his hand with terrifying speed. Before the ancestral home of the Qin family, many onlookers witnessed as the endless essence of heaven and earth suddenly coalesced above, forming a massive ancient stone of terrifying proportions, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that flickered into view. With a single hand, he invoked the laws of nature. Was this heir of the Qin family truly only 19 years old? Could Qingxian sect truly produce such a prodigious talent? Alas, the members of the Yuhua dynasty were about to arrive, and the formidable figure among them was known for his ruthlessness. No matter how extraordinary Chinchilla's talent, he could not possibly withstand the impending annihilation strike. Outside the crowd of the Qin family, the robed middle-aged gentleman sighed softly. Chinchilla, do you truly wish to make a move? You cannot possibly breach my heavenly grade Buddha's protection. As Ma Zhanfeng looked up and beheld the already consolidated celestial rock, his expression changed once again. In his terror, he shouted threats. Feeling that even the heavenly golden Buddha surrounding him was no longer a sanctuary, he attempted to intimidate Chinchilla, still trying to force him to kneel. in submission. Boom! Yet, Chinchilla did not even spare him a glance. With a wave of his hand, the massive stone surged forward, descending upon Ma Jianfeng like a falling meteor. Winds howled, clouds shifted, and the oppressive force erupted, causing Minnie and Weiqing to gaze upward. Ah, you, the dying man, cannot breach my heavenly protection. It is absolutely impossible. Boom! The celestial rock collided with the golden Buddha's defense amid Ma Jianfeng's panicked cries, and the myriad runes of the Buddha's light sensed a grave threat. The Buddha's radiance surged dramatically, and a ghostly figure of a Buddha flickered into existence at its core. In that instant of impact, the Buddha's phantom reached out a hand to block the celestial rock. The collision unleashed an explosion of golden light. Many instinctively closed their eyes against the brilliance. In front of the Qin family gate, several younger cultivators with lower cultivation levels found their steps faltering. Retreating in fear, their faces paling. It was blocked. Ha! It was blocked. Chinchilla, you are finished. You cannot kill me. Just wait for death. When the Yuhua dynasty's forces come for you, I will ensure the Ma family exterminates your Qin family, leaving no trace behind within a century. I will. Crack. As Ma Jianfeng trembled, he suddenly caught sight of something, and his expression shifted with joy. He erupted with elation, the malice on his face surging forth as he rediscovered his confidence and arrogance. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, amidst the still blinding golden light, he heard a sound that sent a chill through his heart. Instinctively, he looked up. He beheld the phantom of the Buddha. With its previously outstretched hand now marred by a terrifying crack, the fissure spread like a spider's web across the entire Buddha's visage, and the golden light shield surrounding him also bore similar cracks in that fleeting moment. Boom! In the next instant, the Buddha's phantom and the seemingly indestructible golden light around him erupted violently. The massive stone, akin to a meteor, appeared coldly before him. The sound of Ma Jianfeng abruptly ceased. In that moment, he truly confronted the terrifying pressure of the colossal stone. His eyes widened in shock, his legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, the ground beneath him cracking under the strain. His instinctive attempt to grasp the short sword at his waist and the other magical artifacts adorning his body was rendered futile. He found himself utterly immobilized as his true essence forcibly solidified at that instant. Fear. In that moment, he acutely felt the overwhelming strength of Chinchilla. For the first time, he comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and Chinchilla. Please, do not kill me. I can give you. Fear penetrated to the bone. A meteor fell from the sky. Stop. Among the Ma family members escorting the Qin family, several elders from the previous generation changed countenance as the golden Buddha shattered. In their shock, 3 or 4 powerful figures transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards Chinchilla. Bold. Halt. Chinchilla, if you dare to harm Ma Jianfeng, I will annihilate your entire clan. From the direction of the Ma family and Weiqing, an aura of unspeakable terror erupted, soaring like a comet across the sky, directly heading towards the ancestral home of the Qin family. The ancestor of the Ma family? Isn't he already dead? He actually survived? Has he been in seclusion all these years? With a single strike, Chinchilla not only shattered Ma Jianfeng's heavenly-grade golden Buddha, but also compelled the 4 formidable figures of the Ma family to reveal themselves. Even drawing out the ancestor of the Ma family, before the Qin family's ancestral home, an elder in a purple robe watched in disbelief as his expression shifted repeatedly. At that moment, he clearly began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, as forces mobilized, Chinchilla remained indifferent, casting but a fleeting glance. The colossal stone he had conjured descended upon Ma Jianfeng, whose face flushed crimson. Even before the stone made contact, he began to spew blood. Attempting to speak again, Chinchilla denied him any further opportunity. The stone crashed down with a thunderous roar. Chinchilla has gone mad? He truly dares to kill Ma Jianfeng. Does he not fear death? Does he not fear the annihilation of his entire clan? Ah, how dare he? How dare he? Zhao Rongfei's close friend, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. Her hand trembling as it clutched her swollen cheek, her eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. Chapter 19. The Strong Combatant. The Ascendant Dynasty approaches. Zhao Rongfei, upon witnessing this spectacle, momentarily lost her composure. For years, she had regarded Xinchang as a sycophant, well aware that he had a genius son. The many gifts she received from him were indeed sent by this talented offspring. However, she had never imagined that Xinchang's son would possess such formidable strength. No matter how powerful he might be, he is still mortal. The Ascendant Dynasty's forces are imminent. My decision to sever ties with the Qin family today was not misguided. In fact, it was undoubtedly the correct choice. He has not only offended the Ascendant dynasty, but also the foremost family of Wei Qing, the Ma family. The Qin family is doomed. After today, they will surely vanish into oblivion. Qin Chiya is merely a fleeting brilliance. He will soon meet his end. Zhao Rongfei took a deep breath, visibly striving to maintain her composure amid her astonishment. Stop. At the Qin family ancestral home. The terrifying meteor, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled towards Ma Zhanfeng. However, the four powerful figures from the Qin family, the first to charge forward, included one who had ignited his lifeblood and employed forbidden techniques to barely intercept the impending doom. He unleashed a frenzied surge, managing to place his hand against the monstrous stone just as it was about to obliterate Ma Zhanfeng. Boom. He attempted to block, but in that moment, Qin Chiya's conjured stone erupted with cataclysmic force. Before the eyes of all, the horrifying stone, bearing the might to annihilate worlds, engulfed both Ma Zhanfeng and the powerful figure of the Qin family in a devastating collision. Roar. Ah, the Ma family warrior screamed. While Ma Zhanfeng let out a horrific wail as they were violently hurled backward by the force of the stone, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoed, and crimson blood formed a ghastly specter in the air. Subsequently, the colossal stone crashed into their bodies, slamming them against the walls of the Qin family ancestral home. The walls crumbled, and the condensed energy of heaven and earth exploded, with the foremost Ma family warrior's body disintegrating alongside the stone, his blood erupting into a terrifying mist. Meanwhile, the lower half of Ma Zhanfeng's body met a similar fate. However, thanks to the Ma family warrior employing forbidden techniques to shield Ma Zhanfeng, his upper body remained intact, his mind still clear. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Ah, help me. Please, help me. Ma Zhanfeng trembled in terror, frozen in shock. Yet, the excruciating pain that exceeded his threshold of endurance swiftly jolted him into a horrific state of clarity. His body quaked under the weight of agony, and he was on the brink of collapse. How powerful! With one strike, he incapacitated a Ma family warrior and rendered Ma Zhanfeng a wreck. The Ma family warrior had been reduced to a blood mist? How could he be this strong? How could he act with such reckless ferocity? A young cultivator from Wei Qing, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt an urge to retch. In his astonishment, the hair on his neck stood on end. Though he had participated in competitions and training sessions within Wei Qing, priding himself on his accomplishments, this scene shattered his perception of battle. Is this what true combat looks like? The contests he participated in, the family-led excursions, were they merely facades of the brutal cultivation world? Is it true that people can die in battle? Did Qin Chiya truly dare to kill a member of the Ma family? Has Ma Xiao been utterly crippled, reduced to nothing below the waist? Zhao Rongfei's friend trembled violently at the sight. Despite her prior mental preparation, she felt a chilling dread seep through her being. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, she recalled the slap Qin Chiya had delivered moments ago. If he had unleashed his full strength, what would have become of her? Might she have ended up like the Ma family warrior, reduced to a mere blood mist? Ma Zhanfeng. Roar. Qin Chiya, you truly dare to act against me. You seek death. Did you not hear my command to stop? Boom. The ground before the Qin family shook as the Ma family ancestor, emerging from the heavens in a blinding flash, had transformed into a fleeting shadow above the Qin family. His gaze swept over the bloody tableau below, his aura swelling to a terrifying magnitude. He did not exchange further words with Qin Chiya. His eyes blazing with rage, he unleashed a palm strike aimed at Qin Chiya, a strike of annihilation, as the venerable ancestor of the Ma family. Renowned in Wei Qing for centuries, no one had dared to truly defy him for all these years. His unmatched authority had never been challenged until now. Yet, a mere 19-year-old youth, Qin Chiya, had the audacity to maim his favored descendant of the Ma family right before his eyes. Disregarding his command to halt, how could he not be filled with terror and fury? Ah, Lord of the Cloud, it appears there is a battle occurring in Waking. At that moment, 9 ancient, mysterious, and formidable bronze chariots materialized from the void above the ancient gates of Wei Qing. The chariots were pulled by 9 divine steeds, their bodies adorned with chilling purple scales. It was said that these steeds were 5th-tier spirit beasts capable of slaying even the most formidable of foes. Yet here, they were relegated to merely pulling bronze chariots. A girl, standing in midair before the procession, initially gazed curiously ahead before leaning down to report to the first bronze chariot. The emblem on her garment, the ice flower insignia, was unmistakably that of a maidservant of the Ascendant dynasty. Meanwhile, in the southeast of Wei Qing, 4 figures emerged in midair. Did Qin Chiya strike just now? Have the Ascendant dynasty's forces already arrived? Has Seven Knight encountered misfortune? No. That figure ahead appears to be the ancestor of the Ma family. What is he doing? It would suffice for the Ascendant dynasty to act against Seven Knight, but Ma Zhanyuan dares to target my disciple. After 7 centuries of cultivation, has he truly grown so bold? Among the 4 figures that appeared in the southeast of Weiqing was none other than Su Qingyun, Qin Shi's master. He had rushed to seek aid from the Tianqi dynasty and had now arrived. Gazing upon the scene before him, he was initially taken aback, but soon, the worry etched on his face erupted into a fierce, icy rage. Chapter 20, Confrontation with a Titan, a life-and-death battle. Su Qingyun's fury and murderous intent erupted, and his body suddenly moved. Do not act just yet. For Qi Yi, this may serve as an invaluable trial. The battle between life and death is the finest path to refine a cultivator. His temperament has been excessively placid, yet he must inevitably confront the specter of mortality. Tai this moment, the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect unexpectedly intervened, halting Su Qingyun. Is it not too early to allow Qi Yi to confront life and death directly? The ancestor of the Ma family has already reached the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, transcending into the Dao realm, towering over Qi Yi by an entire great realm. Su Qingyun paused. But the terrifying aura emanating from him continued to intensify. The foes he would face in the future would not appear according to his expectations of strength or at the times and places of his choosing. Qi Yi must learn to contend with unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, although Qi Yi has never experienced a life-and-death battle, I have an inkling that he would never engage in an unprepared fight. Today, since he dares to act in wrath, I believe he must at least be ready with an escape plan in the event of defeat. Before the arrival of the feathered transformation dynasty, we shall observe. Today, we witness Qi Yi's trial of life and death. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect spoke with an unexpectedly calm tone. Having endured the passage of millennia, he had long since seen through the brutal reality of an emperor's rise amidst myriad corpses. Today, he was to witness Qin Qi Yi's inaugural battle of life and death since commencing his cultivation at the Qingxian sect. He did not believe that Qin Qi Yi could genuinely triumph over the Ma family ancestor, who had practiced for over 700 years, yet he sensed that Qin Qi Yi might possess a hidden card, enabling him to escape the clutches of the Ma family ancestor. Both Su Qingyun and the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect spoke, and the mysterious figure they had invited from the Tianqi dynasty also slightly raised his head, gazing towards the ancestral home of the Qin family in Weiqing. Boom! Kneel before me, bow 3,000 times. Admit your wrongdoing, and then die to atone. Above the ancestral home of the Qin family, the Ma family ancestor Ma Zhanyuan unleashed a devastating palm strike, imbued with cataclysmic pressure, aimed squarely at the formidable Qin Qi Yi. Standing calmly in the courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Qi Yi did not even flinch in the face of this strike. But Qi, flee. At this very moment, while Qin Qi Yi remained unperturbed, his father, who had always been subservient, suddenly erupted with fervor. In a fit of madness, he unleashed his aura to its utmost limit, attempting to contest against 2 great realms, resolutely striving to secure a sliver of survival for Qin Qi Yi. Qin Qi Yi's calm eyes finally shifted. A warmth surged within him. Although Qin Chong acted like a moth drawn to a flame, embodying the worst traits of a sycophantic villain, he was still his father. This was precisely the place that Qin Qi Yi, even while adhering to the path of survival, would fiercely protect. Father, please observe the battle. Qin Qi Yi spoke softly, gesturing towards Qin Chong. As Qin Qi Yi waved his hand, Qin Chong suddenly felt an incredibly gentle force of the heavenly Tao enveloping him, swiftly dissolving the true essence and runes he had unleashed to their extremes, as if caressed by a spring breeze, allowing him to gently descend to the ground, initially alarmed, then dazed, and subsequently shocked. Although Qin Chong was not particularly powerful, having cultivated for over a century, his knowledge was still vast. He roughly understood the terrifying strength necessary to so effortlessly halt his advance. His son, merely 19 years of age, who had only been at the Qingxian sect for 12 years, had somehow attained such formidable power, even surpassing his own century-long cultivation. Boom! Qin Chong was astounded, yet the very next moment, he remembered that despite his son Qin Qi Yi's extraordinary talent, he ultimately faced the Ma family ancestor, a formidable figure with over 700 years of cultivation. Panic resurfaced within him, and he longed to speak, to act once more. However, at that instant, Qin Qi Yi raised a hand towards the heavens and, astonishingly, collided fiercely with the Ma family ancestor. How terrifying! Is this the fearsome power of the Ma family ancestor, who has cultivated for over 700 years? Just a casual strike, and I felt as if my heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Has that talented heir of the Qin family already perished? With such a furious strike, even the strongest genius should be slain at the tender age of 19, right? Cough, cough. Retreat quickly. How powerful! Merely the residual force from a single strike is enough to shatter my heart pulse. Before the grand entrance of the Qin family, the weaker observers had retreated several steps before the Ma family ancestors' strike fell, and even so, some were left coughing blood from their injuries. Many among them, in that instant, entertained a singular thought. Qin Shi could not possibly withstand such a world-shattering killing blow. They merely witnessed the aftermath of the residual force and felt the oppressive dread. Hardly daring to imagine the catastrophic impact that awaited Qin Shi at the center of the battle. No, he is not dead. He has withstood it. The crowd was in turmoil, yet amidst the chaos. A middle-aged man holding a folding fan remained utterly still. As if the overwhelming shockwave and pressure held no sway over him, he gazed forward, and the previously tranquil expression on his face finally revealed a hint of genuine change. In his abyss-like eyes, a serious and earnest demeanor emerged. The late stage of the divine profound realm? I had somewhat underestimated you. You truly deserve the title of a top-tier genius. However, even the most exceptional genius, before fully maturing, is merely an ant. The gravest error you could ever commit is to act so recklessly before you have truly grown, daring to strike against one of my Ma family. Within the courtyard of the Qin family ancestral home, the smoke and dust from the first strike had yet to dissipate when the enraged voice of the Ma family ancestor reverberated once more. Outside the gate, many cultivators had yet to grasp the situation when they suddenly felt an even more ferocious and overwhelming pressure of attack. The heir of the Qin family is indeed intriguing. He has managed to withstand the first strike from the Ma family ancestor. However, it is a pity. Had he not fallen, the small Weiqing could not contain him. He would have been a part of this grand era, a participant in the clash of prodigies. But now, he has prematurely revealed his brilliance, too stiff to bend. He should not have committed such a fatal error at this tender age. Behind the crowd outside the ancestral home of the Qin family, a white-robed elder had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. He seemed drawn by the battle unfolding here. With a mere glance, he appeared to see through the smoke and dust of the explosion, shaking his head slightly. His eyes filled with sighs. Chapter 21. Forbidden Techniques. Defying Heaven's Strong Kill. It is over. A single strike to annihilate. The gap between 19 and over 700 years is ultimately too vast. Being able to withstand the first strike is already the limit. For the second strike, with the Ma family ancestor's serious intent, he will have no further opportunities. Upon the city tower of Weiqing, a middle-aged man clad in the official robes of the city lord also shook his head. He was, in fact, the city lord of Weiqing. A being of his caliber seldom appeared in Weiqing. Although nominally the city lord, he primarily focused on cultivation. As for the city's tax revenue, public order, and various matters, those were handled by subordinates. He was acutely aware that in the brutal realm of cultivation, status and position were mere illusions. In crucial moments, only one's own strength mattered. His gaze swept briefly over the Qin family ancestral home before shifting away. As if he had already discerned the outcome, his attention turned instead towards the entrance of Weiqing, where 9 astonishing ancient bronze carriages of the feathered transformation dynasty awaited. Then, he glanced towards the southeastern direction of the city, where 4 powerful figures from the Qingxian sect and the Tiankai dynasty stood. Seated within the tower, it seemed he had already grasped the situation in many areas both within and outside Weiqing at the very first moment. Die for me. Within the Qin family ancestral home, the second palm strike from the Ma family ancestor descended, aimed directly at Qin Shi. This palm, infused with the awe-inspiring energy of heaven and earth, crashed down like a thunderbolt, striking directly at Qin Shi. Within this surge of celestial energy lay the ancient and terrifying symbols of the heavenly Tao. The space surrounding Qin Shi distorted and warped under this strike, as if in the next instant, his very being would be utterly crushed and obliterated. Qin Shi looked up at the sky, his expression still devoid of any disturbance, observing the world-shattering palm descending. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he stepped forward and met the Ma family ancestor's attack head-on with a counterstrike. Boom! The attack from the Ma family ancestor, akin to a thunderbolt, erupted upon contact with Qin Shi's counter. The surrounding void trembled, and the true essence that Qin Shi had unleashed shattered violently. The aura emanating from Qin Shi was also torn apart, and the granite floor beneath him crumbled to dust. Beyond the 9th level of the divine profound realm lies the Tao realm. The distinction between these two realms hinges on one's comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Does it not? The Tao realm signifies the beginning of contact with the laws of the heavenly Tao. Qin Shi's true essence shattered with a single palm strike, and the defenses surrounding his body crumbled. The force of the terrifying impact forced Chinchilla to stagger backward, taking a significant step away. However, he did not reveal any truly mortal injuries. In fact, his gaze remained remarkably steady. Impossible. He is not dead? How could this be? The first strike from the ancestor of the Ma family may not have been aimed at extermination, but his second strike was undoubtedly a lethal blow. How could Chinchilla still be alive? This is inconceivable. Is it possible that his internal organs have been completely crushed, and he is merely standing on sheer willpower? Zhao Rongfei stood outside the door, her body tense. Over the years, thanks to the numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures gifted by Chen Chang, coupled with her own modest talent, her cultivation was naturally not low, enabling her to see through the veil of dust. Yet, because she could see through it, an even more intense shock erupted in her eyes. Impossible. This insignificant ant could withstand my true extermination strike. The ancestor of the Ma family, having sensed Chinchilla's anomaly earlier than Zhao Rongfei, felt his originally disdainful and icy gaze momentarily flicker. No, even if you have reached the realm of Divine Profound, or even the late stage of Divine Profound, you could not possibly defy the heavens to withstand my extermination strike. Not even a genius could achieve that. Are you a special physique? Impossible. When you visited the Qingxian sect, I specifically observed you. You could not possibly possess a special physique. What have you utilized? The aura of the Ma family ancestor surged violently. Yet at this moment, Chinchilla had indeed instilled genuine astonishment in this venerable ancestor who had cultivated for over 700 years. Is this the power of entering the Dao realm? If so, then let this battle conclude here. You truly should not waste any more time here. The fight can come to an end. Chinchilla raised his head once more. At that moment, his hands began to condense a true seal. Chinchilla was acutely aware that a figure of the Ma family ancestor's caliber, even with a second strike, might not genuinely intend to kill, and he surely possessed many terrifying hidden cards and formidable forbidden techniques. After all, 700 years of accumulation and depth could not be compared to his mere 19 years. Under normal circumstances, in other locations, Chinchilla might have sought to gradually understand and analyze such Dao-level titans. But now, he lacked the inclination. This is the Qin family. His family was present. The current chaos and turmoil were already sufficient. Forbidden technique. Void slash. Chinchilla ceased all probing and delay. He moved. The wind stirred. And he suddenly soared into the sky. Between his hands, an ancient and mysterious seal began to form in an instant. Within his dantian, a half-broken, rusted sword suddenly materialized. The ancient and mysterious talisman condensed by Chinchilla swiftly merged with the broken sword. Buzz. The pitch-black broken sword emitted a soft roar, and eerie cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Slash. Chinchilla did not hesitate. As the seal completed its formation, a single word erupted from his mouth. In the next moment, the broken sword transformed into a stunningly bizarre black light, racing towards the ancestor of the Ma family, executing a terrifying slash. The strike was executed without any embellishments. In fact, the movement of the broken sword did not invoke any powerful, terrifying phenomena. Yet, this seemingly unadorned slash caused the Ma family ancestor, who was still in a state of rage and confusion, to suddenly sense an overwhelming danger. How could I feel such a crisis? Is this the strongest trump card of this insignificant ant? This ant dares to counterattack me at such a moment. Is he truly seeking death? Does he genuinely believe I cannot slay him? Forbidden technique. Heaven and earth blood cauldron. Refine and annihilate him. You insignificant ant. You truly do not understand the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. I shall ensure you die in the most excruciating manner. The fury in the eyes of the Ma family ancestor erupted intensely at that moment. In his view, a mere 19-year-old ant, having survived 2 strikes and now daring to counterattack, was nothing short of a repeated provocation to his supreme authority. In this instant, he, too, was filled with terrifying rage. Directly employing the forbidden technique of extermination, he aimed to obliterate Chinchilla in one fell swoop. Chapter 22. A Skyward Strike. Terrifying tremors. One sword, one cauldron. Outside the ancestral home of the Qin family, many elder generation experts were taken aback by the scene before them. Has the ancestor of the Ma family truly become enraged? Has he actually resorted to the forbidden technique of the heaven and earth blood cauldron? Is it really necessary to deploy such a terrifying trump card against a mere 19-year-old youth? At the back of the crowd, an elderly man clad in white observed the unfolding scene, his gaze shifting sharply. An elder of Weiqing from a bygone era. He had only witnessed the Ma family ancestor employ this terrifying forbidden technique over 300 years ago during a confrontation with a royal expert from the Jiang kingdom. It is over. The elderly man in white shook his head once more. That black broken sword. I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. In the crowd, a middle-aged gentleman holding a folding fan paused his gaze on the pitch-black longsword conjured by Chen Qie. He, too, sensed that the battle had reached its conclusion. Having traversed half the Jiang kingdom and ventured beyond to many places in the eastern wasteland, he had encountered numerous prodigies, and he did not believe that a 19-year-old genius could truly triumph over a titan who had cultivated for over 700 years. Is that sword the broken sword from the Qinxian sect's back mountain graveyard? I once came across a mention of it in an ancient text. It appears to be the broken sword that the second-generation ancestor of the Qinxian sect inadvertently retrieved from deep within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone during his later years. However, after the second-generation ancestor returned to the Qinxian sect, he experienced a terrifying and ominous transformation, leading to his demise. This broken sword was deemed uncontrollable after centuries of research and was gradually sealed away in the back mountain of the Qinxian sect. Has he truly taken out this sword? As the middle-aged scholar holding the folding fan recognized the sword's origin in that fleeting moment of collision between sword and cauldron, he sighed, filled with confusion. Boom! Yet, above the ancestral home of the Qin family, the confrontation between Chen Qie and the Ma family ancestor offered no time for further contemplation. The sword and cauldron collided in an instant. The crimson glow of the blood cauldron surged, dyeing the skies blood red for 300 miles. The entire Weiqing was enveloped in a crimson hue, and many ordinary citizens, even from a distance, looked up at the sky. Feeling an overwhelming pressure that struck at their very core, in front of the Weiqing city gate, many spectators' expressions changed dramatically. Numerous cultivators nearby erupted with their full cultivation, bracing against the terrifying pressure of the blood cauldron. To the southwest of Weiqing, Chen Qie's master, Su Qingyun, moved once more, yet was blocked again by the 13th generation ancestor of the Qinxian sect. Life and death are trials one must face. I believe he must have a means to survive. The 13th generation ancestor of the Qinxian sect fixed his gaze on Chen Qie. Die, die, die. He cannot possibly survive. This is the Ma family ancestor's renowned ultimate technique. Look, the red light engulfs the black sword and the figure of that ant. That waste is about to perish. He is going to die. He may already be dead. Zhao Rongfei's friend, who had been clutching her swollen face, relaxed her grip. Watching the unfolding scene, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Believing at that moment that the outcome was certain, she was convinced that Chen Qie was dead. Zhao Rongfei took a step forward as well. Master uncle, perhaps you need not intervene. He, Chen Qie, is but a mere waste. Unworthy of your true presence in Weiqing. He has no right to receive even a single strike from you. Indeed, all should come to a close here. Outside the city gate of Weiqing, near the 9 bronze chariots in midair, a young man exuding an innate air of nobility looked upon the scene before him and rendered his judgment. His gaze, from the very beginning, was filled with disdain. The Jiang kingdom is merely a realm of mortals, while the Yuhua Empire, a domain of cultivators, represents entirely different levels of existence. This young man from the Yuhua Empire had never regarded the Qinxian sect, Qinxia, or the Jiang kingdom as worthy adversaries. He found it incomprehensible that the goddess of the empire would agree to marry Chen Qie, as they were of a superior standing. Later, when Chen Qie audaciously rejected the proposal of their Yuhua Empire's goddess, it surpassed his understanding. He could not even begin to describe the shock he felt at that moment. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom what kind of mentality a mere genius from a millennia-old sect possessed to refuse the marriage of their goddess. In his eyes, eliminating Chen Qie required no intervention from his master uncle or any powerful beings from their Yuhua Empire. He alone, with a single hand, could easily obliterate him. Now, it seemed he would not even need to lift a finger. The battle has concluded. The blood cauldron is astonishing, consuming and annihilating all. The black sword was devoured, and the figure of Chen Qie was engulfed. The entire ancestral residence of the Qin family was shrouded in an endless crimson glow. As if at that moment, the world was left with only the imposing and terrifying silhouette of the Ma family patriarch. Merely an ant, to perish beneath my heavenly blood cauldron is indeed the utmost glory of your life. Crack. The Ma family patriarch sensed that Chen Qie's form had been consumed by the heavenly blood cauldron, and in that instant, the pressure emanating from him erupted to an extreme. However, just at that fleeting moment, as he spoke each word, before his voice had even faded, his body trembled violently. Suddenly, a searing crimson bloodline shot up into the sky from above the Qin family ancestral residence. Above this bloodline, an enormous head appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon that head, a visage radiated with boundless, terrifying authority. Below the bloodline, the body of the Ma family patriarch had horrifyingly lost its head. At that instant, his hand instinctively reached for his head. Yet his fingers grasped only emptiness. Rongfei, quick! Look! Chen Xie is dead. That scoundrel is dead. Even the Ma family patriarch just declared he has been annihilated. What is that? What is that? Zhao Rongfei's friend was in a frenzy. One hand clutched tightly at Zhao Rongfei, her excitement palpable, yet her fervent words abruptly halted mid-sentence. Her body shook violently as she gazed at the spectacle above, first in a daze, then she frantically rubbed her eyes, nearly popping her eyeballs out. Am I hallucinating? Rongfei, quick, tell me, am I seeing things? What is that above the Chen family? Am I truly hallucinating? Zhao Rongfei's friend clutched Zhao Rongfei's hand so tightly that her nails nearly pierced the delicate skin. Chapter 23. The blood of the sword yet to dry. Ascension of a giant. Zhao Rongfei's friend was in shock, and Zhao Rongfei herself was equally astonished. She raised her gaze to the heavens, her white gown trembling, her crystalline wrist marked with blood from her friend's grip, yet she remained oblivious. Impossible. This cannot be. What is Chen Xie? Was he not merely an ordinary genius who emerged from the Chen family of Weiqing 12 years ago? Is that truly the Ma family patriarch whose head has been severed in the sky? The turmoil within Zhao Rongfei's heart trembled in terror. She could hardly believe the scene before her. She stood frozen, feeling as though she was truly experiencing a mirage. In her perception, the man she held in her heart should have been the strongest prodigy of the eastern wilderness. A mere Chen Xie should be insignificant in comparison to the man she envisioned. This was the very reason she had dared to confront him today, even feeling unperturbed in his presence. Yet now, as she beheld Chen Xie in the sky, her previously unshakable belief in the invincibility of the man she idolized wavered violently. If it were the man she revered, facing the Ma family patriarch alone, could he have defied the heavens and slain the patriarch? Was the man in her heart truly invincible? Could he genuinely become the strongest of the younger generation in the future Jiang kingdom and even the eastern wilderness? Her complexion turned pale, her mind still echoing with confusion. What just transpired? A counterslay? This is impossible. How did he achieve this? I have witnessed the heavenly blood cauldron. Chen Xie had just been enveloped by it. He should have perished at that moment. How could he possibly retaliate so furiously? That was the Ma family patriarch, who had cultivated for over 700 years. Even I might not be his match. Can this Chen Xie truly defy the heavens and retaliate so fiercely? In the crowd behind, while many were still in shock, the elder in white had already clearly discerned the scene in midair. His expression changed dramatically, the shock in his eyes reaching an unparalleled level of terror. Even he could not comprehend how Chen Xie had achieved such a miraculous counterslay. The heavenly Tao reincarnation eye? Could he truly possess the heavenly Tao reincarnation eye? No, it is more than that. The dark broken sword that had been abandoned in the back mountain graveyard by the Qingxian sect also harbored some peculiarities. The middle-aged scholar, holding a folding fan, gazed at the unfolding spectacle with an abyss-like astonishment, equally overwhelmed. In that fleeting moment, he perceived even more, yet with each revelation, his shock only deepened. Even for someone of his caliber, he hesitated to trust his own judgment. The heavenly Tao reincarnation eye is one of the top-tier physiques in the entire eastern wilderness. A perfected heavenly Tao reincarnation eye could contend with emperors. Years ago, the Hengyu Holy Land ascended from an ordinary sect to a top-tier holy land within a millennium due to the emergence of a heavenly Tao reincarnation eye. 7 Knights? He has slain the patriarch? No, 7 Knights has truly beheaded the Ma family patriarch. What did 7 Knights just do? Su Qingyun's heart had raced. When the heavenly blood cauldron had enveloped Chen Xie, he had braced himself to defy the patriarch's wishes and intervene to save Chen Xie. As Chen Xie's master, he believed he understood his disciple well, yet in this moment, he was struck dumb. Even the 13th patriarch of the Qingxian sect hesitated in his movements. In the eyes of the 13th patriarch, although Chen Xie had demonstrated astonishing talent over the years, especially after awakening the heavenly Tao reincarnation eye, he had already resolved to name Chen Xie as the next inheritor of their sect. However, the 13th patriarch harbored concerns about Chen Xie's overly cautious nature, fearing that his lack of combat experience might hinder him in life and death struggles. This could affect Chen Xie's path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet now, the 13th patriarch's hand trembled momentarily. Boom! As astonishment rippled through the crowd, many remained bewildered. Even the reclusive lord of Weiqing, upon casting his gaze anew, beheld the 9 ancient bronze chariots that had suddenly appeared outside the city gates. The 9 chariots stirred, as if transcending limitless voids, materializing above the Qin family ancestral residence. The chariots, with their ancient, mottled traces and the faintly discernible grand patterns upon them, seemed to instantly subdue all of Weiqing. Chen Xie, you may yet have a chance to survive. Amidst the 9 ancient bronze chariots hovering in the air, a voice laden with unfathomable pressure suddenly resonated from the foremost chariot as he spoke. The very air above Wei Qing trembled ominously. Thud, and at that moment, as he spoke, the body of the Ma family patriarch, still emanating terrifying pressure, crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open in horror. Crimson blood splattered across the Qin family's grounds. A withered blade of grass beside his body was likewise stained crimson. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway, with glistening droplets of blood falling. Dead, the Ma family patriarch has truly perished? How is this possible? I am not hallucinating, am I? Qin Xie is alive, and the Ma family patriarch is dead. Did Qin Xie truly slay the patriarch? How did those 9 bronze chariots appear? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to kneel before them? This cannot be. Has the Ma family patriarch really met his end? Had he not been on the verge of slaying Qin Xie moments ago? How could Qin Xie have so defied the heavens and turned the tables on the Ma family patriarch? Before the Qin family's gates, it was only when the 9 bronze chariots exuded their overwhelming pressure, ancient rhythms resonating across 3,000 miles, that the onlookers finally regained their senses. Upon doing so, the bewilderment and shock reflected in their eyes reached a crescendo of explosive intensity. The Ma family members, especially the arrogant Ma Zhanfeng, who had just been grievously injured, could hardly believe their own eyes. In that instant, they felt as though they had plummeted into an abyss. Are you? From the Ascendant Empire, in mid-air, a sword fell, blood splattering 3 feet. Qin Xie's face paled considerably. The Ma family patriarch, a formidable being who had cultivated for over 700 years, was not as easily slain as it appeared. The furious sword strike of Qin Xie had nearly depleted the majority of his true essence. Nevertheless, Qin Xie did not take notice of the astonishment around him. He merely gasped lightly and immediately focused his gaze upon the 9 bronze chariots ahead. Chapter 24. Terrifying Lockdown. Ascendance of a Giant Elder Lien. 7 knights is young and inexperienced. I, Su, as his master, extend my sincere apologies on his behalf. In the southeast of Wei Qing, as the 9 ancient, mysterious bronze chariots appeared before Qin Xie in an instant. Su Qingyun stood in shock, his body bristling with unease. He harbored a deep-seated fear that this unparalleled giant of the Yuhua dynasty might disregard martial ethics and casually eliminate Qin Xie. Even before Qin Xie had unveiled his heavenly paths, he had already regarded Qin as his chosen successor. After Qin exposed his extraordinary abilities, he held Qin in even higher esteem than his own son. Now, with Qin Xie's sword striking down the ancestor of the Ma family, Su Qingyun's long-dormant aspirations and cultivation surged with fervor. My disciple possesses the bearing of a great emperor. My direct disciple, Su Qingyun, embodies the essence of an emperor. Su Qingyun's heart raced, on the verge of exclaiming this sentiment aloud. He had previously worried that Qin Xie, having spent years sequestered on the mountain, might falter in the face of true life-and-death combat, succumbing to fear, panic, or even a collapse of resolve. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Those nurtured in sheltered environments often lacked the combat prowess of those forged in the crucible of death. Many delicate blooms raised in greenhouses would shatter at the mere touch of a fierce warrior. However, it now appeared that his concerns were utterly unfounded. Qin Xie's decisive strike against the Ma family's ancestor was clean and efficient, nearly exceeding limits, sufficiently demonstrating his combat spirit. It was this realization that propelled him to rush forward without hesitation. At that moment, he discreetly activated his strongest trump card, prepared to risk everything should this supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty dare to act without honor. Daoist Lianxing, it has been many years since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed advanced significantly. If I am not mistaken, you just tore through the void, allowing the 9 bronze chariots to shift instantaneously. Am I correct? It seems you are drawing ever closer to that threshold. Behind Su Qingyun, the 13 ancestors of the Qingxian sect, along with the 2 figures from the Tianqi dynasty they had summoned, had also arrived. Among the 2 from the Tianqi dynasty, a tall, portly man stepped forward with a smile, offering a respectful gesture towards the bronze chariot ahead. Yet, he appeared unconcerned by the oppressive aura emanating from it. He continued, I am aware of the matter between Qin Xie and the divine maiden of your Yuhua dynasty. It is merely a youthful folly. Young people are often swept away by matters of love. However, at our level, we should understand that apart from one's strength, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. So, the portly man paused deliberately, casting his gaze toward the foremost bronze chariot, seemingly awaiting a response from its occupant. Yet, the occupant remained silent, as if ignoring him entirely. Within the chariot, an aura akin to the heavenly Tao seemed to have already locked onto Qin Xie. Qinye, Su Qingyan sensed the anomaly, swiftly turning to pull Qinye aside while signaling him with a glance. The opportunity you mentioned to survive, does it involve re-engaging the Divine Maiden? Qinye felt the terrifying intent embedded in that gaze. However, the typically low-key and composed Qinye did not immediately offer an apology, for he discerned the meaning behind the formidable presence in the bronze chariot. As he spoke, the pitch-black broken sword returned to Qinye's grasp, a drop of crimson blood cascading from its tip onto the ground. Re-engagement? Do you believe you still possess the qualifications to wed the Divine Maiden once more? You may possess some strength, yet your talent pales in comparison to that of true top-tier prodigies. Are you familiar with the sacred land of Hengyu? The scion of Hengyu sought the hand of our Divine Maiden, only to be rejected. The scion of Hengyu had slain a formidable foe on par with the Ma family ancestor 3 years ago. What do you consider yourself? You still aspire to re-engage the Divine Maiden. Beside the bronze chariot, the youth from the Yuhua dynasty who had spoken at the city gate had finally snapped back to reality. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he found Qinye even less tolerable. That was their Divine Maiden. He had only dared to harbor a secret infatuation, never expressing his feelings. How could a mere waste from the Qinxian sect presume to marry their royal Divine Maiden? Though he had been shocked, he did not truly believe that Qinye was that formidable. Weiqing was merely a city in a realm of mortals, even if the Ma family ancestor was strong. His power had its limits. He mused that even if he were to intervene, he could easily eliminate Qinye with a single strike. Rongfei. Look, are those people from the Yuhua dynasty? The Yuhua dynasty has arrived. The waste is still destined to die. Moments ago, he could not have possibly slain the Ma family ancestor solely through his own strength. He must have employed some forbidden device or received covert assistance from a powerful figure of the Qinxian sect. Zhao Rongfei's friend was still reeling from the shock. She fixated on Qinye, having sensed a profound terror emanating from him. But as she looked up, witnessing the Yuhua youth speaking from above the Chun family ancestral home, she felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration amidst her fear. Yet when she tugged at Zhao Rongfei, her friend remained unmoved. Zhao Rongfei gazed skyward, her astonishment still surging, but her eyes seemed to be contemplating much more. Had he truly utilized some forbidden device, or had a powerful figure from the Qinxian sect intervened? Neither seemed likely. Perhaps he had indeed relied on his own strength to slay the Ma family ancestor. Such a genuine prodigy. What a pity, it truly was a pity. The Qinxian sect perhaps did not fully comprehend the prowess of Lian Sheng from the Yuhua dynasty. They should not have summoned individuals from the Tianqi dynasty. At the western gate of Weiqing, within the city tower, the ever-elusive city lord's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Qinye, do you not feel that you should kneel immediately? How dare you still stand? As the Yuhua youth spoke, he stepped forward, forcefully advancing toward Qinye. Chapter 25. A shocking inquiry. The moment of life and death re-engagement. I can offer you this opportunity to survive. Just as the Yuhua youth stepped forward and spoke with authority, his words were interrupted by a voice that was flat and devoid of vitality, reminiscent of a lifeless piece of wood. Yet, upon the utterance of this unremarkable voice, the previously assertive Yuhua youth froze. His expression changing drastically. He turned abruptly to face the ancient bronze chariot, an expression of shock, bewilderment, and intense confusion crossing his face. However, he dared not utter a single question. It seemed that the person within the bronze chariot had spoken casually. And yet, he, a genius of the Yuhua dynasty's inspection division, felt utterly incapable of offering the slightest rebuttal. What had that great figure of the Yuhua dynasty just said? He had actually suggested that Qinye could choose to re-engage. How could this be possible? How could an ancient dynasty of such magnitude as the Yuhua dynasty allow Qinye a second chance? Did they not care for their own dignity? No, despite Qinye's brilliance. Given his current status, he should still be unworthy of the royal Divine Maiden, should he not? Why then, was the Yuhua dynasty offering Qinye yet another opportunity in the city lord's mansion of Weiqing? Behind the lord, a girl of about 16 or 17, fair and lovely, had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. She gazed intently at the Qin family ancestral home, her eyes shimmering with a special aura, as if she could perceive the scene ahead despite the distance. It truly should not be. Lian Sheng, known in his youth as Lian 33, had entered the Dao through demonic means. In his grasp had once annihilated an entire nation. He practiced the path of ruthlessness. And the Yuhua dynasty must have sent this individual to eliminate Qinye. They surely had no intention of allowing him to survive. The strike of a giant would undoubtedly be beyond the capabilities of a mere 19-year-old to withstand. How could he now extend an opportunity to the youth of the Qinxian sect? As the city lord of Weiqing observed the unfolding scene, A ripple of uncertainty surfaced within his steady gaze. He too could not comprehend what the supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty sought to ascertain. Chia, Su Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but his reaction was swift. He had no time to be astonished and immediately turned to Chen Chia. Upon marrying the divine maiden, you may also take the girl from the CF family of Wutan City as a concubine. Our Yuhua dynasty would permit such an arrangement, just as many were still processing this revelation. The great figure of the Yuhua dynasty astonishingly spoke once more. What? Ancestor, You said what? You mean Chen Chia can marry the divine maiden and still take a concubine? Boom! The shock in the eyes of the young man from the Yuhua dynasty's inspection division intensified dramatically. He rubbed his ears, feeling as if he were on the brink of hallucination. Although he was a member of the inspection division of the Feathered Ascendancy, his true identity belonged to the lineage of the Empress of the Feathered Ascendancy. His purpose for being here was to witness Chen Chia's demise with his own eyes. The Empress had always favored the pinnacle prodigy from the sacred land of Hengyu, the embodiment of the Tao. That individual was also a member of the Empress's clan. On his way here, he had already contemplated various methods for Chen Chia's execution, even thinking that there would be no need for the legendary demon-like terror of Lian Sheng or the 33 Titans to intervene. He could directly annihilate Chen Chia himself. But now, were those two sentences truly uttered from Lian Sheng's lips? As a person of the Feathered Ascendancy, he understood Lian Sheng and the 33 Titans far better than outsiders. Years ago, when he forged the 10,000 Souls banner, directly exterminating a mortal kingdom, it had caused a horrific uproar within the Feathered Ascendancy. The seemingly ordinary fat man from the Tianqi dynasty paused slightly upon hearing the words at his level. He gazed at the bronze chariot with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Turning to look at Chen Chia. Chia. No. Senior Liansheng, are you truly serious? Is it really possible to take a concubine? Su Qingyan first seized Chen Chia, then turned his gaze towards the ancient and mysterious bronze chariot of the Feathered Ascendancy. He too was astonished, even unable to believe what he had just heard. To marry a divine maiden of the dynasty and still be able to take a concubine made him feel as if he were in a dream. While he believed his disciple to be exceptionally talented, he did not think that his disciple was so outstanding as to compel a dynasty to make such concessions. The conditions offered by the Feathered Ascendancy made him question whether the person in the chariot was real. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I, Chen Chia, have already pledged my heart to Xiao Yinwei. I have sworn to protect her for eternity. My word is my bond, and I shall never waver. Therefore, I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall only take Xiao Yinwei as my wife. I hope you can understand, Senior. Chen Chia's heart also surged with astonishment, after slaying the ancestor of the Ma clan with a single strike. He had completely regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, Chen Chia had already grasped 2 Dao cards of 50-50 probability and 2 absolute defense cards. Yet, he had not anticipated that a being of such terrifying stature from the Feathered Ascendancy would utter such shocking words. Did the people of the Feathered Ascendancy have issues? Chen Chia was certainly not so self-absorbed as to believe that merely relying on his looks and current power could make a pinnacle prodigy of a dynasty fall head over heels for him. Declaring that she would marry no one but him, and even take concubines. Surely, even the young emperor of the sacred land would not dare to think so. Naturally, Chen Chia would not entertain such notions. There was something significant at play here. While Chen Chia was bewildered, he did not alter his choice. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Yinwei must not be abandoned. She was the true child of destiny in the entire eastern wilderness. Most importantly, his Dao value depended entirely on this fiancée. What did you just say? You actually dared to refuse. Are you truly rejecting? The young man from the inspection division of the Feathered Ascendancy had yet to recover from the shock brought on by the 2 sentences from the bronze chariot when he abruptly heard Chen Chia's words. He turned his head sharply, feeling as if his brain were about to explode, as if a terrifying roar resounded within his mind. Chapter 26. The Cataclysmic Strike of the Titan. Su Qingyun, Chen Chia's master, was equally taken aback. The Titans of the Feathered Ascendancy were not playing by the rules, and his disciple's stubbornness surpassed his expectations. The Feathered Ascendancy had once again agreed to marry the divine maiden. Yet his disciple was audaciously refusing. Su Qingyun felt as if both parties were utterly insane, afflicted with some grave ailment. Even the Titan from the Tianqi dynasty, invited by the Qingxian sect, displayed a flicker of surprise in his otherwise unfathomable gaze. At his level, he was privy to far more information. He had witnessed Chen Chia's prowess and recognized him as a top-tier genius. However, among the ancient sacred lands, dynasties, and ancient sects of the eastern wilderness, Individuals of Chinchia's caliber were not particularly rare. Weiqing was merely a small border town of a mortal kingdom. Just among the sons and princes of the Tianqi dynasty, there were several who were undoubtedly on par with Chinchilla. The foundation of their ancient dynasty was incomparable to that of a mere millennia-old sect. Furthermore, both the Feathered Ascendancy and the Tianqi dynasty were of the same caliber, both ancient dynasties with similar perspectives and experiences. For the divine maiden of the Feathered Ascendancy to agree to an engagement with someone from a millennia-old sect was already a form of demeaning in fact, under normal circumstances. It would be inconceivable for the divine maiden of the Feathered Ascendancy to consent to an engagement with an heir of a millennia-old sect. Yet now, the Feathered Ascendancy not only approved the initial engagement but even took the initiative to propose a second engagement, with the proposer being Lian Xing, who had once directly refined an entire kingdom. What did that Qin family scoundrel just say? He is actually refusing. The close friend of Lady Zhao Rong, despite her extreme fastidiousness, was also taken aback by Chinchia's response that so, are you truly seeking to withstand my strike? The Titan of the Feathered Ascendancy, still concealed within the ancient and mysterious bronze chariot, did not reveal himself. His voice was like dry wood, and those outside could not discern his reaction. However, many cultivators and powerful beings before the Qin family, Ma family, and in Weiqing felt a wave of terrifying killing intent upon hearing those words. This killing intent penetrated to the bone. It required no grandiose display of power or true essence fluctuations. Everyone simply felt an overwhelming pressure. Chia did not wish to be adversarial towards the Feathered Ascendancy, nor did he intend to offend the senior. However, Chia had already pledged his heart elsewhere. A gentleman's word is his bond. And he would rather die than waver. I believe the Feathered Ascendancy would not permit a scoundrel to marry their divine maiden. Aside from the engagement, if there are any other commands from your esteemed dynasty, Chia will do his utmost. Chinchilla responded once more, this time adopting a notably humble demeanor. Refusing was not an act of self-destruction. He was truly facing an ancient dynasty, with a titan before him. This was not a matter of merely having a few hidden cards to counterbalance. Chinchilla understood, while the saying that one must first endure hardship before achieving glory. This saying was applicable on earth, and even more so in the brutal realm of cultivation. Moreover, aside from the engagement, he bore no enmity towards the grand and mysterious Feathered Ascendancy. In fact, the engagement had been arranged by his master out of sheer boredom. Yes, my disciple, Su Qingyun, as the master of the Qingxian sect, was undoubtedly a titan in his own right. He was quick to react, despite his shock, regardless of why his disciple was so obstinate. He felt compelled to say something in support. He had come here to protect his disciple. He opened his mouth to explain, but his throat felt parched, and he struggled to find a suitable reason. Yet, as he spoke, the ancient titan from the Feathered Ascendancy within the bronze chariot fell silent. Suddenly, a strange rumble of the great Tao erupted from within the bronze chariot. Su Qingyun's expression changed instantly. His words were abruptly cut off, and he anxiously directed his gaze towards the titan of the Tianqi dynasty. Su Qingyun was acutely aware that titans emerging from the Feathered Ascendancy did not require excessive words. Being granted an opportunity was already a tremendous honor for any young prodigy. To refuse was tantamount to choosing to receive a blow from him. And no explanation was needed. Brother Lian Xing, you and I have traversed the primordial Forbidden Zone together 2,000 years ago, and over 1,300 years ago, we survived the upheaval within the Forbidden Zone side by side. This young man has some ties with my Tianqi dynasty. Could we not exercise leniency and spare him a life? The titan of the Tianqi dynasty stepped forward at this moment. For a titan of his caliber to plead for the life of a 19-year-old youth was akin to a person asking another not to step on an ant. In such circumstances, most would grant a measure of consideration. The reason Su Qingyun and the 13 ancestors of the Qingxian sect went to such lengths to invite this titan from the Tianqi dynasty was precisely for this purpose. They could engage in dialogue at their level, which afforded them a voice. The 13 ancestors of the Qingxian sect could also reach the level of titans, but they lacked the colossal backing of an ancient dynasty. Su Qingyun himself had become a pillar of support for the Qingxian sect. Hence he remained silent throughout this process. He could not intervene either. To do so at this moment would be seen as a provocation towards the entire Feathered Ascendancy. Upon hearing the words of the titan from the Tianqi dynasty, he discreetly let out a sigh of relief. A titan of this level, while unable to speak, was nonetheless deeply aware of the intricacies of such interpersonal relations. However, the 13 ancestors of the Qingxian sect breathed a sigh of relief, only to have their expressions abruptly change once more. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the towering figure of the Yuhua dynasty, he unexpectedly struck with ferocity. From within the bronze carriage, an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura surged forth, carrying a pressure so palpable that even he could feel it as it bore down upon Chen Xie with the intent to sever. The pleas from the Tianqi dynasty's giant were in vain. Lian Sheng, the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect, suddenly recalled the identity of the person within that bronze carriage ahead. This was an individual so ruthless that they could annihilate an entire nation for the sake of forging a single artifact. Just moments ago, his second agreement to the betrothal had created an illusion, suggesting that the malevolent aura and murderous intent that had once lingered around Lian Sheng for millennia had perhaps dissipated. Yet now, it was evident that this murderous intent had not vanished but had merely concealed itself for reasons unknown. Chapter 27. 1,000 miles of murderous intent. A city bathed in blood. The world-shaking aura shattered the void. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect was besieged by a torrent of thoughts, and his body moved involuntarily, but he forcibly stilled himself. He could not act. To do so would signify a declaration of war between the Qingxian sect and the Yuhua dynasty. Remaining still offered a glimmer of hope, while taking action would surely spell death for Chen Xie. The entire Qingxian sect would be eradicated by the Yuhua dynasty's more fearsome ancient entities. The expression on the Tianqi dynasty's giant also shifted slightly, yet he too refrained from moving. Though there were matters he did not fully comprehend, his willingness to speak was already a monumental favor to the Qingxian sect. While the Tianqi dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty were of equal standing, he could intervene but could not engage. A being of his caliber could not risk combat with someone as formidable and bloodthirsty as Lian Sheng for the sake of a mere genius from the Qingxian sect. Moreover, both factions had their own ancient dynasties backing them. The stakes were far too high. Perhaps it was fate for Chen Xie to deis an ancient titan. He had long realized that the so-called affections of youth bore no true benefit to genuine cultivation. Chen Xie's choice today, in a sense, was akin to courting death. Was that truly Chen Xie? Third uncle, are you certain that figure is indeed him? Has he lost his mind? Could he truly have refused the divine maiden of a dynasty twice? All for that worthless Xiaoyanyu? This is unfathomable. On the long street of Weiqing, before the Chen family estate, a group was swiftly approaching from the eastern direction. At the forefront of this group was a figure clad in garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Shao family from Wutan City. Wutan City and Weiqing did not belong to the same nation and were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Logically, these two border towns should have had little to no intersection. However, over 300 years ago, a girl from a branch of the Shao family in Weiqing inadvertently married into the city. The reason Chen Xie was betrothed to Shao Yanyu, with the consent of their elders, was due to the connections made by this branch of the Shao family. At that time, Chen Xie had yet to enter the Qingxian sect. Their union was that of childhood betrothal. Subsequently, Shao Yanyu fell from her position of brilliance, while Chen Xie began to shine within the Qingxian sect, gradually being recognized as the future heir. Over the course of 10 years, whether from the Weiqing Chen family or the Wutan City Shao family, even those who facilitated the connection, the very Shao family branch now en route, felt that this marriage was destined to be annulled. An heir of a millennia-old sect could never stoop to marrying a worthless individual from a border town. The three families were merely awaiting the day of the annulment. In the days preceding the news of Chen Xie's engagement to the Yuhua dynasty, all three families unanimously agreed that the time for annulment had finally come. This was also why many young members of the Shao family had felt emboldened to mock Shao Yanyu without restraint. Had action been taken? Has that man, Chen Xie, truly lost his mind? It is over. That strike has already reached him. The young woman at the forefront of the Shao family branch, as she hurried along, looked up and was horrified to see a cataclysmic attack descending upon Chen Xie. The myriad complexities of shock and disbelief erupted within her, reaching a crescendo. As a true member of the Shao family, she understood the recent circumstances surrounding them all too well. She could scarcely fathom the terrifying repercussions that would ensue should news of Chen Xie's death reach the Shao family. In the skies above, the aura had reached Chen Xie. The void twisted. In the instant that the aura reached him, it transformed into a blood-red spear. The spear seemed poised to rend the very heavens, and its presence instilled a sense of suffocating dread throughout Weiqing. The spear was upon him. Chen Xie stood frozen in place, motionless. Against the overwhelming pressure of the spear, he appeared utterly bereft of the ability to act. As if he awaited his demise, crack, and the next moment, the spear, wrought from that aura, pierced directly into Chen Xie's brow. Death. Chen Xie, Su Qingyun's countenance paled, his body trembling. In that instant, his mind was consumed by thoughts of death. For even he could scarcely entertain the notion of surviving such a fatal strike aimed at his brow. Crack. Su Qingyan instinctively stepped forward, but before his foot could truly land, his body convulsed violently once more. His eyes widened, and an overwhelming incredulity surged forth. Cracks. For in the moment the blood-red spear pierced Chen Qiye's brow, a terrifying fissure erupted. The annihilative strike from the Yuhua dynasty's giant had not obliterated his disciple in the first instant. What kind of extraordinary forbidden artifact does he possess? The giant of the Tianqi dynasty's gaze flickered as he observed the unfolding scene, a strange glint of arcane power shimmering in his eyes. Even if he employed an ancient forbidden artifact to counter this formidable aura, it would bear little fruit. Did the Qingxian sect not comprehend that true titans wield at least 3 forms in a single strike? Lian Sheng's casual blow was a triple annihilation. There was no way Chen Xie could survive. Such a one-time artifact capable of withstanding the wrath of an ancient titan was worth as much as the pinnacle treasures of such beings. And even if the Qingxian sect were to exhaust their resources, they could scarcely produce more than a handful. Moreover, even if another existed, given Chen Xie's prowess, he could not possibly activate 2 consecutively. In that fleeting moment, the giant of the Tianqi dynasty perceived much. He had already condemned Chen Xie to death. Boom. In midair, before Chen Xie, before many could even grasp the shattering of the blood-red spear. A second wave of aura had materialized. With the advent of the second aura, the entirety of Weicheng was cast into darkness. The aura surged, 1,000 miles of murderous intent, the city drenched in blood. Chapter 28. The Ancient Blood Bell, a triple strike of annihilation. Lian Sheng, my friend, the ancient titan of the Tianqi dynasty, witnessing this scene, felt his expression shift yet again from the first strike's aura. He had sensed a truly chilling murderous intent, and now, with the emergence of the second strike, 1,000 miles of murderous intent, the city awash in blood, he could affirm that Lian Sheng's intention was to obliterate. The giant of the Tianqi dynasty spoke again, clearly wishing for Lian Sheng to allow Chen Qie some semblance of survival. However, it was already too late. The second strike had arrived, a single move containing 3 forms. The second strike's 1,000 miles of murderous intent. The city awash in blood, transformed into a blood-red ancient bell as it reached Chen Qie. The bell, adorned with blood-red runes, resonated with the heavens. Within the void, a shadow of an ancient, mysterious being vaguely materialized. Beneath the ancient bell, the very space where Chen Qie stood was utterly sealed. The second strike, the ancient blood bell, to annihilate a mere 19-year-old youth. Lian Sheng had invoked such a terrifying technique? From the outset, he had never intended for Chen Qie to survive. Among the crowd gathered at the Chen family estate, a scholar with a folding fan in hand also failed to comprehend how Chen Qie had managed to survive the first strike of annihilation. He had no time to ponder, as he beheld the second strike in the sky, his hand trembling slightly. At this moment, he fully grasped just how terrifying the legendary Lian Sheng, Lian 33, truly was. In the midst of the air, from the conclusion of the first stance to the emergence of the second, it appeared as though several seconds had elapsed. In truth, it was merely the briefest of moments, during which the vast majority had yet to fully comprehend what transpired. Boom! It was in that very instant the ancient bell materialized that a sound, both archaic and mysterious, resonated forth upon the surface of the ancient bell. Boundless murderous intent and inexorable laws of annihilation had coalesced into an overwhelming torrent, surging violently towards the figure of Chen Xie. Before the gaze of all, Chen Xie's form was consumed by the fury of this force. In the air, the aura surrounding Chen Xie suddenly ceased. The very spot he occupied was enveloped by the myriad blood ancient bell, as if he had been swallowed whole by its strike. Reduced to ash and smoke, could he, perishing under such a formidable technique, be deemed sufficiently glorious? Among the crowd, a young genius from Weicheng gazed vacantly at the scene above, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. As he observed Chen Qie suspended in the air, a trace of envy flickered within him. In Weicheng, he too belonged to a generation devoted to cultivation, where competition had long since become the norm. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, even if he sensed that Chen Xie had met his demise, he still felt that to die under the gaze of countless spectators, at the hands of a supreme figure of an empire, was a glory in itself. Boom! The young man from Weicheng was momentarily dazed, as were many other onlookers from his city, their eyes reflecting shock and horror. Such a level of annihilation, executed without warning, alongside the awe-inspiring prowess displayed, had transcended the understanding of the spectators from Weicheng. The young girl from the Shao clan hesitated mid-stride as she approached, her eyes wide with disbelief. And then, in the air, after the ancient bell had instantaneously devoured Chinchilla, a terrifying third wave of celestial patterns materialized, a phantom. In the space above, an enigmatic figure clad in a long blue robe appeared, its form indistinct. It towered as though the very heavens were beneath its feet. Gazing down upon all existence with indifference, its arrival was akin to that of an emperor in person. Was this the third stance? Was this the legendary celestial manifestation of the blue-robed demon emperor? Was this the very manifestation that Lianqing had comprehended within the ancient divine temple? No, Chinchilla had already perished. Why then would the mighty Lianqing unleash the third stance? What was his intention? Did he seek to annihilate others as well? Before the ancestral residence of the Qin family, at the rear of the crowd, a robed elder who had just arrived trembled in astonishment. Point one move. 3 stances. The first slayed. The second the myriad blood ancient bell. The third the manifestation of the blue-robed demon emperor. A casual strike from Lianqing, in the eyes of the elder, could perhaps obliterate a sage. The third stance, not dead. The supreme figure of the Tianqi Empire observed the scene before him. The heart that had remained still for eons quickened its rhythm, and he took a step forward once more. What do you mean not dead? Chia is not dead. Su Qingyun's face first turned pale, then abruptly flushed with color, as he murmured, "Impossible. How could Chia possibly survive? Even I would find it difficult to withstand that strike." It was annihilation in the air. Amidst countless vacant gazes, the blurred manifestation of the blue-robed demon emperor stirred. The manifestation turned its head, and with a finger capable of obliterating the firmament, it pointed toward the direction where Chinchilla had been consumed by the blood bell, dead and yet to be slain again. Was this to ensure Chia's soul was utterly extinguished? Elder Lianqing, have you not been too merciless in your actions? You. Su Qingyun's hands trembled violently at this sight. Chinchilla was his true bloodline disciple, a person he regarded as even more vital than a son. In that moment, despite his mastery of calming techniques, he found himself unable to restrain his impulse. Taking a bold step forward, even contemplating to confront the mighty figure of the Yuhua Empire. Yet, as he stirred, he was again restrained by the 13th ancestor of the Qingxin sect, who fixed his gaze intently upon the ancient blood bell that had consumed Chinchilla. Crack! The blue-robed demon emperor's phantom pointed down. Beneath that finger, the ancient blood bell bizarrely fractured, revealing numerous terrifying fissures. In the next instant, the figure of Chinchilla, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared before the eyes of all. Not only that, the moment Chinchilla emerged from the shattered blood bell, it appeared as though it had encountered an incomprehensibly terrifying assault, causing it to shatter horrifically. Chinchilla surged upwards from the ruins of the bell, facing the phantom of the blue-robed demon emperor, and extended a finger, pointing directly at the manifestation. In the air, one man and one emperor, each with a finger raised against the other, as if a mortal were battling the heavens. Chapter 29. Defying Heaven. Weiqing shaken in the depths of the western desert's forbidden zone, a primordial temple lay nestled. Someone has stirred my celestial manifestation. How many ages have I slumbered? Is the time prophesied during the primordial era? When the Taichu ghost mind would awaken, drawing near, surrounding the temple, there was an expanse of silence, where mountains of bones lay scattered, and the river before the temple flowed a pitch black, with dry branches sinking into its depths. Within the temple, a voice echoing from antiquity seemed to be awakening. It spoke, sending tremors through the forbidden creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles in the desert, even causing a remarkable sand sarcophagus in the core of the forbidden zone to tremble silently. The Jiang Kingdom, Weiqing, the Qin family. In the air, one man and one emperor, one as humble as an ant, the other towering like the heavens. Their fingers had finally met amidst countless gazes. As they collided, time appeared to momentarily halt. Crack! In that instant of collision, a faint sound of shattering reverberated. The heavens trembled, and the celestial laws roared. Chinchilla stood immobile, as did the blue-robed manifestation. What had transpired? Chinchilla had not perished in the second stance. How was this possible? Even if Chinchilla were to defy the heavens, he could not have survived within the ancient blood bell. How had he done so? What was this third stance? Why had it ceased moving? What emboldened Chinchilla to confront the phantom of the blue-robed demon emperor before the ancestral residence of the Qin family, the scholar holding a folding fan? After witnessing this series of transformations, felt his previously stable emotions finally shatter. The scholar's eyes, imbued with a unique law, flickered as he realized that he had employed an exceedingly powerful ocular technique in that fleeting moment. For one of his stature, he found himself unable to comprehend many aspects even momentarily failing to discern the outcome of the encounter before him. Zhao Rongfei's confidant widened her eyes to an extreme, frantically rubbing them as disbelief flooded her senses. Had Chen Qiye truly perished? He should have. Yet, how could a corpse manifest such a scene, exceeding her comprehension? How had Chen Qiye endured the first two stances? Could it be that the Qingxian sect had spared no expense? Or perhaps the supreme figures of the Tianqi Empire had provided Chen Qiye with two miraculous life-saving artifacts? But what caliber of life-saving device could enable a 19-year-old youth to survive not once, but twice in succession? Was it a forbidden artifact of imperial caliber? Impossible. Such an item might allow a youth of 19 to defy death once, yet it would be a consumable relic of a bygone imperial dynasty. No matter how extraordinary Chen Qiye's cultivation, nor how great the sacrifices of the Qingxian sect, it was inconceivable that the Tianqi Empire could bestow such items upon him, let alone more than two. Thank you, Elder Lianxing, for your mercy. The 13th generation disciple of the Qingxian sect expresses gratitude on behalf of our sect. In utter astonishment, countless individuals remained unable to fathom the battle before them. Yet the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect unexpectedly stepped forward. He inclined his body slightly and spoke directly. Although the 13th ancestor was also a figure of great stature, there existed a hierarchy even among such beings. Figures like Lianxing or Lian Sanchison belonged to an era preceding that of the 13th ancestor. What? 13th ancestor? What do you mean? Qiye has not perished. Qiye withstood all three stances. Is it true that Qiye still lives? Boom. Su Qingyan trembled, and as a leading figure of his generation, beads of cold sweat formed in his palms. He had believed without a doubt that Chen Qiye was doomed after the first strike. Yet now, after the three stances had unfolded, hearing his own 13th ancestor speak in such a manner, he questioned whether he was experiencing an illusion. He understood the implication of his ancestor's words. Such a statement meant that Chen Qiye still drew breath. But how could Chen Qiye, his disciple, possibly be alive? He had seen clearly that Lianxing had truly aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Could it be that his 13th ancestor had misjudged? Or was it merely an auditory hallucination? In the heart of Weiqing, many formidable cultivators, upon hearing the words of the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect, were evidently struck with profound astonishment. Some even rubbed their ears vigorously in disbelief. As for many of the younger generation and those of lesser strength, they were momentarily dazed, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ahem. In midair, Chen Qiye, amid countless shocked, bewildered, and stunned gazes, finally stirred. He coughed, his complexion pale, his eyes shifted toward the direction of the bronze carriage, and amidst the astonishment and daze of the onlookers, a glimmer of shock flickered in his gaze as well. Almost unable to unleash his power, if it weren't for my thorough preparations, I wouldn't have had time to activate the Heavenly Dao 50/50 card. I would have perished. An existence of such colossal stature, powerful to such an extraordinary degree. Chen Qiye mused internally, his right hand trembling slightly, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He moved. Look quickly. Chen Qiye? He actually moved. He might truly be alive. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is he really still amongst the living? Am I hallucinating? Did he genuinely just move? I think I also saw him move. Chen Qiye, he truly has perished. How can this be? This is utterly inconceivable. He moved again. I am not hallucinating. Lianxing, a titan, executing a three-move technique, can he truly still act? In front of the Qin family estate in Weiqing, many nearly dazed cultivators, at the moment Chen Qiye moved, felt as if thunder had struck in their minds. Some nearly had their eyes pop out, while others immediately employed the highest tier of the clear heart technique, ensuring they were not genuinely hallucinating. The young girl from the Shao family branch had a delicate and charming face, which now bore the expression of one who had seen a ghost. She frantically rubbed her eyes, even pinching her tender thigh hard. Her body trembled as she gazed at Chen Qiye, unable to believe that the scene before her was real. What are you doing? Master, save me. The various factions were shaken, many still not having regained their senses. While in midair, Chen Qiye's previously tense expression underwent a dramatic transformation at that moment. Chapter 30. The Primordial Forbidden Zone, a Night of Dual Cultivation Crack. As Chen Qiye shouted towards Su Qingyun, he simultaneously crushed a Heavenly Dao 50/50 card and an Absolute Defense card in his hand. In the void behind him, a spatial rift suddenly manifested at almost the same instant. Chen Qiye instantly felt a tremendous force of void devouring and pulling him in. His body swiftly drawn into that rift. In that very moment, the Heavenly Dao 50/50 card that Chen Qiye had frantically crushed surprisingly failed to activate. Moreover, the shattered remnants oddly reformed and reassembled. As the spatial rift trembled, Chen Qi's form vanished in the blink of an eye. Lianxing, what are you doing? Su Qingyan reacted swiftly, his astonishment still erupting on his face, and his body instinctively lunged forward. His aura surging to an extreme, Su Qingyan's reaction was already remarkably quick, yet the spatial rift appeared so abruptly that by the time he moved, both Chen Qi and the rift had vanished simultaneously. Even the bronze carriage, carrying the Liansheng Titan of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, also disappeared from midair at that moment. A void forbidden device. Liansheng, did he employ a forbidden device to take Qi directly out of Weiqing? What is his intention? That spatial rift did not possess a true terrifying murderous intent. Did Liansheng instantly take Qi to study the secrets he holds? A 19-year-old youth, defying fate to withstand his lethal strike. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect had already reached the spot where Chen Qi had vanished. His movements and reactions were even swifter than Su Qingyun's, and in that instant, he discerned much more. With thousands of years of experience and a steadfast heart, though he felt immense anger and shock at this spectacle, his mind remained utterly clear. He could not pursue. This was the void realm of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. And one of equal rank could not trace through the void. He should not harbor any murderous intent, given Liansheng's identity, even if Chen Qi possessed secrets that could withstand his lethal strike. He would not go to such lengths to employ the void realm, which is a semi-imperial weapon of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, though his three-move technique was fearsome, a semi-imperial forbidden device, or perhaps an earlier engraved anti-heaven imperial pattern on Chen Qi, or some ancient taboo talisman, should suffice to block it. What I can conceive, he should also be able to ponder. Furthermore, if he merely sought to abduct Chen Qi, he could utilize void forbidden techniques or other void talismans. Or even forcefully act. Why resort to a semi-imperial weapon? The use of such a weapon incurs a cost each time, a cost that could cause a dynasty to suffer greatly. Even if Liansheng is a titan of the great saint level, he would not be entitled to wield such a device without a compelling reason. After all, Chen Qi is just a 19-year-old youth. Does Liansheng truly have some special objective in mind? A titan of the Tianqi dynasty stepped forward, appearing before the 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect. Eye in his eyes, the laws of heaven flickered, as he was evidently engaged in a terrifying deduction. The primordial forbidden zone. Ancestor, Senior Duanda, Qi's location has manifested in the primordial forbidden zone. Prior to his departure from the sect, Qi had requested me to place a heavenly grade positioning talisman on him, stating that he could contact me at any time if needed. Now, this talisman indicates that he has appeared in the primordial forbidden zone. Su Qingyun did not contemplate deeply. His fear and anger surged as his mind was consumed with thoughts of his beloved disciple, Chen Qi, whom he cherished more than his own son. In his extreme anxiety, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly pulled out a special bronze compass from his waist. What? The primordial forbidden zone. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect, upon hearing these 4 words, turned sharply, his body moving in an instant, and the next moment, he seized the compass from Su Qingyun's hands. Rongfei, are you all right? No need to look further. I have already deduced the heavenly path. Chen Qi's lifespan has been exhausted today. He is destined to perish. As for the Mirchen family, in due time, once I ascend to the peak of the divine profound, I can easily annihilate them. Chen Qi is merely a pseudo-genius. Various factions were bewildered and shaken. Meanwhile, within the crowd before the Qin family estate, beside Zhao Rongfei, a young man holding an ancient bronze book emerged seemingly out of nowhere. His complexion was slightly pale, and the ancient book he held bore the faint inscription of the 3 ancient characters for the Book of Life and Death, simultaneously, 30,000 miles southeast of Weiqing. Deep within the primordial forbidden zone, Chen Qi had yet to witness the reactions of the various forces observing the battle in Weiqing. Swallowed by the rift, he felt an overwhelming, horrifying aura surging around him. Withered trees, blood-soaked earth, deep pits, mist, and eerie shadows in the distance, headless ancient soldiers walking. Chen Qi even glimpsed an elderly man, his body decayed to the bone, pulling a cart of cabbages deeper into the mist. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that a small hill ahead emanated a malevolence far more terrifying than that of the back mountain of Qingxian sect. Where is this place? Why does it seem so abnormal? Is this perhaps some kind of forbidden zone? Did the system not say that the heavenly Tao 50/50 card could withstand an imperial strike? I clearly shattered it moments ago. Why did it not respond? Has the system begun to deceive me at a critical juncture? Moreover, did the Titan of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty have some grave illness? Wasn't it supposed to be just one strike? an ancient titan of unparalleled strength. Disregarding martial ethics, how is it that I, a destined great antagonist, did not perish at the hands of the revenge of the child of fate, but instead faced death at the hands of an old geezer? In the instant Chen Xie opened his eyes, countless thoughts raced through his mind, and he suddenly noticed a figure standing to his right. You can withstand my strike. That is indeed somewhat intriguing. You may truly possess the qualifications to dual cultivate with the goddess. There are still 3 hours left. If you can complete the dual cultivation with the goddess within these 3 hours, you might genuinely survive my grasp. Chen Xie raised his head to see Lien Sheng, the titan of the feathered transformation dynasty. Seemingly sensing something that he spoke, turning slightly away from Chen Xie, who could not clearly discern his features. Yet at this moment, Chen Xie's mind was racing frantically, contemplating how to escape, and upon hearing these words, he was suddenly rendered utterly stunned. Chapter 31. The Astonishing Truth. A terrifying scheme. What is this ancient titan of the feathered transformation dynasty speaking of? Before the entire populace of Weicheng, the titans of the Tianqi dynasty, as well as his own master and the 13th ancestor, he disregards his own dignity and forcefully abducts me, not to research the secrets I possess, nor to eliminate me. He has taken me here to have me dual cultivate with the goddess of the Tianqi dynasty, to forego even an engagement, only to be thrust directly into a dual cultivation within a mere 3 hours. What does this imply? Chen Xie was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of anxiety within him. This was evidently a deviation from reason. Logically speaking, the Yuhua dynasty consenting to an engagement with the Qingxian sect was already a miracle. Akin to the ancestral graves on the back mountain of Qingxian sect emitting green smoke. How could they now enforce a dual cultivation? Could it be that the divine maiden of the Yuhua dynasty possessed the legendary art of yin-yang complementarity, and they had set their sights on his heavenly Tao? Was the Yuhua divine maiden intent on draining him dry? I harbor no interest in the secrets you possess. Do you truly believe that with your Qingxian sect's trump card prohibitive artifact, you could pique my interest by merely blocking my annihilation strike? Ha! If I were to truly wish for your demise, even the 13 ancestors of your Qingxian sect would be powerless to intervene. This is the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Venture further, and you will reach the Taichu Abyss. Do you comprehend where you are? The formidable figure of the Yuhua dynasty paid no heed to Chen Xie's reaction. He merely gazed ahead and spoke in an unperturbed tone. His aura subtly shifted, as if he were emulating the essence of this place. What? This is indeed the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone? The very site where, 100,000 years ago, the Hongshan Emperor encountered a calamitous transformation, ultimately meeting his bloody demise. The terror and vigilance in Chen Xie's eyes surged exponentially in his dantian. The Heavenly Tao 50/50 card and Absolute Defense card, which had been poised for activation, escalated from 2 to 4. The Forbidden Zone spans billions of miles. Upon entry, survival is a mere wish. Giants turn to bones. Emperors become sacrificial blood. The Heavenly Tao descends, and the eternal graveyard becomes the Forbidden Zone. In the realm of cultivation, the most terrifying places are not the Eternal Dynasty, the Primordial Dynasty, or even the mysterious Sacred Lands. Rather, the true horrors lie within the Death Forbidden Zone. Most cultivators beneath the sage level who enter do not survive an hour. The emergence of forbidden and eerie entities can even provoke legendary emperors into unprecedented calamities. Chen Xie had been reluctant to descend the mountain for training in the Qingxian sect precisely to avoid the Death Forbidden Zone. According to the sect's doctrine, only those who have experienced life and death within the Forbidden Zone are deemed worthy of becoming the future master of the Qingxian sect. This is outrageous. He would rather forego the position of master of the Qingxian sect than venture into the periphery of the Forbidden Zone for training, and yet this old coot has directly brought him to one of the most terrifying Forbidden Zones in the East Wilderness, and plunged him into its depths. The Divine Maiden awaits in the Taichu Abyss ahead. She was rescued by your mother 3 years ago. Ha! Did you truly believe that without your mother's intervention, we of the Yuhua dynasty would ever consent to your sect's proposal of marriage? The supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty, now fully embodying the aura of the Forbidden Zone, disregarded Chen Xie's shock and fury. He continued to gaze ahead, his voice growing somewhat cold. What did you say? In a state of extreme bewilderment, Chen Xie abruptly lifted his head. Mother. His mother in this world had vanished when he was just 1 year old, having inadvertently entered the Taichu Forbidden Zone while foraging for a medicinal herb, leading to her disappearance and presumed death. At that time, many powerful individuals and elders from his hometown of Weicheng were dispatched to search the edges of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Yet after 3 years, there was no trace. Furthermore, due to a series of terrifying upheavals in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, nearly everyone had concluded that his mother had perished within. Even after he entered the Qingxian sect and conducted further research, he had come to believe that his mother could not possibly still be alive. Now, the towering figure of the Yuhua dynasty claimed that his mother was indeed alive. He asserted that she had rescued the Divine Maiden from the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone 3 years ago, and even that their engagement had ties to her. How could this be? In the Taichu Abyss, both saints and giants could fall, and even emperors might undergo calamitous transformations. How could his mother, who had merely reached the celestial realm back then, possibly still be alive? Your mother saved the Divine Maiden in the Taichu Abyss 3 years ago and placed her in a dilapidated temple within. She laid forth a condition. Only through your dual cultivation with the Divine Maiden could she truly emerge alive from the Forbidden Zone. That previous strike was merely a test. I sought to ascertain whether you were worthy of genuine dual cultivation with the Divine Maiden. The supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty spoke once more. Surrounding them, the darkness surged, and initially, a headless soldier clad in ancient, mysterious armor, wielding a long spear, emerged silently from the shadows that it seemed to have detected their presence. The headless soldier turned, seemingly intent on approaching them. Although Chen Qiye beheld the towering soldier, he remained engulfed in shock and astonishment at the words of the Yuhua dynasty figure. His mother, who had entered the Taichu Abyss when he was 1 year old, might indeed not have died. Not only had she survived, but she had likely encountered some fortuitous event within the Forbidden Zone, all the while yearning for him. He could only wonder what she had endured in the Taichu Abyss to have survived. And now, 17 years later, she sought to offer him an unparalleled opportunity. She wished for a Divine Maiden of a dynasty to engage in dual cultivation with him. Chen Qiye now comprehended why a Divine Maiden from an unparalleled ancient dynasty would suddenly agree to their engagement, and why the supreme figure had so brazenly forced his hand. The true orchestrator behind this entire affair was, in fact, his mother. Chen Qiye's mind raced, piecing together insights from the fragmented words of the Yuhua dynasty figure. Could it truly be his mother? Would a mother go to such lengths for a son she had only nurtured for a year? Did she dare to scheme against an ancient dynasty? Chen Qiye murmured to himself, his thoughts racing, yet he could hardly recall his appearance before the age of 1. In his previous life as an orphan, he had never understood what a mother was, and the very concept had held little significance for him. But now, he found himself in a contemplative silence. Time was of the essence. Deep within the Taichu Forbidden Zone, the eerie mist tide of the Taichu Abyss was set to surge forth once more. According to the plan your mother left for you, you must enter the mist alone when the eerie tide erupts. This is the safest moment to do so. The eerie mist tide is imminent. After you enter the mist, someone will guide you, and by following them, you will safely locate the Divine Maiden. You have 3 hours to complete the dual cultivation with her, after which a guiding entity will lead you both out of the mist and abyss. The towering figure of the Yuhua dynasty still did not glance at Chen Qiye. He observed the headless soldier advancing toward their direction, having once more altered his aura, which he swiftly retracted. This level of terrifying giant clearly harbored a profound apprehension toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Whoosh, from ahead, the direction of the Taichu Abyss suddenly echoed with the sound of wind. Alongside it, dense fog began to silently surge forth from the boundless depths of the terrifying abyss. Where the fog passed, the sky darkened significantly. It became clear that this was the eerie mist tide of the Taichu. Remember, once you enter the tide, you have only 3 hours to complete the dual cultivation with the Divine Maiden. Within 3 hours, you and the Divine Maiden must exit the Taichu Abyss in a timely manner. Otherwise, you may very well perish. Chen Qiye was still in thought, but the supreme figure of the Yuhua dynasty afforded him no further time for contemplation that he gazed at the surging mist within the abyss. Cast a glance at the approaching headless soldier, and before Chen Qiye could react, he forcefully propelled him forward. Wait, is my mother still inside? Why is it necessary to complete the dual cultivation within 3 hours? If we skip the engagement, does that mean we won't have to marry after the dual cultivation? Chen Qiye felt an overwhelming force propelling him from behind, his expression shifting drastically that he wished to resist, to inquire further. But before the terrifying giant of the Yuhua dynasty, he found himself utterly unable to evade or retreat, confronted by such a formidable being with millennia of cultivation in that instant. Chen Qiye could only forcibly shatter a Heavenly Dao 50-50 card and an Absolute Defense card. The dark mist surged violently, and in that moment, Chen Qiye's body was thrust into the encroaching mist of the abyss. Simultaneously, from the direction of Weiqing, several powerful presences tore through the void, following the aura of Chen Qiye and the towering figure of the Yuhua dynasty, racing toward the outskirts of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Has the Yuhua dynasty's Lianqing truly taken Qiye into the Taichu Forbidden Zone? What is he planning? Has he lost his mind? As Chen Qiye's master pursued from the void, upon gazing at the Taichu Forbidden Zone, his expression contorted in shock once more. Chapter 32. Words of the Tiger and Wolf. The Shao family trembles. Within the Forbidden Zone, the mist was pitch black and frigid. Non-lethal attacks, non-hostile assaults. The Tiandao 50-50 card is rendered unusable. As Chen Qiye stepped forward, he paid no heed to greeting the esteemed ancestors of the Feathered Dynasty, his body tense to an extreme in that fleeting moment. Just before entering, he had simultaneously crushed both the Tiandao 50-50 card and the Absolute Defense card. Yet, much like his last usage above his ancestral home, there was still no immediate explosion. After being crushed, the Tiandao 50-50 card and the Absolute Defense card astonishingly healed themselves. However, at the instant of their ineffectiveness, Chen Qiye heard the voice of the system. Non-lethal, non-hostile, unable to activate. Previously, the crack above the Chun family ancestral home merely sought to absorb him into the rift for spatial transit, possessing no offensive capability. Thus the Tiandao 50-50 card and Absolute Defense card had proven ineffective. This time, similarly, this strike was devoid of aggression. There is a flaw in the Tiandao 50-50 card. Chen Qiye mused as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, his mind swiftly grasping the key to why the Tiandao 50-50 card failed to activate. Shatter it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, at the moment his feet touched the ground, Chen Qiye seized two Tiandao 50-50 cards once more. The supreme giant of the Feathered Dynasty. While these two strikes were indeed lacking murderous intent, it did not imply that the terrifying mists around him contained nothing that could annihilate him. This primordial abyss was exceedingly enigmatic, with the rift's length exceeding 100,000 miles, and the abyss's depths resembling a shadowy fallen kingdom, with no one knowing what lay beneath. Even if his own mother devised plans beyond the heavens, in such a place, Chen Qiye felt an ample need for vigilance. Are you Chen Qiye? My family's divine maiden, according to your mother's scheme, has sent me to fetch you. My family's divine maiden is already aware of the happenings outside. Ha. Did you truly believe she wished to engage with you? A mere waste from the Qingxian sect. You dream of an engagement. You have been captured, and no one knows your purpose for being here today. Regarding the matter of dual cultivation, you must vow with your Dao heart to never leak a single word. Otherwise, I shall kill you on the spot. Just as Chen Qiye's feet barely touched the ground, a crisp voice rang in his ears. His eyes narrowed, gripping tightly the trump card within his dantian. And he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice amidst the mist. The cool fog enveloped him, darkness surrounding. Chen Qiye looked up and saw a girl, approximately 17 or 18 years old. Adorned in palace attire with her hair tied in a ponytail, she held a bronze lamp, resembling a lotus girl gathering flowers in the morning mist of Jiangnan, glaring at him with an expression of some ire. It seemed she had just received news from the esteemed giant of the Feathered Dynasty. You mean the dual cultivation must remain confidential? And absolutely so? Wait, who are you? Upon seeing this girl, Chen Qiye's true essence surged forth, nearly crushing the Tiandao 50-50 card within him once again. The arrangements made by the giant of the Feathered Dynasty were too abrupt, leaving many things unclear to Chen Qiye. He surmised that she was likely sent by that giant to fetch him. Yet, her sudden appearance felt somewhat jarring. It must remain absolutely confidential. I am the divine maiden's maid. During the dual cultivation, I will be watching closely. If you dare to act recklessly, I will undoubtedly kill you. The girl's gaze intensified with hostility as she regarded Chen Qiye. The dim light from the bronze lamp she held, though faint, radiated a peculiar power, keeping the dense fog at bay within a 5-meter radius. Beyond that distance, within the thick mist, sinister silhouettes could be discerned, gliding silently. Even from afar, Chen Qiye sensed a chilling and bone-deep terror vibrating in the distance. Do you understand what dual cultivation entails? You still intend to watch? Am I not allowed to act freely? Are you certain this is what your esteemed giant from the Feathered Dynasty arranged? Amidst his heightened vigilance, Chen Qiye found himself momentarily stunned by the girl's words. What a brazen proclamation! Yet, her assertion that the divine maiden did not wish to wed him, but sought to resolve their imminent life and death predicament through dual cultivation, coupled with the vow of secrecy, caused Chen Qiye's tightly wounded heart to ease slightly. He had once clandestinely listened to the melodies of this world's red-sleeved invitations. According to the system, as long as he did not withdraw from the engagement with the little wife from Wutan City and treated her well enough, she would feel gratitude, allowing him to gain Dao value. Having defied the divine maiden of the feathered dynasty from within the Qingxian sect, and having already sent the second letter and storage ring. Engaging in dual cultivation once for his survival, as long as the little wife remained unaware, it should pose no problem, right? In the primordial forbidden zone, at this life and death moment, he was merely selling his body. Not his soul. This was not a betrayal of his character. What do I not understand? You, a waste. What do you know? Your mother mentioned that dual cultivation requires employing dual cultivation techniques, and if this is your first time, you must first practice with me. You, a waste. We are pressed for time. If you cannot learn, I will also kill you. The girl, akin to a Jiangnan maiden, spoke again, her eyes shimmering with unadulterated enmity. Practice? Practice what? Can I practice on you first? Are you sure this is what my mother said? As Chen Qia's mind raced with thoughts, the girl, reminiscent of one from Jiangnan, spoke again, rendering his mind momentarily blank. He could discern that she truly seemed to know little about dual cultivation, likely having had minimal contact with the outside world. Yet, was his mother's arrangement not a tad too forceful? Was practice truly necessary? 3 hours, or perhaps 2. What are you looking at? Follow me. You have only 3 hours. If you fail to complete it, you will surely die, the girl asserted, turning with the lamp in hand. Simultaneously, in the East Wilderness, Wutan City, the Xiao family. Master, have I broken through again? In less than 5 days, I have unexpectedly returned to my peak state from 10 years ago. The spirit herbs sent by Brother Qie possess such potent efficacy? In the Xiao family's rear courtyard, Xiao Yinhua opened her eyes silently that a formidable aura emanated from her, instantly radiating in all directions that in her previously solitary and stunning eyes. A glimmer of surprise erupted. These spirit herbs are quite commendable. However, this Qinxia is not entirely to be trusted. The world of cultivation is rife with deceit, and one must remain vigilant. Moreover, even if he personally refuses to withdraw from the engagement, he could never convince the Qingxian sect. As far as I know, the Qingxian sect has already prepared to ally with the divine maiden of the feathered dynasty. Tell me, if you were Qinxia, would you choose a waste from a minor family or a divine maiden of a dynasty? The voice of the goddess Shinta echoed from within Xiao Yinhui's ring, icy and resolute. Qinxia, Xiao Yinhui began, but mere seconds later, her previously bright eyes dimmed again. She refrained from continuing. Over the past decade, she had discerned many truths. Men are utterly untrustworthy. Do not be disheartened. Henceforth, I shall utilize the remaining spirit herbs to completely transform you. I will assist you in unlocking the heavenly Tao divine bone. At that time, you shall be the true pinnacle genius of this era. Even the divine maiden of the dynasty will regard you merely as a speck floating in the vast sky. The goddess Shinda spoke once more, exuding a powerful confidence and dominance. Yinhui, not good. The Qingxian sect has sent someone again. They claim to deliver a message to Qinxia, however. Some say the Qingxian sect seems to have regrets and is here to reclaim the items previously gifted. Just as the voice of the goddess within the ring resounded again, an urgent and flustered voice emerged from outside Xiao Yinhui's room. Chapter 33. Qinxia's second letter. What? The Qingxian sect has sent someone again? Is it possible they are here to reclaim the items previously given? Instantly, Xiao Yinhui rose. The last trace of surprise from her recent breakthrough froze in her gaze. Was the analysis of the goddess within her ring coming to fruition? Are men truly unreliable? Qinxia had only offered her a glimmer of hope 5 days ago, and now it was to be snatched away. In 5 days, it was unlikely Qinxia could send her a second letter. And if the Qingxian sect's envoy was not here to deliver a message, then what was their purpose? A bitter taste lingered in her mouth as she sensed the unfolding reality. Yinhui, do you now comprehend my earlier words? Do not concern yourself. Consider this mere pretender as a trial for your Tao heart. If he dares to insult you today, when you achieve your cultivation, you shall slay him as if he were a mere dog. Come to the conference hall. I have regained a measure of my strength and can now tear apart the void that will take you away from here. The domineering spirit of the goddess Shinda surged even more fiercely. Upon the ring, there exists an elusive aura that seems to possess the power to obliterate the very heavens, resonating with a terrifying intensity. She, in her current state, is still profoundly incomplete in spirit, unable to truly deduce or contemplate. Yet, even the slightest restoration of her strength is sufficient to dominate numerous realms. before the gates of the Shao family in Wutan City. The formidable figure of Zhou Qing from the Qingxian sect stands, his aura still menacing. Yet his expression is one of turmoil. It has been 5 days. This marks his second visit to the Qingxian sect. 5 days prior, after delivering his first missive, he was summoned again by Chen Qiye upon returning to the sect. This time, however, the purpose of the summons remained the same, to deliver another letter. Zhou Qing, regarded as a peak powerhouse at the threshold of the Dao-severing realm, a notable figure in the cultivation world, now finds himself relegated to the role of a clandestine messenger. Delivering love letters. How mortifying it would be if his fellow cultivators, with whom he had once shared the path of cultivation, were to learn of this. His first visit was a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. For Chen Qiye had once inadvertently saved him. The second visit, however, was driven by the astonishing realization that, in the mere 3 days since his departure, Chen Qiye had defied all odds, breaking through 3 realms and awakening the physique of the heavenly Daoess. His willingness to return stemmed from a keen perception of the terrifying potential that lay within Chen Qiye. After a millennium of diligent cultivation, enduring 12 tribulations and seizing 3 opportunities, Zhou Qing had barely reached the pinnacle of the Dao-severing realm. Yet, Chen Qiye appeared to be merely 2 great realms behind him, in the realm of ordinary cultivators. Such a gap represents an insurmountable chasm, one that might require a millennium of relentless effort to traverse. However, Zhou Qing harbored a strong premonition that Chen Qiye would likely close this gap in a remarkably short span, perhaps even within a year. This is no mere mortal. He is nothing short of a prodigy. It was at this moment that Zhou Qing comprehended the true meaning of the phrase, "I am not a genius. Genius merely meets me at the threshold." When Chen Qiye came to him, Zhou Qing could not possibly decline. Faced with the request of a future paragon destined to ascend to greatness, he felt himself nearing the level of seeking to curry favor with Chen Qiye. For once Chen Qiye surpassed him in cultivation, maintaining a good rapport could lead to invaluable insights into the true mysteries of cultivation that might allow him to break through his own limitations. Even without such guidance, Zhou Qing could clearly see that Chen Qiye was destined to become an unparalleled asset. Breathing out a sigh, Zhou Qing stood at the entrance of the Shao family, quickly banishing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. His expression turned solemn. He was acutely aware that the sect's urgency in arranging a marriage alliance with the feathered ascendancy for Chen Qiye was directly related to the impending death trials of the Tianwang Forbidden Zone. This was a rite of passage that the greatest prodigies from various top-tier forces and ancient sacred grounds must undertake before the age of 25. The opening of the Tianwang Forbidden Zone was merely 7 days away, and all prodigies would need to enter in search of their true destined artifacts and embark on the path to becoming emperors. The Tianwang Forbidden Zone is often referred to as the true threshold of death on the road to becoming a great emperor. With ancient skeletons, thousand-year taboos, eerie phantoms, forbidden beasts, the land of imperial inscriptions, the 9 dragons bearing coffins, the 100 phantoms of the night, and the ghostly soldiers crossing the bridge. There are even tales of a withered old man selling pastries within the Forbidden Zone, who once caused a terrifying transformation in a quasi-emperor. The Tianwang Forbidden Zone spans countless miles, with its southwestern reaches leading directly to the Sea of Death, where the legendary Tianshu lies deep within the fissures of the Forbidden Zone. In such a bizarre place, even the most illustrious prodigies of the ages face a mortality rate exceeding 75% upon entry, when true destined artifacts manifest within the Tianwang Forbidden Zone. The ensuing competition and carnage among prodigies reach a harrowing intensity. The Qingxian sect still lags significantly behind the great dynasties, sacred grounds, and the most ancient of sections if Chen Qiye does not wed into the feathered ascendancy. Can he truly survive the Tianwang Forbidden Zone in just 7 days? Zhou Qing is also aware that millennia ago, an ancestor of the Qingxian sect inadvertently offended an ancient, venerable cult, whose unparalleled prodigies and formidable powers may seek vengeance against Chen Qiye within the Tianwang. I am willing to deliver this letter, yet I genuinely do not wish to. If the leg is to fall, can it still be called a leg? The girl from the Qingxian sect, last time I saw her, she was merely an ordinary waste. Why is Qiye so infatuated with her? This time, Qiye nearly emptied his entire fortune to send gifts to this girl. Is his mind not afflicted by some grave illness? Zhou Qing's thoughts spiraled once more. He shook his head, his expression fluctuating between despair and resolve, yet ultimately inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotion. Following Chen Qiye's instructions, he reluctantly stepped through the gates of the Shao family. He, Zhou Qing, is ultimately a man of his word. Despite the unwillingness festering within, he must uphold the demeanor he promised Chen Qiye and fulfill today's obligation. Meanwhile, within the Shao family's conference hall, the head of the family, elders, managers, and numerous clan elders had gathered in a moment of anticipation. I previously stated that Qin Shiye would never set his sights on a waste, and now do you believe me? I have received solid news that the divine maiden of the feathered ascendancy has indeed consented to the marriage with Qin Shiye. Do you truly believe that Xiao Yanwei can compare to a divine maiden of the dynasty? Is there any basis for comparison? Xiao Yanli burst into the ancestral hall at that moment, her beautiful face radiating an unprecedented exuberance. Ever since the arrival of the Qingxian sect's powerhouse 5 days ago, she had been publicly humiliated, nearly shattering her resolve in the face of such stark contrast. Now, Xiao Yanli felt that matters were finally falling into place. Standing tall and proud, she surveyed the entire assembly of the Xiao family and declared, "The Qingxian sect has undoubtedly come to annul the engagement. All previous gifts will surely be reclaimed, and Xiao Yanwei is doomed. A waste. Do you truly think she deserves to bask in such unparalleled glory?" "Indeed, I concur with Yanli. The youth may exhibit impulsiveness, but ultimately, reason will return. As a prodigy of the Qingxian sect, Qin Shiye must now have regained his rationality." A young man from the Xiao family, named Xiao Chong, quickly chimed in. 3 years ago, after a night of revelry, he had witnessed an elder and a maid engaging in intimate relations behind the mountain. He had secretly observed for half an hour. Feeling a surge of heat, recalling the fallen prodigies of the clan, he thought of Xiao Yanwei, the most beautiful woman in Wutan City. Xiao Qing, among the younger generation, was also regarded as a top-tier genius. At that moment, he resolved to seek out Xiao Yanwei, envisioning a wild encounter lasting at least an hour. Believing he had acquired the essence of the act from his observations, he stealthily entered Xiao Yanwei's chamber that fateful night. Under the moonlight, gazing upon her youthful yet already developed form, with a gulp, he let out a roar and charged forward. Yet, to his shock, the seemingly slumbering Xiao Yanwei suddenly awakened, her ring emitting a strange white light. The next moment, he was met with excruciating pain. Fearing that others in the clan might hear, he suppressed his fury and fled in a panic from Xiao Yanwei's room. From that day forth, the once confident Xiao Chong, who believed he could sustain an hour of virility, found himself utterly impotent. He had sought out numerous renowned physicians and consumed countless elixirs, all in vain. Even his Adam's apple was nearly gone. For 3 years, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yanwei, but could not reveal his plight, driving him to the brink of madness. During the last visit from the Qingxian sect, he was out training and missed the encounter. This time, however, he felt certain that the moment had come for Xiao Yanwei to face utter disgrace and demise. As long as the Qingxian sect announces the dissolution of the engagement with Xiao Yanwei's demise, he may perhaps dispel his inner demons and rise once more. Yanyu has arrived. Just as many within the Xiao family gathered in the conference hall, largely agreeing with Xiao Yanli and Xiao Cheng's perspectives. Xiao Yanyu stepped into the Xiao family's assembly hall. Within the hall, some individuals even covertly activated their communication talismans. In Wutan City, the competition among various families was exceedingly fierce. It was evident that the Xiao family was not a monolith, as certain members had clearly been bribed by other prominent families in Wutan City. At this moment, those who had been swayed were discreetly relaying news to other major clans in Wutan City. The leading powers in Wutan City were closely monitoring the situation involving Xiao Yanyu, Qin Xie, the Yuhua dynasty, and the Xiao family. Yanyu, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhantian, gazed at his daughter as she entered, his heart tinged with bitterness. One must not expect too much from life. After all, that as an elder powerhouse, Xiao Zhantian sensed that, regardless of circumstances, Qin Xie would never relinquish his union with the Yuhua dynasty to marry his own daughter. Patriarch, there is no need to grieve excessively. That which is not yours can never be possessed. 5 days ago, Yanyu tasted glory, and even if she now plunges into the abyss, she can still be proud of her past. The second elder, Xiao Yanli's father, remarked with a sardonic tone. Is Yanyu here? Just as Xiao Yanyu had barely stepped through the side door of the assembly hall, the formidable figure of Shou Qing, a peak master of the Qingxian sect, entered through the main entrance. The terrifying pressure emanating from him surged throughout the assembly hall in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. In that moment, many within the Xiao family felt a familiar, overwhelming pressure akin to that experienced 5 days prior, causing a number of them to kneel. Xiao Qing and Xiao Yanli were the first to kneel before Shou Qing without hesitation. However, in the southeast corner of the hall, facing this terrifying pressure, Xiao Yanyu's complexion turned pale, yet she gritted her teeth and resolutely stood her ground. Her hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Zhou Qing paid little mind to the many kneeling figures. He merely cast a glance and spotted Xiao Yanyu. He was somewhat taken aback that this once great talent, now rendered a waste, could still stand firm against his overwhelming presence. Senior, this little wretch, Xiao Yanyu, had the audacity to believe she was worthy of the esteemed Chen Xie, daring to accept those spiritual herbs, techniques, and messages. She deserves to die. Perhaps this wretched girl has already consumed some of the unparalleled gifts sent by our sex prodigy. Yet she should not have absorbed much. I recall that there exists a secret technique capable of refining the remaining potency within her body. Xiao Yanli, having shed any pretense, unleashed her premeditated, venomous scheme after 5 days of pent-up frustration. Xiao Yanyu, this is the second letter bestowed upon you by Qie, along with a second storage ring. Qie has instructed me to inform you that he has purchased a 10-mile-long street in Weiqing. From this moment onward, the most prosperous street in Weiqing shall be yours alone. Qie intends to plant 10 miles of peach blossoms along this street, and when the blossoms bloom, he shall take you into the Qingxian sect, safeguarding you through the ages. Zhou Qing maintained a stoic expression. In truth, as he recited these words, the discomfort in his heart reached an almost unbearable peak, causing him to involuntarily shift his neck. Senior, I can. Upon witnessing Xiao Yanli and Zhou Qing speaking, Xiao Qing's repressed emotions, which had simmered for 3 years, erupted. Almost as soon as Zhou Qing finished speaking, he could no longer contain his desire to publicly humiliate Xiao Yanyu and even fantasized about destroying her. But the words remained unspoken as he froze in place. He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Zhou Qing. The emotions that had been trapped in Xiao Qing's throat surged forth but failed to escape, nearly causing him to spew blood. Chapter 35, Terrifying Forbidden Zone, Shocking Truth. With a whoosh, as Zhou Qing spoke, he, like last time, released all the contents of the second storage ring. He, Zhou Qing, while feeling a pang of embarrassment over the romantic declarations, utterly disapproved of marrying a waste to their sex prodigy, yet he would never misappropriate the gifts sent. By revealing them publicly, he was making a clear statement of his allegiance. He was also pledging loyalty to the future Chen Xie. Having learned from the harsh realities of life that in their world, relationships matter as much as strength. Sometimes, choice outweighs effort. The second letter, the second storage ring, the 10-mile-long street, safeguarding her through the ages. Senior, are you certain? You haven't made a mistake? Chen Xie chose the Yuhua divine maiden over Xiao Yanyu. Xiao Yanli's face flushed crimson, her finger trembling as she pointed at the scene before her, her beautiful eyes contorting in disbelief. The shock in her gaze reached an unparalleled intensity. Cough. Xiao Cheng, who had been on the verge of vomiting blood, was now caught in a state of extreme excitement, ultimately spitting out fresh blood. Her mind was in turmoil, her body swaying. She could scarcely believe the unfolding reality, feeling as if she were slipping into a terrifying madness. Her resolve was crumbling. No, this is not about the dissolution of the engagement. Is it still not over? This towering figure from the Qingxian sect, Chen Xie, has he lost his mind? In the crowd, a Xiao family disciple, having been bribed by external forces from Wutan City, widened his eyes in shock. Clutching a communication talisman linked to another top family in Wutan City, he trembled violently. For years, he had secretly aligned with another family, convinced of the Xiao family's inevitable decline. The fall of the talent of Xiao Yanyu signaled the end of any strong figures among the younger generation of the Xiao family. The annulment of the engagement with the Qingxian sect was merely a matter of time. Yet now, witnessing the continuous waves of astonishing gifts from the Qingxian sect, and seeing the treasures released by their towering figure, including a piece of ancient dragon bone, he was utterly stunned, gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear. He could only imagine the shock and horror felt by the other top families in Wutan City who were eavesdropping. Furthermore, there was another piece of news. Our future heir of the Qingxian sect, Chen Xie, activated the Heavenly Daozai 5 days ago and has since broken through from the Heavenly Profound Realm to the Divine Profound Realm. Amidst the shock, Zhou Qing calmly stated once more. What did he say? The Heavenly Daozai. Chen Xie of the Qingxian sect has activated the Heavenly Daozai. Impossible. I once used the Void technique to secretly observe him. He was merely a false prodigy. How could he possibly awaken the Heavenly Daozai? Many in the Xiao family's assembly hall remained in a daze. The Supreme Empress, who had always maintained an air of ancient indifference within Xiao Yanyu's ring, finally opened her eyes wide upon hearing the words Heavenly Daozai. Her gaze, capable of perceiving all illusions, flickered ominously. The boundless desolation surrounding the ring began to crack in response to the movement of her gaze. The Heavenly Daozai. Is it the legendary physique of the utmost caliber? Is it one of the most exalted physiques known in the world? Chia, Xiao Yanyu's exquisite and beautiful visage transformed as emotions of shock. Confusion, joy, and gratitude intertwined in her eyes. Her resolute and pure heart trembled violently, and the image of Qinqi solidified in her mind at that moment. What kind of man is he, with the ancient heavenly Daozai? The future heir of the Qingxian sect, an unparalleled prodigy of the eastern wasteland. Has he truly turned down the divine maiden of the Yuhua dynasty, sacrificing everything to protect her for a mere promise? Impossible. This cannot be true. It must be false. If Qinqi had indeed awakened the heavenly Daozai, how could he still harbor feelings for a waste? Xiao Yanyu has become a waste. Xiao Yanli's resolve shattered completely. She suddenly stood up, her demeanor frantic, pointing at Zhou Qing, daring to question his identity at that moment. Many of the Xiao family's powerful figures and elders remained in a state of profound shock. Yet two of the highest-ranking elders, amidst their astonishment, retained sufficient clarity. Upon witnessing Xiao Yanli's audacity towards the towering figure of the Qingxian sect, their expressions changed drastically. One of them, without a moment's hesitation, raised a hand and struck fiercely at Xiao Yanli's face. This is terrible. No, this is serious. The core teleportation array of our family has suddenly received 2 memory crystal videos from Weiqing and Jiangguo. The individual transmitting the memory crystals claimed to be from our branch in Weiqing. They brought urgent news, stating that it was of utmost importance, and utilized the highest level of teleportation method. They instructed me to deliver these 2 memory crystals to the family immediately upon receiving them. There's something grave unfolding. Just as one of the elders of the Xiao family was about to deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Yanli's face in the conference hall, a sudden voice echoed urgently from outside the hall. Many people within the Xiao family conference hall, enveloped in shock, instinctively turned their heads. Zhou Qing also turned, but his expression revealed a hint of confusion. Before arriving, he had vaguely grasped Qinqi's intentions. Previously, the astonishing scene of Qinqi rejecting the ascendant goddess at Qingyan sect had been recorded in a memory crystal. After understanding Qinqi's meaning, he devised a plan to inadvertently inform the Xiao family branch, ensuring they received a message and a copy of the memory crystal, and then subtly indicated for them to use the teleportation array to send the memory crystal over. However, should there not be only one crystal? Why were 2 sent? Could there have been some complications? Patriarch, the crystal, give, the crystal, an elder responsible for guarding the teleportation array, upon examining one of the crystals, nearly lost his composure in sheer astonishment. He stated that Qinqi, having refused the ascendant goddess, was struck down by the might of the ascendant dynasty in Weiqing. But, the young disciple of the Xiao family delivering the message trembled as he spoke. What did you say? Zhou Qing had set out from Qingxian sect 2 days prior, racing here, still unaware of the events in Weiqing. His countenance changed dramatically upon hearing the news, and he forcefully snatched the memory crystal from the Xiao disciple's hands. In the next moment, he crushed the memory crystal, causing the scenes within to erupt violently before him. Simultaneously, deep within the Taichu Forbidden Zone, in the depths of the Taichu Abyss, a maid resembling a Jiangyan maiden, carrying a bronze oil lamp, emerged through the dense mist, arriving before an ancient, dilapidated temple. Qinqi followed closely behind her, his body tensing silently once again. Chapter 36. Yinyang Dual Cultivation. Deep in the Taichu Abyss, the bronze oil lamp was battered and flickering. As Qinqi trailed behind the maid, he observed as the light from the lamp diminished from 10 paces to within 4 paces over the span of 5 minutes. The lamp, while warding off the surrounding mist, appeared to be consuming itself intensely. Qinqi faintly sensed numerous eerie and chilling presences lurking within the mist, and even glimpsed a little girl with a candied hawthorn skewered in her hand, beckoning to them through the fog. I am opening the door now. Your mother once said that once we receive the signal to come for you, upon returning, the safety time of this temple would be reduced to merely 3 hours. I do not know the specifics. However, according to your mother's words, within these 3 hours, you must complete the Yinyang Dual Cultivation with our Ascendant Dynasty's goddess, or we shall all perish. You can? Well, try it on me first. The maid, resembling a Jiangnan maiden, hesitated slightly before the door, seemingly unclear about the concept of Yinyang Dual Cultivation, yet instinctively sensed its delicate nature. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately pushed open the door before her. Qinqi swallowed hard, feeling an unfamiliar awkwardness despite having encountered countless scenarios in his past life. His mother, this arrangement, is this not ruining her son's purity? As a good man, such matters, should he not be coerced? Am I not also a victim? Sigh, do you not feel something is amiss here? A fleeting thought crossed Qinqi's mind, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Previously, he had only heard that forbidden techniques are mysterious and bizarre, capable of causing even ancient emperors to fall, but hearing is merely hearsay. Now, stepping into this legendary forbidden zone, Chinchilla sensed that it might be even more peculiar and terrifying than he had imagined. Even with the protection of the ancient bronze lamp, he could faintly feel several gazes piercing through the mist, landing upon him. Creak. Can you still sense something amiss? You are on the brink of death. So are we. Chinchilla spoke, and in that instant, the palace-clad maiden had already pushed open the door ahead. The temple stood as tall as 5 stories from his previous life, its grand entrance forged from ancient, mysterious bronze, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. Chinchilla felt an involuntary urge to prostrate in reverence. As the palace-clad maiden opened the door, he beheld a figure and heard a voice. The figure, with hair cascading like a waterfall, stood with her back to the bronze door, clad in a flowing white gown, a jade hairpin adorning her hair. Merely from her silhouette, Chinchilla discerned the breathtaking allure of her form beneath the gown. This unparalleled allure was shrouded in an icy demeanor. At that moment, Chinchilla felt as though this figure resembled an ice goddess, a future aunt, a neighbor's girl, a friend's wife, an international superstar, a celestial being descended to earth. He even experienced a fleeting sensation of being entranced. Holy moly, my mother. Could she truly be my biological mother? Is this a selection process for mothers? Chinchilla pondered if perhaps, even if he were to indulge with several women, he could still consider himself a good person. He had sworn that after today, neither party could speak of this, lest they suffer the wrath of the heavens. In other words, after today, this matter would remain known only to the heavens. The earth, you, and me, no one else. Cough. Wait, what did you just say? That I am close to death, and you are as well. Did my mother not already provide a path for survival? Chinchilla coughed to conceal his momentary lapse. Yet following that, he quickly became alert. Come in, Xiao Huan, you too. Step inside. Quickly remove your clothes. Time is of the essence. While we cultivate together, I will explain the reasons. The woman remained turned away from the bronze door, her voice devoid of emotion or fluctuation, seemingly indifferent to the notion of dual cultivation. The powerful aura surrounding her was astonishing, as if she had already merged with her environment, having entered a state of transcending the path. Chinchilla, momentarily dazed, was struck by the realization of her cultivation level. He was astounded. The cultivation realms in this world roughly encompassed warriors, masters, grandmasters, entry to the profound, heavenly profound, divine profound, path entry, path severance, transformation, sainthood, manifestation, great saint, pre-emperor, emperor, and emperor sovereign. Totaling 15 realms. Leveraging his advantages from his transmigration, he had started cultivating from the womb, strategically planning since childhood. 5 days prior, he activated a system in the heavenly path's heavy pupil, allowing him to reach the mid-level of the divine profound realm. Yet this goddess, seemingly of similar age, had already attained the path severance realm. That was 2 entire realms above him. How had she accomplished this? Was this the foundation of an ancient, defying dynasty, despite his relentless efforts? He had yet to rival the extraordinary heritage of an ancient dynasty. Had she cultivated through the accumulated might of an ancient dynasty? Divine goddess. Does dual cultivation truly require undressing? Must we undress completely? The palace-clad maiden stepped through the door. However, as she entered, upon hearing the goddess's words, her body visibly stiffened, and her complexion swiftly turned crimson, clearly unaware of the implications of yin-yang dual cultivation. Yes. Undress, leave no garments. Your mother left behind certain items, and they have been disturbed. There are now complications arising from this. If we were to follow your mother's arrangements from 3 years ago, we would indeed have a chance to escape alive. Moreover, your mother established 2 layers of safety precautions, but over the past 3 years, I attempted to alter some things, disrupting her dual safeguards. Therefore, significant issues have arisen. We likely do not have 3 hours left. Within the ancient hall, the supreme goddess of the Ascendant dynasty spoke again. Still facing away from Chinchilla and the palace-clad maid, her aura grew even stronger and more mysterious, as one who stood above millions. She appeared accustomed to the feeling of dominion. What did you say? Yet this time, Chinchilla did not dwell on errant thoughts. Instead, he keenly grasped the implications within the words of the Ascendant goddess. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Chapter 37. The Maiden's Modesty and the Life and Death Bargain. Chinchilla's countenance shifted dramatically, and after a brief moment of daze, the girl in the palace attire also displayed a similar expression of shock. Stripped completely, not a single piece left. This girl, having followed the celestial maiden since her youth, had spent most of her years in seclusion alongside her, with 3 years of confinement in this place. Her exposure to the outside world had been minimal, primarily limited to the teachings of the Celestial Maiden. Her cultivation had been rooted in the orthodox doctrines of the Yuhua dynasty, and at her tender age, she had only heard whispers of dual cultivation. She had no comprehension of what true dual cultivation entailed. "Milady, must I truly disrobe entirely?" "But we'll see," the girl, gathering her courage, stammered her question towards the breathtaking silhouette before her. Without waiting for Chinchilla to speak, to fully disrobe increases the concentration of the forbidden energy within you. If you wish to leave this place alive, you must engage in dual cultivation with him, replied the Celestial Maiden, her back still turned to the bronze doors, her tone remaining as indifferent as ever. "Do not panic. You mentioned that according to my mother's plan, we could indeed escape. And she has established 2 layers of protection. However, after your attempts, some issues arose." "What were those issues?" Chinchilla, momentarily diverting his gaze from the ethereal maiden in palace attire, fixed his eyes intently on the Celestial Maiden. A sense of unease gripped his heart as he began to grasp the unsettling truths of this place. It was evident that his long-estranged mother harbored an almost indulgent affection for him. If his mother's arrangements were to be followed, entering this supreme and terrifying Taichu forbidden zone should pose no significant threat. Yet, as he beheld the striking, snow-white figure of the Celestial Maiden, a sense of apprehension washed over him. 3 years ago, both Xiaowan and I should have perished. I had intended to enter the Taichu Forbidden Zone to engage in life and death cultivation with the bizarre creatures within. Upon entering, I chose the headless ghost soldiers as my cultivation target. In the depths of the temple, before the statue, the Celestial Maiden remained a figure of divine stature, and Chinchilla could feel the oppressive aura emanating from her. Yet she did not remain silent. Instead, she calmly elucidated her account. To engage in life and death cultivation with forbidden beings, you, at the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, dared to venture into the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone? You even dared to provoke headless ghost soldiers? Chinchilla gazed at this untouchable woman, his heart racing, his scalp tingling with apprehension. Was the cultivation world truly this ruthless? Here stood a divine maiden of an unparalleled ancient dynasty, willing to tread into such perilous territory? Previously, Chinchilla believed that unless he reached the quasi-emperor level, he would never descend the mountain lightly. Yet this woman, embarking on her journey, boldly stepped into the realm of horror. After entering the Forbidden Zone, I encountered several life-threatening situations, yet none were sufficient to fundamentally alter my Dao heart. I continued to delve deeper, ultimately finding my true target for this life and death trial, the headless ghost soldiers. I employed various means to lure them out of the Forbidden Zone's death domain. However, as I attempted to provoke them into battle, I silently came into contact with a long-buried, desiccated skin. This skin, imbued with unfathomable forbidden death laws, rendered me unable to utilize any means of defense or even summon my supreme protective artifact before I fell into unconsciousness. Xiao Huan sought to rescue me, but she too unknowingly touched that eerie, desiccated skin and fell into a stupor. I had presumed I was dead. Within the Forbidden Zone, colossal bones littered the ground. Even quasi-emperors could perish, and emperors had met their bloody fates. Experiencing ominous transformations, death was the most commonplace occurrence here. Yet, I did not die. When I awoke, Xiao Wan and I found ourselves within this dilapidated temple. The Celestial Maiden's voice remained devoid of warmth as she recounted these events. Like a mere observer, as if they were trivial matters to her, Chinchilla suppressed the myriad emotions within him. His eyes narrowing. He understood all too well that the seemingly nonchalant recounting of events belied the multitude of terrifying dangers involved. Before him stood the Celestial Maiden of the Yuhua dynasty, undoubtedly a formidable and beautiful force to be reckoned with. Since his arrival in this world, the last individuals he wished to encounter were those who were fierce, powerful, diligent, and possessed extraordinary talents, coupled with terrifying backgrounds and fortunes. Such individuals, once they fully realized their potential, could seize the very essence of fate and become unparalleled existences, rivaling even the children of destiny. In the realm of cultivation, destiny is not the sole determinant. Chinchilla had diligently studied the past. 30,000 years ago, there existed a supreme deity known as Confucius, who was not a child of destiny. He had spent millennia in a Taoist temple called Shiling, perusing countless tomes, later traveling the world, absorbing knowledge from every corner, before retreating to the Central State dynasty. After enduring several dark upheavals, he ultimately aligned himself with the heavenly Tao. achieving a transcendence that transformed him into an emperor. The cultivation world is vast and mysterious, a time traveler. Chen Xie could discern certain archetypal terrifying figures, like his fiancée Yi, who was destined to rise against the heavens. Yet he struggled to identify atypical yet rare and formidable existences. This realization was a significant factor in his decision to maintain a low profile since his arrival in this realm. You should be able to guess that the one who saved us is your mother. In the realm of cultivation, being rescued often comes at a cost, a notion I wholeheartedly accept, for nothing is more important than one's survival. Once dead, all that remains is dust. Moreover, your mother's demands are quite modest compared to those who would reduce us to mere slaves or puppets, stripping us of everything. She merely requests that we engage in dual cultivation with you. The cultivation world is harsh, and individuals like your mother are few and far between. That I did not refuse her offer, as the terms were far more lenient than I had anticipated. Dual cultivation will only enhance my cultivation, posing no detriment to me. Your mother even bestowed upon me an imperial-level dual cultivation technique from within the Forbidden Zone. The Celestial Maiden continued, pausing momentarily as her gaze shifted, following her line of sight. Chen Xie noticed several cracked bronze lanterns in a corner of the temple. What transpired thereafter? Even if this transaction were possible, you couldn't have truly waited here for 3 years, could you? And where is my mother? Combining the information previously imparted by the Celestial Maiden, Chen Xie's mind swiftly grasped at least 3 crucial pieces of information. In that moment, his body tensed silently once more, with a rustle, as Chen Xie's gaze remained fixed on the Celestial Maiden. The girl in palace attire, after much internal conflict and hesitation, began to remove her garments. The temple fell silent, and in the brief interlude, the sound of her layers of palace attire being shed resonated distinctly. It was as if she harbored an absolute trust in the Celestial Maiden's words. In light of the 2 commands just issued, she, akin to a youthful girl from Jiangnan, blushed deeply, lowering her head, and astonishingly refrained from inquiring further about the Celestial Maiden's intentions. Chapter 38. The Cracked Bronze Lanterns and the Trial of Death. The hierarchical structure of the Yuhua dynasty was rigid. And even though the Celestial Maiden treated her as kin, this deeply ingrained perception remained firmly rooted in her mind. The girl, naive and tender, stood amidst the coldness of the temple. Chen Xie felt the night breeze behind him. Though his body was tense, he paid no heed to the actions of the girl behind him, his focus still on the Celestial Maiden. The walls of the temple were adorned with the markings of divine crows, and the Celestial Maiden's gaze fell upon the cracked bronze lanterns in the corner, her hand gently tapping one of them. After my mother and I completed this transaction, she left behind a total of 9 cracked bronze lanterns before departing. You are correct. If it were merely a transaction based on verbal promises, I would not have waited here for 3 years, nor would I have personally come to engage in dual cultivation with you. Whatever you can conceive, your mother has certainly anticipated as well. Thus, 3 years ago, when she rescued us, she did not completely dispel the rare forbidden energy that had been infused into our bodies through the human skin. Instead, she infused a drop of her blood into both me and Xiao Wan. Once activated, this drop of blood can fully dispel the forbidden energy within us. The key to activating this drop of blood lies within you specifically. Your own blood, by employing the dual cultivation technique. Her blood can be infused with yours, subsequently activating the essence she left within us, and we shall gain our freedom. Naturally, I am a Tao body sacred embryo. Once we engage in dual cultivation, you will receive my primordial yin, forcibly enhancing your constitution and allowing your cultivation to break through once. Both of us shall reap immense benefits. It is only at this point that my mother and I can be said to have truly completed this life and death transaction. For me, this arrangement is quite fair. The ethereal goddess continued to speak, as the night breeze swept into the temple, causing the tattered yellow banners, remnants of countless years, to sway. The statue at the forefront appeared hazy and indistinct. You were completing the transaction. After my mother departed, did you not choose to wait here? Did you attempt to leave? Upon learning of his mother's plans, Chen Xie instantly grasped much. Indeed, a mother is always a mother. This was undoubtedly reliable. Yet, observing the goddess's reaction in that moment, the sense of unease within Chen Xie deepened. Indeed, I had foreseen that your mother might harbor other, more terrifying secrets. She could not remain here for long. After the transaction was completed and she departed, I did not immediately use the forbidden communication talisman left by your mother to contact my master. I contemplated employing a special method to forcibly suppress the sinister energy within me. intending to utilize the means your mother had provided to escape this place. However, I somewhat underestimated the terror of this primordial forbidden zone. The sinister energy within me could unexpectedly summon that strange human skin once more. As soon as I stepped outside the temple, that peculiar skin would instantly locate me and annihilate me in an instant. When I first forcefully suppressed the sinister energy and ventured out, I encountered that human skin. Had it not been for the ancient bronze lamp left by your mother, I would have perished then and there. That ancient bronze lamp momentarily halted the bizarre skin's advance, but it shattered completely in the process, and Xiao Huan and I found ourselves back in the temple. As the ethereal goddess reached this point in her tale, she finally turned her head. She spun gracefully, like a divine being gazing down upon the mortal realm that I in that fleeting moment. The entire world seemed to fade, leaving only her exquisite visage. The wind stilled, nature lifted its gaze, and the cosmos seemed to lose its color. Despite having steeled himself to remain calm and tense, Qinxia found himself momentarily dazed once again as she turned. Even with her veil still in place, he felt she was truly the most perfect woman in existence. Wait, you previously mentioned that my mother left behind 2 layers of protection, sufficient for me to leave this place twice after achieving true dual cultivation. Therefore, having utilized one, there should still be another remaining. Correct. After taking that risk to go out once, you must have understood the terrifying dangers outside. Surely you wouldn't be foolish enough to venture out again, would you? After a brief moment of stupor, Qinxia pinched his thigh fiercely. Calm down. In his past life, he had once foolishly delivered food for a year to a pure and innocent schoolgirl simply because he had glanced at her over the wall while on duty. He had even squandered an entire year's savings to buy her a high-end phone that in the end, he had never even touched her hand, and she later told him not to come anymore. Fearing misunderstandings from her classmates, Qinxia had truly suffered for several months back then. At that time, he was only 17. Now, in this phase of youth, he had no desire to stumble twice over beautiful women. In his previous life, he only realized before his transmigration that one could find a girl of similar caliber in a foot massage parlor for merely $200, or spend $1,000 to invite one to a karaoke bar. The communication talisman given by his mother, meant for contacting the outside world, could only be used once. In other words, it could convey but a single message, after which it would be destroyed. The ethereal goddess's veil fluttered slightly, and the terrifying aura of her transcendental realm resonated quietly. What does this have to do with the second means your mother left for us to leave here alive? Qinxia took a deep breath, biting his tongue to maintain his composure against any distractions, striving to preserve his absolute calm. I do not wish to utilize that talisman to communicate with the Yuhua dynasty, thereby truly engaging in a transaction with your mother. The 9 ancient bronze lamps left by your mother are indeed sufficient for the 3 of us to leave here alive 3 times. She seemed to have anticipated that I might take a risk once. So the first use I wasted does not count. As for the remaining 7 lamps, I have already used 3 for other attempts, according to my original plan, even if all 3 experiments failed. The remaining 4, 1 for guiding you and 3 for our escape, should suffice. However, during the 3rd experiment, unforeseen circumstances arose, and the sinister energy within us once again attracted that bizarre human skin, which this time directly entered the temple. In our desperate bid for survival, we had no choice but to use 2 more lamps. The ethereal goddess gazed at Qinxia, in that moment revealing the entire truth. At the temple entrance, the palace-clad maiden had indeed shed all her garments. What did you say? Yet, Qinxia's gaze did not linger on the palace-clad maiden. Instead, he focused on the ethereal goddess, a chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 39. Within the temple, devouring Qinxia, the night air was crisp, the maiden as pure as jade, the goddess as cold as frost. Qinxia's heart pounded fiercely. He asked a question, but the ethereal goddess did not respond further. Her gaze shifted from Qinxia to the completely unclad palace maiden. The 9 life-preserving lamps, having consumed 7, used 1 to guide me, leaving only 1. Can this solitary lamp protect all 3 of us and ensure our safe departure? When I entered, I shared a lamp with you, and your maid. If I were to activate the blood of my mother within your bodies, expelling the sinister energy from you, could we still escape alive? Qinxia felt an intense dryness in his throat. He did not require the ethereal goddess to repeat herself. He had already grasped her meaning. Yet, understanding only deepened his horror and tension. Was this ethereal goddess so reckless? His mother had left behind 3 layers of safety, even considering granting this goddess an opportunity to err once. Yet after her first misstep, she showed no fear and continued recklessly onward. Uncertain, based on my calculations, Using this ancient bronze lamp should ensure our safety for roughly half the journey. However, our goals are rather ambitious, and the forbidden creatures drawn to us will inevitably be greater in number. Thus, this lamp may not sustain us for the entire escape, as she spoke. The ethereal goddess casually produced a map resembling animal hide. She released it, and it fluttered towards Chinchilla. Then, she continued, "This is the map your mother created for leaving this place. Xiaohuan just followed a route on this map to guide you." Boom. The ethereal goddess's voice remained calm, yet her figure suddenly moved. She appeared almost like a fleeting shadow, instantly materializing before Chinchilla. Her previously restrained aura erupted to an extreme in that moment, and in her hand, a segment of pitch-black deadwood materialized inexplicably. Snap! Chinchilla's mind raced with various thoughts as his hand barely grasped the map. Yet, ever cautious, he did not truly lower his guard. One must always be wary of others. Chinchilla did not fully believe the ethereal goddess's words. Within his dantian, he had been tightly gripping the Celestial Path 50/50 card and Absolute Defense card with his true essence. Now, as the disturbances began to stir, he unhesitatingly shattered the Celestial Path 50/50 talisman. Was this woman trying to kill him? No. Her realm already surpassed his by 2 significant levels. Logically, if she wished to kill him, she need not engage in such pretense or waste her breath. She could have acted directly. She could not possibly know about the Celestial Path 50/50 card and Absolute Defense card on him. Moreover, if she truly intended to kill him, the powerful figure from the Yuhua dynasty outside would surely have conducted a thorough search and taken action against him again. So, she was not trying to kill me? With the activation of the Celestial Path 50/50 card, Chinchilla's mind snapped into focus, and his aura surged rapidly. Realizing the card had yet to take effect, he contemplated a possibility if not to kill him. Then who was she targeting? Within this temple, apart from himself, the palace-clad maiden, and the goddess, was there a third person? Snap. Boom. Chinchilla's thoughts raced as his body swiftly executed a sideways maneuver, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the ethereal goddess of the Yuhua dynasty. Her segment of deadwood poised to strike with lethal intent. A figure. No. Human skin. The segment of deadwood in the ethereal goddess's grasp plunged down without warning, and a bizarre human skin appeared inexplicably upon the once empty ground. The atmosphere was almost devoid of any fluctuation, as if it had seamlessly merged with the ground. When Chinchilla entered, he felt not a hint of peculiarity. The feathered goddess had spoken extensively. But was it merely a ruse to buy time? Was she attempting to deceive this human skin? Or had she already surmised that the human skin had infiltrated the temple, necessitating time to ascertain its location? Perhaps she was setting a trap for this human skin. Step aside. Thoughts raced frantically through Chinchilla's mind as his body retreated at breakneck speed. Yet, just as he had barely taken a step back, he discovered that the human skin on the ground, after being struck by the feathered goddess, was not trapped in place. Instead, it transformed into a fleeting shadow that charged towards him with terrifying speed. The feathered goddess, gripping a shard of blackenwood, watched with alarm as the human skin eluded her grasp and surged towards Chinchilla. Despite her veiled countenance, her expression betrayed her shock. Once again, her body surged with renewed vigor, and she pursued the human skin with unparalleled swiftness. However, even with her full force unleashed, she was ultimately a moment too late. In that fleeting instant, the human skin had already reached Chinchilla's side. He invoked the Celestial Defense Talisman. Crack. Before the temple's entrance, the girl in court attire, resembling a maiden from the Jiangnan region, blushed deeply, her face blooming like a peach blossomed. In that moment, she too reacted. Instantly shattering a talisman. As the talisman crumbled, a deep blue barrier materialized in the void before Chinchilla. Yet, the terrifying force of the human skin shadow showed no sign of abating. It barreled through the barrier as if it were inconsequential, penetrating it in an instant. In that very moment, it loomed ominously before Chinchilla. Boom! The previously restrained aura of the entity surged dramatically as it approached Chinchilla, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The sinister energy it released tore through the fabric of reality. Chinchilla recoiled, yet at that moment, he felt as though he were a moth drawn to the flame. His form was instantly engulfed by the endless, sinister energy. Chinchilla, forbidden technique, blood ignition. The feathered goddess, witnessing this scene, felt her countenance drain of color once more. Chapter 40. Life and death in an instant. Terrifying shock. Chinchilla could not perish. She had just revealed nearly every detail of the past 3 years. and her intentions were not far from Chinchiya's conjectures. She had not lied. Her purpose was to engage in dialogue with Chinchiya, using him to distract the human skin while simultaneously locating its position. However, there were certain aspects she had not disclosed to Chinchiya through her previous attempts at death as a divine figure of the Feathered Dynasty. She had likely discerned some of the peculiar habits and patterns of this enigmatic human skin. She had been strategizing and developing this plan for the past 6 months, culminating in the events of today. The shard of blackened which she held was, in fact, a piece of the idol's hand within the temple. The reason the human skin hesitated to enter the temple was largely due to the presence of this idol. From her earlier attempts, she had determined that the idol exerted a terrifying suppressive force over it. The shard of blackened wood in the idol's hand was likely the most potent means of restraining the human skin shadow. Furthermore, she had surmised that due to her previous reckless actions, she had inadvertently weakened the temple's hold over the human skin. Otherwise, it would not have dared to enter. She had also predicted that if she sent a maid with a lantern to guide Chinchiya, the human skin shadow would likely seize the opportunity to follow them. It was probable that the human skin shadow could deduce that if it did not act soon, they might find a way to escape. It too was poised for action. As a divine maiden of the Feathered Dynasty, she was far more than a mere beautiful figure. Her strategic acumen and forecasting skills had reached a terrifying level. Thus, she was attempting a desperate gamble against fate. Moreover, utilizing the only communication talisman left by Chinchiya's mother, which could breach restricted zones, she had solicited the supreme figures of the Feathered Dynasty to assist in analyzing whether the shard of wood could suppress the shadow. The ancient, top-tier experts had collaborated in their analysis, employing a special void transmission array to relay several days' worth of information to her. Among these was the conclusion that the shard of blackened wood in the idol's hand could indeed subdue the shadow. The feathered goddess, over the past 6 months, had synthesized external information with her own clandestine calculations, leading to the sudden and seemingly simple strike she had just executed. Simplicity and profundity. Her plan was not overly complex. Yet simplicity often yields the least room for error. She aimed to forcibly immobilize the human skin shadow and break the deadlock. But despite her near-perfect strategy and execution, a subtle error had emerged in her desperate assault. Had the ancient titans of the Feathered Dynasty miscalculated? It seemed unlikely. It was highly probable that a quasi-empirical figure within the dynasty had conducted an extraordinary analysis. Yet, if the analysis were accurate, where had the mistake occurred? Why had the human skin shadow been able to elude or grasp? Reverse scheming. This terrifying human skin was engaging in counter-scheming. Did it possess a formidable intellect and awareness? Was it, too, plotting against its own fate? Had it discerned that Chinchiya might be the key to breaking the impasse? If only Chinchiya were to perish, the sinister energy within its own body could never be dispelled, thereby sealing its own fate. As the feathered goddess surged towards Chinchiya with all her might, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. A paragon of divine beauty. She even recalled details from her recent strike in that brief moment. Was it a disguise, or perhaps a shadow technique? The human skin shadow might have utilized a masterful form of deception just prior. What she had struck was not its true form, but rather an advanced illusion. The feathered goddess trembled, an icy chill enveloping her entire being. A scheme. The human skin shadow's machinations had reached such depths. Its true horror did not merely stem from its eerie, malevolent energy and annihilation laws. It had anticipated her thoughts and actions. How could this be? This implied that since 3 years ago, it might have seen through her meticulously crafted plan, one so intricate that even her maid was unaware of its details. The feathered goddess, observing the human skin shadow as it passed through the barrier and completely consumed Chinchiya, felt a chilling dread erupt within her. For the first time, this unparalleled celestial beauty felt genuine terror. Had the human skin shadow truly attained such a level of defiance against the heavens? In that moment, she felt as though she were facing a celestial sage of the Feathered Dynasty. Only she knew how much effort, time, and energy she had expended over the past 6 months, how many calculations she had performed to orchestrate that seemingly simple yet devastating strike. Beyond the heavens, beyond humanity, the feathered goddess's speed continued to escalate, and within her, a powerful forbidden technique surged, yearning to unleash itself in a desperate bid to eliminate the threat. Yet, her heart had turned to ice. She had not relinquished her struggle, yet she was acutely aware that her relentless efforts over the past 3 years, her half-year of plotting, had not led to victory. Instead, she was on the verge of sealing her own fate in the primordial abyss. Perhaps, had she not fought so recklessly 3 years ago and merely followed her mother's blueprint, she would have long since escaped unscathed. Death, An icy dread gripped the feathered goddess's heart. Before her, the court maid, now stripped of her garments, watched in horror as Chinchilla was wholly consumed. Her movements froze. Though she was unaware of the feathered goddess's plan, she understood that if Chinchilla truly perished, they would undoubtedly share the same fate. In this forbidden zone, if the sinister energy within their bodies was not dispelled, even if the human skin shadow did not kill them, once they exited the temple, they would surely attract other forbidden entities. Moreover, she recognized that the human skin shadow was capable of effortlessly erasing even their divine figure. Chinchilla, with a mere marginally higher realm than hers, was but a trivial target. Crack. Roar. Yet, just as the chilling dread enveloped the feathered goddess's heart, and the court maid stood paralyzed, the human skin shadow suddenly convulsed violently. Chapter 41. Chinchilla's overwhelming assault. The human skin shadow emitted a piercing shriek, and as its body convulsed, it instantaneously relinquished its hold on the consumed Chinchilla. It seemed to have encountered something profoundly terrifying, causing its form to vanish in an instant. On the eastern side of the temple, the dilapidated windows trembled, and as its shadow re-emerged, it was revealed just outside the crumbling papered windows. The figure of Chinchilla, once consumed by the haunting vestige of human skin, reappeared in that moment. He stood steadfast, utterly unharmed, as if the terror of the recent devouring and annihilation had left no mark upon him. The aura of the feathered goddess surged uncontrollably, as an ancient and terrifying forbidden artifact within her was forcibly awakened. Yet, witnessing the scene before her, her extreme speed towards Chinchilla abruptly slackened. You're alive. The feathered goddess's eyes flickered, her mind racing through countless possibilities. She had battled wits against that vestige for 3 years and was acutely aware of its dreadful nature. Were it not for this temple and the ancient bronze lamp left by Chinchilla's mother, she and her maid would have perished 3 years prior. Based on her calculations, this vestige could wield forbidden rules to obliterate a being of titanic stature. Even now, she could not fathom the essence of this haunting remnant. After employing the only communication talisman capable of penetrating forbidden zones to relay information about this enigmatic entity to the Feathered Dynasty, even the supreme and formidable beings of the dynasty could not discern its nature in a timely manner. That a quasi-emperor from a millennium ago had suggested it might be an entity that escaped from the dragon's nest forbidden zone eons ago. And now, Chinchilla, a mere genius from the Qingxian sect, had somehow survived the violent obliteration by this vestige. Chinchilla had yet to utilize the bronze lamp. How could you possibly still be alive? Do you possess something that restrains that vestige? You are the child of that woman. She can suppress this vestige. Has she left behind some hidden means within you? Before the temple, the maid of the feathered goddess shuddered. Momentarily forgetting that her garments had slipped away. She gazed at Chinchilla. Her thoughts immediately turned to his mother. An astonishment erupted in her clear eyes. In that fleeting moment, she had felt certain that Chinchilla was destined to perish. Even with her strength, she believed she could suppress this mere genius from the Qingxian sect. Even if their goddess did not intervene, the Feathered Dynasty could easily annihilate the entire Qingxian sect. Inside the cold temple, Chinchilla remained motionless, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the two before him. He was not unable to move. Rather, he was too cautious to act recklessly. Chinchilla feared revealing his hand. He had nearly exhausted all his trump cards, coming perilously close to detonating the pitch-black broken sword hidden within his dantian. In moments of life and death, he never hesitated to sacrifice such things. Of course, the first to be shattered and utilized were the Heaven's Tao 50-50 card and the Absolute Defense card. This time, the Heaven's Tao 50-50 card had clearly activated at a critical moment. That vestige truly sought to kill him. Its terrifying murderous intent had directly triggered the chaotic operation of the card. In that instant, Chinchilla felt the suffocating aura of death closing in on him. He perceived that the pressure he faced from the vestige's frenzied obliteration surpassed even that of the titanic being from the Feathered Dynasty above Wei Qing. Did you truly think that a mere remnant of human skin could kill me? Did you truly underestimate my preparations for entering this primordial forbidden zone? Have you misjudged something? Chinchilla's heart raced with terror, yet after a brief silence, he finally spoke. His gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the vestige before shifting to the goddess and the maid. His tone was laced with detachment. However, when his eyes lingered on the maid, there was a noticeable pause before he silently masked My mother once saved both of your lives, and this is how you repay her? You dare use my life as bait, attempting to lure and slay a mere vestige. What were you two thinking? Furthermore, my mother left 9 bronze ancient lamps for you. How could you have squandered 8 of them? According to her plan, as long as you remained here obediently, even 2 pigs could leave alive. Yet you two nearly brought about your own demise. Have your minds sunk to such depths of foolishness? Chinchiya's gaze shifted once more toward the feathered goddess and the maid, his tone suddenly becoming exceedingly severe and frigid. Confronting the exalted feathered goddess and the maid, his demeanor took on an air of superiority. He admonished the goddess as if she were a mere pet. And do you truly believe I, Chinchiya, would regard you, the feathered goddess, with any esteem? To be frank, I, Chinchiya, have publicly rejected our engagement twice. Allow me to show you how it unfolded. Before the feathered goddess, the maid, or the vestige could respond, he shattered a crystal of memory. Steady, conceal, intimidate. Chinchiya understood that the Heaven's Tao 50-50 card was something they could never begin to comprehend. And he aimed to deter that enigmatic vestige. At the very least, he sought to instill some trepidation, preventing it from attacking. This place was far too terrifying. He even sensed that as the vestige charged toward him, other forbidden specters silently traversed outside the temple. I, Chinchiya, now declare before all the people of Weiqing. I, Chinchiya, refuse to annul my engagement with Xiao Yinwei. I, Chinchiya, even if burdened with the abyss. Standing alone against the great emperor of antiquity and battling the celestial empire, shall not forsake Xiao Yinwei, even if she has become a waste 10 years prior. I, Chinchiya, am willing to use the Heaven's Tao rebirth to reshape her cultivation routes. And I shall confront the ancient tribulations for her, reopening a path for her cultivation. Should the earth dare impede me, I will shatter this endless land. Should the heavens dare obstruct me, I will tear apart this vast firmament. As the memory crystal shattered, scenes from above Weiqing and the Qingxian sect were directly revealed before the astonished vestige and the two women. Xiao Yinwei, she is the girl from Wutan City. The one who fell from grace as a genius. I know her. No, wait. She is your fiancée. You would forsake our feathered goddess for a waste. You dare to abandon an unparalleled alliance with our feathered dynasty for the sake of a waste. Before the temple, the maid, Chu Xiaowan, stared at the scenes within the memory crystal, her eyes widening in shock. She gazed at Chinchiya, who stood before the statue, momentarily rendered speechless. Although she had seldom left the feathered dynasty over the years, having remained by the feathered goddess's side, she was acutely aware of the cruelty and treachery of the cultivation world. She had witnessed many practitioners from the feathered dynasty sever ties with their original partners upon passing the foundation and cultivation tests to join the Celestial Patrol. The cultivation world was merciless. To rise above, many practitioners would spare no expense to climb the ranks. For many, choosing a partner became a stepping stone to ascendancy. The first sword upon reaching the shore is often drawn against the beloved. Once, a genius from the Celestial Patrol had personally validated this notion through his own experience. And now, a mere genius from the Qingxian sect had the audacity to reject their feathered goddess for a woman who had become a waste for a decade. What was he thinking? How could he dare? From the memory crystal, it was evident that Chinchiya had withstood an attack from a titan of their feathered dynasty to refuse their goddess, nearly losing his life. The maid, Chu Xiaohuan, while astonished, showed no signs of anger. Her previously extreme aversion to Chinchiya seemed to wane. The feathered goddess, watching the scenes within the memory crystal, momentarily halted her furious aura. Now tinged with disbelief. So, do you believe now? You are merely being overly clever. Chinchiya. Chinchiya's gaze did not falter toward the vestige outside the window, but remained fixed upon the feathered goddess and the maid as he spoke coldly. Yet this time, before his words could fully escape, the terrifying vestige outside the temple stirred once more. Its aura, overwhelmingly fearsome, erupted to a nearly horrifying degree, casting darkness over the entire temple. Its speed reached an apex. And in an instant, it was once again behind Chinchiya, but as the vestige moved, the feathered goddess advanced with near-synchronous speed from 7 paces in front of Chinchiya. In that fleeting moment, when the celestial maiden transformed, she astonishingly appeared directly behind Chinchiya. The piece of blackwood in her hand once again plunged toward the figure of the human skin remnant. A cunning calculation. Just moments ago, the celestial maiden had been reprimanded by Chinchiya, and her aura had stagnated, which was, in fact, a ruse. It seemed she had already discerned that Chinchiya was merely posturing. She appeared to have anticipated that the human skin remnant would once again launch a terrifying attack on Chinchiya at this very moment. At that critical juncture, she simultaneously unleashed forbidden techniques and wielded forbidden artifacts. She traversed the void, leaving behind a shadow of a substitution technique, while her true self materialized directly behind Chinchiya, and also behind the human skin remnant. As a goddess of the feathered ascendancy, Her abilities, methods, deduction skills, and strategies were undeniably terrifying, placing her at the pinnacle among the younger generation, even at this moment. She had not relinquished her terrifying calculations against the human skin remnant. Capitalizing on Chinchiya's pretense, she executed a decisive and lethal strike. Crack. Her frenzied scheming and actions culminated in the black cloth piercing the back of the human skin remnant. Divine Goddess. The palace maid, clearly taken aback, did not foresee that the celestial maiden would strike decisively at this moment. Her voice faltered. Crack. Yet, as the black wood of the celestial maiden penetrated the back of the human skin remnant, its movements appeared unaffected. That it continued to move, and the terrifying forbidden mist emanating from it pierced toward the back of Chinchiya. They struck almost simultaneously. Shadow techniques, substitution techniques. The breathtaking visage of the veiled celestial maiden transformed once more. Her eyes, as beautiful as an ancient ice mountain, erupted with a terrifying fury. The horrific forbidden artifact within her was instantaneously detonated, the piece of blackwood in her hand forcefully thrust forward again. It was a deception. In that electrifying moment, clarity dawned upon her. She realized that the human skin remnant was also engaged in a sinister scheme. In fact, the human skin remnant was so astute that it had calculated her own calculations. The cunning and terrifying stratagems of the human skin remnant exceeded her deductions. She erupted with power, yet her awe-inspiring explosion came just a fraction too late, as the enigmatic human skin remnant's gathering of otherworldly ghostly mist had already pierced the back of Chinchiya. At that instant, the head of the human skin remnant seemed to reveal a hint of indifference and mockery. It appeared to have seen through both the frenzied deductions of the celestial maiden and the posturing of Chinchiya. It was as if this ancient, formidable entity felt that allowing two mere youths to survive until now was a disgrace. Crack. The human skin remnant was cold, swift, decisive, and ruthless, yet this time, as the concentrated, terrifying ghostly mist descended upon Chinchiya's back, it shattered upon impact. The ghostly mist surrounding it trembled violently, and its form vanished once more. The paper-thin window on the east side of the temple shuddered again. And in the next moment, the eerie human skin remnant reappeared outside the window. Its skin and mist appeared to have suffered grave damage, growing significantly dimmer. As it stood outside the window, its body seemed momentarily frozen. Its hollow head gazed at Chinchiya, seemingly perplexed. Did you not just employ forbidden energy? Do you truly possess a trump card capable of countering, or even blocking the human skin remnant? The battle commenced in an instant, only to end just as swiftly. The celestial maiden was acutely aware that this seemingly minor skirmish, devoid of significant clashes or explosive techniques, concealed unfathomable malevolence and lethal strategies. This silent and subtle battle of deduction and extermination was, at times, far more terrifying than a battle drenched in blood and shaking the heavens. The celestial maiden spoke, her ice-like gaze, now veiled, revealed genuine ripples of emotion as she regarded Chinchiya. Chinchiya, too, surpassed her expectations. She had genuinely believed that he was merely posturing. What had just transpired? You have thwarted a monumental extermination once again. The palace maid, Chu Xiaowan, turned to Chinchiya, her mind replaying the recent scene. Vaguely grasping some of the dangers and terrors within in a stammer, she gazed at Chinchiya, her voice trembling further. Chapter 43. Seizing control of the situation, forcibly departing, all eyes were fixed upon the perplexed figure of Chinchiya, who stood motionless. The statue loomed large, while Chinchiya stood before it, seemingly more steadfast than the statue itself, with two cards remaining for the Heavenly Tao's 50-50 chance and the Absolute Defense card. Chinchiya was acutely aware of his trump cards, and he understood the terrifying nature of the situation at hand. Since he had chosen to play the part, he would commit fully. As for the recent assault, it had been anticipated by Chinchiya. However, he had not expected the celestial maiden and the human skin remnant to calculate against each other to such an extent in such a brief span of time. How many more times can you attack? Chinchiya refrained from further chastising the celestial maiden and the palace maid. Instead, he abruptly turned to face the human skin remnant, gazing vacantly from outside the temple window. Chinchiya spoke, and the temple fell silent. The human skin remnant remained still, while the celestial maiden regarded Chinchiya with astonishment, choosing to hold her tongue. After posing his cold question, Chinchiya did not elaborate further. The more he spoke at this juncture, the more he risked revealing his intentions. His goal was to shroud both the celestial maiden and the human skin remnant in mystery. Chinchiya aimed to commandeer the situation. He had discerned that the human skin remnant was exceedingly wary of the piece of black wood in the celestial maiden's grasp. In fact, it seemed incapable of directly slaying her while she wielded it. Furthermore, each time the human skin remnant entered the temple, it appeared to suffer some terrifying damage at the very least. When Chunxia saw it at the temple window, he noticed a charred mark upon its skin. The celestial maiden had repeatedly disrupted her mother's schemes over the past 3 years, plunging the situation into a precarious state. Now that he had entered the temple, he had reached a critical juncture that could shatter the existing equilibrium. Among the younger generation, the celestial maiden undoubtedly ranked at the summit in terms of methods, strength, deduction prowess, and ruthless decisiveness. Yet, the human skin remnant, having existed for untold years, was clearly more seasoned and terrifying. It was evident that it was suppressing the celestial maiden in every aspect. Such experience, forged over countless epochs, could not be easily erased in a short span of time. Chunxia's mind was remarkably clear. Faced with an entity so utterly unfamiliar and profoundly terrifying, his strategy was to instill dread, leaving it unable to see through him, fostering a strong sense of trepidation. His current objective was to survive at all costs. He still possessed 4 trump cards, while he was merely in the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone, a place steeped in terror and mystery. Put on your clothes, gather yourself, and prepare to leave with me. With me here, even if the Lord of Forbidden Techniques arrives, you shall live. I may not be able to vanquish the Lord of Forbidden Techniques, but it cannot extinguish me either. Chunxia cast a cold glance at the human skin remnant, then turned his gaze towards the palace maid, who stood bare. Next, he walked toward a bronze ancient lamp positioned before the statue. Upon seeing Chunxia approach the lamp, the celestial maiden hesitated for a moment. But as she watched him depart without a backward glance, her eyes flickered, and ultimately, she chose to remain still. Outside the window, the human skin remnant gazed at Chunxia, its face hollow and dark. Leaving no one to discern its thoughts at this moment, the wind howled outside the temple, producing an eerie and chilling sound. The endless undulating wilderness and mountains were shrouded in darkness, and peculiar figures occasionally flitted through the mist. In the Taichu abyss, it seemed no one could truly discern its true visage. Divine Maiden. The palace maid, taken aback by Chunxia's words, regained her composure, her youthful face flushed with astonishment. First, heed his words and put on your clothes. The celestial maiden responded, her gaze still fixed upon Chunxia. Hearing this, the palace maid exhaled softly, hurriedly donning her garments. Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she glanced at Chunxia, her eyes reflecting a similar sentiment. As the celestial maiden's handmaiden, she had encountered many other ancient powerhouses and prodigies over the years, but at this moment, she felt that the young man from the Qingxian sect was unlike anyone she had met before. She sensed in Chunxia a mystery and strength that eluded her comprehension. Moreover, she felt that Chunxia was both profound and pure. Perhaps, if the divine maiden were to marry such an extraordinary man, it would not be a misfortune after all. Chunxia exhibited no reaction at all to her exposed form. Lighting the lamp, he retraced his steps along the path he had come. In the serene and graceful manner reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden. Chu Xiaohuan had just donned her attire. As her mind wandered through a labyrinth of thoughts, she was abruptly startled by a deep, steady voice. Almost instantaneously, she felt a warmth envelop her left hand. As a large hand clasped her delicate fingers, and an ancient, cold lantern was thrust into her grasp. Chu Xiaohuan's eyes widened in alarm. Her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue, for the initial disdain she held for Chunxia had vanished entirely. Chunxia, however, maintained an expression devoid of any disturbance. He did not cast a single glance at the grotesque remnant of human skin. Initially, he had contemplated lingering in the temple to glean more information from the ethereal goddess, hoping to extract further details before devising an escape. Yet now, he felt it prudent to depart while he still exuded an air of mystery, one that others could not penetrate. Remaining here, especially in the presence of such cunning adversaries as the skin remnant and the astute goddess, would only allow them to glean more insights with every passing moment. As for the notion of dual cultivation, Chunxia glanced at the bashful and delicate figure before him, reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yet he resolutely suppressed it. Oh, you truly possess the assurance of surviving this ordeal. He pondered, I have already stated that only this ancient bronze lantern remains. The 3 of us must share its light, which can barely carry us halfway back. In the latter half of our journey, we will confront not only the skin remnant, but also other forbidden and enigmatic entities that may emerge at any moment. Our encounters with death could exceed 3 times. Are you certain of your capabilities? The ethereal goddess's gaze resembled an unfathomable autumn pond, revealing her lingering skepticism toward Chinchilla. Chapter 44. A Terrifying Gift. A shift in offense and defense. The Taichu Forbidden Zone is shrouded in mystery and terror. Even the ancient emperors of bygone eras failed to fully subdue it. 12,000 years ago. An emperor, after obliterating an ancient coffin deep within the Forbidden Zone, triggered an ominous transformation that persisted for millennia. While Chinchilla's recent actions astonished her, they had yet to earn her complete trust. Her sensitivity to life and death was palpable. If you possess a method to survive, you may choose to remain. Chinchilla offered no superfluous explanations. He recognized that the goddess of the feathered ascendancy had reached a desperate juncture. Otherwise, with her decisive and assertive nature, she would not have awaited his arrival. At this critical juncture, Chinchilla was equally resolute. He still held 4 aces up his sleeve, should the bronze lantern extinguish midway. Even if faced with forbidden entities, he would still have 4 chances to survive. In light of this, it was imperative to make a desperate attempt rather than wait idly for death, should the skin remnant detect any vulnerabilities and strike again. His options would dwindle further. Exiting now presented a greater probability of survival. As for the 2 women, he had already extended his goodwill to the utmost. Having destroyed 9 lanterns, they were left with but 1. If they faced a life or death moment, their fates would be sealed. Chinchilla, though harboring kindness, was not a saint. He too was fighting for his life. Let us go. Remaining here serves no purpose. The ethereal goddess paused for a brief moment and acquiesced to Chinchilla's counsel. Recognizing the futility of lingering any longer, her previous hesitation stemmed from the forbidden and eerie essence that the skin remnant had infused within them. As long as this essence lingered, they were effectively marked prey. No matter where they ventured, the skin remnant could track them through this forbidden aura, ready to annihilate them at any moment. Their original plan involved dual cultivation, utilizing Chinchilla's essence to awaken the bloodline left by his mother within them, thereby eradicating the remnant's influence. This was a safeguard provided by Chinchilla's mother, however, given that they had been directly targeted by the skin remnant, and recognizing that the bronze lantern could not guarantee their safe passage through the entirety of the Forbidden Zone. The urgency for dual cultivation had diminished. It seemed prudent to wait until they were outside the Forbidden Zone. Chinchilla remained silent, unaware that the ethereal goddess's mind was racing with thoughts in this fleeting moment. He was merely assessing other potential resources aside from his 4 absolute trump cards. Ding! Xiao Yinhue received the second letter from her host, shaking the entire Xiao family. Xiao Yinhue expressed her gratitude, rewarding the host with 79 heavenly Dao points. Ding! Xiao Yinhue received a cultivation technique gifted by the host, leading to Xiao Yanli's embarrassment, and Xiao Yinhue rewarded the host with 87 heavenly Dao points. Ding! Xiao Yinhue received a spirit herb from the host, stunning the prominent families of Wutan City, and Xiao Yinhue expressed profound gratitude, rewarding the host with a super sealing card for forbidden entities. The host also received 3 heavenly Dao 50/50 cards. Ding! Xiao Yinhue witnessed what Zhou Qing publicly stated on behalf of the host, sending shockwaves through the Xiao family once more. Xiao Yinhue was deeply moved, rewarding the host with 1 sealing card for forbidden entities and 109 heavenly Dao points. Ding! Xiao Yinhue saw the scene that once appeared above the Qingxian sect and glimpsed the images within the memory crystal ball, rewarding the host with a heavenly Dao annihilation strike. The host also received 219 heavenly Dao points. Inside the temple, Chinchilla's body suddenly stiffened. Just a moment ago, he had been tense, contemplating how to optimally leverage his final 4 cards and other resources for escape. Yet, in the next instant, his movements froze. At this critical juncture, was it still his beloved wife who would come to his aid? All of his efforts, the painstakingly crafted second letter delivered by Zhou Qing, had finally reached its destination. Listening to the seemingly indifferent voice of the system within him, Chinchilla felt tears welling up in his eyes. The heavenly Dao 50/50 card had multiplied to 3. Astonishingly, 2 sealing cards for forbidden entities had also appeared. Just by hearing the description of the sealing card for forbidden entities, Chinchilla could roughly deduce its function and promptly opened its introduction in his mind. Sealing card for forbidden entities. Each card can seal 1 forbidden entity, excluding the master of the forbidden. Even when facing the master, it can seal them, rendering them incapable of using their annihilation abilities for 1 hour. How terrifying! Chinchilla's heart raced with a violent thrum. The Forbidden Zone earned its name due to its immense size, mystery, and terror. This was a place where even emperors could encounter ominous transformations. Over the years, aside from hearing legends of emperors slaying true forbidden creatures, he had never heard of other powerful cultivators capable of annihilating or sealing genuine forbidden entities. This sealing card for forbidden entities was nothing short of miraculous. After accessing the details of the sealing card for forbidden entities, he immediately turned his attention to the introduction of the Heavenly Tao Annihilation Strike card. Heavenly Tao Annihilation Strike, capable of annihilating all beings beneath the Emperor and the Master of Forbidden Entities. By heavens! As he read the description of the Heavenly Tao Annihilation Strike card, Chen Xie felt a surge of adrenaline. Was the second letter he sent this time truly so impactful? The system had actually provided such an almost divine item based on his beloved wife's reaction? Furthermore, with this single instance, the system had granted him over 500 Heavenly Tao points, allowing for more than 50 draws if he were to gamble. The tension on Chen Xie's face cracked into a broad smile. What truly constituted confidence? At that moment, he suddenly turned to gaze at the terrifying and mysterious skin remnant outside the window, and his expression shifted to one of superiority. Ding! Xiao Yanwei. Through the ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Witnessed the memory crystal surface from Wei Qing, and her heart swelled with emotion, rewarding the host with 9 ancient bronze lanterns. The host also received 1 mirror-breaking talisman. The host was granted a sword for breaking forbidden seals. Additionally, the host received 470 Heavenly Tao points. As Chen Xie turned, a mechanical voice echoed ominously in his mind. Is something amiss? The ethereal goddess had been silently vigilant. And upon noticing Chen Xie's sudden shift, she immediately sensed his unusual demeanor. Her body, as graceful as autumn waters, tensed in response. Chapter 45. Exiting the temple, the second ancient bronze lantern. At this moment, you should be the one to gracefully tie up your long hair. Before the temple's entrance, Chen Xie observed the ethereal goddess's body tensed, her eyes, deep and mysterious as autumn waters, reflecting a mixture of astonishment and wariness. His tone unexpectedly softened. The ethereal goddess's exquisitely beautiful brows furrowed even tighter. She gazed at Chen Xie, her wariness intensifying, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Let us proceed as we wish. In the Taichu Forbidden Zone, if you desire, you may stroll in any direction that pleases you. Chen Xie turned his head, reaching out to gently stroke the hair of Chu Xiaohuan, who had already ignited the ancient bronze lantern with her true essence, feeling its coolness and softness beneath his fingertips. Chen Xie, feeling the tension, casually stole a glance at her bosom, where her garments were not entirely fastened. In the heat of the moment, he had been too preoccupied with survival to truly appreciate such a breathtaking spectacle. Although Chu Xiaohuan may not possess the ethereal beauty of a transcendent goddess, her grace and vivacity, reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, undeniably surpassed that of the so-called international stars of his previous life on Earth. This allure was entirely natural and untainted. Chu Xiaohuan, taken aback by Chen Xie's sudden move, instinctively recoiled. The ancient bronze lamp in her grasp swayed, casting a soft glow upon her youthful, lively face, accentuating her enticing blush. We should leave quickly. According to the calculations of the goddess, if the 3 of us depart together, we can only make it halfway. If we delay further, the risks may escalate. In her panic, Chu Xiaohuan hastily spoke. Go. Yet, the transcendent goddess did not wait for her to finish or for Chen Xie to respond. Clutching an ancient talisman, she stepped out of the temple the moment the bronze lamp illuminated. Clearly, until that moment, she had not placed her genuine hopes upon Chen Xie. Chu Xiaohuan witnessed the goddess step beyond the temple's threshold. She hurriedly followed, hardly glancing back at Chen Xie. Has it vanished? Xiaoyu remained impassive, while Chen Xie's gaze shifted once more. He glanced towards the direction of the human skin specter, only to find that it had vanished from the eastern window of the temple. His eyes flickered slightly as he followed the goddess and Chu Xiaohuan out of the temple. Stay steady. After receiving a massive influx of feedback from the system, Chen Xie reined in his earlier bravado. Within the primordial forbidden zone, he refrained from being excessively arrogant. Without sufficient benefits, reckless defiance would be tantamount to courting death. His trump cards had merely increased. It did not mean he could annihilate the entire forbidden zone in one blow. At least, if over 100 terrifying forbidden creatures were to besiege him, he could still perish. And within this primordial forbidden zone, the number of forbidden creatures certainly exceeded 100. The primordial forbidden zone was boundless. The forbidden creatures numbered in the millions. Chen Xie forcibly reminded himself to remain composed, and then he stepped out of the dilapidated temple. The Qin people lament their fate, while future generations mourn them. Yet, when the future generations mourn without reflection, they too make the future mourn. Chen Xie had learned this phrase in his previous life. He was determined not to become a cautionary tale for future villains in this world. He must not court death. Exiting the temple, a cold wind brushed against his face, and darkness enveloped the landscape. The wild grass swayed mournfully. Looking up, he beheld dense fog, mountains, ravines, paths, and thick forests, alongside the fleeting shadows within the mist. Chen Xie's mind sharpened. Xiao Huan, quicken your pace and do not linger. Remember, regardless of what we encounter, do not emit your aura. With this bronze lamp, we can nearly negate the recognition of most forbidden creatures. If we are swift and cautious enough, we might just escape safely. After stepping out of the temple, the goddess's aura shifted once again. Chen Xie could discern that the true, peak prowess emanating from her was visibly returning at a rapid pace. When she was genuinely exerting herself, she was evidently far more serious than he had imagined. You too must conceal your aura. While you may possess hidden cards, this primordial forbidden zone is by no means as simple as you envision. Here, even emperors could encounter dire anomalies. Even your mother was exceedingly cautious. I believe your hidden cards are limited in use. The transcendent goddess was clearly reclaiming the authority of leadership and command. She had evidently deduced far more profound truths during her time in the temple, even vaguely guessing that the hidden cards Chen Xie possessed were likely restricted in their usage, intelligence bordering on the supernatural. This extraordinary woman might possess a strength more terrifying than what she had revealed. Chen Xie refrained from contradicting her. His gaze swept around. Since the goddess wished to reclaim control, he chose not to protest. Instead, he seized the opportunity to observe the enigmatic and mysterious primordial forbidden zone and its true nature. Take this, and no need to rush. Since we are leading the way, let us proceed with care. Noticing the two were overly tense and their pace rapid, Chen Xie unexpectedly produced a bronze lamp from his dantian. Just moments ago, the system had bestowed him 9 bronze lamps. Chen Xie's current mindset was one of non-aggression. Yet he was certainly unafraid of trouble. By providing them with an additional bronze lamp, he could better scrutinize the ancient primordial forbidden zone and uncover its secrets. For Chen Xie, 1 bronze lamp was no longer his most formidable trump card. What is that? A primordial stone man. At the instant he revealed the bronze lamp, his peripheral vision caught sight of a heavy silhouette seemingly approaching through the mist. You possess yet another bronze lamp. The transcendent goddess, however, paid no heed to the ancient and mysterious stone figure within the fog. Her gaze was fixated on the bronze lamp in Chen Xie's hand. You actually have another one? We can survive this. 2 lamps. Yes, with 2 lamps, we truly can escape. You genuinely possess another? Xu Xiaohuan's tense expression erupted into intense surprise upon seeing the bronze lamp. Previously, you had 9 bronze lamps, yet when you attempted to leave with them. What was the reason for your failure? Chen Xie, however, disregarded their excitement and suddenly posed a question he had seemingly overlooked. Previously, it was because we were relentlessly attacked by that human skin specter as soon as we exited. This bronze lamp can shield our auras, preventing other forbidden creatures from attacking us. However, the forbidden ghostly energy injected into our bodies by the human skin specter can still lock onto us. But can you not counter that human skin specter, with you present? As long as the specter refrains from attacking us again and obstructing our path, we can leave here with these 2 bronze lamps. Xu Xiaohuan's attitude had noticeably shifted when Chen Xie produced the second bronze lamp. This piece of blackwood in my hand is an item from the statue within the temple. My previous attempts yielded some results. This blackwood can inflict significant damage upon it seeks to annihilate us. But it won't be so easy. In previous encounters, we were merely unable to leave due to its repeated ambushes. Now, since you can barely withstand its attacks, and I possess something capable of dealing it heavy damage, it should hesitate to act against us. Otherwise, it would be taking a considerable risk with every strike. The transcendent goddess's expression softened upon seeing the bronze lamp Chen Xie had produced. She provided an explanation. Her previous bold attempts were driven by the belief that she was on the verge of success. Let us hasten our pace. The human skin specter may employ other means to impede us. I have a feeling your 3 years of plotting may have left some contingency plans in its wake. Chen Xie's gaze shifted from the towering, mysterious stone figure receding into the distance. He squinted, quickly arriving at a decision in his mind. Chen Xie resolved to employ the first forbidden object sealing card. He sensed that the human skin specter was too peculiar. Should it reappear, he would directly use the seal to eliminate this most unstable factor. The best defense is a good offense. Even the transcendent goddess, with her uncanny intelligence, had suffered losses against the human skin specter. Despite his robust trump cards, Chen Xie was reluctant to place himself within the specter's intricate schemes. Chu Xiaohuan's pace quickened as she spoke. As individuals hailing from the illustrious Feathered Emperor dynasty, they were evidently well-trained and experienced. Their shock, confusion, and vigilance did not impede their speed. I find myself regretting my choices. Perhaps you should have completed a proper dual cultivation with us in the temple, thereby eradicating the specter's aura from our bodies entirely. If that were the case, once it distanced itself from us, it would be unable to locate us again. As the transcendent goddess pressed forward, she suddenly voiced this thought. Chen Xie raised his head but refrained from rebutting her. Between life and death, many things indeed lose their significance. Even Chen Xie felt that perhaps completing the dual cultivation within the temple would enhance their chances of survival. The path through the Forbidden Zone is fraught with peril, or perhaps it can be said that within the Forbidden Zone, there is no path at all. Paths are forged by those who tread upon them. When fewer people traverse a route, it gradually devolves. The three of them moved swiftly, with Chen Xie trailing behind, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, choosing not to utter a word. Is someone there? Is it that old woman selling vegetables? Chu Xiaohuan walked at the forefront, lantern in hand, and after approximately half an hour, her steps momentarily faltered. Chen Xie noticed ahead on the overgrown path, shrouded in the night. A woman with a tattered basket filled with vibrant green cabbage was approaching them. She walked unsteadily, her figure hunched. At first glance, she seemed like a living being. However, upon closer inspection, she appeared devoid of any vitality. Give her 3 old coins for a cabbage. Upon seeing the woman, the feathered goddess tightened her posture silently, yet did not halt her stride. I'll buy a cabbage. Here's the payment. Chu Xiaohuan, noticing the situation, hesitated not a moment. She swiftly retrieved 3 worn copper coins from her bosom and respectfully extended them towards the old woman. The old woman paused briefly, not uttering a word, but merely extending her withered hand. She accepted the 3 coins, and then handed a vibrant cabbage to Chu Xiaohuan. Is this the old vegetable seller from the Taichu Forbidden Zone? Chen Xie followed closely, observing the scene before him with clarity. He had read about this old woman in ancient texts. She had appeared during the era of eternity. However, in those ancient times, this vegetable seller was regarded as an exceedingly terrifying entity. Comparable to the Lord of Taboo. It was said that a supreme being of imperial caliber once encountered this old woman in the Forbidden Zone, and overwhelmed by uncertainty on how to respond, he was afflicted by a terrifying and ominous transformation. Ultimately, that being perished in a bloody demise within the Taichu Forbidden Zone. This was a true existence capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. After that encounter, the seemingly inconspicuous old vegetable seller instilled dread into the hearts of all who ventured into the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Even in ancient times, a small sect Taoist priest from the eastern wilderness, by a stroke of fortune, had purchased a cabbage from this old woman using 3 ancient coins, after which he experienced no further misfortune, and the method of surviving an encounter with her gradually spread. Now, anyone entering the Taichu Forbidden Zone inevitably carried 3 copper coins. There are people ahead. As Chu Xiaohuan made the purchase, the feathered goddess suddenly sensed something and glanced sharply towards the front. Is someone there? Chen Xie, hearing her exclamation, followed her gaze. The feathered goddess, after all, was 2 realms above him. This was not a situation that could be easily dismissed. Could there truly be someone? How could so many people be present in the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone? Were they beings of taboo? Chen Xie raised his head and, through the mist ahead, distinctly saw at least 10 figures. Moreover, these figures were rapidly approaching their direction, seemingly evading something. They were human. Were they scavengers? No, there were others trailing behind them. Were they the marauders of the Forbidden Zone? A peculiar glint flickered in the feathered goddess's eyes as she perceived many things at once. In that instant, her aura surged silently with formidable intensity. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Tomb of Yin and Yang. Spirits in action. The goddess of the feathered dynasty, Yu Tianyao, as the goddess, and Chen Xie remained on high alert. The figures within the dark mist continued to advance swiftly. Among them, some clearly recognized the trio of Chen Xie. They did not cease their approach, merely slowing their pace slightly as they drew nearer. A young man exuding an astonishing aura identified the feathered goddess at a glance. Hunghuang Holy Land, Hunghuang Holy Sun, Long Xie. The feathered goddess had already drawn an ancient forbidden artifact, yet upon hearing the young man speak, her heightened vigilance did not wane. You know each other? Chen Xie observed the exchange, maintaining absolute caution while a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. During his cultivation at the Qingxian sect, he had kept himself informed about the outside world. He understood that true top-tier holy lands, dynasties, and legendary talents frequently entered various forbidden zones for life and death trials to break through their limits. However, such trials usually took place at the fringes of the forbidden zones, as they were not meant to be fatal. Even on the periphery, many formidable beings and prodigies would fall each year, and venturing deep into the forbidden zones was akin to gambling with one's life. Transcending the very essence of trial, the feathered goddess and her attendant had inadvertently entered the depths of the Taichu abyss 3 years prior due to unforeseen circumstances. Why had these individuals come here? Their numbers were also unusual. Within the forbidden zone, a greater number of individuals only heightened the risk of attracting the wrath of taboo creatures. Could it truly be the legendary Holy Sun Long Xie? The one who shattered 3 realms with a single spear 5 years ago? The feathered goddess's maid's eyes lit up at the mention of Long Xie, revealing a hint of excitement. She then spoke. Holy Sun Long Xie, are you here for training as well? Wait, there are taboo creatures behind us. We must leave this place quickly. The figures cloaked in black mist moved with incredible speed, having approached the feathered goddess. Chen Xie and Chu Xiaohuan in mere moments. Chen Xie glanced over and saw that their group numbered nearly 60 or 70, some bearing horrific injuries. As they came closer, the scent of blood intensified. The young man who had spoken earlier now appeared increasingly distinct, his presence resonating powerfully, as if invoking a response from the heavens with every gesture, and he seemed to deliberately suppress and conceal his own aura. With a single glance, Chen Xie discerned that this young man was formidable, his realm likely on par with that of the feathered goddess, both exuding an aura of immense terror. To his left, 2 figures emanated an equally powerful presence, though their auras were even more concealed, making it impossible for Chen Xie to perceive their true strength at first glance. Were they members of the Taishu sect? The 13th Marauders of the Forbidden Zone? Holy Sun Long Xie, did you dare to act against the Emperor's tomb of Yin and Yang? Upon hearing the Holy Sun from Henghuang Holy Land speak without offering an explanation, the feathered goddess's keen intellect quickly deduced the implications. Her expression changed, and beneath her delicate veil, her stunning eyes shimmered with renewed intensity. What is the Emperor's tomb of Yin and Yang? Chen Xie's wariness escalated immediately. Initially, he had felt nearly certain that the figures ahead were merely remnants of human skin, but now he sensed that they had indeed crossed a line. At this moment, he was most averse to any unexpected developments. With his beloved wife by his side and a mission bestowed by the system, all he needed was sufficient time to cultivate and wait for the opportune moment to soar like a dragon through the storm. They had already traversed nearly half the path to safety. Surely, they could not encounter further complications. Is this the Emperor's tomb of Yin and Yang, which prompted the leaders of 11 holy lands and dynasties to convene a meeting due to the disturbances in the Taichu Forbidden Zone 7 years ago? I recall that after discussions, the 11 holy lands and dynasties had agreed to seal it temporarily, had they not? Did you truly dare to enter that place without the older generation of titans? Chu Xiaohuan seemed to possess some knowledge as she spoke, her clear eyes bursting with astonishment. Then, she appeared to recollect something, exclaiming, wait, those over 30 years old who enter the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Zone face horrific death probabilities. 7 years ago, after testing by the 11 holy lands and dynasties, it was established that any cultivator over 30 entering the Emperor's tomb would face instantaneous death. You truly dared to enter without the older generation? Chu Xiaohuan's complexion shifted dramatically, and Chen Xie's gaze narrowed. The Qingxian sect was merely a millennia-old sect, still distant from the holy lands and dynasties. The terrifying depths of the Emperor's tomb might exceed their comprehension, and the top-tier forces likely kept such information tightly guarded, knowledge that the intelligence division of the Qingxian sect could not possibly uncover. Yet, the more he pondered, the more distressing Chen Xie found the situation. Xiaohuan, head right. Let us proceed as per our original plan. Henghuang Holy Sun, I will not interfere with your intentions. My training has concluded, and I must take my leave now. After the expression of the ethereal goddess subtly shifted, she swiftly regained her composure. This being, whose intellect bordered on the supernatural, clearly wished to refrain from wading into murky waters, after merely contemplating for 2 seconds. Once the group, led by the Holy Sun of Henghuang, approached, she chose to adhere to the original plan and depart. Chen Xie, upon hearing her words, felt a quiet sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that this woman, endowed with both ambition and intelligence, might rashly align herself with these individuals. Observing that Heng Yu and the formidable figures behind him, whose affiliations were undetectable, had completely overlooked him, Chun Xie refrained from drawing attention to himself. Ensuring a safe exit was his utmost priority. Yet, just as Chun Xie prepared to turn and discreetly follow the ethereal goddess and Chu Xiaohuan down the abandoned path to their right, the ethereal goddess abruptly pivoted. As she spoke, she unexpectedly seized the bronze lamp from Chu Xiaohuan's grasp. And in a mere instant, she appeared directly before him. Something lurked behind. At that very moment, Chun Xie felt an icy chill creep up his spine, and his expression shifted drastically. Chapter 48. Discreet Pursuit. Ancient forbidden artifact. It was too late. Beside Hengyu, a figure entirely shrouded in black cloth, revealing only a single left eye, shook his head slightly as he observed the ethereal goddess's actions. So, these entities have ultimately followed us? Behind Hengyu, another figure concealed in shadow cast a glance at Chun Xie, his gaze evasive. In silence, he had already produced a blood-red Buddha statue. Ahead, the ethereal goddess moved, and she, along with the bronze lamp in her possession, materialized right in front of Chun Xie. The ancient lamp's azure light cast a glow over him. Crack. Yet, as her figure flickered past, an eerie black hand materialized behind Chun Xie. The hand had scarcely appeared before it reached out to touch his back. The night air was frigid, and the hand was uncanny. Among the crowd that had just approached, several figures had already concluded that Chun Xie was doomed. Their expressions were indifferent. They clearly held no concern for the demise of a mere insect. Chun Xie could not conceal his realm, and they were capable of discerning his level. In the eyes of the pinnacle talents of these ancient holy sites and dynasties, a young genius of the divine profound realm was akin to an insignificant insect. He cannot be saved. You wish to leave now? This path HM? No, he has perished. The holy son of the Hengyu dynasty merely glanced at Chun Xie before his attention returned to the ethereal goddess. Initially unconcerned, he suddenly sensed something amiss after the ghostly hand appeared and then vanished. The hidden, terrifying resonance of his aura surged. Looking at Chun Xie, his eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. He hasn't died. Wait, he should merely be at the mid-stage of the divine profound realm. Judging by his attire, he must be from the Qingxian sect. How could he possibly survive the onslaught of forbidden ghostly entities? Could it be that he possesses an ancient forbidden artifact? Did he just activate one? To the left of the holy son of Hengyu, the individual wrapped in black cloth stepped forward. He regarded Chun Xie. In his single visible eye shifted in expression. It seemed he was both astonished and regretful. An ancient forbidden artifact is the true foundation of the major holy sites and dynasties. A single ancient forbidden artifact can withstand the annihilation of a forbidden ghostly entity. But afterward, it would shatter and become useless. For him, a mere Qingxian sect member, to expend an ancient forbidden artifact was somewhat wasteful. His life is not worth an ancient forbidden artifact. Behind the holy son of Hengyu, another figure concealed in darkness expressed a hint of regret. Listening to these two voices, Chun Xie's mouth twitched violently. Damn it. Is my life worth less than paper? And if I use it, it's a waste. But if you do, it's not. I may be low-key, but if I were to abandon that pretense in this forbidden zone, I'd truly dare to shatter your faces, holy son of Hengyu. Let us part ways here. Xiaohuan, let us go. The ethereal goddess momentarily stiffened, her gaze evidently wavering again. Within the temple, she had witnessed Chun Xie defy the odds against the skin remnants of that figure. Her initial conjecture was that Chun Xie's mother had likely left him some means to resist that skin remnant. In her deductions, Chun Xie could only withstand that remnant. Yet just now, Chun Xie had withstood that forbidden ghostly hand without a scratch. This implied that he might be concealing even more secrets that she had yet to unravel. Her eyes flickered, yet she did not reveal this at that moment. The appearance of that dark hand had heightened her vigilance once more. The individuals before her had evidently provoked something they ought not to have. It was clear she wished to distance herself from them. She understood that the eerie figure hidden in the shadows had likely not departed. Remaining with these individuals would only complicate and exacerbate the situation. Thus, we must choose to leave this path. You need not worry excessively. Those pursuing us, these forbidden entities, are merely lesser ones with a low probability of extermination. The forbidden entities within the Yinyang Emperor's tomb have been temporarily diverted by our unique methods. The bronze lamp in your possession should be some form of ancient forbidden artifact capable of concealing your aura. If you accompany us, we will be less likely to attract the attention of forbidden entities in the absence of items like the bronze lamp, thus rendering you safer. The holy son of Hengyu's gaze lingered on Chun Xie for but a moment before shifting away. Clearly, Chun Xie lacked the qualifications to capture his attention. His focus returned to the ethereal goddess. One of his caliber was certainly no fool. After merely a glance, he discerned her apprehensions. Very well, Xiaohuan, let us proceed. some matters can be discussed along the way. The ethereal goddess, exhibiting greater resolve, merely shifted her eyes and promptly returned the bronze lamp to Chu Xiaowan, while silently retrieving a section of black and withered wood. Her visage, veiled by a light gauze, regained its depth and tranquility. Chinchilla cast her a glance, yet could not fathom what she was contemplating at that moment. Did she truly wish to depart with him? Perhaps not. In Chinchilla's view, the ethereal goddess had likely concluded that since they were to traverse this path, it was unavoidable. She decisively evaded unnecessary conflict and wasted time, making a swift choice. Chinchilla chose not to speak further. These individuals had likely already attracted some of the terrifying forbidden entities. He possessed sufficient trump cards, and for him, it mattered little with whom he walked. All he desired was to survive and leave this place. The unparalleled prodigies of these ancient sects and dynasties, as well as special forces, were not individuals with whom he could confront directly at this juncture. Maintaining a low profile was his best strategy. Chinchilla, draw closer to me. However, just as Chinchilla discreetly followed behind, the ethereal goddess suddenly spoke. Upon hearing her words, Hung Wang Holy Sun and his entourage paused. Their gazes lingering on Chinchilla, several figures' eyes unmistakably reflected a hint of intrigue. Chapter 49. Surrounded by eerie entities, forced to act, Chinchilla, feeling the multitude of gazes converge upon him, instinctively froze. Was the ethereal goddess protecting him, or was she inciting animosity towards him? No. Do you not sense that we are encircled by forbidden ghostly entities? Impossible. So many. Steeling himself amidst the scrutinizing eyes as he approached the ethereal goddess. Chinchilla swiftly assessed the rewards gathered before the temple entrance. Among these treasures was an item referred to as the Forbidden Compass. Upon examining the compass, he discovered that it could temporarily merge with his vision, allowing its owner to perceive the forbidden entities lurking nearby through its unique laws. Initially, Chinchilla intended only to experiment discreetly. However, upon integrating with the compass, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Chinchilla distinctly saw that within the surrounding inky mist, countless eerie and terrifying forbidden figures had materialized unbeknownst to him. These figures primarily concentrated on the group led by the Holy Son of Heng Huang, yet they were also encroaching upon the trio within the darkness. They moved silently, and even utilizing special ocular techniques could not detect them. Chinchilla's heart raced as he caught sight of the dark hand that had nearly claimed his life moments ago. What had these individuals done? Had they truly excavated that Enyang Emperor's tomb? How had they survived to reach this point? Chinchilla's gaze swept across, his hair standing on end. Silence. Are you attempting to incite panic? You, a mere waste of the divine profound realm, can perceive the hidden forbidden entities within the mist. What do you think you are? Were it not for the protection of the feathered goddess, I would have the pleasure of slaying you right now. Beside the Holy Son of Heng Huang stood a young man, exuding an imposing aura, with a vertical scar etched across his brow, who had long harbored disdain for Chinchilla. Upon hearing Chinchilla speak, he stepped forward menacingly, a palpable killing intent radiating towards him. You too, if you wish to live, follow me. Chinchilla's gaze swept across, and his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. He had no choice but to follow the crowd. Suddenly, he turned and quickened his pace, striding ahead. His speed was remarkable, and he spared not a glance at the scarred youth. Seeking death, he mused, incredulous that anyone would dare charge forward alone. Without the protection of the feathered goddess's ancient bronze lamp, could he survive even a breath? The scarred youth, observing Chinchilla's swift advance, felt his contempt deepen. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he abruptly halted. He realized that after Chinchilla rushed forward, the feathered goddess hesitated for merely half a second before following suit. Remarkably, she did not even acknowledge the Holy Son of Heng Huang or his entourage. How intriguing, mused the Holy Son of Heng Huang, that it seems the feathered goddess regards the waste of Qingxian sect more highly than us. A smirk graced his lips as he recalled hearing rumors just days prior about the feathered dynasty agreeing to a marriage alliance with the Qingxian sect. It seemed this individual, clad in Qingxian attire, was indeed the betrothed. Yet, considering the feathered goddess's noble stature and her haughty demeanor, how could she possibly align herself with such a worthless being? What hidden motives lay beneath? Behind the Holy Son of Heng Huang, a shadowy figure spoke again. That waste from Qingxian sect appears rather unconcerned. What audacity for one so insignificant to challenge the likes of Hengyu sacred land. The corpse cult, and our 13 bandits of the eastern wilderness. Holy Son of Hengyu, I have a suggestion. Once we emerge from the primordial abyss, refrain from intervening. Perhaps we 13 bandits could seize a goddess for ourselves, to make her our queen. To the left of the Holy Son, A young man with a face full of freckles clutched a rustic chopping knife, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Within this forbidden zone, he seemed devoid of fear, displaying neither reverence nor hesitation in his desire to plunder the goddess. Follow my lead. The Enyang Emperor's tomb may be far more terrifying than you imagine. We might truly be pursued by something sinister. He warned. Why Forbidden Pearl has been sounding alarms. After an hour, nearly half our numbers have perished. Does no one else find this mortality rate exceedingly high? The holy son of Heng Huang, with star-like eyes, turned his gaze towards Chen Qi. Throughout their journey, he appeared to be engaged in some mental calculations, remaining ever vigilant. He spoke, his footsteps already moving forward, directly towards Chen Qi and the feathered goddesses group. Chen Qi, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that following behind others in such a place is the safest course? The entourage surrounding the Holy Sun clearly operated as a cohesive unit. Having meticulously planned their approach, they utilized sacrificial scouts and observers before advancing with the main force, minimizing the risks of death. By recklessly leading the charge, you are merely a sacrificial pawn. Following you places us in the same perilous position. Do you not understand? Upon seeing the feathered goddess join them, Chu Xiaohuan, holding the ancient bronze lamp tightly, hurried to keep pace, although she had begun to reconsider her opinion of Chen Qi in this moment of imminent danger. She could not help but lash out at him. Save me. Help me. Before she could finish her plea, a sharp and urgent cry for help echoed from behind them, only to be swallowed by a chilling silence. Someone has perished? Chu Xiaohuan gasped, turning in horror. Have you discerned anything of significance? Did your mother leave you other hidden cards? The feathered goddess did not cast a glance back, having already anticipated that many would meet a grim fate in the depths of this forbidden zone. Her gaze returned to Chen Qi, her eyes shimmering with unspoken calculations regarding him. Damn it. Get away. Chen Qi, moving swiftly at the forefront, paid no heed to the words of the feathered goddess or Chu Xiaohuan. His sole focus was to leave this place at the earliest opportunity. He sensed that if truly beset by a multitude of terrifying forbidden spirits, even with his numerous hidden cards, safety was far from guaranteed. Employing the forbidden compass, he advanced ahead of the group. Yet, as he meticulously avoided all visible forbidden entities, he suddenly felt a ghastly, pale hand seize his ankle with terrifying force. Chapter 50. Forbidden Skeletons. Terror unleashed. With a roar, Chen Qi shattered a heavenly Dao 5-5 opening talisman, his figure swiftly sliding to the side. He had been preoccupied with observing the forbidden entities around him, neglecting the dangers lurking beneath. Was that a forbidden skeleton? If so, how had the youth from Qingxian's sect survived? The sudden onslaught of a forbidden skeleton should be enough to instantaneously obliterate even a being of saintly caliber. How could he possibly endure? The group led by the holy son of Heng Huang moved swiftly as well. Among them, several powerful individuals quickly spotted the figure emerging from the ground. The freckled youth displayed a look of shock. Clearly aware of the skeleton's terrifying nature, Xiaohuan, retreat 3 steps. Chen Qi, forbidden skeletons are social creatures. They often awaken in packs of 3 to 12. Every time a living being approaches, one stirs from slumber. If I draw closer, a second will surely awaken. I cannot risk intervening directly, or you will find yourself in even greater peril. However, I can employ a forbidden artifact to carve a path for you. The feathered goddess grasped Chu Xiaohuan firmly, her terrifying aura swirling around her. She transferred the dark, withered to her left hand and produced a bronze umbrella in her right. Clearly, she recognized the dreadful skeleton. The heavenly abyss bronze umbrella? You, of the feathered dynasty, dare carry such a terrifying artifact? He's merely a waste. Surely he does not warrant the use of such a powerful umbrella, though it can be utilized multiple times. Each use degrades its integrity. This is something of great value. Are you truly willing to expend it for such a trivial matter? The figure hidden in the shadows behind the holy sun recognized the umbrella and spoke. His tone cold yet tinged with greed. In the blink of an eye, life and death in the primordial abyss could shift dramatically. He paid no mind to Chen Qi's fate. His focus lay solely on the feathered goddess's umbrella. Boom! As many witnesses finally grasped the scene unfolding before them, the utterly white skeleton surged into motion. Its aura exploded forth as it swung a fist towards Chen Qi. The surrounding void trembled violently, and the forbidden energy emanating from the skeleton nearly instantaneously sealed off the space around Chen Qi. Break for me, Chen Qi shouted, simultaneously pressing down on the heavenly Dao 5-5 opening card while drawing forth the dark broken sword. Fiercely cleaving towards the terrifying skeletal figure. He could not rely solely on cards. Each strike consumed a card, and even the most substantial reserve would be depleted eventually. Chinchilla had no intention of entangling himself with the forbidden skeleton. He had heard the feathered goddess's warning and sought to block another strike while swiftly devising a means of escape. Step aside. Do not engage directly. You will perish. Drawing his sword, Chinchilla noticed the feathered goddess's complexion shift. The bronze umbrella in her hand unfurled abruptly. She moved with remarkable speed, and a bronze light radiated from the umbrella, colliding forcefully with the skeleton's descending punch at the moment Chinchilla's sword struck. The clash resonated through the air, creating a muffled thud, as the atmosphere around them blurred ominously. In the midst of the darkness, many witnesses glimpsed the terrifying laws of the heavenly Tao colliding midair. Violently compressing against one another, Chinchilla, closest to the impact, felt the force more acutely. How formidable, he thought, realizing that had he struck the skeleton directly, he would likely have triggered the reserve Heavenly Tao 5-5 opening talisman, which harbored the destructive rules of forbidden annihilation. Break for me. The forbidden skeleton was forced back by the bronze light, yet Chinchilla did not seize the opportunity to flee. He sensed that he had been locked onto by the skeleton's aura. In this moment, a brief distance would not suffice to ensure his safety. At this moment, Chinchilla wished to quietly wield the forbidden sword awarded by the system in front of the temple. The system's description of this sword claimed it could severely injure or even slay the vast majority of forbidden entities, and that the forbidden sword was formless, able to attach itself to a tangible blade. As Chinchilla pondered rapidly, he yearned to utilize this sword to discern its true capabilities. Chinchilla, what are you doing? Step back quickly, or you shall perish. That forbidden skeleton is far beyond your capacity to confront. It was merely repelled by me moments ago. The feathered goddess, witnessing Chinchilla's reckless advance, changed countenance abruptly. She sought to intervene, yet Chinchilla's speed was astonishing, compounded by her recent use of the celestial bronze umbrella, leaving her slightly at a loss. Is he courting death? Does he not comprehend the nature of forbidden entities? Surely he does not believe that the feathered goddess's earlier strike truly inflicted significant damage upon that terrifying forbidden skeleton. Does he hope to take advantage? Behind the holy son of Hangyu, a figure concealed in darkness spoke again, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Heh, fools will always be fools, if this imbecile meets his demise. Perhaps once we escape the primordial abyss, I might truly seize the feathered goddess as my captive wife. A young man, his face marred with pockmarks and clutching a rusted hatchet, gazed at the feathered goddess with a smirk. His eyes brimming with lewdness, merely a glance seemed to suggest he had already dominated this extraordinary, ice-cold goddess countless times. Boom! Amidst the gazes of many, Chinchilla's figure surged forth, arriving before the forbidden skeleton. As he brought down the sword in his hand, the skeletal figure, which had been retreating, suddenly halted. With a forceful stomp, it slammed its foot down upon the ground, its aura of forbidden energy erupting to a horrifying extent. It unleashed a punch towards Chinchilla, the aura enveloping him, as if in that instant, Chinchilla had already met his end. The feathered goddess opened the celestial bronze umbrella once more, but it was already too late. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her expression shifted dramatically. Dead, Chu Xiaohuan, holding the ancient bronze lamp, felt her hand tremble slightly. She distinctly sensed that when the forbidden skeleton's fist struck down, Chinchilla's presence had vanished entirely. Chapter 51. A sword to sever the forbidden. An uproar among all sides. Chinchilla's form appeared consumed. All eyes converged, and the aura unleashed by the forbidden skeleton's punch reached an apogee. Crack! In that fleeting moment, while many believed Chinchilla had been obliterated by a single blow, from the dense forbidden energy surged a terrifying sound of shattering. Subsequently, a pitch-black broken sword forcibly cleaved through the dense black mist, striking directly against the forbidden skeleton's fist. The broken sword, devoid of edge, shattered bones upon contact. The moment the dark sword pierced the forbidden skeleton's fist, a sound of bones fracturing echoed forth. Not dead? How could he possibly still be alive? That wave of forbidden energy had evidently consumed his entire being. Should it not have extinguished his vitality instantaneously? Behind the holy son of Hengwang, the shadowy figure concealed in darkness, upon witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Did he just breach the forbidden skeleton's defenses? A sword that could shatter bones? Impossible. The forbidden skeleton's bones were akin to sacred artifacts. How could a mere insect of the divine profound realm penetrate such defenses? To the right of the holy son of Hengwang, a previously silent middle-aged man underwent a drastic change in expression, his steady gaze now reflecting astonishment. As he took a step forward, the feathered goddess struggled to fully open her bronze umbrella, her movements momentarily stalling. Break! Chinchilla's sword descended. In that instant, He paid no heed to the gazes around him. The broken sword was as dark as night, after cleaving through the forbidden skeleton's fist. The sword did not cease. It plunged terrifyingly into the forbidden skeleton's arm, causing visible cracks to form. The forbidden skeleton paused momentarily, seemingly in disbelief that this human, akin to an insect, could so easily breach its defenses. Yet, it responded with alacrity, swiftly sliding to the side as Chinchilla's sword continued its terrifying advance. Crack! Just as it moved, a fearsome shattering sound erupted from its chest cavity. Chinchilla's broken sword unleashed an invisible sword light, shattering the forbidden skeleton's arm and piercing through its chest. The forbidden skeleton's body trembled violently. With its chest cavity destroyed, the horrifying aura of forbidden energy surged chaotically, shaking its form that it seemed to wish to move. But at the center of its chest, the sword mark erupted with terrifying force, shattering. Its headless form exploded, scattering in all directions. Boom! Its upper body plummeted towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. All eyes watching in astonishment, the forbidden sword had been utilized once, with 19 uses remaining. As Chinchilla executed a strike, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Broken, severed? You actually managed to sever the forbidden skeleton with a single sword? Forbidden entities, ordinary magical tools, or cultivators beneath the great masters cannot inflict true harm. Can they? Chu Xiaowan's clear eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed at Chinchilla, feeling her throat tighten momentarily. Previously, while in the temple, she had witnessed him forcibly repel the human skin shadow, but she had not paid much attention, as the feathered goddess had utilized numerous trump cards over the past 3 years, repeatedly thwarting that shadow. Yet now, this was no mere human skin shadow. Most crucially, Chinchilla had not merely defended, he had directly severed this terrifying forbidden skeleton. At this moment, it transcended Chu Xiaohuan's comprehension. This man, aside from his unwavering devotion to that wasteful girl from Wutan City, possessed such formidable strength. Was he not merely at the divine profound realm? Could it be that he possessed a second forbidden artifact? Did the Qingxian sect bestow upon him all their treasures? An artifact capable of breaching forbidden entities must be at least at the peak of the Dao transformation realm, requiring numerous exceedingly rare forbidden materials to forge successfully, and he had utilized it so readily? Behind the holy son of Henghuang, the shadowy figure in darkness was equally astonished, struggling to believe that Chinchilla had indeed breached the forbidden skeleton's defenses. He immediately thought of ancient forbidden artifacts, his tone imbued with a hint of coldness and envy. For such a level of item, he had only brought one into the primordial forbidden zone. He had not anticipated that a mere waste from the Qingxian sect would possess one as well. Igniting, Chinchilla's sword fell once more, still unperturbed by the gazes of others. Not a hint of ease graced his countenance. Rather, after this strike, his vigilance intensified. He retrieved another ancient bronze lamp from his storage space and ignited it. As the bronze flared to life, a layer of soft brilliance enveloped Chinchilla. During his time in the temple, he had acquired 9 ancient bronze lamps from the system, granting one to Chu Xiaowan. Leaving him with 8. Initially, he had intended to reserve them as a trump card, to be revealed only in times of peril, but now he employed it without hesitation. Chinchilla sensed that the atmosphere around him was growing increasingly ominous. What in the world? Whether it was due to the machinations of the previous human skin shadow or whether this group from the 3 dominant powers had summoned something, he could clearly discern that the terrifying silhouettes of forbidden entities were multiplying. In the primordial forbidden zone, Chinchilla felt as though he was merely scratching the surface of a colossal iceberg. Flee, regardless of the intentions of these 3 dominant powers or the thoughts of the feathered goddess and her maid. He must leave immediately. As the ancient bronze lamp ignited, Chinchilla did not call out to the feathered goddess or Chu Xiaowan. He simply departed quietly. Let them do as they please, as long as they did not drag him into their demise. He would not meddle further. It was far too terrifying here. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chu Xiaowan, witnessing Chinchilla turn to depart, was momentarily stunned amid her shock. The second ancient lamp? This waste actually possessed an ancient bronze lamp as well? Feathered goddess, did you bestow this upon him? Such items, did you both ignite 2 lamps simultaneously, to the left of the holy son of Henghuang? A figure entirely shrouded in black cloth, leaving only one eye exposed, regarded the lantern in Chinchilla's hand with intrigue. The feathered goddess offered no response, her gaze similarly fixed upon Chinchilla. She lingered within the primordial forbidden zone for 3 years, and no one comprehended the terrifying value of this ancient bronze lamp better than she did. The group accompanying the holy son of Henghuang sensed her familiarity with Chinchilla. Yet only she and Chu Xiaowan understood that their acquaintance had lasted no more than an hour. She had not anticipated that, in this brief span, Qin Xie, as a disciple of the Qingxian sect, had already wielded at least 5 formidable forbidden artifacts. Xiaowan, keep up. The celestial maiden of transformation did not respond, after a fleeting moment of contemplation. The figure enveloped in black bandages swiftly moved towards Qin Xie. Holy son of Heng Huang, do you harbor any interest in that waste? Why not seize him? You can study the waste, and the celestial maiden of transformation will belong to me. The youth with a face full of pockmarks, gripping a rusted machete, spoke in a hushed tone after a strange flicker in his eyes. He had clearly been taken aback. He vaguely felt that Qin Xie's recent strike bore a difference from the terrifying forbidden artifacts he had encountered before. A glimmer of greed surfaced in the depths of his gaze. Something was still amiss. Those bizarre entities seemed to be accelerating. What had that group stirred up? Damn it, did they not realize they were on the brink of death? Qin Xie led the way at a swift pace. Oblivious to the thoughts of those behind him, he scanned his surroundings, his heart tightening at that moment. Chapter 52. Terrifying Prognostication. Forbidden Zone's crimson snow through the forbidden compass fused with his right eye. Qin Xie could distinctly see the forbidden entities shrouded in mist behind him, hastening towards the front. A significant portion of these forbidden entities would not initiate attacks on their own. They were referred to as dormant entities. Besides the dormant entities, the remaining forbidden entities were categorized into 3 types. Those that actively attacked, territorial types, and those triggered by rules to enact extermination. Presently, no faction had truly deciphered the nature of these forbidden entities. The classification of forbidden entities was merely a vague delineation based on countless years of experience. In reality, many beings labeled as dormant entities could transform into other types of forbidden entities. As Qin Xie advanced rapidly, memories of the materials he had reviewed regarding the ghostly entities of the Forbidden Zone during his seclusion at the Qingxian sect surfaced in his mind. He endeavored to piece together clues about the scene before him. Qin Xie could roughly ascertain that these entities must have been brought by the holy son of Heng Huang and his entourage. Had they encountered corpses along their journey, why did these forbidden entities not concentrate their assault, executing a wave of extermination against them? If all these hidden forbidden entities acted simultaneously, even with their myriad trump cards, they would surely face annihilation. The reason why the holy son of Heng Huang and his group felt emboldened was due to their ample reserves and the meticulous strategizing of their retreat route with the disciples of the Taisher sect and the 13 rogues of the Forbidden Zone prior to their entry. Moreover, they likely could not perceive the terrifying forbidden entities concealed within the mist. Never before had Qin Xie's mind raced as swiftly as it did today. He was acutely aware that without the forbidden compass bestowed by the system, he could not discern the terrifying forbidden entities surrounding him, and he had not given it much thought. The darkness surged, the mist thickened. The forbidden entities could inherently conceal themselves within the void, and their active invisibility within the Forbidden Zone rendered them nearly undetectable. What were they waiting for? Were they biding time for something to arrive before they acted? They claimed to have disturbed some Yinyang Emperor's tomb, employing special means to divert some terrifying entity to another location. If that entity had truly been diverted elsewhere. Suddenly, a possibility struck Qin Xie. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Hey, the disciple of Qingxian sect, why are you running so fast? Grasping the ancient bronze lamp, he realized that if he merely followed behind them obediently, his chances of survival would be significantly heightened. Did he truly believe that since they dared to enter the primordial Forbidden Zone, they lacked preparation? Among the holy son of Heng Huang's group, the youth with the rusted machete had already caught up to the positions of the celestial maiden of transformation and Chu Xiaowan. Observing Qin Xie's increasing speed, he shook his head, and a hint of disdain flickered in his greedy gaze. Did ordinary sect disciples tremble in fear and lack vision? Perhaps he need not rush so much. We have devised a sufficiently safe plan. Even with the bronze lamp in his hand, he still faces considerable risk of death. The holy son of Heng Huang cast a glance at Qin Xie's retreating figure, then turned to regard the celestial maiden of transformation. His expression remaining indifferent, he seemed unfazed by Qin Xie's earlier display of prowess. Indeed, he might lack experience. Chu Xiaowan noticed that her goddess appeared to be contemplating something and refrained from speaking immediately. Having regained her wits, she hastily interjected on behalf of her goddess. Although Qin Xie's series of actions astonished her, he was, after all, merely a disciple of a minor sect, and could not possibly be compared to the holy son of Heng Huang. Was he genuinely so panicked? Could he have truly deduced insights beyond their comprehension? The celestial maiden of transformation suddenly lifted her gaze towards Chinchiya's increasingly swift figure. Celestial maiden of transformation. Do you truly believe that he, a mere waste with only 2 or 3 forbidden artifacts, can stand on equal footing with us? Are you perhaps overestimating him? TSK, celestial maiden of transformation, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for that waste. I am rather curious as to why you would engage with a mere insect from a minor sect. The youth with the pockmarked face, gripping the machete, turned his head at the sound. His disdainful expression deepening in his greedy gaze. From the beginning, he had regarded Chinchiya as nothing more than an insect to be exterminated at will. Had it not been for his connection to the celestial maiden of transformation, he would have already prepared to strike and annihilate Chinchiya to seize the treasures he possessed. He spoke, his gaze once more fixating on Chinchiya. I am currently at the mid-stage of the divine profound realm. And the true essence within my body is still profound energy. My body has only just been tempered through the skin, flesh, bones, and marrow. My heart and head remain incomplete in their final refinement. I cannot yet fully employ the heavenly Tao's heavy pupil. If I were to forcibly shatter the barrier and reach the Tao realm, converting my body's profound energy into Tao essence, I should be able to utilize the first level of the heavenly Tao's heavy pupil. In that case, combined with the forbidden compass, I might gain a clearer insight, perhaps even validate my earlier hypothesis. Chinchiya's eyes flickered as he steeled his mind to an extreme calm. However, despite this newfound thought, he did not act immediately. He was uncertain what consequences might arise from forcibly breaking the barrier within the Forbidden Zone. His prior research on the Forbidden Zone during his time at the Qinxian sect had ultimately been too limited. I possess a locating talisman left by my master. Perhaps they have already arrived outside the primordial Forbidden Zone. Will my master and the 13 ancestors be waiting to receive me? It's snowing? No, why is the snow red? Chinchiya's thoughts raced when he suddenly perceived crimson snowflakes cascading from the mist in the pitch-black Forbidden Zone. Chinchiya, do not move. The chilling voice of the celestial maiden of transformation echoed just as Chinchiya's pace had just begun to slow. Chapter 53, Death's Path. Spectral soldiers crossed the bridge before the celestial maiden of transformation spoke. Chinchiya had already halted his steps, blood like red hair. Silence ahead. Crack, crack, crack. Yet, in the midst of this eerie stillness, footsteps accompanied the emergence of the crimson snow, growing ever closer. The temperature plummeted, the darkening sky intensifying, and with each footfall, the hearts of all present thudded violently. How could it suddenly snow? What were those footsteps ahead? Wasn't there merely about 10 minutes left to exit the primordial abyss? As Chinchiya and the celestial maiden of transformation paused, the holy son of Henghuang and his entourage, trailing close behind. Also sensed the anomaly. The holy son of Henghuang remained silent, his wrist adorned with a string of special beads trembling soundlessly. Beside him, the figure shrouded in black cloth experienced a drastic change in expression. Reaching out to touch the snow in the air, he sniffed at the tip of his nose, his hand trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "Red-haired snow." The footsteps resonating ahead. Could they be the fabled specters of the Forbidden Zone? The Yin soldiers crossing the bridge. What? The Yin soldiers crossing the bridge? No. Based on the route we mapped out before entering, how could such a phenomenon manifest? This snow, could it truly be the red-haired snow? The young man, his face marred with pockmarks, wielding a rusted chopping knife, felt a sudden surge of greed in his gaze as he reached out to catch a flake of snow in the air. He sniffed at the tip of his nose and was taken aback by the faintly sweet metallic scent, akin to the blood of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Have they all knelt? Damn it. These fools, I knew something terrible was bound to happen. Chinchiya's body tensed, his lips twitching violently. He had seen far more than the majority. He observed that, amidst the previously dark mist, the terrifying, forbidden entities that merely followed were now kneeling in reverence. As if they sensed something profound, the red snow fell like fur, swirling amidst the tumultuous fog, quickly blanketing the uneven ground. The Taichu Forbidden Zone was vast, and looking up, it seemed as if the entire world had been shrouded in blood and mist. I should have acted more decisively. The moment I spotted the holy son of Henghuang and his entourage, I should have bolted, distancing myself from them, especially after utilizing the forbidden compass. I ought to have unleashed my full speed to flee. My inexperience has truly cost me dearly. I underestimated the genuine horror of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it is sufficient to annihilate everyone here. Chinchiya surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with reflections, while simultaneously devising a swift escape. I can no longer act alone. This situation is vastly different from before. even if I had charged ahead with fervor. I would likely have encountered only one or two of the forbidden entities. Now, I might face a whole horde. Hengwang, Holy Sun, since you dare to enter here, you must have prepared sufficient contingency plans. The footsteps ahead draw near. Should I immediately activate my plan? I can sense that a terrifying trap is being laid here. As Chunxia pondered, the ethereal goddess had already turned her gaze towards the Hengwang Holy Sun. Initiate Plan 3, the third scout, proceed. The aura of profound principles emanating from the Hengwang Holy Sun intensified, the beads in his hand trembling more violently, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Those who could become holy sons or goddesses and dared to truly step into the Taichi Forbidden Zone were clearly not ordinary individuals. The Hengwang Holy Sun scanned the area, seemingly unperturbed by the ethereal goddess's reminder. He had already prepared measures for unforeseen circumstances. Without hesitation, he spoke, prompting a young man in his 20s from the crowd to stride purposefully outward. Upon hearing this, Chen Xie turned his head that he had already conceived two somewhat risky escape strategies and began fervently drawing from the remaining Tao values to enhance his plans. Chen Xie held no illusions about the formidable holy sons and goddesses from the three supreme ancient powers. He could surmise they possessed their own terrifying trump cards. Yet, in life and death moments, he absolutely did not wish to place his fate in the hands of others. In his previous life, amidst a seemingly prosperous yet cold and brutal world, he had come to understand that only by grasping his own destiny could he find true peace. Drawing lots to augment his trump cards and refine his solitary escape plan, he regarded those of the top ancient powers merely as references. This was the mindset of a man in extreme calm. Hengwang Holy Sun, that waste from the Qinxian sect might still have hidden cards. Perhaps he should scout ahead first. This way, we might save a pawn. The voice hidden in the darkness behind the Hengwang Holy Sun echoed once more. Chen Xie, upon hearing it, felt a chill in his gaze. The Hengwang Holy Sun remained still, merely glancing at Chen Xie and then at the ethereal goddess before his attention returned to the backup plan, the third scout. According to the plan, they would scout in tandem. The slightly pale-faced third scout paused momentarily at the sound, but then accelerated again, clearly responding only to the commands of the Hengwang Holy Sun. He moved swiftly. From the moment he received the order to now, just 3 seconds had passed, and he had already reached the position beside Chen Xie. The footsteps grew louder, and the snow fell heavier. Crack! The third scout suddenly crushed a storage ring, and from the shattered ring emerged a pitch-black dog. A Beastmaster's ring. From the Beastmaster faction. Chen Xie's eyes flickered as he beheld the ring. Southeast, the Hengwang Holy Sun also observed this scene, and it appeared that some special principles began to operate under his gaze as he issued another command. The scout and the released black dog immediately sprang into action upon hearing the command. Chen Xie swiftly glanced southeast. Chapter 54. 3 Lives, Facing Terror. The compass of the heavenly Tao integrated into Chen Xie's right eye began to whirl rapidly. He, too, can discern certain things. Chen Xie looked towards the southeast. Through the forbidden compass, he could make out a narrow passageway amidst the throng of kneeling forbidden entities, almost devoid of any such beings. However, in the darkness and fog, he discerned 3 peculiar paper figures standing eerily still. They seemed to lack any aura of the forbidden, and as Chen Xie employed the forbidden compass to scrutinize them, he even felt that these 3 paper figures were mere lifeless objects. Just like those rudimentarily cut paper figures sold at street stalls for incense and candles on Earth in his previous life. Could there truly be ordinary paper figures in the Taichi Forbidden Zone? A thought flashed through Chen Xie's mind, and he turned to the scouting young man, saying, "Advance approximately 17 steps, and you might be able to veer right for 5 steps. Then circle back and continue southeast. You worthless fool, do you think your words hold any weight here? Ignore him. Scout immediately." Those footsteps ahead could very well belong to the legendary Yin soldiers crossing the bridge. If that is the case, before they arrive, if we cannot evade them at the first opportunity, half of us here could perish. The pockmarked young brigand, wielding a rusted chopper, bellowed fiercely, his greedy eyes glinting with a hint of anxiety. The black dog released from the ring had already begun to move, hastening towards the southeast direction indicated by the Hengwang Holy Sun. Its nose sniffed at the surroundings, its body trembling slightly as if in fear. Yet its speed was swift, clearly a trained scout dog, reminiscent of the explosive dogs employed on battlefields in his previous life. The pale-faced scout hesitated briefly at Chen Xie's words, but his steps did not falter. The dog led the way, and the scout followed closely behind. They hastened forward. Scouts truly have lives cheaper than paper. When Chen Xie was at the Qinxian sect, he had learned of the existence of scouts from the sect's tomes. Qinxian sect also possessed dedicated scouts, Yet Chinchilla had never ventured into the forbidden zones for practical experience. This was his first encounter with such scouts. Plan 7 activated, 7th Scout. Proceed immediately towards the due south. Plan 9 activated, 9th Scout. Proceed immediately 3/4 to the right of due west. Upon releasing the 3rd Scout, the Hinghuang Holy Sun unexpectedly did not wait for the 3rd Scout to conclude. He simultaneously dispatched 2 more scouts. A millennia-old sacred land, with terrifying underpinnings, presenting a single danger and 3 exceedingly precious yet ruthless scouts. Chinchilla's gaze flickered momentarily, and in just an instant, he witnessed 2 figures erupting into an astonishing speed. Vanishing into the night, following the direction of their disappearance, Chinchilla could vaguely discern that while the number of forbidden entities in those 2 directions was not as sparse as in the southeast, it was indeed relatively weaker than in other areas. Chinchilla stepped back a bit. If those footsteps truly belonged to the Een soldiers crossing the bridge, many might perish, possibly even all of us. The legend of the Een soldiers crossing the bridge dates back to ancient times. During the era of the Eternal Families, the Jiang family of the Void Clan once had a quasi-emperor who defied the heavens. Attempting to destroy the Een soldiers crossing the bridge, he had once acted against them on the outskirts of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. That battle once stirred the entire eastern wilderness, capturing the attention of countless top-tier forces. Yet, it also incited a forbidden dark turmoil within the ancient restricted zones, and no one witnessed the confrontation between the quasi-emperor of the Jiang family and the spectral soldiers. However, following the conclusion of this forbidden dark turmoil, the Jiang family's quasi-emperor mysteriously vanished. I once heard high-ranking officials of the dynasty proclaim that during that battle, the Jiang family's quasi-emperor had fallen. Chu Xiaowan softly called out to Chinchilla, her voice akin to that of a Jiangnan maiden. Yet her figure had visibly tensed once again. 17 steps. Chinchilla heard Chu Xiaowan's voice, but remained motionless. His gaze was fixed on a figure and a dog exploring the southeastern direction. This path was one that Chinchilla had just meticulously plotted for his escape, predicated on the vast array of trump cards he possessed. Now, the 3rd Pathfinder had reached the 17th step, which was precisely the direction where Chinchilla had glimpsed the 3 terrifying paper figures. At this juncture, the 3rd Pathfinder paused momentarily. Number 3, why have you stopped? Is there something ahead? Do not heed the words of that useless Qingxian sect. Unless there is an unforeseen circumstance, proceed as planned. The young man, with a pockmarked face and a rusty hatchet in hand, felt his anxiety intensify as the sounds of footsteps amidst the crimson snow drew nearer. Chinchilla refrained from speaking recklessly. They are truly individuals from the top-tier forces of antiquity. Your Qingxian sect pales in comparison, and there are many things you simply do not comprehend, Chu Xiaowan warned softly. Woof! The 3rd Pathfinder signaled to the black dog ahead. After making this gesture, he advanced once more, but this time, he took the lead instead of allowing the dog to go first. The black dog seemed anxious and perplexed. Barking at the 3rd Pathfinder, ignoring the dog's barks, the Pathfinder gestured once more, quickening his pace. Wait, circle around. Chinchilla's mind remained exceedingly calm in this life-and-death moment. His demeanor had reached an icy resolve. He stepped forward abruptly upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Silence, you worthless fool. What do you understand? Speak again, and I swear I will slay you right now. Crack. The pockmarked youth, wielding the rusted hatchet, roared in anger at Chinchilla, but before he could finish, an ominous transformation erupted ahead. A horrifying sound of a shattered neck reverberated from the young man at the forefront. In the next instant, it was as if an invisible blade had brutally severed his neck. Crimson blood erupted forth as his pale head was propelled into the air. Crack. Help, help me. Almost simultaneously, 2 other terrifying cries of death resonated from different directions. The crimson snow was frigid, while the blood was scalding hot. Chinchilla scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing squarely upon the 3 blood-red figures in the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. At this very moment, the sounds of footsteps grew clearer, and within the dark expanse ahead, silhouettes began to emerge, breaking through the mist. Chapter 55. 3 Paths of Death. A glimmer of hope. All 3 directions have perished. The paths deduced by the Holy Son of Hongwang are all dead ends. Among the crowd behind the Holy Son of Hongwang, an elder from the Taisher sect observed this scene, his previously calm demeanor finally shifting. A flash of purple light flickered in his hand, and in this critical moment, he produced a life-saving forbidden artifact. Is the Holy Son of Hongwang not the one with the eye of forbidden insight? Shouldn't this ocular technique allow him to easily discern the true path to survival within the deathly restricted zones? In the depths of the primordial abyss, the Holy Son of Henghuang should be able to see the path to survival. Right? Did he not find a pathway twice before? Is this time merely an accident? In the crowd, a middle-aged man among the 13 outlaws felt his body tense even further, this time with the Holy Land of Henghuang. The Taisha sect, and their own 13 outlaws, they had indeed made ample preparations before entering the restricted zone. They had even utilized their trump cards when the Emperor of Yin and Yang's tomb was opened, ensuring a safe passage thus far. With approximately 10 minutes left to traverse before escaping the primordial abyss, could there truly be another horrifying accident? The Holy Son of Henghuang had previously only used one route during his explorations, and he had scarcely encountered failures. Had he now invoked 3 paths, all of which had failed, the middle-aged man among the 13 outlaws cast a tense glance towards the Holy Son of Henghuang. Then swiftly turned to Chen Xian. He suddenly felt that although this insect from the Qingxian sect was weak, in the span of these few minutes, his judgments seemed to possess a certain validity. Was it mere coincidence? In the realm of death, a small sect like the Qingxian sect should inherently hold no voice, compared to the immense foundation of ancient forces in their profound research into the restricted zones. Ordinary sects spanning millennia have no accumulation whatsoever, though the difference between ancient forces and those of millennia is but a single character. The disparity in true strength and foundation is akin to heaven and earth. How could they all perish? Holy Son of Henghuang, which path should we take now? The spectral soldiers are about to arrive. If we do not move, we may truly face grave consequences. The pockmarked youth, gripping the hatchet, felt his greed wane momentarily as the deaths from the 3 directions unfolded. These 3 pathfinders were not all their trump cards. They had many more prepared. Yet the simultaneous demise of these 3 pathfinders instilled an unshakable unease within him. Many eyes now turned towards the Holy Son of Henghuang. At this moment, the Holy Son's eyes transformed into a peculiar grayish-white hue, scanning the surroundings. The power of laws and the force of deduction in his gaze surged to an unparalleled level of terror. He did not speak immediately, as he was evidently still engaged in a harrowing deduction. The gaze of the feathered goddess fell upon Chen Qie. Chu Xiaohuan's bronze lantern swayed as she glanced at her divine lady. Then at the Holy Son of Henghuang, before her gaze inevitably settled upon Chen Qie. Her rationality informed her that Chen Qie was but a flickering firefly compared to the radiant moon that was the Holy Son. He could never be compared to the Holy Son in any regard, yet her attention could not help but linger on him. Thud, thud, thud. Ahead, within the dense, dark fog, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Figures, as if stepping forth from the annals of time, materialized before all eyes. An aura capable of silencing mountains and rivers surged forth, sweeping towards everyone with a terrifying force, as if this very essence threatened to obliterate the entire world. Southward, activate the second plan. Pathfinder team, breach the restrictions. In that moment, the Holy Son of Henghuang opened his eyes. Within them, the bizarre laws flickered in and out of existence, and as he gazed forward, it seemed as if he could see through the endless illusions. He decisively issued a command. Following his voice, 2 teams from the 3 powerful factions swiftly advanced towards the front. They bore distinctive forbidden artifacts, moving as if they had rehearsed for this moment. Aligning with predetermined positions and rehearsed formations, the outlaws of the 13, upon receiving orders, all fell under the command of the Holy Son of Henghuang, as his words resonated like the presence of a bandit lord. The members of the Taisha sect also obeyed, heeding the Holy Son's command. As if the ancient corpse god himself had arrived, the pockmarked youth and the figure concealed within the void, upon hearing the Holy Son's command. Both had their tones shift almost simultaneously. They unhesitatingly retracted their former arrogance and indifference. Shouldn't the 3 factions hold similar standings? Why were they so keen to follow the Holy Son's lead? Had the Holy Son grown powerful enough to command the allegiance of peers from the other 2 sects? Chu Xiaohuan abruptly turned her head, casting a glance at the pockmarked youth. Her throat felt parched, and her eyes widened in confusion. It was not submission, but rather a choice. The 3 top-tier forces may be even more formidable and enigmatic than one could imagine. They had likely undergone hundreds, if not thousands, of rehearsals before entering the restricted zone. In such life-and-death scenarios, the true strength, foundation, and deductive prowess of the top-tier forces would be fully revealed. The decisive choices of the younger generation are vividly manifested at this very moment. The ethereal goddess beckons. If you wish to live, follow me. The command has been issued, and the teams breaking the restrictions and scouting ahead are rapidly advancing. At this juncture, the Holy Son of Henghuang casts a glance towards the ethereal goddess. What is your choice? To the surprise of the ethereal goddess, When invited directly by the Holy Son of Heng Wang, she hesitated and instead turned her gaze towards Chinchilla. Ethereal goddess, are you not in your right mind? At such a critical moment, you seek the opinion of an insignificant ant. The pockmarked youth behind her visibly flinched at her words, and many others in the vicinity turned their attention towards the ethereal goddess. Chapter 56. The Eruption of Death. The soldiers raise the coffin in this life and death moment. The Holy Son of Heng Wang has already begun to employ his true strategies and hidden cards. Yet the ethereal goddess still dares to consult a mere ant from the Qinxian sect. To the southeast, move. Many cast sidelong glances, but the ethereal goddess paid them no mind, and Chinchilla seemed equally unconcerned. Not even sparing a glance at the group led by the Holy Son of Heng Wang. With a flash, Chinchilla propelled himself toward the southeast, moving with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow. He offered no further explanations to the ethereal goddess. Why the rush? Chu Xiaohuan queried, noticing Chinchilla's sudden movement. Follow him. The ethereal goddess's eyes flickered as she made her decision almost instantly, racing after Chinchilla. What is she doing? Has she lost her senses? To choose to follow that worthless youth from the Qinxian sect, does she seek her own demise? Among the band of third-rate rogues, there was a talented individual also here for training, who paused momentarily as he observed the ethereal goddess dashing toward Chinchilla. Has her mind gone awry? Previously, it was rumored that she had accepted Chinchilla's proposal, yet now, at this critical juncture, she still chooses to follow this ant. As a peak talent, emotions are but a trivial factor in the face of true cultivation. Strength and survival should always take precedence. How could the ethereal goddess, selected as the pinnacle talent of the entire Yuhua dynasty, not grasp this fundamental truth? Behind the Holy Son of Heng Wang, one of the outstanding individuals from Heng Wang's sacred land could not suppress a look of bewilderment. The Holy Son himself had also taken action. His gaze shifted as he observed the ethereal goddess's move and understood her choice, yet he refrained from offering any commentary that a grave expression had settled upon his face. Though he possessed numerous hidden cards and many from the three major factions were scouting and breaking restrictions, he felt the weight of the situation. The ethereal goddess's choice seemingly did not perturb his emotions in the slightest. Scout ahead. Break through. The Holy Son's gaze swept forward, and he issued another command. Follow me. At that moment, Chinchilla had surged to a position 15 steps southeast, his aura meticulously contained. Before him lay the cold corpse of a youth skilled in beast mastery, whose warm blood still flowed onto the blood-red snow. Chinchilla's expression remained calm. He recognized that while some lives may hold great value, many others are worth less than paper. He was unaware of why the Beastmaster youth had charged forward knowing the likelihood of death. Yet he understood that in his final moments, he had not sent his old dog to the front lines. When he first emerged, he had warned him, 17 steps. Go right. At 17 steps. He indeed hesitated. He could have let the dog scout ahead, thus increasing his own chances of survival. After all, the dog was merely a spirit companion. Did he leave the dog for you? Before his death, he gestured to you. Did you comprehend it? Upon noticing Chinchilla's pause, the ethereal goddess's gaze fell upon the dog that lay beside the young man. Chinchilla's remark was evidently directed at the old dog, yet when he spoke, the dog remained still. Yes, Chinchilla replied to the ethereal goddess, then turned his attention back to the black dog. He exchanged his life for yours. If you do not survive, his sacrifice will hold no value. He may have other wishes that you ought to fulfill. Having accompanied him for so long, you should know some of them. Having said that, Chinchilla averted his gaze from the dog that he then turned right. Every being has their choice. The dog should have its own as well. If the old dog cannot comprehend this, then even if it survives this ordeal, it will ultimately perish outside. This is not a world where the Na'vi can thrive, especially when no one protects them. Chinchilla's words seemed to resonate, for the black dog, kneeling before the pale-faced youth, bowed its head. Then gently bit off a piece of jade pendant from the young man's chest and swallowed it before quickly making a decision. Ah, the old dog has come along. Can that dog understand human speech? It does not seem like a powerful beast with awakened intelligence. It appears more like an ordinary dog, perhaps just beginning its cultivation journey. Chu Xiaohuan remarked, turning her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. There are taboos. Crack. 7th scout dead, 9th scout dead, 11th scout dead, 3rd breaker dead, 5th breaker dead. Suddenly, as Chinchilla and his group continued onward, a terrifying eruption of blood burst forth in the darkness from the originally calm path to the south. In mere seconds, Chu Xiaohuan turned in shock, witnessing 5 individuals from the direction of the Holy Son of Heng Wang fall lifelessly. No, Holy Son, stop. Is the probability of death on this path not exceedingly high? The pockmarked youth, who had been mocking and observing Chinchilla, halted abruptly as death erupted around them. Not just him, but the members of the three major factions also came to a sudden stop. They had chosen to follow the holy son of Heng Huang, believing it would maximize their chances of survival. Yet the unexpected surge of death overwhelmed their capacity to endure. Thud, thud, thud. Most importantly, almost simultaneously with the outbreak of death. From the mist ahead, a terrifying figure emerged, as if stepping out from the very fog itself. A squad of headless soldiers appeared, eerily emerging from the void, blocking their path. Were these truly the Yin soldiers crossing over? No. Within the ranks of the Yin soldiers, there were no pipes. How could there be any among this squad? The ethereal goddess kept her gaze fixed on the group led by the Holy Sun. And even from a distance, her complexion shifted ominously. Chunchia's footsteps halted as his gaze fell upon the pipe amidst the thick fog. Chapter 57. Crossing the path with life. The moment of struggle, it is inscrutable. As Chinchilla beheld the line of Yin soldiers and the coffin they carried emerging from the mist, his expression changed. The soldiers donned ancient armor, some headless, others wearing bronze helmets, stepping forth as if from an era long gone. Within the fog, the coffin loomed, resembling an imperial corpse surveying the realm. 4 copper bells hung from the corners of the coffin, rusted and silent, while the pallid coffin was carried forward without a sound. The coffin appeared a ghastly white, its material reminiscent of ancient snow cypress, yet it seemed constructed from some skeletal form, intricately joined, looking neither entirely bone nor entirely wood, impossible to decipher at first glance. Chinchilla's right eye had temporarily fused with the forbidden compass, yet even in this state, he could not fully discern the nature of the coffin. Indeed, as Chinchilla attempted to use the forbidden compass through his right eye to gaze upon the coffin, he felt as though the coffin was gazing back at him. I am staring at the imperial coffin, and the imperial coffin is staring back at me. Chinchilla suddenly recalled a saying left by the fourth-generation ancestor of the Qin Xian sect over 70,000 years ago during their trials in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Holy Sun Heng Huang, what shall we do next? Are you certain we have not chosen the wrong path? In the direction of the Holy Son of Heng Huang and the three major factions, the pockmarked youth, gripping a rusted cleaver, visibly shifted in expression, his gaze revealing genuine anxiety. He glanced towards the Holy Son of Heng Huang, then cast a fleeting look at Chinchilla and his group. Crack, as he spoke. Among the 10 individuals leading the way, another's neck snapped in an instant, blood gushing forth and his lifeless body collapsing onto the ground. Scalding blood stained the frigid darkness, and many faces turned pale in horror. The figure wrapped in black bandages, standing to the left of the Holy Son of Heng Huang, slightly inched closer to him. Calm yourselves, maintain formation, and adhere to the plan, since our entry into the Forbidden Zone. Has there been any misjudgment? The more chaotic you become now, the quicker you will meet your demise. A middle-aged man from Heng Huang's holy ground rose and bellowed, his formidable aura erupting with chilling terror. He evidently sought to restore calm among the gathering with his overwhelming presence. Crack. Yet, as he spoke, the crimson jade pendant around his neck suddenly shattered. Immediately, an invisible force pierced through the void, breaching the protective barrier created by the blood jade, and snapped his neck with lethal precision. Many from the 13 rogues of the Taisher sect and Heng Huang Holy Land, who had just turned at the sound, were met with this gruesome spectacle. They felt a bone-chilling cold, their eyes wide with horror. The once restless crowd fell momentarily silent, though this stillness was clearly suffused with suppressed anxiety and dread. Suppress your cultivation to the pinnacle of the heavenly profound realm. Do not exceed the divine profound realm. These forbidden phantoms must possess certain lethal rules against any presence surpassing the heavenly profound realm. The expression of the Holy Son of Heng Huang remained unchanged, as if the death of the middle-aged powerhouse from their holy land had no impact on him. His eyes remained vacant, as if he were engrossed in a cosmic calculation, suppressing to the heavenly profound realm. The headless phantoms ahead are already approaching us, and the terrifying line of phantoms and coffins to our right is also drawing nearer. Are you certain that merely suppressing our realms will suffice? A youth with a pockmarked face swiftly suppressed his aura, surveying his surroundings with a discerning gaze, evidently striving to maintain absolute composure. A member of the pinnacle young generation among the 13 rogues. He clearly had his own cards to play and judgments to make. Continue to scout ahead as per the plan. Those who perish will be replenished from the rear. Forge a path with utmost speed. The eyes of the Holy Son of Heng Huang flickered with a spectral light as he crushed a unique talisman in his hand, which bizarrely manifested a mist of runes before him. All personnel of the Taisher sect, Heed my command and execute it immediately. At this moment, a figure concealed in the void finally revealed himself. After forcibly suppressing his own realm, his body emerged from the shadows. Draped in a blood-stained shroud, his face obscured by a white mask, exuding an almost indescribable aura of dread, the Taishu sect, the corpse son, Jiangyin Shan. Was the holy son of Hung Huang preparing to carve a path directly? Had he just employed the ancient Tianchi talisman? Was he finally resorting to his trump cards? Was he certain that the path he chose was the correct one? The immortal goddess, alert and vigilant, quickly scanned her surroundings, acutely aware of the impending deadly threat. Though she trailed behind Chinchilla, she evidently had her own calculations, not yielding much less than him. She weighed the possibility of the aura beyond the heavenly profound realm disturbing the slumbering contents of the coffin. Were these eerie and terrifying phantoms a result of a lethal taboo rule designed to prevent the awakening of whatever lay within the coffin? Did employing combat power exceeding the heavenly profound realm guarantee death? Chinchilla, utilizing the forbidden eye, discerned even more subtle details. He too swiftly suppressed his cultivation to the pinnacle of the heavenly profound realm, currently at the mid-stage of the divine profound realm. Suppressing his realm brought him back to the heavenly profound level, akin to the state he was in when he first emerged from his seclusion at Qinxian sect.as. He suppressed his realm. He observed the holy son of Hung Huang and his group, who, after a brief pause, resumed their rapid advance. Almost at the very moment they moved, 2 more individuals had already collapsed to the ground. Yet this time, their pace did not falter. Was this truly the younger generation of a top-tier power? Indeed terrifying, facing death with unwavering resolve. Moreover, the holy son of Hung Huang must have employed some special divinatory technique or forbidden artifact when making his choice. The path he selected was also one I had previously considered as an alternative, a route fraught with taboo and eerie entities, yet it was the least perilous of the available options. Chinchilla inhaled deeply before making his move. Having lived 2 lives, he had long learned to regard those around him, including those superior to him, with a calm perspective. A strong individual becomes strong not merely by luck. Stay close to him. Do not lose focus. Seeing Chinchilla move, the immortal goddess suddenly called out to Chu Xiaowan. However, as she spoke, Chu Xiaowan, lantern in hand, gazed towards the direction of the holy son of Hung Huang's group. Momentarily frozen in place, Chapter 58, Terrifying Paperman, Gathering of Buddha Ash. The immortal goddess's expression changed slightly. Something was amiss. She immediately discerned the abnormal response from Chu Xiaowan. I am fine. Chu Xiaowan, however, moved again during the immortal goddess's pause, speaking as if startled, her bronze lamp shaking, her movement somewhat sluggish. Break the taboo Buddha Ash. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Xiaowan's reaction, the immortal goddess did not press forward. The golden storage ring on her fair wrist shimmered, and a beam of golden light flashed as a special incense ash was abruptly cast towards Chu Xiao. Cough, cough. Miss, I'm truly fine. I merely felt that the coffin carried by those phantoms bears a resemblance to the one in the deepest part of our immortal dynasty's royal tomb. And I was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough. Chu Xiaohuan coughed, her movements rapidly regaining fluidity. The special incense ash scattered, dispersing the dense fog around them like an electric shock. Chinchilla glanced back but did not halt his steps. The dog had silently followed him. You hold this lantern. Without breaking stride, Chinchilla retrieved another bronze ancient lamp from his storage ring and tossed it to the immortal goddess, who had just scattered the incense ash. His gaze lingered on Chu Xiaohuan for half a second longer. However, aside from handing the immortal goddess another bronze ancient lamp, he said nothing further. It seemed that he too sensed that Chu Xiaowan had been momentarily stunned by the preceding scene. How do you still possess another bronze ancient lamp? Before the immortal goddess could respond, Chu Xiaowan, observing Chinchilla's actions, had fully regained her clarity, her expression bursting with astonishment once more. Such an exceedingly precious bronze ancient lamp could command a formidable power to act against its wielder in the outside world. Yet, in just these few minutes, Chinchilla had produced 3. Had he completely drained the resources of Qixin sect? Chinchilla, you. As Chu Xiaowan saw Chinchilla's swift movements, the dog trailing at his side, she attempted to speak again. Break. Ahead, Chinchilla did not await her words. As the sword he had been gripping suddenly moved in an instant, he thrust the sword into the seemingly empty air before him. The air screamed as the sword descended. Slicing through the void, an eerie crimson hue suddenly manifested, and in the next moment, a paper figure, standing a person's height, bizarrely emerged from the empty space. The paper figure was ghostly pale, seemingly crafted entirely from white paper. Yet here, It could move. It resembled a living entity. When Chunchia's foot struck down, crimson blood erupted from its shoulder, causing it to stagger back 3 steps. A paperman? Was this also a forbidden eerie entity? Why had I never encountered any records of such a taboo entity in the royal library? Could it still bleed? Chu Xiaowan's lantern shook again as she regained her senses and caught up with Chunxia. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Young master, quickly look. That group of useless individuals is also encountering terrifying forbidden creatures. They should be doomed. Near the 3 top-tier powers. A one-eyed rogue, standing beside the pockmarked youth, seemed to have been watching Chunxia's group all along, in a state of heightened tension. Upon witnessing the imminent deadly threat facing Chunxia's group, he could not help but call out quickly, "Do not be distracted. He is merely a useless member of Qingxian sect. He won't survive more than 10 seconds. If he encounters any forbidden eerie entities, he is as good as dead. He is nothing but a cannon fodder scout. It is a pity for the immortal goddess. Her fall here would indeed be regrettable." The youth with a face full of pockmarks seemed to have cast a glance at Chunxia. However, his attention was not captivated by Chunxia in the slightest. At the brink of life and death, a mere waste of the Qingxian sect hardly warranted his concern. The forbidden Buddhist ash. After Chunxia's sword struck, the ethereal goddess suddenly moved as well. She was acutely aware that having chosen to follow Chunxia, if he were to perish, their chances of escaping alive would be drastically diminished. In a certain sense, they were already in the same boat. When that paper figure appeared, her body, which had been taut with tension, hesitated for no moment. She scattered a handful of incense ash almost instantaneously. This ash was identical to that which had been cast upon Chu Xiaowan earlier. As she released the ash, the surrounding mist was again dispelled by terror, and in an instant, the ash enveloped the fearsome paper figure ahead. Before the paper figure could cease its retreat, she appeared somewhat surprised that Chunxia had managed to perceive her and had even wounded her with a single strike. His reaction exceeded her expectations. Witnessing the sudden arrival of the incense ash, she seemed to regard it with utmost apprehension, her body abruptly sliding to the right, simultaneously beginning to vanish. Buzz, however, as she evaded, the incense ash cast by the ethereal goddess, seemingly slow, suddenly erupted with immense force. In the next moment, countless ashes shot forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, hurtling in all directions. Hiss! The paper figure, which had just vanished while sliding, reappeared, and the ash splattered upon it. Corroding its essence as if it were acid, she retreated once more, a terrifying aura erupting from her in that instant. The void around her trembled. She seemed incensed. The areas where the ash had burned her body were visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Chunxia stood at the forefront, feeling as though the horrifying aura emanating from the paper figure had enveloped all 3 of them and their dog in an instant. The surrounding mist thickened to the point of obscuring all visibility. Gather, behind Chunxia, the ethereal goddess, amid such a transformation, advanced rather than retreated, her expression as frigid as ice, and her aura erupted simultaneously. Her hands formed seals, and the countless ashes, which had previously scattered, began to coalesce once more. In an instant, those innumerable ashes surged toward the paper figure in a coordinated assault. As the ethereal goddess launched her fierce attack on the paper figure, Chunxia's gaze suddenly shifted to his right. Chapter 59. Forbidden Blood Shuttle. 3 paper figures erupt before the beast-taming youth embarked on this path. Chunxia had already discerned the presence of 3 paper figures through the forbidden compass. He glanced to the right because the other 2 paper figures had also stirred. The mist surged violently, dark as ink, as the 2 figures blended seamlessly with the shadows, invisible to others, yet exceptionally clear to Chunxia. They were blocking the way. With her hand seals formed, the ethereal goddess unleashed her ashes, while the 2 paper figures approached Chunxia, Chu Xiaowan, and the black dog in silence, each wielding a white paper coffin. Hiss! The ethereal goddess's aura erupted forcefully as she commanded the millions of Buddhist ashes to launch a terrifying assault upon the foremost white paper figure. In an instant, the white paper figure was engulfed by the endless incense ash. However, as the ash approached within a foot of the paper figure, it encountered an invisible barrier, resulting in a horrifying collision that echoed through the air. The surrounding black mist thrashed violently, as if it were about to be torn asunder. Slash! The 2 forces clashed, a stalemate ensued, and a swift crimson light flickered ominously from the ethereal goddess's dantian. With its emergence, the air around them was torn apart, the black mist pierced through, and in that moment, Chinchilla felt a genuine sense of suffocating dread. It was akin to the sensation he experienced when he first entered the forbidden area behind the Qinxian sect and encountered the slumbering ancestor of the third generation. The Forbidden Blood Shuttle, a relic forged by a half-step quasi-emperor of the ethereal ascendancy a millennium ago. Had the ethereal ascendancy truly bestowed such an artifact upon the ethereal goddess? Did she dare to employ it here directly? The direction of the Holy Son of the Constant Desolation and his entourage advanced rapidly towards the foreboding front, while 8 or 9 individuals among them, tasked with observation, kept a vigilant eye on Chinchilla and his companions. The coalition of the Holy Son of Constant Desolation, the Corpse Sect, and the 13 rogue factions of the Forbidden Area formed a formidable array, designed for exploration, breaking seals, and reconnaissance, comprising 7 major formations of strategists, array masters, observers, and reserves. This was a formation meticulously crafted and validated by the top powers of various factions over millions of years, intended for forceful advancement within the Forbidden Zone. Within this grand formation, there existed perilous segments alongside relatively safe ones. Those responsible for observation found themselves in a position of relative safety. She must have sensed the life-threatening crisis and thus resorted to her strongest trump card. She aimed to eliminate that forbidden entity. The youth with a pockmarked face remained tense. As a peak genius of the 13 rogue factions, he found no need to intervene personally, merely casting a glance towards the ethereal goddess from his position in the formation. There were 3. They would all perish. That insignificant being had no comprehension of what the forbidden area truly entailed. The ethereal goddess would undoubtedly be led to her demise, behind the Holy Son of Constant Desolation. A figure that had previously concealed itself within the void now revealed a vague silhouette, clearly glancing towards Chinchilla and his companions. At that moment, he also discerned the other 2 paper figures at the rear. However, his gaze lingered on Chinchilla's group for but half a second before he turned his attention back to the front. Although their position within the formation was relatively safe, true safety had never existed within the forbidden area. Relative safety is not absolute. For every step the Pathfinders took forward, death loomed terrifyingly close. The initial group of 10 Pathfinders had dwindled to only 2 survivors. They were about to collide with a squad of headless soldiers. While to their right, the dreadfully dense army of spectral soldiers continued their advance, carrying their coffins without a fixed course. No, what manner of forbidden specter was this? It had yet to perish. The ethereal goddess's aura erupted to the zenith of the heavenly profound realm. Constraining the paper figure with Buddhist ash, and slashing the paper figure with the Forbidden Blood Shuttle, yet the paper figure remained unyielding. The Forbidden Blood Shuttle, inscribed with countless half-step quasi-emperor runes, pierced through the chest of the paper figure, creating a horrific gash from which crimson blood oozed forth, yet the paper figure's aura remained unchanged. Return to me. At that moment, the paper figure stirred, its hand suddenly moving, revealing a paper coffin that had inexplicably appeared in its grasp. As it moved, the paper coffin soared directly towards the ethereal goddess. Simultaneously, the other 2 paper figures in the rear also sprang into action, their paper coffins ascending towards Chinchilla and Chu Xiaowan. 3 coffins soared together, the pallid paper figures, I recollect now. These are the sacrificial paper figures from the primordial Forbidden Zone. This thing once annihilated an entire mortal kingdom in a single night. A formidable figure from the Central State Dynasty, at the level of the path-cutting realm, was also instantaneously vanquished before these 3 paper figures, among the entourage of the Holy Son of Constant Desolation. A middle-aged man, upon witnessing the 3 white paper coffins take flight, immediately recalled something, his eyes narrowing, his body tensing. 3 paper figures can extinguish a nation. 3 coffins can collect myriad souls. I also remember now. But weren't these 3 paper figures supposed to have vanished during the battle between the 9 Nether Emperor and the primordial Forbidden Zone 30,000 years ago, according to legend? These 3 paper figures should have been slain by the 9 Nether Emperor back then. How could they possibly reappear here, if these 3 paper figures are indeed the same as those from 30,000 years ago? What then lies within those coffins carried by the spectral soldiers? In the direction of the Holy Son of Constant Desolation's group, an elder spoke at that moment. Few from the younger generation are aware of these 3 paper figures and paper coffins. Yet among the elder cultivators, some have seen records of these 3 paper figures in ancient texts. Are they truly those 3 paper figures? Is this the reason why the Holy Son of Constant Desolation did not choose that path? We are currently in perilous danger, yet we can still advance. Had we chosen that path earlier, would we have had to confront those 3 paper figures directly? Had the Holy Son of Constant Desolation foreseen this? An elder from the Corpse sect's gaze also narrowed ominously. Buzz, Many individuals from the three supreme powers were taken aback, and in the direction of the ascending goddess and her two companions. Chen Qie, in that fleeting moment, had also made his move. Chapter 60. A sword shattering the coffin, staining the throat with blood. 3 paper figures, 3 paper coffins. At that instant, Chen Qie felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping the 3 of them entirely. This sensation was akin to being a corpse, as if these 3 paper figures and coffins were conducting his funeral. The ascending goddess had drawn her second forbidden artifact, her aura erupting to its utmost limit. Her eyes reflecting a fierce and frenzied determination. Break. The broken sword in Chen Qie's hand surged into action once more. His expression remained unchanged, neither glancing at the ascending goddess nor acknowledging the gazes from the entourage of the 3 supreme powers. With a swift motion, Chen Qie slashed at the 2 paper coffins before him. Crack. As Chen Qie unleashed his strike, the ascending goddess had already collided with the foremost coffin, her ethereal form being forcefully repelled. Crimson blood splattering forth. Despite the ascending goddess's astounding eruption of power, she appeared utterly incapable of resisting the coffin ahead of her, her forbidden artifact failing to unleash its true potential. She was comprehensively suppressed by an overwhelming force. Her realm, her hidden cards, her desperate measures, all rendered ineffective under her frantic exertion. Ziz. The long sword in Chen Qie's hand collided with the rightmost coffin, the sound of impact resonating. Forbidden breaking sword, slashing once. Remaining lifespan 1720. Forbidden breaking sword, slashing once. In that moment of collision with the first coffin, Chen Qie's broken sword astonishingly consumed 3 instances of the forbidden breaking sword, and then the broken sword pierced through the first coffin, striking down upon the second forbidden breaking sword, consuming another 3 instances in a terrifying manner. The sword struck. Crimson blood erupted. Both paper coffins were drenched in a horrifying spray of blood, and within that instant, it felt as if countless restless spirits were howling in terror from within. The blood from the coffin splattered onto the ground, causing the earth to crack ominously. It seemed that each drop of blood contained unfathomable and terrifying laws of annihilation. A single sword severing 2 coffins. That worthless wretch hasn't he perished? How could this be? The ascending goddess had been instantly suppressed by a single coffin, nearly facing death, yet he was directly confronting 2 coffins. And he somehow survived. Not only did he survive, but he also managed to injure those 2 eerie paper coffins. A middle-aged powerhouse from the holy land of Hongwang, catching sight of this scene from the corner of his eye, felt his body stiffen in silence, and he abruptly turned his head, that broken sword in his hand. Could it be a kind of defying the heavens forbidden artifact? It shouldn't be. If it were, I would have recognized how he executed that strike. Could he have discerned some fatal flaw of those 3 paper figures? This is impossible. He is merely a waste from the Qingxian sect. The youth with the mask of a face, his gaze darting, suddenly froze for a moment. Chen Qie, the ascending goddess, retreating rapidly, initially intended to warn Chen Qie to withdraw, having already witnessed the terror of those 3 paper figures. Yet, before she could utter a word, as she turned in her retreat, she was confronted with this horrifying scene. Buzz, severing your necks, can you still move? Many were bewildered, yet Chen Qie's actions did not waver. His gaze remained tranquil. After slashing down, he gripped the broken sword, advancing instead of retreating, forcefully charging towards the 2 paper figures ahead. The figures soared through the air. The sword screeched. The 2 paper figures momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback, wondering how such a lowly ant could possibly breach the 2 annihilating paper coffins they had unleashed. They retaliated, striking down once more with their swords, their auras surging ominously. They appeared incensed. The forbidden aura engulfed them, thickening to a degree darker than mist in an instant. As Chen Qie slashed down, the forbidden aura began to engulf him in a terrifying manner. Crack, 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 almost simultaneously. The prepared talismans of the heavenly Dao 5-5 card in Chen Qie's possession shattered into 3 pieces. He felt as though death loomed before him, frantically appearing and vanishing. Unbeknownst to Chen Qie, in the Weiqing of the Jiang Kingdom, besides Su Rongfei, a young man held an ancient bronze book, and his name was flickering ominously. Did you not say that once someone's name is inscribed in this book, by employing certain special means to forcibly erase that name, you could kill its owner? Why is this waste name transforming in such a manner? Chen Qie was unaware that Su Rongfei had instructed the Son of Fate from the Jiang Kingdom behind her to inscribe his name in a strange manner within a special ancient bronze book. At this moment, as Chen Qie's sword fell, his heart was calmed to the extreme. The purpose of this strike was to sever the heads of the 2 paper figures ahead. Chen Qie's body pierced through the black mist, and the sword in his hand descended upon the 2 paper figures. Crack. The rightmost paper figure, witnessing Chun Chia's survival through the deadly forbidden aura. Its eerie eyes suddenly flickered, and it eerily conjured a special paper sword in its hand. In an instant, it used the paper sword to block Chun Chia's dark broken sword. The two clashed. Chun Chia's broken sword forcibly sliced through that paper sword, and at that moment, the sound of the forbidden breaking sword's depletion echoed ominously twice more. The broken sword severed the paper sword, and then it struck the rightmost paper figure. The eerie eyes of that paper figure finally changed entirely, its body recoiling sharply, yet each of its annihilation techniques was extraordinarily terrifying, causing its movements to be alarmingly rigid. As the sword fell, it found itself unable to evade. Attempting to block with its hand, it was a moment too late. Chun Chia's broken sword, amidst countless gazes, forcefully cleaved through the head of that paper figure. The sword swept past, blood gushing forth. In that instant, the head of the paper figure soared into the sky, wailing. At that moment, the surroundings were engulfed by a chilling wind, and an otherworldly, sorrowful wail erupted, as if tearing apart the heavens and earth. A horrifying explosion. The ground where the paper figure stood fractured terrifyingly beneath the earth. It felt as though something incomprehensibly terrifying was about to erupt, rending the realms asunder. You, the ascending goddess, whose retreat had barely halted, witnessed the entire process of Chun Chia's sword strike up close, her voice faltering. She gazed at the blood and the head of the paper figure ascending into the air, her unparalleled elegance momentarily frozen. She, for a moment, could hardly comprehend. What was that? The head of the paper figure, the waste from the Qifeng sect. He severed the head of that sacrificial paper figure. The observer from the Holy Land of Honghuang was seized by an even greater shock, his body trembling violently as he frantically rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was witnessing an illusion. Chapter 61. Sword falling. Shocking the soul, paper lantern binding the soul. The masked youth from the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone had shifted his gaze away from Chun Chia. He had never considered that a mere waste from the Qingxian sect could possess any ability worthy of his attention. The moment those three paper figures appeared, he had already dismissed Chun Chia as a dead man. In the primordial Forbidden Zone, as the ghostly soldiers bore the coffin, the masked youth's focus had entirely shifted to how to survive this terrifying situation. He understood better than anyone how dire the predicament was. Yet at this moment, hearing the words from the people of the Holy Land of Honghuang behind him, his gaze involuntarily shifted once more. Chun Chia had slain a forbidden paper figure. The first thought that crossed the masked youth's mind was disbelief. The sacrificial paper figures had been known to halt saints in their tracks, instilling terror in giants. Even those on the brink of becoming emperors could fall before them. These were terrifying forbidden objects from the depths of the primordial Forbidden Zone. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in that instant, and he turned his head slightly. But at that moment, upon catching sight, the masked youth's movements abruptly froze, the rusty hatchet in his hand trembling violently. The mist surged, darkness billowed, and he beheld Chun Chia's broken sword still descending forward. Behind Chun Chia's broken sword, a massive paper figure's head was soaring upwards. Beneath it, crimson blood seemed to burn through the darkness, a scarlet flood filling the air. And before Chun Chia's broken sword, the leftmost paper figure's eerie eyes revealed a flicker of bizarre terror. It seemed equally astonished that a young human could sever the head of one of their kind with a single strike. Furthermore, that seemingly weak human, after the strike, showed no signs of slowing down, and the broken sword continued its descent towards it. The broken sword, devoid of sharpness, made the darkness tremble. As the leftmost paper figure's body and arms twitched slightly, it took a stiff step to the right, and in its hand, a white lantern appeared instantaneously. It raised the white lantern to block Chun Chia's broken sword. Chun Chia's shattered sword moved with astonishing swiftness. Nearly as soon as the white lantern was raised, the pitch-black broken sword in his hand had already descended terrifyingly upon the white lantern. Upon collision, the lantern suddenly illuminated with a blinding brightness. An aura of forbidden energy emanated from the lantern, a force so overwhelming it seemed to shatter the very heavens, coloring the surrounding tens of thousands of steps in an eerie, waxen hue. The inhabitants of the Honghuang sacred land, the Taisher sect, and the direction of the 13 outlaws felt a chilling dread in that instant. Even the terrifying spectral soldiers bearing the coffin turned their heads in response. In that moment the white lantern ignited. Chun Chia's body was frozen mid-air, engulfed by an endless white light, rendering him as lifeless as a mere corpse. The forbidden paper lantern. When the lantern glows, the immortal kneels. One light extinguished, one saint falls. Had the legendary forbidden object in the hands of the paper figure truly manifested? This waste from the Qing Xian sect had actually forced the paper figure to utilize such a thing? An elder from the Taisher sect turned his head, witnessing the scene before him. His movements trembled. His voice quivered as he spoke, feeling a dryness in his throat. He had not anticipated that a mere waste could compel the forbidden paper figure to this extent. This could no longer be merely attributed to desperation or luck. Even in death, he would still be regarded with honor among the younger generation. Few dared to venture deep into the depths of the Tai Chu forbidden zone. And even the pinnacle geniuses would not confront the forbidden paper figures head-on. He had just managed to slay one. Another middle-aged observer from the Hunghuang sacred land, who had been watching intently, felt a dryness in his throat as he witnessed Chun Chia's body become rigid, enveloped by a bizarre white substance. Crack. As the attention of many horrified gazes converged upon the direction of the feathered goddess and her entourage. Chun Chia's seemingly frozen body stirred once more. A terrifying sound of shattering erupted from within him. Following this, the broken sword in his hand, after a brief moment of suspension, continued its descent towards the lantern. As the sword fell, the astonishing white paper lantern shattered in response. In the next instant, Chun Chia's sword struck down upon the arm of the left-side paper figure that held the lantern. The paper figure, in that moment, underwent a dramatic change of expression, its eyes wide with shock and disbelief, instinctively attempting to evade the strike. Yet, in its overwhelming terror, it was also flawed. Its movements were somewhat sluggish. Just as it began to move, Chun Chia's heavy, blunt black sword had already crashed down upon its arm. A sound of flesh and bone breaking resonated forth. With a hiss, the arm shattered, the shoulder splintered. The paper figure recoiled, emitting a horrific, tearing sound, as mist surged and darkness twisted, before the head of the right-side paper figure even hit the ground. Blood from its arm once again stained the void crimson. The forbidden zone was terrifying and dark, as winds howled, yet at the edge of the Taichu abyss, apart from the anguished cries of the paper figure with its severed limb, all else fell suddenly silent. At that moment, countless gazes bore witness to Chun Chia's sword descending decisively. This was the forbidden zone, a place capable of bathing even a half-step quasi-emperor in blood, though they had yet to reach the true depths of the forbidden zone. This was still the perilous edge, and to survive here was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Yet now, Chun Chia was on a rampage. One sword severed a head, one cleaved an arm. He was still alive? The middle-aged man from Hunghuang's sacred land, watching as Chun Chia's sword fell, paused in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes frantically, he gazed at the searing blood spilling into the dark, then at the frail figure before him. His back tingling with a terrifying chill. Was this truly still a human? Could a mere millennia-old sect like the Qing Xian sect truly produce an individual capable of slaying forbidden beings? This was impossible. Could those three truly be forbidden paper figures? Had something extraordinary occurred within this forbidden zone? Were the spectral soldiers bearing the coffin somehow exerting terrifying pressure and influence over the three paper figures? The youth with a pallid face, observing this scene, felt an overwhelming alarm surge through him, a thunderous roar echoing in his mind. As a member of the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone, he had studied the various forbidden zones of the eastern wilderness since birth. The reason the 13 outlaws had thrived for millennia, evading extermination from sacred lands and ancient sects, was that most of their forces were stationed at the edges of the forbidden zones. They dared to seize from sacred lands, ancient sects, and empires because whenever they faced annihilation, they would retreat into the true forbidden zones. Over the millennia, they had grown to become a top-tier mysterious organization capable of collaborating with pinnacle powers to explore the forbidden zones, like this current partnership with the Hunghuang sacred land. Yet, even with his profound understanding of the Tai Chu forbidden zone, the sight of Chun Chia's sword falling surpassed his comprehension. The forbidden zone was eerie, and he sensed that this mere ant from the Qing Xian sect was even more bizarre. The instant the paper lantern ignited, he believed Chun Chia had surely perished at least twice. The force emanating from the lantern could annihilate a saint. The youth questioned himself. If he had faced that very strike, even with his ace in the forbidden zone, he might not have survived. How had Chun Chia managed to do it? Tick-tock. Witnesses were left in shock as, after Chun Chia's sword descended, he did not utter a single word. Lifting his sword, he gasped, crimson blood dripping from its blade. After delivering the blow, Chun Chia did not glance back at the paper figure that had lost its head and arm. Instead, he turned his back to the severed paper figure and strode forward. He didn't even spare a look at the stunned feathered goddess or the astonished Chu Xiaowan. Chun Chia advanced, sword in hand. Before him stood a third paper figure, its aura of forbidden energy still erupting with terror. The foremost paper figure, having summoned a paper coffin, hovered in mid-air, blocking the path. Just moments ago, it had shattered 3 of the feathered goddess's forbidden artifacts with a single strike, severely wounding her and nearly bringing about her demise. Yet now, it hesitated before Chinchilla, refraining from rashly attacking. Clap, clap, clap. While it remained motionless, Chinchilla pressed closer, each step resonating with the dripping blood from his broken sword. The feathered goddess observed Chinchilla's silhouette, her hand twitching as if she wished to speak. Yet in that moment, words eluded her. 7 steps, and Chinchilla stood before the paper figure. Unbeknownst to him, the black dog had also followed closely at his side, its eyes appearing somewhat dazed as it watched Chinchilla, sensing an unfathomable depth within this human. Should they still proceed with their attack? The middle-aged man from Hunghuang's sacred land, who had been observing, felt a layer of cold sweat bead upon his palms as he saw Chinchilla closing in on the foremost paper figure, its aura nearing a horrifying climax. No, the paper figure was moving. It was yielding. Am I hallucinating? Did you all see that? The foremost paper figure, it actually refrained from attacking Chinchilla, allowing him and his companions to pass unhindered. Boom. The elder from the Taisher sect, who had previously mocked Chinchilla's group, was taken aback as he witnessed Chinchilla step forward once more. As Chinchilla slightly raised his broken sword, the paper figure unexpectedly turned aside, his eyes widening in astonishment. A thunderous roar erupted in his mind. He had entered the Forbidden Zone 7 times, even accompanying a half-step corpse emperor into the depths of the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone. Each time, he had observed various factions meticulously seeking a path of survival. Even the corpse emperor of the Taisher sect would cautiously avoid peculiar forbidden creatures. Now, the 3 pinnacle forces were risking lives, utilizing Hunghuang's special pupil techniques and extraordinary deduction to forcibly uncover a way out. Yet before him, Chinchilla seemed to have carved a path of survival. The forbidden specters were parting ways for him. What realm was he truly in? His actual realm was merely the divine mysterious realm. In such a state, he had enough confidence to annihilate with a single hand. How had this ant from the Qingxian sect achieved such greatness? Clap. The paper figures parted for the feathered goddess and her entourage. Yet Chinchilla remained silent, not even glancing at the yielding paper figure as he continued to march forward. Chinchilla brushed past the paper figure, crossing their paths. At the forefront stood the terrifying paper figure. Its eerie eyes fixated on Chinchilla. It made a slight movement, causing the coffin before it to shift as well. Yet it ultimately refrained from taking any further action. Xiao Huan, keep up. The feathered goddess observed the unfolding scene. Swiftly suppressing her bewilderment and shock, she grasped Xu Xiaohuan's arm and hastened to follow closely behind Chinchilla. Life. The feathered goddess instinctively recognized that before them lay a fleeting yet terrifying opportunity for survival. A blood-soaked path forcibly carved by Chinchilla. At that moment, should they miss the chance to follow him, their likelihood of perishing here would be exceedingly high. The feathered goddess quickened her pace to stay with Chinchilla. However, as she did so, she noticed something peculiar about him. She saw that his back was inexplicably drenched. Her eyes flickered slightly as she seemed to perceive something more. Without uttering a word, she silently shifted to the right. Positioning herself between Chinchilla and the ominous paper figure ahead, there was something amiss with those 3 paper figures. Forbidden creatures are devoid of fear and cannot truly be killed. Perhaps the ancient emperor from 30,000 years ago had indeed slain those 3 sacrificial paper figures. Yet after their demise, something may have infiltrated their bodies. Suddenly, in the direction of the Henghuang saint, to his left, an elder clad in gray garments spoke with an air of foreboding. Saint, our time is limited. We must break through before that headless legion of specters obstructs our path. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise. I have never witnessed the specters bearing a coffin on our right. This place may be even more horrifying than we anticipated. I cannot currently deduce what could compel the specters to carry a coffin. The elder from Hunghuang seemed to comprehend much, quickly diverting his gaze from Chinchilla to the direction of the specters. At that very moment, the initial group of 10 scouts sent forth by the 3 paramount factions had all met their end. Tick-tock. In the direction of Chinchilla and his companions, he remained silent. Yet a bead of cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his clothing, dripping to the ground below. His taut form showed no sign of relaxation. Miss, have we truly survived? Did Chinchilla really slay that terrifying paper figure? How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Isn't he merely at the divine profound realm? It was only at this moment that Xu Xiaohuan fully regained her senses. She gazed at Chinchilla, who walked at the forefront, and her astonishment erupted within her, momentarily rendering her unable to accept the horrific scene that had just transpired. 1 man, 1 sword, severing an arm. That was a genuine terror from within the primordial forbidden zone. The paper figure may not have been truly dead, yet after Chen Qiye's strike, the leading figure had indeed cleared a path. This unspoken act had already validated much. The feathered goddess spoke a single syllable. Offering no further explanation, she had observed the cold sweat trickling down Chen Qiye's back. Shielding him from the prying eyes behind her, she appeared at ease, yet her heart raced with apprehension. She surmised that while Chen Qiye's sword strike had been astonishing, he must have paid a considerable price. It was highly likely that he could not unleash another blow of the same caliber. They were still within the primordial forbidden zone. Nearby, the terrifying legion of specters bore their coffin, an unknown menace that could very well be the most perilous moment yet. She could discern that Chen Qiye was far from as relaxed as he appeared. The insights she had gleaned must remain concealed from the three paper figures behind them, as well as from the forbidden spirits lurking in the shadows. Chen Qiye's presence was a deterrent for them. It was he who allowed them to follow safely, and now their lives hinged upon him. Did you see that human skin specter in the temple? It did not depart. It must be concealed within the surrounding darkness, likely influencing events. If you catch a glimpse of it, use the highest level transmission of our feathered dynasty to discreetly inform me of its location. It must be dealt with. The feathered goddess remained vigilant as she advanced, but at that moment, she suddenly heard Chen Qiye's voice. Was it a transmission? The human skin specter? The image of the horrifying specter they had faced for nearly 3 years surged back into her mind. A specter she had never truly overlooked. I possess a method to briefly seal that specter. If we wish to escape here alive, it must be resolved. The current situation may have been drawn here by the Honghuang Saint and the other two major factions. Yet that specter could exploit the chaos to target us. In my initial predictions, I believe those three paper figures would not act so readily. If we circumvent them, there should be a chance for survival. However, they have made a move, and I glimpsed the footsteps of the human skin specter near the third position to the right of the foremost paper figure. I fear that if one plan fails, it may incite the specters bearing the coffin to annihilate us. Chen Qiye continued forward without glancing back, yet his transmission once again reached the feathered goddess's ears. As he spoke, a shadow of gloom crossed his features. That recent strike had consumed 7 celestial cards, the forbidden sword, and had directly exhausted 8 uses. The cost of that strike was exceedingly grave. If the three paper figures were not intimidated and continued their relentless assault, he could foresee the necessity of revealing even more hidden cards. His strike was both a display of might and an intimidation tactic. Act decisively. Do not make unnecessary movements, and refrain from employing secret techniques too readily. Let us hasten our pace. Their accelerated movement would force the hidden human skin specter to act more swiftly. Otherwise, once they escaped this horrifying situation, it would not be so simple for it to target them. The specters bearing the coffin were terrifying, and even the human skin specter should be exceedingly wary. Chen Qiye even suspected that within that coffin-bearing legion lay an ancient, ominous corpse. Another droplet of sweat cascaded down Chen Qiye's back. He found himself regretting not directly engaging in dual cultivation with the feathered goddess and her attendant within the temple. Had he done so, awakening the bloodline power left by his mother within them to expel the forbidden aura, they might have faced far fewer difficulties against the human skin specter. For Chen Qiye, forbidden entities were not overly terrifying. He possessed the means to withstand several encounters. The true terror lay in entities like the human skin specter, which possessed genuine intelligence, lurking in the shadows, ever ready to strike. I possess a unique secret technique that may allow me to trace its location by leveraging the residual aura it left upon me. You proceed according to your plan, forcing it to act, and I will wait for it to reveal its aura fluctuations. The feathered goddess, a peerless prodigy, required no further explanation. In an instant, she grasped Chen Qiye's intent. Her captivating gaze flickered as she silently crushed a special jade pendant in her right hand. Within the depths of her eyes, a unique pattern began to coalesce rapidly. Saint, we cannot circumvent what's ahead. For scouts have already perished. It seems we have entered a dead end. Your projected paths all harbor forbidden spirits. As Chen Qiye and his companions hastened forward, the Honghuang Saint and his entourage also quickened their pace visibly. Their originally substantial group of nearly 100 had suffered over 27 casualties in less than a minute. At that moment, the scouts, mentally prepared to become cannon fodder, beheld the splattering blood and the silent corpses dropping to the ground. In their despair, they erupted with a profound terror. People can die. Yet, one must not lose hope. The scouts from the 3 paramount factions had mostly entered into transactions with their respective groups beforehand. Some sought to exchange their scouting for immense wealth. Others desired a chance to survive in a cruel world. and some had crossed terrifying existences, hoping that the three factions would intervene on their behalf. And some sought to protect their families. Before their arrival, they had steeled themselves for death. Yet in the face of mortality, they still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that not all scouts would perish. A significant portion would survive. What they sought was precisely that slender thread of hope. Hunhuang Saint, have you truly encountered some unforeseen complications in your predictions? The young man with a gaunt face gazed ahead at the cold figures cascading to the ground. Yet his attention ultimately landed on the figure of the holy son of Hunhuang. Chapter 64. Bloodstained Taichu, the 10-mile shadow soldiers. Among the truly top-tier powers, there exists no eternal friendship, only eternal interests. In a situation where hope can be glimpsed, individuals like the gaunt-faced young man, even upon sensing anomalies, would forcefully unite and charge forward. For within the Forbidden Zone, he understood all too well that in moments of life and death, the gravest error is to harbor doubts about one's comrades. A disunited heart within the Forbidden Zone is the very beginning of collapse and demise. The cruelty and chill of the Forbidden Zone magnified to a desperate degree at the instant one is engulfed in fear and suspicion. It is aptly named the Forbidden Zone because it amplifies despair infinitely when one is at their most hopeless. It is vast, with no end in sight, mysterious, and obscured from clear perception. This compels the breakers of the band to charge relentlessly forward, regardless of the cost. Time is running out. We must vacate this place before the shadow soldiers unveil their horrifying assault, or else we shall all perish. The holy son of Hunhuang's tone remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. His gaze was hollow, and his reasoning reached an extreme, instilling a chill in the hearts of many from the three top-tier powers. Does the situation change this swiftly? Just moments ago, we felt there was still great hope. Now, without encountering any significant mishap, we are to fight desperately. A middle-aged man beside the gaunt-faced youth could not help but voice his concerns. Before their entry, the members of the three top-tier powers had made ample preparations and incurred considerable costs for the legendary Yinyang Emperor's tomb. The Taichu Forbidden Zone is exceedingly sensitive to the passage of time. The greater the age of a cultivator, the more residual temporal power they possess, which cannot be truly concealed by any secret arts or forbidden techniques. The more temporal aura one retains, the higher the likelihood of being targeted by the forbidden and bizarre entities within the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, the true top-tier giants of each power can seldom tread into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, unless they are prepared to face multiple terrifying assaults from forbidden creatures in the past tens of thousands of years. Aside from those transcendent beings above the quasi-emperor level, most of the elder giants have refrained from venturing deep into the Forbidden Zone. Take for instance the fearsome giant of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, Mianqing. The hesitation of the Feathered Ascension dynasty to dispatch forces into the Forbidden Zone to rescue the Goddess of Ascension largely stems from this reason. Under such circumstances, individuals from the top-tier powers generally keep their ages below 50 when entering the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The Holy Son of Hunhuang, the Taishu cult, and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone comprise a significant portion of the younger generation's peak prodigies from the three top-tier powers. They venture forth for the Yinyang Emperor's tomb, but also for experience. They have deduced that some will perish, yet they, along with their counterparts from the various powers outside, are absolutely unwilling to see all perish here. What do you mean? Are you implying to blame our holy son of Hunhuang? If you believe you can survive and exit, you may proceed along your own path. Our Hunhuang sacred land will not impede you. A young man from Hunhuang sacred land raised an eyebrow at this, immediately retorting, "What did you say?" The middle-aged man from the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone felt a surge of anger at the retort. Silence. All members of the 13 outlaws, heed the command. Now, everyone must strictly follow the holy son of Hunhuang's orders. Remember, when he speaks, it is as if I am present. Should anyone dare to defy this, I shall be the first to strike them down within this Forbidden Zone. The gaunt-faced youth's expression shifted multiple times. Although he had just voiced a doubt, he quickly regained his composure within mere seconds. Now is not the time for questioning or debating. They have no retreat left. The gaunt-faced youth was acutely aware that even if the path ahead were erroneous, they must desperately push through before making a fatal attempt. This is the greatest probability of survival amidst error. He spoke, yet his gaze inevitably drifted towards Chen Qiye and his group. Was their path truly wrong? Boom, boom, boom. Before their argument could continue, the breakers of the band had already sprung into action. Their auras erupted, and the forbidden devices activated. As the elite of the three top-tier powers, even amidst doubts, they executed their orders with iron resolve. One middle-aged breaker of the band charged forth, his body adorned in a grotesque bronze armor that horrifically melded with his form. As he surged forward, forbidden specters attacked. The bronze armor cracked, and his flesh erupted in a horrifying display. His eyes bled crimson, yet his steps did not falter. By the seventh step, his abdomen had completely exploded. His right leg reduced to mere bone, and half his face annihilated, yet he continued to charge fearlessly onward. Each step stained with blood, life transformed into a skeleton, he persisted on his path of slaughter. Out of 10 breakers of the ban, only 5 remained standing after 9 steps. After 11 steps, just 3 bloodied after-images lingered. After 15 steps, the blood-drenched emperor remained only as a half-dismembered corpse, swaying on its feet. From a distance, Chinchilla caught a glimpse of this desperate, blood-soaked spectacle, a scene both solemn and terrifying. Is this merely the tip of the iceberg of the top-tier power's unfathomable depth? If it were the Qingxian sect, could their breakers of the ban achieve such a feat? Chinchilla fell into silence. No, this was the answer that echoed within him, yet at that moment, his thoughts were not consumed by this answer. He was captivated by the sight of those 10 vibrant lives, instantly rendered into skeletons. It was this that left him speechless. The peaceful and prosperous era of Earth in his previous life had left him somewhat unprepared for the brutality of this world. Crack. Chinchilla remained silent, yet his steps did not cease. However, upon taking another step, a fragment of the Heavenly Tao 50/50 card within his Dantian suddenly activated. The Heavenly Tao 50/50 card shattered, and at last, Chinchilla's pace faltered for a moment. No, it should not be. He had scanned the entire route with the Forbidden Compass, successfully avoiding nearly all forbidden entities along the way. What had just attacked him? Could it be that within this forbidden zone exists something beyond the detection of his merged Forbidden Compass? Or was it that hidden, human skin remnant that had triggered something? Had it made its move? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Chinchilla's mind, yet after a brief pause, he resumed his pace, now even quicker. He felt that he might have reached the precipice of this terrifying situation. If indeed that human skin remnant had struck from the shadows, he would forcefully compel it to act once more. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Taichu abyss, what did you say? You were inside, and you just scouted the path. Seeing the shadow soldiers lifting coffins, shadow soldiers stretching 10 miles within the forbidden zone, snow with a red hue falling within the forbidden zone, Su Qingyun, the leader of the Qingxian sect, the 13th generation ancestor. The giant of the Tianqi dynasty and several others from Weiqing had followed to the very edge of the Taichu forbidden zone. At this moment, Su Qingyun's complexion dramatically changed as he listened to the report from a scouting youth returning with alarming news. Many around them instantly tensed at the revelation. No, hurry. Are those from Hengwang sacred land approaching? What is their purpose here? Concurrently, an elder from Weiqing, who had also come along, suddenly turned to look behind him. Uttering a query that prompted the surrounding party to turn their heads, astonishment igniting in their gazes. Chapter 65, Convergence of Forces, Eruption of Combat. Are those truly individuals from Hengwang sacred land? Something feels off. There are also members of the Taisher cult and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone. How could representatives from these 3 ancient top-tier powers possibly appear here? Has there been another significant event? The individual leading the Taisher cult bears a striking resemblance to the corpse emperor of Mo from 3,000 years ago. An ancient, reclusive powerhouse who had accompanied them from Weiqing felt his body stiffen at this realization. He could discern that the figures approaching were suppressing their auras, yet the oppressive force they emitted was utterly breathtaking. Undoubtedly, the most frightening aspect remained their identities. Weiqing is merely a border town in Jiang country. Its inhabitants seldom encounter the truly formidable existences of the top-tier powers. They often retreat to the Taichu Forbidden Zone for training and to seek rare treasures, as this desolate land generally lacks the presence of genuine top-tier powers. It is precisely due to the barrenness of this region that the ancient top-tier powers have little interest, allowing Jiang country to establish itself here. Yet now, as he gazed at the distant figures of the 3 ancient top-tier powers, along with the 2 giants from the feathered Ascension dynasty and Tianqi dynasty, as well as the leader and ancestor of the Qingxian sect, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. These are true apex existences that the people of Weiqing seldom even lay eyes upon. A long-lost acquaintance has also arrived, has he not? How intriguing it is that such a remote borderland has attracted so many individuals. They harbor ulterior motives for their presence here. The eminent figure of the Apocalypse dynasty, his eyes glimmering with the essence of Tao, seems to recognize someone among the swiftly approaching representatives of the 3 supreme ancient powers. Senior Lianxing, you brought Qi here for what purpose? Exactly? He is but a young man who may have offended you. Yet if there are grievances to address, might we do so openly? I, the Qingxian sect, am willing to offer you my sincerest apologies. Is Qinqi truly within the depths of the primordial abyss? At this moment, Su Qingyun, the leader of the Qingxian sect, could hardly contain himself. Witnessing the members of the three ancient powers converge towards this direction filled him with bewilderment, anxiety, and unease. Taking a deep breath to withstand the immense pressure, he stepped forward and spoke up. The tracking talisman he had placed on Qin Shi Yi had become indistinct, as the highest-grade talismans of the Qing Xian sect appeared to be severely affected within this forbidden zone. He could only surmise that Qin Shi Yi was indeed within the primordial abyss. Has the highest-grade talisman we possess in the Feathered Ascension dynasty also become obscured? Are there truly terrifying changes unfolding within the primordial abyss? Do the occurrences in the Henghuang Sacred Land, the Great Corpse sect, and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone have any connection to these three ancient powers, the spectral soldiers carrying coffins and the crimson snow of the Forbidden Zone? Why have these phenomena manifested at this moment? Lian Xing, the towering figure of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, stood silently, sensing the arrival of the three top powers, yet his gaze remained fixed on the depths of the primordial abyss. In his hand, he held an ancient bronze compass imbued with an overwhelming aura of antiquity, yet at its center, a shocking crack had silently appeared. In the primordial Forbidden Zone, merely 10 minutes away from the various powers, the mist thickened, creating an astonishing shroud that seemed to completely isolate the primordial abyss from the outside world. The dozen or so scouts from Wei City cautiously ventured deeper, their ranks having suffered losses of nearly one-third. Su Qing Yun, the leader of the Qing Xian sect, was no ordinary figure. Upon entering the primordial Forbidden Zone in search of Lian Xing and Qin Shi Yi, he had anticipated numerous possibilities. These scouts and certain influential figures from Wei City had been directly invited through mutual interests. The direction towards the spectral soldiers carrying coffins. Look, there really are spectral soldiers extending for 10 miles within the mist. The few surviving scouts from Wei City, led by one who could now see increasingly clearly, beheld a scene that grew ever more terrifying. The spectral soldiers stretched endlessly, crimson snow fluttered, and yellow paper money scattered through the air. Where the spectral soldiers passed, it was as if a river of the dead flowed through, draining all vitality. In a daze, it felt as though Yama himself was surveying the mortal realm. The scout merely glimpsed the sight, and felt as though death had already claimed him. His legs buckled, and he knelt in horror. The shock and dread in his eyes erupted to an extreme in that instant. The 10 miles of spectral soldiers divided the area into two banks. On the western side of the spectral soldiers, Qin Shi Yi, the Feathered Ascension goddess, Chu Xiaohuan, and a black dog quickened their pace. Qin Shi Yi, the Feathered Ascension goddess, and the Henghuang Holy Sun could now only see thousands of spectral soldiers emerging from the mist. Due to the mist and terrain, they could not discern the endless, terrifying army of spectral soldiers, perceiving merely the tip of the iceberg. I can sense the aura of that human skin remnant. Your plan may indeed hold merit. We are terrified of the spectral soldiers carrying coffins, and that human skin remnant likely harbors its own fears. It seeks to create unforeseen circumstances for our annihilation. Yet it may not be so simple. It might take action itself. The aura of the Feathered Ascension goddess surged with terrifying energy as she quickly transmitted a warning to Qin Shi Yi while forcibly deducing with her hidden cards. Countless phantoms bowing in worship, thousands of spectral soldiers carrying coffins. What else lurks behind them? What has the Henghuang Holy Sun and his companions unleashed? We cannot provoke these entities. We must circumvent them. Even if it means taking a longer path, continue to locate the position of that human skin remnant. It should be preparing to strike soon. Qin Shi Yi sensed they were on the cusp of exiting this eerie realm. Yet his vigilance peaked at that moment. He raised the broken sword in his hand once more. Within Qin Shi Yi's Dantian, the cards for the Tao of Heaven, the Forbidden Ghost Sealing card, and the Absolute Defense card activated simultaneously, ready for immediate use. Boom! Just as Qin Shi Yi's alertness reached its zenith, a shocking collision reverberated from the direction of the Henghuang Holy Sun. Tearing through the void, Qin Shi Yi felt the force of that astonishing clash, yet in that fleeting moment, he did not turn. The broken sword in his hand suddenly moved. Chapter 66, The Forbidden Bloodwolf. On the edge of life and death, what terrifying anomaly has emerged from the direction of the Henghuang Holy Sun? Or have they encountered a life and death trial, invoking their astonishing forbidden trump cards? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Qin Shi Yi's mind. He wanted to glance back at the Henghuang Holy Sun's group, yet he restrained himself, for in that instant of the astounding collision, he sensed a ferociously ominous presence surging towards him from the depths of the terrifying darkness. In an instant, Qin Shi Yi's aura erupted to the pinnacle of the celestial mystic realm. And as that entity appeared, he struck downwards ferociously with his sword. Roar! As the sword fell, the shadow descended, and upon collision, the dark figure emitted a terrifying roar. In that moment of impact, Qin Shi Yi felt a tingling in his right hand. The sword he wielded, meant to break the forbidden, did not unleash its power. Instead, he was knocked back 5 steps by the overwhelming force. Roar, roar, roar. As Qin Shiyu staggered back, within the mist, a massive dark figure, as large as a calf, radiated an aura of bloodlust and ferocity. Its first strike was a sneak attack. The second would not conceal its intent. Qin Shiyu felt the strength of this creature had escalated to an entirely new level. Was this being not a forbidden ghostly entity? As the dark figure launched another assault, Qin Shiyu suddenly spoke. The sword meant to break the forbidden did not engage. The 3 cards he had activated did not trigger in the face of death. And amidst the pungent blood scent, an uncertain conclusion formed in his mind. Facing the frenzied onslaught of that shadow, Qin Shiyu swung his second sword once more. His true essence surged to the critical threshold of the celestial mystic pinnacle. It is the blood-forbidden lone wolf. Step back. Save your trump cards for the forbidden ghostly entities. The feathered ascension goddess reacted swiftly. At the moment the massive shadow struck again, she suddenly moved, revealing an ancient, mysterious bronze sword that had somehow appeared in her hand. Faster than Qin Shiyu, she thrust the sword directly towards the beast's eye. Break the forbidden. Yet, as the feathered ascension goddess struck, Qin Shiyu did not falter. Rather, his own sword fell even faster. However, his blade did not aim directly at the terrifying shadow. Instead, it veered slightly to the right by 3 feet. Buzz! In an instant, the feathered ascension goddess's sword clashed with the ominous figure. The ancient bronze sword in her grasp radiated a brilliant azure light, and the myriad mysterious runes upon it surged with an awe-inspiring energy, illuminating the darkness as if awakening from a millennia-long slumber. At that moment, Qin Shiyu and Chu Shaohuan finally beheld the true visage of the terrifying shadow, a wolf, a colossal, blood-red wolf. Its fur bristling, with a golden eye, emanating a dense aura of bloodlust. As if intent on obliterating everything before it, it swiped at the ancient sword of the feathered ascension goddess, its claws flashing with bloodlight and bizarre laws. The clang of the ancient bronze sword reverberated as it trembled. The feathered ascension goddess's hand quivered slightly. Yet, as a true prodigy of the Tao transformation realm, even suppressing her realm to the pinnacle of the celestial mystic, her strength remained formidable. She withstood the wolf's strike. Her sword merely deflected half an inch, grazing the beast's eye and embedding itself into the bone of its face. The massive wolf's body shook violently, roaring in a frenzy as blood splattered wildly from its visage. However, in that fleeting moment, it did not retreat. It brazenly risked having its face pierced. With a powerful strike of its paw, it once more sent forth a blow, braving the bronze sword as it forcefully aimed for the head of the celestial maiden. Miss, be careful. Upon witnessing this, Chu Shaohuan's youthful, delicate face turned pale. Trembling, she drew forth a long sword in that instant. Summoning her courage, she charged forward, her sword raised, forcefully thrusting it towards the solitary wolf. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Her aura erupted. Although merely a maid, as a servant of the celestial maiden, she had attained the realm of divine mystique. Albeit now suppressing her level to celestial mystique, the might of her strike was not significantly inferior to that of the celestial maiden. However, just as her astonishing sword descended, poised to pierce the blood-cursed lone wolf, her steps and figure unexpectedly veered sharply to the right. In the next moment, her long sword pivoted violently, inexplicably aiming for the back of Qin Shi's heart. Her aura surged once more, and the sword in her hand moved like a streak of blinding light, its tip descending with such intensity that the very air screamed in terror. Shaohuan, what are you doing? Although the celestial maiden's sword was plunging forward with awe-inspiring ferocity, her peripheral vision clearly caught sight of Chu Shaohuan's anomaly. The blood-cursed lone wolf's paw had already struck down, and she had evidently anticipated this assault. Her long sword pierced through the face of the blood-cursed lone wolf, momentarily unable to retract, yet her left hand had already unsheathed a dagger, forcefully slashing at the paw that came crashing down. Fearless of the terrifying blood-cursed lone wolf, the sudden shift from Chu Shaohuan, however, completely caught her off guard. There was no time to withdraw her sword. Qin Shi's broken sword continued its ominous descent. Within the darkness of the void ahead, something surely lurked. Otherwise, Qin Shi would never act so recklessly. Moreover, even in the absence of anything, with Chu Shaohuan's astonishing speed, Qin Shi would likely be unable to defend or evade in time. Was Chu Shaohuan merely biding her time for an opportunity, held back by the terrifying blood-cursed lone wolf? Qin Shi thrust his sword into the void. While it was evident that their rear was the most perilous and vulnerable spot, countless thoughts raced through the celestial maiden's mind. In that instant, she had not fully deduced the truth. Yet, In her extraordinary eyes, a glimmer of terrifying resolve flashed deep within her being. An ominous aura surged silently, as if she intended to unleash some hidden, formidable trump card. Leave it to me. Slay that wolf. However, just as Chu Xiaohuan's sword was poised against the back of Chen Xie, a sudden voice pierced the air. Chen Xie's voice. Chapter 67. Sword cuts life and death. A frantic gamble buzz. Upon hearing the voice, the terrifying wave emanating from the deepest part of the celestial maiden receded, while the broken sword in her left hand erupted to an extreme. In the fleeting moment of life and death, the celestial maiden sensed that Chen Xie would not recklessly risk his life by speaking carelessly. In such a place, the three top-tier forces of the Saint of Eternal Desolation, if they could not establish even the most fundamental trust amongst themselves, could collapse and perish at any moment. The same was true for the three of them and a dog. Sizzle. At that very moment, the sword in Chu Xiaohuan's hand pierced into the back of Chen Xie's heart. The celestial maiden's gaze flickered. Although she chose to trust Chen Xie and devoted all her strength to confront the terrifying blood-cursed lone wolf ahead, her peripheral vision remained fixed upon Chen Xie and Chu Xiaohuan. What was Chen Xie doing? Chu Xiaohuan's sword had already penetrated his back, yet he exhibited no reaction, not even turning his head. His broken sword continued its fearsome descent. Was something amiss with Chen Xie? Crack! A multitude of thoughts flashed through the celestial maiden's mind like lightning, and at that moment, she suddenly heard a sound akin to something within Chen Xie shattering. She wanted to turn her head to look, but found no time left. Her right hand's long sword had already pierced through the blood-cursed lone wolf's face, while her left hand's broken sword had fiercely collided with the wolf's body. Roar! The clash evoked a terrifying roar from the blood-cursed lone wolf, as endless, horrifying, blood-red forbidden runes erupted from its body and claws. These blood-red runes surged towards the celestial maiden like a torrential downpour, crashing upon her. The blood-cursed lone wolf, from the very outset of battle, had unleashed some form of terrifying trump card. As the celestial maiden thrust forth her two swords, both struck the blood-cursed lone wolf, yet her unparalleled form was consumed and engulfed by the ceaseless flood of blood-red runes in that instant. Break the taboo. Sword pierce. The aura surrounding Chen Xie had erupted to a terrifying degree. Ignoring Chu Xiaohuan's lethal thrust, the pitch-black broken sword in his hand had pierced through the void, creating a strange hollow. In the space that had been devoid of substance, an eerie, glowing blue entity, resembling a jellyfish, suddenly materialized. As Chen Xie's sword descended, it struck directly at the body of this forbidden entity. Its tendrils clutched peculiar, fragmented limbs as if they were trophies of battle. It emerged from the void as if just awakening from slumber. It was as though someone had dragged it from the depths of its sleep into this realm. At that moment, as Chen Xie's broken sword struck its form, it truly awakened, revealing an eerie, pitch-black eye upon its blue body. It possessed but a single eye. When Chen Xie gazed into its eye, he felt a wave of dizziness, nausea, and blurriness wash over him, as if he were on the verge of slipping into a nightmarish illusion. Crack! Once more, a sound of a talisman shattering echoed within Chen Xie's body. This sound was unmistakably the breaking of the Heavenly Tao's 50-50 card. Chen Xie's heart constricted violently. Had it not been for the Heavenly Tao's 50-50 card, he might have perished the moment this entity opened its eye. The reason Chen Xie had unhesitatingly thrust his sword toward the seemingly empty air to the right was that he had seen this entity suddenly appear. Alternatively, it could be said that he had relied on the forbidden compass to catch a glimpse of the long-lost human skin remnant, dragging this entity here through some mysterious means. Now, if they advanced forward for perhaps a few dozen meters, they would likely escape the lethal range of the ghostly soldiers carrying coffins in the distance to the left. Chen Xie had been resolutely advancing to force the human skin remnant to reveal itself, all while remaining vigilant of the surrounding anomalies. The appearance of the human skin remnant had been too sudden, vanishing just as swiftly. The celestial maiden, while engaged in her assault on the forbidden blood wolf, had failed to notice or lock onto that remnant. Yet, Chen Xie had reacted in that instant. Chen Xie made his judgment. Regardless of what the human skin remnant had drawn forth, he must not wait for that entity to unleash its annihilative power, evade, exterminate, wait. Within the limited choices available, Chen Xie opted for proactive engagement. He still possessed trump cards and opportunities for trial and error, a sword strike to annihilate. Whatever lay ahead would at least unveil the truth. Now, it was evident that his decision might have been correct. The human skin remnant, utilizing some form of terrifying and bizarre method, had brought this entire entity forth, likely intending to leverage its annihilation rules to obliterate the three of them and a dog. This entity's annihilation rules were exceedingly potent. Buzz, as the talisman of the heavenly Tao shattered once more within Chen Xie's body, he took the chance to drive his broken sword forcefully into the body of the glowing blue, jellyfish-like forbidden entity. The human skin remnant, frantically employing its means of annihilation, found Chen Xie equally engaged in his own annihilation tactics. The sword struck. The blue jellyfish trembled violently, its azure blood erupting forth in a sudden spray. Hiss! Almost simultaneously, behind Chen Xie, Chu Xiaohuan's body trembled in horror. A sharp, chilling, terrifying sound erupted from within her. A dense, chilling forbidden aura suddenly surged forth from her, yet in that moment of eruption, it bizarrely receded, as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened, only to be sealed away in an enormous cage. Sword of Ascension, break for me. Boom! From the direction of the blood-cursed lone wolf, an aura that seemed capable of rending the heavens surged forth. And the sword in the celestial maiden's hand shot skyward. The light of her sword soared 300 miles into the heavens. In that moment, she had violently torn through the endless, terrifying blood-red seal. Her sword aura erupted, and a strange, withered tree deep within her being shattered, indicating that she had evidently called upon some ancient forbidden artifact. However, as her sword shattered the blood-cursed lone wolf's seal, her gaze abruptly turned towards Chen Xie. Not only she, but among those few individuals probing and watching from a distance, they sensed the terrifying commotion emanating from this direction. Some of them employed special ocular techniques and directed their gaze this way. Chapter 68. Terrifying Tremors, Half-Step Imperial Weapon, 2 Forbidden Strange Objects. Is there a forbidden strange object lurking within Xiaohuan's body? The moment the divine maiden of feather transformation shattered the curtain of annihilation, her eyes swept across the scene, and in that instant, she comprehended why Chu Xiaohuan had so abruptly and strangely eliminated Chen Xie. She suddenly recalled the peculiar behavior exhibited by Chu Xiaohuan when she passed by those 3 paper figures. However, upon grasping the situation, a glimmer of astonishment and shock erupted within her gaze. She observed a bloodied severed hand falling from the back of Chu Xiaohuan's heart. Was that not Chen Xie? He is still alive. Who is the one beside him? So powerful. She had just cleaved through the fierce beast within the forbidden zone, the blood-colored annihilation of the blood-bound lone wolf. Opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Look, that glowing blue entity. Does it not resemble the legendary ancient blue forbidden jellyfish?" Among the individuals probing and watching, one who activated a special ocular technique gazed across the 10-mile expanse of shadowy soldiers. Fixing his sight on the distant figures of Chen Xie and the divine maiden of feather transformation, his body trembled violently. He had unmistakably recognized the identity of that forbidden jellyfish. Is it truly the ancient blue forbidden jellyfish, the one from Legends, whose gaze causes death? No, it has opened its eyes. It is looking at Chen Xie. Why is he not dead yet? What is Chen Xie doing? His sword, has he pierced through the ancient blue forbidden jellyfish? There is blood. The legendary forbidden jellyfish is actually bleeding. This is impossible. Forbidden jellyfish are forbidden strange objects. How could such a thing be pierced? Among the group of explorers from Weiqing, another individual with activated ocular technique turned his gaze towards Chen Xie, and his expression shifted dramatically. He rubbed his eyes, feeling as if he might be experiencing a horrifying illusion. Explorers in the Forbidden Zone represent a unique vocation in many respects. This profession, across major top-tier forces, imperial dynasties, nations, and ancient sects, enjoys considerable prestige, as every action they undertake is a gamble with their lives. High risks, high returns. However, this profession is not one that just anyone can pursue. The first hurdle to entering this field is mastering a special ocular technique. This technique serves but one purpose: to see farther within the Forbidden Zone and penetrate the unique mist of the Forbidden Area. If a newcomer cannot grasp it within 10 years, it signifies a lack of potential to become an explorer of the Forbidden Zone. Generally speaking, out of 100 ordinary individuals embarking on the path of cultivation, only one can barely cultivate this ocular technique. This is considered a desperate path for many ordinary individuals without background or special talent aspiring to become cultivators. The group of explorers in Weiqing were clearly individuals who had mastered this special ocular technique. This was also why Chen Xie's master, Su Qingyun, the leader of Qinxian sect, had summoned these explorers with exorbitant rewards a mere seconds before hastily arriving in Weiqing. They had likely witnessed from afar the scene of Chen Xie battling above the ancestral mansion of the Chen family. Of course, among them were also explorers from other forces within Weiqing. After all, although Weiqing is a borderland, it harbors some hidden powerful beings who reside and cultivate within the city. Who is the girl behind Qin Shiyi? What forbidden and strange entity has invaded her body? Is she being controlled by a forbidden ghost? And is she also trying to kill Qin Shiyi? Sealing. This is impossible. While she was attacking Qin Shiyi, it seemed something within his body had directly sealed that forbidden ghost. Can a forbidden strange object still be sealed? Does Qin Shiyi not only possess the realm of divine mystery? No matter how defiant he is, how could he possibly seal a forbidden ghost at this level? Even with forbidden artifacts, it should be utterly impossible, right? What is happening? Boom. As this group of explorers reached this point, only about 10 remained. Among them, 4 or 5 individuals directed their gazes towards Qin Shiyi and his 2 companions, their expressions of shock and disbelief almost erupting. They could not comprehend the terrifying scene before them. Rumble, the sword of eternal desolation, blood-drenched forbidden path. Yet, just as they were astonished, they suddenly felt a terrifying, oppressive force akin to the tearing of the heavens, emanating from a location approximately 10 arrows' distance from Qin Shiyi and his companions. In their astonishment, they turned their heads and were met with the sight of a long sword, imbued with an endless ancient aura, carrying the breath of a forbidden artifact, descending upon the shadowy soldiers carrying coffins. A single sword shattered the forbidden, fracturing mountains and rivers. They could sense that this sword, seemingly suppressing all its aura to the pinnacle of the celestial mystery realm, had nevertheless struck down with the might of an emperor's realm. The Saint of Eternal Desolation, the corpse of the corpse cult, and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone, all were desperately fighting. Why are they here? Are they utilizing some special formation to activate a half-step imperial weapon? Attempting to force a bloody path, had half of their number already perished in the blink of an eye among the explorers in Weiqing. Another 5 or 6 individuals had their gazes fixed on the direction of the Saint of Eternal Desolation and the other top-tier forces. As they beheld the scene unfolding before them, their shock erupted to new heights. Desperate. Almost as soon as they activated their ocular techniques, they observed that the peak prodigies of these 3 top-tier forces had almost immediately entered a state of desperation. These once exalted prodigies, now witnessing at least 2 deaths right before their eyes. They even saw that just moments ago, the left shoulder of the Saint of Eternal Desolation had been forcibly pierced by a forbidden annihilation. Was that truly the half-step imperial weapon, the Sword of Eternal Desolation? This is impossible. How could the people of the Eternal Desolation sacred land allow such a suppressive force to be with him? Moreover, even if the Saint of Eternal Desolation were incredibly gifted, he could not possibly unleash even a fraction of the power of that half-step imperial weapon. Could he? Even if they all worked together, they could never truly activate a half-step imperial weapon. Yet, why was the Sword of Eternal Desolation suddenly activated? The explorers from Weiqing, witnessing this scene, were enveloped in shock, their expressions of bewilderment and horror reaching an extreme. Some, in their profound astonishment and confusion, suddenly turned their gaze towards the shadowy soldiers carrying the coffin. They felt as if the coffin had stirred at that moment. Chapter 69, Unraveling the Truth. The coffin awakens. Qin Shiyi, the Saint of Eternal Desolation, the coffin. Why do I feel that a great calamity is about to unfold? Among the explorers in Weiqing, a middle-aged leader surveyed his surroundings, his shock erupting to a terrifying degree. Amidst his astonishment, he also felt a tremor emanating from deep within his soul, a sensation he could not comprehend, yet one that instilled a suffocating terror within him. At the same time, in the direction of Qin Shiyi and his companions, as Qin Shiyi's sword shattered the forbidden jellyfish, he too sensed something. His gaze swept rapidly, and he distinctly saw the terrifying sword strike descending from the Saint of Eternal Desolation. However, Qin Shiyi's attention did not linger on that astonishing blow. Instead, it momentarily halted on the coffin being carried by the endless shadowy soldiers. Then, without pausing, Qin Shiyi called out to the divine maiden of feather transformation and Chu Wan. His body moving like a fleeting shadow as he charged forward, he paid no heed to the jellyfish, whose body was being horrifically healed, nor to the severed hand he had sealed away within Chu Wan. Hurry! The divine maiden of feather transformation's eyes still reflected shock. Being closest to Qin Shiyi, she had witnessed his explosive moment clearly, which evidently surpassed her understanding. How could a young disciple of the Qingxian sect achieve such a feat? Throughout their journey, Qin Shiyi had already surprised her at least 5 times, and this time had utterly shattered her perceptions. Even someone of her caliber struggled to comprehend why, after delivering such a world-shattering blow. Qin Shi would so frantically rush forward. It felt as if he were fleeing for his life. She was bewildered, unable to grasp the situation, yet even amidst her shock, she promptly issued a decisive command. The coffin is about to open. The previously prostrate forbidden ghosts surrounding them were now rising in terror. Who triggered this anomaly? Was it the sword of the Saint of Eternal Desolation? Or was it my own actions? Qin Shi paid no mind to the astonishment of outsiders. He was now sprinting at full speed towards the front. Through the forbidden compass, he clearly observed the previously prostrate, kneeling formless forbidden ghosts now rising peculiarly. In the vast expanse of the primordial forbidden zone, one cannot fathom the multitude of forbidden and eerie entities congregated here, densely packed and sprawling across the mountains. Qin Shi dared not contemplate the ramifications should these forbidden entities fully awaken. Once the annihilation rules governing them commenced their dreadful operation, this place would transform into an utterly terrifying domain. Furthermore, as Qin Shi turned his gaze toward the coffin being carried among the spectral soldiers, he sensed a profound disquiet. Initially, when he employed the forbidden compass to examine the coffin, it revealed nothing. It remained merely a coffin, devoid of any discernible changes. Yet, upon his recent glance, the forbidden compass provided by the system had inexplicably shattered, manifesting a terrifying crack. This device, a creation of the system, was an existence even mightier than the Tao of Heaven's 50-50 cards. Qin Shi was certain that if he dared to gaze for another second, the compass would shatter into terrifying fragments. The coffin had become something he could no longer look upon directly. Whatever lay within was indeed on the verge of awakening. Countless bizarre spectral soldiers raised the coffin. Crawling forbidden entities blanketed the land. Crimson snow fell from the heavens, and paper money littered the ground. This astonishing and otherworldly spectacle was something Qin Shi had never encountered even in ancient texts. Flee. The singular thought that now occupied Qin Shi's mind was to escape this endless realm of annihilation at the very first opportunity. Woof! At Qin Shi's feet, the black dog left behind by the deceased beastmaster seemed to sense something amiss. It closely followed Qin Shi, lowly barking twice, its voice unmistakably imbued with a sense of dread and trepidation. Something was awry. The path was shifting. Was it a dead end? Despite Qin Shi's speed reaching an apex, the forbidden compass revealed that the road ahead was transforming. According to the system's description of the forbidden compass, his right eye, upon merging with the compass for a brief moment, indicated that white signified a safe path, gray a perilous one, black a dead end, and red an absolute dead end. Yet now, the once white safe path had instantaneously morphed into a blood-red HUE. In other words, the path was utterly blocked. Qin Shi's previously calm demeanor finally shifted. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking an alternate escape route. Based on his prior calculations, he believed he could breach this horrific realm of anomalies within a minute, ensuring his safe passage out of the primordial abyss. But now, all paths had transformed into absolute dead ends. As he surveyed his surroundings, the terrifying crimson loomed amidst the rising forbidden entities, and Qin Shi found himself bereft of any viable escape. System, can I exchange all my remaining Tao of Heaven points for a safe path? Qin Shi's eyes darted around as he urgently called out to the system within his mind. No, your accumulated Tao of Heaven points have not yet reached 3,000. The marketplace system remains unopened, and you cannot purchase or exchange. You may only use your Tao of Heaven points for a lottery draw. The system's voice remained cold and mechanical, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Lottery, all lotteries. Qin Shi's body tensed further as he rapidly scanned his surroundings once more, resolutely activating the remaining Tao of Heaven points for a frenzied lottery draw. What is happening? Why have you stopped? There's a presence of human skin residue to your left, at the 12 o'clock position. The Celestial Maiden, possessing remarkable speed, was initially at a higher realm than Qin Shi, although both were suppressed to the Tianxin realm here. Her formidable prowess could still erupt even under such constraints. Following Qin Shi's earlier instructions, she had been utilizing the residual aura from her body to reverse engineer the scent of the human skin forbidden entity. Buzz, as Qin Shi surveyed the area, the thrill of the lottery coursed through him. However, at the instant the Celestial Maiden spoke, he acted without hesitation. Qin Shi swung the broken sword in his hand, delivering a fearsome strike in the direction indicated by the Celestial Maiden. The sword of forbidden breaking erupted once more at that moment. Even in this dire predicament, Qin Shi did not overlook the presence of the human skin residue. He faintly sensed that the current situation might indeed be intricately linked to that human skin shadow. You seek death. As Qin Shi's sword descended, an eerie and terrifying roar erupted from the void ahead. Was that the voice of the human skin shadow? This entity possessed its own consciousness and could articulate speech. It was not merely a forbidden entity. As Chun Chiye's sword fell, he heard the voice echoing in his mind. Zzz. In the void ahead, a figure materialized with terrifying suddenness. The human skin shadow that had previously appeared in the temple now brandished a short stick wrapped in eerie yellow paper, though Chun Chiye could not ascertain when it had acquired it. As Chun Chiye's sword descended, the figure forcefully blocked it with the short stick. Upon collision, the stick seemed to suffer a horrific corrosion, snapping in response to the impact. In that moment, the short stick emitted an otherworldly wail. As if it possessed a life of its own, the human skin shadow's eyes trembled with fury, clearly incensed, yet it refrained from launching a lethal attack at Chun Chiye. Instead, it surged forward. Did you not anticipate that this place would transform into a dead end? Are you also gripped by fear? Do you wish to escape before this realm becomes irrevocably a dead end? What, precisely, are you? Chun Chiye's thoughts raised to their utmost limits, observing the human skin shadow heedlessly charging forward. Chun Chiye's mind swirled with questions, and he felt as though he were brushing against a fragment of the truth. Suddenly, he spoke, and without hesitation, he swung the broken sword once more, violently cleaving toward the human skin shadow. The sword of ascendancy, the fierce glint in the celestial maiden's eyes erupted to its zenith. While she did not comprehend Chun Chiye's plan or thought process, she understood his actions, particularly after hearing him utter those two phrases. She suddenly realized something. Without hesitation, she unleashed a hidden trump card from the depths of her being, striking down toward the human skin shadow with her sword, a battle of life and death. She was prepared to fight with all her might once more. Why are you following me? Chu Xiaohuan's eyes radiated endless fear and shock. She had merely instinctively followed along, unaware that they had arrived at this moment of life and death. She witnessed Chun Chiye and the celestial maiden spring into action, but she also noticed the blood-red severed hand that had fallen from her body, inexplicably following suit. This severed hand, sealed by Chun Chiye, somehow retained the ability to move. The saint of the eternal wilderness pressed onward, disregarding all costs in pursuit of the front. Following the earth-shattering blow that cleaved through heaven and earth, the once arrogant gaze of the young man with a gaunt face now reflected a palpable sense of trepidation and vigilance. Death. In less than 3 minutes, their group of over 100 had dwindled to just over 30. The swiftness of this demise left him utterly devoid of security, beside the saint of the eternal wilderness. The youth bound in dark cloth bore a ghastly scar across his neck, as if he had narrowly escaped death moments prior. In these mere 3 minutes, the horror experienced by Chun Chiye and the Celestial Maidens group had shaken the very foundations of their 3 top-tier factions, leading to a seismic shift in their psychological state. The figure that had been concealed in the void behind the saint of the eternal wilderness no longer exuded an air of disdainful arrogance. What had transpired here? Though they were at the edge of the primordial abyss, it was illogical for them to suffer such catastrophic losses without directly confronting the spectral soldiers. In 3 minutes, over 60 had perished from the formations they had meticulously rehearsed countless times before entering. This was far beyond their expectations. Among the crowd of the 13 outlaws in the Forbidden Zone, an elder's voice trembled with unease. We may now find ourselves at a dead end. The saint of the eternal wilderness felt the weight of many eyes upon him, yet his own revealed 2 horrifying bloodstains. He had just cast a glance at the coffin. It was that single glance that caused his eyes to bleed, and the terrifying laws of the Tao of heaven within him shattered. His body trembling with dread. What? A dead end? This is hardly the time for jest. How could this possibly become a dead end? With your abilities, how could you reach a dead end at the edge of the primordial abyss? Did you not just see a safe path? A youth from the Taisher sect, his face ashen with terror, stepped forward, his voice becoming sharp. With so many of us perishing, you dare to declare it a dead end? If it truly is a dead end, why are you still leading us in this direction? That last strike of yours, was it not a devastating half-step imperial weapon, even if it were a dead end? Was there not even a glimmer of hope? Here, we face a dead end. Where is the safe path? Could it be that the direction of that useless individual from the Qingxian sect leads to a path of survival? This is utterly implausible. Are you truly inferior even to that waste from the Qingxian sect? If this truly is a dead end, does it not mean that we are all destined to perish here? A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. In times of hope, the forces of the Taisher sect and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone could unfailingly execute the commands of the Holy Son of Heng Huang. Yet now, faced with the sudden descent into a path of inevitable death, the members of these 2 formidable factions are visibly shaken with terror. Some even dare to meet the gaze of the Holy Son of Heng Huang, their eyes betraying an unabashed eruption of fury and fear. Even that youth with a pallid face trembles in horror. I have just received a message through a communication device. The individuals from your Hanghuang sacred land, the Taisha sect, and the older generation of the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone have already arrived at the edge of the Taichu Abyss to provide assistance. We need only advance about 500 meters. And the supreme experts from our 3 factions should be able to devise a means to extricate us alive. 500 meters. Could it be that this option is no longer viable? The youth with the pallid face looks towards the holy son of Hanghuang, his voice quaking with dread at this moment. 500 meters, as a peak prodigy among the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone. He is utterly unwilling to meet his end here. He never anticipated that the holy son of Hanghuang would utter such a fatal conclusion at this critical juncture. Can we not forcibly utilize our trump cards and forbidden devices to push through this 500 meters? With all the trump cards in our possession, even if we face over 20 forbidden and grotesque entities ahead, surely we should be able to break through, correct? Holy son of Hanghuang, are you certain that we are truly on an absolute path to death? The youth cloaked in black fabric falls silent for a few moments. He first glances in the direction of Chinchilla, then sweeps his gaze over the coffin being carried by the shadowy soldiers. And finally, he turns his attention back to the holy son of Hanghuang. In his hand, he silently produces a humanoid pendant exuding a boundless and eerie aura. The coffin is beginning to open. As he speaks, he unexpectedly arrives at a terrifying conclusion. Chapter 71. Seeking life amidst death. Forcibly opening the coffin, perhaps there still exists a path to survival. Seeking life amidst death. Within the Forbidden Zone, there has never been an absolutely safe area, nor an absolutely fatal path. The road ahead is yours to choose. I wish to see what lies within that coffin. Crack, horror, confusion, fear, doubt, anger, trembling. Many members of the 3 top-tier factions find different thoughts swirling in their minds. The holy son of Hanghuang, clad in green, possesses an extraordinary aura akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. His gaze is indifferent, yet it once again fixates on the coffin among the countless shadowy soldiers. Life path, death path. At this true moment of life and death, he boldly steps toward the path of the coffin. What did you say? You wish to open that coffin. Holy son of Hanghuang, have you lost your wits? We cannot even see a path to survival at present. Perhaps, 500 meters ahead, we might receive aid from our supreme elder experts. In such circumstances, you choose to open the coffin? The youth with the pallid face feels his scalp tingle. He gazes at the holy son of Hanghuang, momentarily questioning whether he has been possessed by some eerie entity. The members of the Taisha sect, along with the remaining forces of the Hanghuang sacred land, are rendered speechless as they observe the holy son of Hanghuang. In just a few minutes, has life and death truly reversed? Is this not a jest? Are we genuinely facing the cold embrace of death? Today, as the coffin is opened, may the ancestors of the Hanghuang sacred land grant a glimmer of hope to the 32nd holy son. Once more, the holy son of Hanghuang speaks. His words resonate. He steps forward, his figure suddenly appearing 10 zhang away. His long hair flows like ink, an ancient sword gripped firmly in his hand. As ancient patterns emerge beneath his feet, his aura reaches an almost perfect state. And he strides toward the countless shadowy soldiers carrying the coffin. The members of the Taisha sect follow closely behind. Behind the holy son of Hanghuang, a figure once concealed in the void. Its form eerily blurred, experiences a surge of terrifying energy. In that moment, it too seems to have deduced a harrowing conclusion, and it moves, choosing to follow the holy son of Hanghuang. What, you too wish to follow? Do you not have time to deduce or contemplate other options? To venture forward now is to face true annihilation. Must we truly exhaust all our strength, revealing all our trump cards, and still be unable to break through the remaining 500 meters? Do so many of us truly believe that the path we deduced is incorrect? Seeing that figure move, the youth with the pallid face cannot help but glance once more towards Chinchilla and his group. His face reddening in that instant. Red snow fills the sky as the wind howls wildly. For the first time in years, the youth with the pallid face feels a chilling dread. The remaining members of the 3 top-tier factions are filled with trepidation. Their eyes scanning their surroundings, their expressions shifting in feared in the face of true forbidden death. Any status or identity holds no value here. Among the 3 top-tier factions, they are regarded as exalted beings in most places in the outside world. Revered as ancestors or young masters. Have we truly underestimated the Forbidden Zone? Previously, when I accompanied the elders of my family, I had visited twice. Was it the ease of those 2 visits that led to this false sense of security? I do not wish to die yet. Within the Hanghuang sacred land, a young woman stands, several snowflakes having settled upon her shoulders. She gazes at the holy son of Hanghuang as he advances toward the terrifying shadowy soldiers. Yet in that moment, she lacks the courage to follow. Simultaneously, at the edge of the Taichu abyss, crack. What? The scouts ahead observe the holy son of Heng Huang choosing to walk towards the coffin carried by the shadowy soldiers. The members of the Taishu sect are following him. Some among the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone have also begun to follow. A powerful figure from the Taishu sect stands at the edge of the Taichu abyss. A special communication talisman in hand, which silently shatters. The talisman, capable of penetrating the forbidden mists over short distances, reveals a horrifying scene as it breaks apart, depicting the terrifying spectacle 500 meters away within the Taichu abyss. Many formidable figures and leaders from the Hengwang sacred land, the Taishu sect, and the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone have arrived. Their scouts have already risked their lives to plunge into the depths of the Taichu abyss. The shattered communication talisman in the hands of that elder among the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone is a unique talisman exclusive to their faction at a dead end. Has a perilous abyss formed ahead? The Holy Son would never undertake actions without assurance. Unless he is truly cornered by this moment, he turns his gaze directly toward the shadowy soldiers carrying the coffin, leaving only one reason. He seeks to find life within death. He has deduced that only that direction may hold a glimmer of hope. Is he truly willing to open the coffin? A prominent figure within the Hengwang sacred land glances at the unique image talisman in the hands of the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone and, in an instant, he deduces the proximity to the truth. His eyes flicker, his aura silently retracts, and at this moment, rather than advancing, this top-tier expert seems to harbor a hint of retreat. Chia, is Chia still alive? Is he with the Divine Maiden of Ascension? Chia and the forces of the Holy Son of Hengwang have chosen a different path. Is it the Divine Maiden of Ascension who has utilized some extraordinary trump card to deduce a sliver of hope? What is that human skin remnant? Su Qingyan of the Qinxian sect catches a glimpse, his eyes widening in shock as he accurately identifies Chen Chia's figure within that image. His body trembles, his expression shifting rapidly. In an instant, he deduces many things and cannot help but take a step forward. Yet, ultimately, he refrains from truly stepping into the Taichu abyss. The Taichu abyss is exceptionally sensitive to the power of time. The older one is, the greater the probability of encountering bizarre creatures' attacks. For an existence like Su Qingyun, should he enter now, he would almost immediately face the most terrifying annihilation attack. The Taichu Forbidden Zone is a place where even the eternal emperors have shed blood. Understanding this, he realizes that this is the true holy son of a peak faction. Even though Chiya's talent is rare, he still falls slightly short before the true holy son. If Chiya survives this time, perhaps he may ascend to a higher level. Seeking life amidst death, such a resolute and decisive choice is not one that everyone dares to make. The 13th ancestor of the Qingxian sect, though his eyes flicker, seems to be contemplating many other matters at this moment. Does Chen Chiya intend to employ his strongest trump card to slay it? At the very same time, within the depths of the Taichu abyss, the Divine Maiden of Ascension, of equal standing to the Holy Son of Hengwang, unleashes an overwhelming aura, urgently asking Chen Chiya a question. Chapter 72. Breaking the eerie with eerie, a frenzied assault. The human skin remnant is forcibly intercepted by Chen Chiya. With a single strike, Chen Chiya halts its frenzied escape. The ethereal goddess unleashed a cataclysmic aura, as a profound rune within her being erupted in a stunning display of power. In swift succession, she wielded her sword, a shard of ebony wood in her grasp, emanating a fearsome energy. With great force, she managed to push back the spectral remnant of human skin by yet another step. However, upon reaching this juncture, the ethereal goddess chose to relinquish a portion of her decision-making power to Chen Chiya. She could perceive no avenue for survival. From the periphery of her vision, she caught sight of the astounding figure of the Holy Son of Hengwang. Charging towards the spectral soldiers bearing the coffin. It became apparent to her that the path chosen by the trio of supreme powers was decidedly misguided, as their members began to fight with desperation. She was formidable, proud, and enigmatic, with terrifying hidden cards. Her identity stood shoulder to shoulder with that of the Holy Son of Hengwang. Yet, when confronted with the stark reality of life and death, she cast aside all of these attributes without hesitation. In the face of mortality, she could unflinchingly discard all shackles. She was willing to heed Chen Chiya's commands. Are you also gripped by fear? Do you also face death? I know not what transformations you have undergone. Nor do I care what you are. My sole focus now is to find a path to survival. With sword in hand, Chen Chiya felt the resonance of his blade, as the talismans of the Tao of Heaven within him reached a pinnacle of intensity. While the lottery of fate played out in a frenzy, his gaze remained remarkably composed. This calmness, amidst the endless crimson snow, bordered on madness. Chen Chiya, too, was fighting for his life, the path ahead was a dead end. Yet he perceived a glimmer of hope at the location of the spectral soldiers bearing the coffin. Perhaps there lay a chance for survival. He pushed forward with resolve, considering that had it not been for the sudden appearance of the spectral remnant, he might have dashed towards the spectral soldiers with abandon. The terror of the spectral soldiers exceeded the expectations of the three supreme powers, and it equally surpassed Chen Qi's anticipations. He was merely a traveler from another realm, not a deity. He, too, was susceptible to death. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a second opportunity for life through the spectral remnant of human skin. He sensed that it, too, was engulfed in fear. Begone. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. If you do not retreat at once, I shall ensure your demise. The spectral remnant was overwhelmed by a malevolent energy, seemingly astonished that a mere youth could thwart it in a moment of life and death. Throughout this journey, this young man had presented many unexpected challenges, leading the remnant to abandon its intention to annihilate him. Now, this young man obstructed its path, inciting its fury. In its prime, even titans trembled and crawled before it. I shall grant you one final chance. Either perish or relinquish your resistance and lead me to a path of survival. Chen Qi advanced, his voice icy. Facing the spectral remnant, he raised his sword, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Frenzied yet composed, as if he had achieved a bizarre unification of extremes, from the corner of his eye, he observed the holy son of Hanghuang moving with an alarming speed towards the spectral soldiers. Time was of the essence. Less than a minute remained to escape the abyss of Taichu. Chen Qi was uncertain if the holy son intended to open the coffin, yet he harbored a strong premonition that the holy son's audacious charge towards the spectral soldiers was backed by an unfathomable trump card. To seek life amidst death was not a path to demise, but rather a quest for survival. The holy son of Hanghuang might very well provoke a cataclysmic transformation. You dare threaten me. Upon hearing Chen Qi's declaration, the malevolent energy surrounding the spectral remnant intensified alarmingly. Not far behind Chen Qi, the previously severed paper figure, the wounded forbidden jellyfish, and the grievously injured blood-imbued lone wolf approached, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. Moreover, Chen Qi's peripheral vision caught sight of the old woman who had first encountered them, also making her way towards this direction. The mountains and fields were alive with a multitude of malevolent presences. As the spectral remnant reacted with increasing aggression, its fears evidently palpable, Chen Qi's aura surged forth, and with a decisive swing of his sword, he struck down. Simultaneously, the second sealing talisman within him reached its zenith, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. There were 2 forbidden talismans in total. One had been used to seal away the entity within Chu Xiaowan, leaving only one remaining. This one, Chen Qi used with great caution. Sword 19 transcended beyond the realms. Buzz, witnessing Chen Qi's strike, the ethereal goddess comprehended his intent. From the depths of her being, a tremendous aura erupted. Yet this time she wielded not a sword, but a piece of withered ebony wood, an artifact she had taken from the idol in the dilapidated temple. A sword intent that could rend the heavens surged forth into the ebony wood. A force beyond comprehension. Crack. The ebony wood could not withstand the overwhelming sword intent, shattering into countless fragments. Yet from the remnants, an endless void coalesced into a pitch-black longsword. The ethereal goddess began to grasp some of Chen Qi's intentions. This spectral remnant was undoubtedly anomalous. They were engulfed in fear, and it seemed that the spectral remnant was also ensnared by trepidation. In that fleeting moment, Chen Qi had detected the remnant as fear. Understanding that its recent retreat signified it might possess knowledge of a path to escape this dire situation, this could very well be the singular opportunity for survival amidst this harrowing crisis. Grasping at this thread of hope, Chen Qi pressed on, daring to confront the spectral remnant with lethal intent. As the holy son of Hanghuang defied fate by opening the coffin, Chen Qi, too, sought to counter the uncanny with uncanny tactics. He may have perceived even greater revelations, yet there was no time for further contemplation. Though they had not charged towards the spectral soldiers, they were teetering on the brink of oblivion. Break the taboo. Chen Qi moved, yet at the moment his sword descended, he unexpectedly relinquished his grip on it. Chapter 73. Unveiling hidden cards, frantic predictions. The spectral remnant reacted with remarkable speed. As 2 lethal strikes approached, it unleashed a torrent of forbidden energy. 2 special yellow paper talismans materialized in its grasp, and upon their emergence, it abandoned its focus on the ethereal goddess and Chen Qi's lethal blows. Lunging instead for Chen Qi's throat, its patience had evidently reached its limit. It seemed unfathomable that a mere trio of insignificant beings could prolong its efforts to eliminate them until this point. And now, 2 of these insignificant beings dared to turn the tables. In a fit of rage, it unleashed its formidable hidden cards. Crackle, the sword in the ethereal goddess's hand pierced through the air, carrying the weight of annihilation, striking the spectral remnant from behind. The astonishing law hidden deep within her being erupted with a terrifying force as her sword descended, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. The sword tore through the void, rending all asunder. Yet as it struck the remnant's back, a yellow paper talisman appeared unexpectedly. This seemingly weightless talisman, appearing without warning, stood in the path of her deadly strike. The pressure unleashed was akin to a tempest, ravaging the surroundings and threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. Yet, the talisman trembled slightly, emanating an eerie energy that allowed it to withstand the devastating blow. In this forbidden realm, a momentary stalemate ensued between the sword and the talisman. Simultaneously, Chunche's sword, a manifestation of sheer power, also encountered another yellow paper talisman that stood in its way. However, the spectral remnant failed to anticipate that in that critical moment, Chunche had relinquished his sword. What was Chunche doing? Did he not fear the spectral remnant's reckless charge towards him, prompting him to drop his weapon? What was this yellow paper? Surely, the ethereal goddess had unleashed her most devastating strike, prepared specifically for such forbidden entities. No, Chunche had not fled after dropping his sword. Rather, he advanced towards the forbidden entity. The 10 or so scouts from Weiqing had been watching Chunche and his companions, their expressions shifting dramatically, their astonishment culminating in a full-blown eruption of disbelief. Insectal beings, I shall now impart upon you the true essence of fear. The murderous intent emanating from the spectral remnant surged to unparalleled heights. As it unleashed its talismans, it observed Chunche charging towards it, having relinquished his sword, causing even its seasoned demeanor to momentarily falter. It, too, seemed unable to fathom Chunche's seemingly suicidal maneuver. Yet, it merely revealed a fleeting stillness in its gaze. It hungered for blood, and everything chaotic before it was but a delusion. Its speed surged dramatically, its form flickering with an eerie swiftness, and in the next moment, its hand sinisterly grasped Chunche's throat. Within this forbidden zone, it seemed capable of momentarily piercing the void. Death, the remnant of human skin, in this brief span, clearly did not hold back. Its intent was to annihilate Chunche and flee this place at the earliest opportunity. Unleashing its terrifying trump card, It gazed indifferently into Chunche's eyes, and at the moment its hand crushed Chunche's throat, it seemed to seek the familiar glimmer of despair, fear, struggle, and pleading within his gaze. Yet, in an instant, it found nothing. Chunche's eyes remained chillingly calm, almost terrifying. In contrast, the remnant of human skin, upon witnessing such a gaze, suddenly felt a surge of profound unease that it had not experienced in many years. Roar! In the next moment, the hand that had not yet fully crushed Chunche's throat recoiled as if electrified, its eyes reflecting a terrifying transformation. Its body appeared to retreat instantaneously. Too late. Seal it. At last, Chunche spoke, his hand swiftly seizing the remnant's hand that sought to withdraw in terror. The remnant's speed plummeted in that instant, and in its attempt to retreat, it could not evade Chunche's grasp. Moreover, after touching Chunche's throat, its hand began to turn an eerie pale at a visible rate, as if it had siphoned away all vitality, becoming utterly limp. This paralysis spread along its arm, permeating its entire body. Who exactly are you? The power of the forbidden seal. How could you possibly possess such extraordinary sealing principles? Roar, you. The remnant's expression shifted dramatically. Not only did its speed diminish, but the aura emanating from it also weakened at a terrifying pace. And in its gaze erupted an unprecedented fear and bewilderment. Sword, come. At that moment, Chunche moved, one hand grasping the arm of the remnant while the other reached for the broken sword. The sword, engaged in a struggle against yellow paper money, instantly returned. Crack, crack. In that instant, two talismans of the Tao of Heaven within Chunche erupted with terrifying force. Chunche felt as if two astonishingly bizarre attacks, capable of slaying titans, detonated within him, and the remnant of human skin was clearly deploying its most dreadful annihilation trump card. Shatter the void. The aura of the remnant grew weaker, yet its speed intensified. Under such circumstances, it still managed to unleash two waves of lethal attacks. However, the more it attacked, the more horrified and bewildered it became. As a terrifying forbidden entity, it looked at Chunche as if it had encountered the uncanny. Chunche remained unscathed. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it had once been an unparalleled, terrifying existence within the forbidden zone, and it had scarcely witnessed such an eerie scene. Its eyes, icy to the extreme, flickered, and it uttered two words. In the next moment, the arm caught by Qin Chiye abruptly snapped. In the following instant, it miraculously evaded Qin Chiye and dashed toward the forbidden dead end ahead. It moved, and Qin Chiye seemed to have anticipated its actions. Qin Chiye, too, sprang into action. Chapter 74. A stunning battle. Sword unveils the eerie coffin. Qin Chiye grasped the broken sword firmly. At this moment, he did not strike down again, but instead pierced his palm with the blade. Blood Seal. The sealing talisman provided by the system, aside from direct sealing, had another method to enhance its effect. That is, when sealing something exceedingly terrifying, should an unexpected situation arise, one could use their own blood as fuel to directly amplify the power of the sealing talisman. Whoosh! Blood flowed. Qin Chiye's blood, like a red thread, directly connected to the eerie remnant of human skin. The already diminished speed of the remnant plummeted once more. Its body seemed to freeze in terror. Sealed? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chiye's heart, which had been constricted to its utmost, finally relaxed slightly. From the moment he drew the sword, he had been frantically calculating various possibilities. He never underestimated the entities within this forbidden zone. Even though the system had provided an introduction with the sealing talisman, stating that even when encountering the legendary master of forbidden entities, it could still restrain it for about an hour under complete blood sacrifice. That was merely an introduction. Qin Chiye suspected that this sealing talisman might indeed possess such extraordinary capabilities. Yet if he were to confront that legendary primordial master of forbidden entities, he feared he might not even have the chance to strike. Qin Chiye was acutely aware of his own strength. Ants, you seek death. The body froze, blood surged, and the fury, forbidden aura, and endless murderous intent emanating from the remnant exploded to a terrifying extreme. The dreadful restrictions upon it trembled violently, as if something immensely terrifying within it was frantically erupting. Its words, however, only reached halfway. As it spoke, its gaze swept towards Heng Wang Saint's son and the Yin soldiers carrying the coffin, and it hastily amended. Let me go. I can cooperate with you to escape. Hurry, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Everyone will die. Orientation. After exhausting all efforts to calculate, Qin Chiye did not halt. Almost as soon as the remnant's words left its mouth, he seized the remnant of human skin with a terrifying grip, for killing the remnant had never been his goal. From the very first strike, Qin Chiye's sole aim was to survive and escape. This point, previously deduced by the Divine Maiden of Ascendance, was correct. Qin Chiye had seen the remnant attempting to flee and thus concluded that it must know the way to survive, now that the remnant was trapped. Qin Chiye would not waste a moment. Take 12 steps forward, quickly. The remnant, sensing that Qin Chiye had lifted it as if it were a mere object, felt its anger and murderous intent surge even further. Yet it clearly had no time to unleash it. It spoke rapidly, directing Qin Chiye. Qin Chiye propelled forward with the remnant in tow. Go. The Divine Maiden of Ascendance, having witnessed the astonishing sword strike being thwarted, saw Qin Chiye sealing the terrifying remnant of human skin in an instant. Her expression shifted dramatically. The shock, bewilderment, and anxiety within her erupted frantically. Qin Chiye had transcended her understanding multiple times along this path, and this moment was evidently even more intense. She even felt she could scarcely comprehend Qin Chiye any longer. However, she clearly had no time to ponder these thoughts now. Seeing Qin Chiye's actions, she grasped Chu Xiaohuan and rushed forward. 3 steps to the right, 5 steps to the right front, 9 steps to the left. Break through this large tree. The mist surged thickly, and blood rained down wildly, as Qin Chiye's body moved like a shadow. His focus reached an unprecedented height. In one breath, he took over 70 steps. Qin Chiye, carrying the remnant of human skin, deftly evaded all forbidden entities, arriving before a massive banyan tree whose trunk could be embraced by a dozen people. Its canopy obscured the sky, appearing to devour the heavens. Break for me. Qin Chiye's aura erupted, and as the remnant spoke, Qin Chiye swung his sword down fiercely upon the colossal banyan tree. Heng Huang sword, fueled by my blood, blaze forth and break. At that moment, the aura of Heng Wang Saint's son surged to an extreme. His eyes turned blood red, his rage palpable, and he bore over a dozen grievous wounds that bled profusely. His heart visible through a gaping wound in his chest. He charged toward the direction of the Yin soldiers carrying the coffin, undeterred by the terrifying injuries he had sustained from numerous deadly encounters with forbidden entities. He had reached within mere steps of the Yin soldier closest to him. In that instant, he raised the sword in his hand, pouring all his hidden cards and aura into that blade, which erupted with a thunderous roar. Even as he lifted the sword, all the swords of those in Heng Huang's sacred land beyond the primordial abyss sensed something. resonating with a terrifying rumble as he raised his sword. The aura surged, and he fixed his gaze upon the coffin among the Een soldiers, clearly intending to strike at that eerie coffin. Sword unveils the eerie coffin. Was Hung Huang Saint's son truly going to do this? Lord Shitzi, should we continue to pursue? He thought, sensing that Hung Huang was indeed mad, risking everything. No, he was courting death. Where is the struggle for survival in such a dire situation? It is evident that this is a path to certain death. Absolutely a path to doom. A middle-aged man from the Taishur sect, observing the scene before him, felt his entire being tremble with terror. He was not alone. The figure that had been lurking behind the holy son of Hung Huang, hidden until now, froze momentarily upon witnessing the holy son truly lift the coffin. A dead end, a desperate bid for survival, madness. The holy son's actions at this moment starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor of refinement, composure, and strength. He never anticipated that the holy son would adopt such a radical approach in this instant. There was no escape. He had irrevocably bound the fates of us all. Corpse explosion, void transmission. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic figure from the Taishur sect stirred into action, suddenly striking towards the holy son of Hung Huang. That a vast force, akin to a surging river, surged within him, crossing the void in an instant, directly infusing into the holy son. A strange, violent spark ignited in his abyss-like eyes. To fight desperately to open the coffin with the sword, as Chen Chiya swung his sword at the colossal banyan tree. He caught a glimpse of this unfolding scene. Thud, thud. The sound of knocking from within the coffin grew clearer at that moment. In midair, the sword was drawn and fell, before many could even react. The holy son of Hung Huang, having merely received a transmission from the young man of the Taishur sect, had already struck down with his sword. Chapter 75. The eerie coffin shatters, blood stains the earth. Creak, boom. As the sword descended upon the ghostly soldiers raising the coffin, countless specters turned their heads in unison. The terrifying knocking from within the coffin morphed into an eerie shattering sound. The sword fell, and the lid of the coffin, held by 10 miles of ghostly soldiers, instantly exploded into fragments. The snow of crimson fluttered through the air, as if struck by an invisible force, shattering into endless red powder. High above, amidst the darkness, thunder cleaved through the mist. The sprawling array of forbidden and eerie entities trembled violently, erupting into chaos. In that fleeting moment, over half of the individuals from the Hung Huang Holy Land, Taishur sect, and the 13 outlaws from the Forbidden Zone experienced terrifying and bizarre mutations and assaults, their blood splattering as they collapsed. The remaining individuals were swiftly encircled by the frenzied spirits. Go! As the holy son of Hung Huang's sword descended, Chen Chiya's own sword had already struck down in terrifying fashion, witnessing the astonishing deathly mutations within the Forbidden Zone. He also observed the forbidden entities around him erupting into a frenzy, with several eerie beings locking onto them, charging forward with horrifying intent. However, amidst the sudden upheaval, Chen Chiya, following the method of the bizarre human skin remnant, struck down with his sword, revealing a gaping black hole in the massive banyan tree. This ancient tree, colossal and timeless, was hollow within. Chen Chiya's calm gaze shifted, and without further thought, he activated the remaining Heaven's Tao 50/50 card in his Dantian, propelling himself into the black hole of the banyan tree. In that instant, he even unleashed his most terrifying trump card, the devastating strike of Heaven's Tao granted by the system. Hurry, faster. The human skin remnant, held by Chen Chiya, despite being sealed, seemed to writhe in horror, urging him on with fierce cries. Is it wrong? Holy son of Hung Huang, have you truly taken the wrong path? Is the path of that worthless fool the correct one? Have you lost your mind? Why must you open the coffin with a sword? Could you not wait a moment? You are the pinnacle prodigy of a holy land. You. An elder from the Taishur sect, sensing the terrifying upheaval, saw Chen Chiya shatter the ancient banyan tree and watched as Chen Chiya and his companions plunged into its depths. Blood erupted from his chest, and upon witnessing the blood-soaked earth around him, he could not help but scream. Fear had surpassed his composure as he screamed, his body visibly fracturing at a terrifying pace. Are we truly to perish? Is there truly no path to survival, to struggle for life amidst death? If there is no life, does that not signify true death? Holy son of Hung Huang, was your choice ultimately a mistake? Is the Forbidden Zone truly this cruel? The enigmatic youth, wrapped in black cloth, glanced toward Chen Chiya and his companions. His level of existence allowed him to perceive much in that fleeting glance. Having nearly exhausted his trump cards during the earlier eruption of the eerie being, he found himself uninjured, but now surrounded by 5 forbidden entities, their forms becoming increasingly apparent. He had no means of escape, breakthrough. The black cloth on his body trembled, and as he transformed, he suddenly turned and charged toward Chinchilla and his companions. The distance was short, less than 2 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, he could cover that ground in the blink of an eye. Yet now, the way seemed interminably long. He surged forward, but in the next moment, a blood-drenched cloth obstructed him mid-air, wrapping around him as if it were a living entity. Absolute forbidden technique. Forbidden transformation. The youth, entirely enveloped in black cloth, felt his expression shift to one of stark horror. Yet a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. An ancient, bottomless black box within him shattered silently, its dark liquid flowing ominously as the blood-drenched shroud swept toward him. He did not evade. Instead, as the black box within him mysteriously broke apart, his body visibly darkened, his vitality swiftly waning. The forbidden magic box, forbidden transformation? Had he surrendered? Did he intend to merge himself with the forbidden ghostly entities? The pallid-faced youth bore 11 horrifying wounds. His countenance quivered, and his voice twisted with rage, fear, and despair. He had initially intended to follow the holy son of Hang Huang in this desperate struggle for survival, yet with the sword's descent, even he, a peerless young prodigy, felt his resolve shaken to the core. Wrong is wrong. This sword did not carve out a true path to survival. Their silent entry into the Taichu Forbidden Zone was not merely to unlock the Yinyang Emperor's tomb or partake in a simple trial of life and death. In the Taichu Forbidden Zone, older individuals faced a greater likelihood of terrifying mutations. Those over 50 almost certainly encountered transformation upon entry. The so-called trials for the younger generation were merely a pretext. Their foray into the depths of Taichu was a plan meticulously crafted over centuries by the 3 top-tier powers, even involving a half-step emperor. Their discreet entrance was to evade the potential disruption and scrutiny of other factions. They had utilized the Hung Huang sword wielded by the Holy Sun and invoked 9 forbidden trump cards to retrieve an item from the Yinyang Emperor's tomb. This item was to be studied collectively by the 3 top powers. Their plan had been flawlessly orchestrated, yet they had never anticipated encountering such unimaginable upheaval just as they were about to exit the Forbidden Zone. Desperate measures, life and death are fated, fortune lies in the heavens. Uncle, charge forth, continue onward. The pallid-faced youth had no time to curse the holy son of Hung Huang. His body became a fleeting shadow as he dashed forward with the only remaining middle-aged companion. In the blink of an eye, fewer than 5 individuals remained alive among the 3 top-tier powers. All dead. Had they failed? Utterly failed? 2 choices. Nearly all of the holy son of Hung Huang's group lay dead. While 3 of Chinchilla's party survived, the pathfinders from Weiqing gazed at the unfolding scene, their eyes filled with shock and horror, reaching an extraordinary peak. Chapter 76. Endless shock. Deep within the banyan tree. Death. Terrifying mutations. The sword opens the eerie coffin. A moment of life and death. The few pathfinders from Weiqing watched from a distance, feeling an invisible chill. They understood the terrors of the Forbidden Zone and had entered it many times. Yet witnessing the scene of 3 top-tier powers members drenched in blood in an instant, alongside the immediate eruption of forbidden entities, was a first for them. At this moment, it became painfully clear what it truly meant for life to be cheaper than paper. Only 4 remain alive. Did you see the holy son of Hung Huang? After that sword strike, why has his figure vanished? Has his body completely shattered and evaporated? One of the pathfinders from Weiqing trembled slightly and posed the question. He opened his mouth, yet no one responded. Ahead, the mist surged violently, and crimson blood shattered into powder, rendering his vision exceedingly blurry. Chinchilla and his 2 companions wondered if the great banyan tree they had entered truly represented a path to survival. What lay within the dark hole of the banyan tree? What secrets did it hold? Another pathfinder from Weiqing murmured to himself amidst the frigid fog, trembling as he posed a question. Report, report. The Holy Sun has failed to open the cursed coffin. Nearly all have perished. The Holy Sun is missing. The Holy Sun is missing. The ghostly soldiers bore the coffin, and a strange occurrence unfolded. A pathfinder from the Hang Huang sacred lands stood not far from the group of Weiqing pathfinders. His face now utterly pale. He crushed the last precious communication talisman, transmitting the scene here directly to the depths of the Taichu abyss. He strained to see the changes in the coffin within the ghostly soldier's grasp after the Holy Sun's sword strike. But the surging fog and gathering ghostly soldiers obscured his view entirely. The coffin, after the lid shattered, appeared to have been completely devoured by darkness. All that remained visible was the endless, bizarre transformations and the specter of horrifying death ahead. Are they all dead? The path chosen by your holy son of the Hung Huang sacred land was indeed erroneous. That wastrel from the Qingxian sect may yet survive. The opening of the cursed coffin was not a path of life. Beyond the Taichu abyss, a formidable figure from the Taisher sect gazed upon the deathly scene depicted in the transmission. his expression shifting drastically, a terrifying aura emanating from him in waves. The titans of the Tianqi dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty also turned their gazes towards the scene relayed by the Henghuang sacred land pathfinder. Their millennia-deep eyes flickered. The sacred land, ancient and profound, harbored secrets shrouded in mystery, yet many of those dispatched this time were truly the elite of the young generation at their pinnacle. Such a catastrophic loss might not greatly affect their current strength and resources. Yet it struck a devastating blow to their future potential. This was certainly not the entirety of their young elite, but at least a significant portion. Was the journey of the young generation from your three great powers really just a simple trial? Lian Sheng, a titan of the Yuhua dynasty, felt a surge of insight in that fleeting moment. As if he had glimpsed much, the 13 ancestors of the Qinxian sect exchanged glances, their eyes shifting. Ancestor, is the great banyan tree truly a path to survival? Is there a chance for Qie to live? Su Qingyun looked towards his own 13 ancestors, devoid of interest in the three great ancient powers. His sole concern now was Chen Qie's fate. He was anxious. This was his true disciple, the one in whom he had invested boundless effort to establish as the heir of the Qinxian sect. He felt that if Chen Qie perished, the blow to their sect would be even more catastrophic. However, he opened his mouth, yet the 13 ancestors of the Qinxian sect could not provide him with a genuine response in such dire moments. Death, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope, survival amidst death. The path chosen might not be wrong. Tremors of terror rippled through the air as an ancient leader from the Henghuang sacred land, cloaked in a deeply mysterious aura, gazed at the transmission and then turned his attention to the depths of the forbidden zone. Eye in his eyes, astonishing laws flickered as he formed a seal with his hands. A special black compass materialized in his right hand as if he were divining something. Meanwhile, within a dark underground cavern of the Taichu abyss, one pondered, did you already know there was a path to survival here? Where does it lead? Is it related to the ghostly soldiers bearing the coffin and the enigmatic Yinyang Emperor's tomb we previously unearthed? Had those forbidden, bizarre creatures already gathered before we made our move? The cavern beneath the banyan tree was shrouded in darkness, silence, and coldness. Yet, within this cavern, there were no eerie and forbidden specters. However, upon entering the cavern, Chen Qie did not relax in the slightest. Grasping the sealed human skin remnant, he spoke rapidly. Suddenly, he recalled the headless ghost soldier he had glimpsed when Lian Sheng captured him at the edge of the Taichu abyss. In retrospect, the ghostly soldiers bearing the coffin should have shown signs of an omen when he entered the Taichu abyss. Yet, he had never been to the Taichu forbidden zone and had no understanding of this place. Furthermore, when he had just encountered the holy son of Henghuang and his group, he had utilized the forbidden compass to see numerous hidden forbidden creatures lurking in the void surrounding the three great powers. The human skin remnant should have sensed something during that time. It seemed increasingly anxious as it attempted to extinguish him on the journey, clearly unprepared for the entirety of the confrontation. You remain silent, believing I am powerless against you. Perhaps others cannot extinguish you, but I can. If you do not speak now, I shall annihilate you. As Chen Qie advanced, the Tao of Heaven's annihilation strike within impulsed silently, and he revealed a trace of its aura. His ultimate trump card. Chen Qie did not conceal it any longer. Is there something else within you? Who exactly are you? If you truly belong to the Qinxian sect, even your fourth-generation ancestor could not possess these things. You, the once silent human skin remnant, shifted ominously. You must first answer my question. Chen Qie interrupted, his aura intensifying once more. Suddenly, from the front of the cavern, a sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. What has fallen from above? No, this aura is that of the holy son of Henghuang. Could it be he has not perished? Impossible, after that sword strike. How could he still be alive? Behind Chen Qie, the Yuhua goddess remained tense, her body not relaxing in the slightest. Upon hearing the sound, she stepped forward, her expression shifting again. Chapter 77, Human Skin Remnant. Emperor's Blood Box. Chen Qie abruptly lifted his head, the sound of falling. Could it be the holy son of Henghuang had not perished? Had he truly found a path to survival amidst death? Was there an entrance at the location where the ghostly soldiers bore the coffin, leading to this underground passage? Chen Qie instantly recalled the glimmer of survival he had seen through the forbidden compass when observing the ghostly soldiers bearing the coffin. If he had not perceived a safer chance of survival from the human skin remnant, perhaps he would have been the one to open the cursed coffin. It seemed that his previous reckless idea, shared with the holy son of Henghuang, was indeed correct, albeit with a far more terrifying probability of death. Countless thoughts raced through Chen Qie's mind as he sensed the faint aura of the holy son of Henghuang approaching. Estimating the fallen position to be roughly 600 to 700 meters away, as a cultivator at the divine profound realm, he could easily perceive such distances. Yet, he did not rush forward to investigate the situation immediately. Answer my question. My patience is limited, and time is of the essence. Chinchilla merely raised his head for a second before turning his cold gaze back to the human skin remnant in his grasp. The truth, the path to survival. Compared to the holy son of Hongwang, it was clear that Chinchilla was far more eager to uncover these two matters, for they had not yet fully escaped peril. This place remained terrifyingly dangerous. Chinchilla had no desire to reach this juncture only to encounter some horrifying lethal trap. The Tao of Heaven's annihilation strike within him was on the verge of eruption, as if he were ready to unleash it at any moment. I knew of this path 30,000 years ago. The ghostly soldiers bearing the coffin exceeded my expectations. They may be related to the Enyang Emperor's tomb, but I cannot fully ascertain that now. The Enyang Emperor's tomb is a forbidden zone within the forbidden zone, and I have never truly explored it closely. The human skin remnant, held by Chinchilla, throbbed with a terrifyingly ominous aura, as if seeking a flaw in the seal. Pondering Chinchilla's intentions, that it sensed the aura erupting from Chinchilla's body and ultimately spoke, that it felt that if it remained silent any longer, this young man before it truly would dare to kill it. Moreover, Chinchilla possessed the capability to obliterate it. The shock and surprises Chinchilla had brought forth along the way had already surpassed the remnant's comprehension accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It could vaguely sense that each time Chinchilla unleashed that extraordinary aura, it felt an inexplicable familiarity, yet was utterly unable to recall why. It seemed to have sensed something similar long ago. But now it was lost in uncertainty. What lies at the end of this path? Are there forbidden creatures and dangers within? Chinchilla paid no heed to the musings of the human skin remnant. His gaze fixed intently upon this forbidden entity, the Tao of Heaven's annihilation strike, within him locking onto it completely. The Yuhua goddess glanced into the depths of the cavern, yet her steps remained unmoved as she turned her attention to the human skin remnant. She understood Chinchilla's intent as the moment grew dire. One could not afford to relax. In the realm of cultivation, it is often in that fleeting instant of unwinding after a prolonged state of tension that the greatest dangers lie. She gazed at Chinchilla, her silence profound. Throughout their journey, she too found herself perplexed by this individual from the ancient Qingxian sect, a lineage spanning millennia, and wondered how he could possess such astounding hidden depths. I do not know. 30,000 years ago, I merely discovered this passage, but I have never ventured within. I sense that there may be entities capable of extinguishing my existence inside. I can only ascertain that this path is the safest under the present circumstances. The human skin specter refrained from unnecessary discourse, as if it recognized that both Chinchilla and the feathered goddess were not easily deceived. That Chinchilla, I feel he is not being entirely forthright. It would be prudent to eliminate this entity. We can simply await the return of the earthly matters before we depart from here. Chu Xiaowan, who had been trailing closely behind the feathered goddess, bore a countenance reminiscent of a youthful maiden, yet her complexion was notably pale. Upon hearing the human skin specter speak, she instinctively stepped forward and uttered, "There is no need for deceit, should you perish. So too shall I. I am not entirely a forbidden entity. You must have sensed my extreme trepidation towards such things. My memories are fragmented. I can only recollect events from the past 40,000 years." The specter's gaze flickered towards Chu Xiaowan, who appeared deeply wary of it. As the specter's eyes shifted, she involuntarily took a step back. Chinchilla resolved to compel the entity to swear a heavenly oath of truthfulness. With this in place, its subsequent declarations should be deemed credible. The feathered goddess's eyes glimmered as she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Xiaowan. From her storage ring, she produced a palm-sized box resembling a red crystal. The surface of the box was intricately etched with an array of runes, and a faint crimson glow emanated from it, with elusive characters flickering upon its surface. The Imperial Heart Blood Box? You possess such an artifact? The human skin specter's expression shifted subtly as the feathered goddess unveiled the box. This was the legendary artifact, crafted from the heart's blood of the Buddha that fell in the depths of the Western Desert 390,000 years ago. In the past, the Hanging Monastery collected 13 drops of the Buddha's heart blood, utilizing the most arcane forbidden techniques to forge 13 blood boxes, each inscribed with sacred verses by a colossal Buddha at the half-step emperor level. Such a box resonates with the laws of heaven and earth. Once employed, it can invoke the heavenly inquiry of one's heart. Those questioned by the Imperial Heart Blood Box, even beings of emperor caliber, face dire consequences should they utter falsehoods. their souls may fall into madness, consumed by the relentless flames of inner demons, leading to their downfall from the path of the Emperor. 230,000 years ago. 5,000 disciples of the Hanging Monastery used one such box to quell the darkness in the western desert, unveiling a staggering secret that ensured a decade-long peace. The legend of the Hanging Monastery in the Imperial Heart Blood Box was unparalleled, and such artifacts had not been seen in over 100,000 years. Chinchilla turned, his tranquil gaze momentarily shaken. The foundation of a premier dynasty indeed surpassed that of their Qixin sect. He had not anticipated that the feathered goddess harbored such extraordinary and legendary assets. You shall utilize it on him. Chinchilla, though astonished, maintained his composure. No matter how extraordinary the artifact, it must ultimately be employed. The road ahead was uncertain, and life and death were undetermined. Even the most miraculous of items must pave the way for survival. To live was to possess everything. I ask you, are you willing to accept the heavenly inquiry of your heart now? The feathered goddess was no indecisive individual. Upon hearing Chinchilla's words, she advanced 2 steps, the Imperial Heart Blood Box hovering silently before her, exuding an aura of pressure within the vast, dark passage. Chinchilla felt as if his very soul were ensnared within an invisible cage. Merely from a hint of the box's influence, the human skin specter's eyes darted, cold and calculating, revealing a trepidation that it dared not voice in the presence of the Imperial Heart Blood Box. Observing this, Chinchilla refrained from further words, channeling the essence of the heavenly extermination strike to its terrifying zenith. Speak the truth or face death, he resolved, unwilling to spare his own hidden cards in such a critical moment. I consent to the heavenly inquiry of my heart. From this moment forth, I vow that every word I utter before the Imperial Heart Blood Box shall be the truth. The human skin specter fell silent for a full 3 seconds before it finally spoke. Awakened for 40,000 years, it had never anticipated being so constrained within this forbidden domain. With a hum, it began to speak, causing the Imperial Heart Blood Box to tremble slightly in the air. As it vibrated, a peculiar black thread was forcibly extracted from the specter's body, drawn into the box. In the next moment, a suffocating crimson light erupted from the Imperial Heart Blood Box, piercing directly into the specter's brow. A unique blood droplet imprint silently materialized at its center. Is this the Buddha's contract? Chinchilla's eyes widened at this spectacle. He had only heard his master speak of the Imperial Heart Blood Box's lore. This was his first encounter with its actual use. Were your words to Chinchilla truly sincere? The feathered goddess inquired as the imprint solidified the instant the crimson light coalesced upon its brow. The specter's sealed body quivered slightly, a flash of uncontainable rage flickering in its eyes. Yet, it ultimately suppressed its fury. It was trapped like fish upon a butcher's block. It made no attempt at resistance. Chinchilla and the feathered goddess, at this juncture, remained oblivious to the magnitude of the being they had ensnared and interrogated. No, I have entered this passage, yet I never truly reached the end. I traversed roughly 2 kilometers onward and sensed a terrifying presence within, something that could annihilate me. Thus, I did not venture further. I once orchestrated for a forbidden entity to enter, but it fled as if stricken by some unspeakable terror. I made several attempts thereafter, even capturing feral beasts to test the passage, but none ever returned. Therefore, I never truly entered. The human skin specter's voice was notably cold. Why? Over these past 3 years, have you remained outside the abandoned temple where we resided? Why did you fixate on me and Xiaowan? Do you possess your own consciousness, or were you merely intent on killing us both? This seems illogical. The feathered goddess, recognizing the urgency of the moment, refrained from pursuing the specter's earlier discrepancies, clearly eager to uncover more truths. She had pondered this question 3 years prior. I awakened 40,000 years ago, but my memories from that time are entirely lost. I seem to have suffered a grave injury. I could not fully control my body for 400 years after awakening, only to be forced into slumber once more, approximately 30,000 years ago. I awakened once again, capable of cultivation. I absorbed the forbidden energies within the realm. Practicing for 2,000 years until vague information resurfaced in my mind. I adopted a unique cultivation method of a forbidden entity before succumbing to another slumber. When I next awoke, it was after you entered this primordial forbidden zone. I sensed an overwhelming essence within you, as well as a fragment within that girl. I sought to inject my true essence into your bodies, transforming you into vessels for forbidden energy to be absorbed. I did not anticipate that just as I attempted to act, a woman intervened and thwarted my efforts. She was formidable. I sensed an aura within her that instilled great fear in me. I hesitated to act against her, so I concealed myself. It would not be easy for her to eliminate me. I initially thought she would take you away, but I was surprised when she placed you within that temple and departed alone. The two traces of my essence within you are my true essence, condensed over the past 20,000 years of my slumber. Although it is but a small portion, it still amounts to over 200 years of true essence. Since that woman did not take you away, I had no intention of relinquishing my pursuit. The temple presented some complications, and I feared that upon your awakening, you might possess sufficient power to injure me. Hence my caution over these past 3 years. The human skin specter spoke rapidly, as if anxious to expedite the heavenly inquiry, its words flowing swiftly. Is it truly that simple? I seem to have contemplated a question. The way of heaven queries the heart, and all that is spoken is the truth. Yet, one can conceal certain aspects, even employing the truth in a way that misleads us. Am I correct in my assertion? The ethereal goddess gazed coldly at the shadow of the human skin, and spoke with a haunting calmness. All that is said is indeed the truth. However, it is possible to withhold a portion of that truth. Chinchilla, you may inquire first. The foremost priority is to survive and exit. My questions can wait until we are on our way. After a brief inquiry, the ethereal goddess directly turned her gaze towards Chinchilla. Clearly, there were matters she needed to ponder as well. Now, how do we safely escape from this place? Chinchilla's mind was filled with numerous questions, yet in this moment, he cast his gaze forward and posed the most direct inquiry. If we continue along this path, perhaps there lies a way out. The shadow of the human skin looked towards Chinchilla. Its response was simple yet laden with implications. It might still be lying. Had it not previously stated its fear of proceeding ahead? Now, it urges us to go forth. Is it not leading us to our demise? Let us remain here and wait for the forces above to disperse. Then we can leave unscathed, can we not? Chu Xiaohuan suddenly interjected, clearly still harboring doubts about the shadow of the human skin, as it seemed she had developed a psychological aversion to it. The sword opens the eerie coffin, a myriad of specters in tumult. And the ghostly soldiers march 10 miles. If my conjecture is correct, the coffin carried by the ghostly soldiers should land here. The ghostly soldiers' procession might very well create a death zone in this place. Once the coffin lands, it typically does not reignite, akin to the legendary Nine Dragons coffin from 3 million years ago. Once it falls, the next departure is utterly unpredictable. The ghostly soldiers' march is shrouded in mystery, and the time of their next ascent could range from decades to centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years. Most crucially, once the coffin lands, it begins to evolve into a death zone. And the boundaries of this zone will extend not only outward, but also downward. In our current position, within approximately 5 hours, we may find ourselves enveloped by the laws of death, and at that moment, we would indeed meet our end. Those forbidden spirits that once dared not enter this passage might also venture forth. The shadow of the human skin spoke once more, this time with a slightly somber tone, as if recalling some memory. What dangers await us as we proceed along this path? Speak of all that you know. Chinchilla's eyes flickered as he rapidly weighed his options. For the first 2 kilometers, I sense there will be little to encounter, at least no forbidden specters. However, beyond that point, I believe a path to survival exists, albeit accompanied by exceedingly terrifying entities. The shadow of the human skin appeared to have already contemplated this response. Is there something you urgently wish to ask? In my view, we should first proceed forward for 2 kilometers to test the waters. Chinchilla turned to the ethereal goddess, seizing the opportunity to consult her. Seeking to discern any flaws in his reasoning. We have a moment to spare. According to the Shadow's account, the forces above have yet to fully evolve here, requiring approximately another 5 hours. I share your sentiment. Let us advance while posing our inquiries. 5 hours may seem an eternity, yet should we reach the passage's end and encounter something truly horrific, we may find ourselves racing against time. The ethereal goddess pondered for a brief moment before swiftly arriving at a decision. Woof! The dog left behind by the young man from the Beastmaster sect suddenly turned its head, seemingly comprehending the conversation between the two, and barked twice towards the passage behind. Its voice carried a hint of whimpering and farewell. Chinchilla paused for a moment, glancing down at the dog, then turned and hoisted the shadow of the human skin, proceeding forward. The passage was long and wide. As they traversed, fragments of faded murals occasionally appeared on either side, depicting eerie sacrificial scenes, serene farmstead life, and children flying kites. The murals were chaotic and ravaged by the relentless passage of time. Most were nearly indecipherable. As Chinchilla advanced, he could only catch glimpses of disjointed scenarios. Both Chinchilla and the ethereal goddess posed various inquiries about the passage from their unique perspectives. The shadow of the human skin was cunning and deceptive, even though it spoke the truth. Neither Chinchilla nor the ethereal goddess fully trusted it. After approximately 5 minutes, Chinchilla, who led the way, noticeably halted his steps. Someone, the Saint of Everwild. At a distance of 100 paces, Chinchilla recognized the figure. Blood flowed from his body, and he bore terrifying wounds, many of which emanated a potent aura of taboo. His heart had been pierced by some malevolent force, utterly shattering it. To his left lay a sword. Quietly resting, the sword had retracted all its aura, yet the blade radiated a fearsome presence that still pulsed. Even in its dormant state, Chinchilla sensed the essence of true annihilation within it. This sword was no mere imitation or a contrived forbidden weapon of the Everwild Holy Land. It was the genuine Everwild sword, the Everwild Holy Land, a half-step imperial weapon, as Chinchilla observed the sword. The ethereal goddess also regarded it intently. Her steady gaze flickered, indicating that this sword had imparted a profound shock upon her. Chinchilla sensed the shift in her aura, yet he displayed no surprise. He understood the true significance of a half-step imperial weapon. Their Qingxian sect had endured for millennia in the eastern wilds precisely because the second, third, and fourth generations of their ancestors had devoted 3 lifetimes to crafting a prototype of a half-step imperial weapon. Subsequently, they had spent 2 additional years refining it, under the tireless efforts of their ancestors, ultimately achieving that half-step imperial weapon. Chinchilla had heard that when their Qingxian sect's half-step imperial weapon was completed, they had even invited several supreme beings from the Tianqi dynasty to oversee its forging. At that time, the entire Qingxian sect had been apprehensive that once the weapon was truly completed, there would be supreme forces seeking to seize it. After all, upon its completion, they could not yet wield it effectively. Only after a century of mastery and with the aid of formations could they utilize it as their sect's sacred artifact to suppress all challengers. None but an emperor could seize it. It was only after a century of mastery that the Qingxian sect firmly established its position in the eastern wilds. Their first-generation leader had originated from the royal lineage of the Tianqi dynasty, and only he could summon individuals from the Tianqi dynasty to preside. This was another reason the Qingxian sect had endured for millennia in the eastern wilds. This time, their master had gone to the Tianqi dynasty seeking assistance for the same reason. In the eyes of many outsiders, the Qingxian sect was considered a branch of the Tianqi dynasty. After all the efforts of their unparalleled ancestors and the entire sect's resources, they had forged a half-step imperial weapon. And now, right before them lay one. Chinchilla could naturally comprehend the ethereal goddess's astonishment. Moreover, previously, when he witnessed the Saint of Everwild in action, he had assumed he wielded an imitation or a similar one-time use forbidden artifact. "You may take this sword," Chinchilla said, his mind racing with thoughts as the ethereal goddess suddenly interjected, "He is not dead yet. The existence of his caliber, though possessing extraordinary strength, is utterly incapable of unleashing even a fraction of the might of a half-step imperial weapon, merely 1/10,000th of his potential. If my conjecture holds true, the reason he carries this sword may well be linked to the legendary treasures hidden within the Yinyang Emperor's tomb. A half-step imperial weapon could ensure the prosperity of a pinnacle power for millennia. I have heard that the Hanghuang Holy Land possesses but a single imperial weapon and 2 half-step imperial weapons, yet Chinchilla did not hasten to seize the supreme half-step imperial weapon that could incite endless bloodshed in the outside world. Instead, he suddenly recalled the Yinyang Emperor's tomb. "Are you suggesting that the treasures within the Yinyang Emperor's tomb far exceed the value of this half-step imperial weapon the younger generations of the 3 paramount forces have gathered, meticulously planning and willing to risk their lives, provoking 3 of the most formidable prodigies?" The Divine Maiden of Transformation quickly grasped Chinchilla's implication, as though she had anticipated this all along. However, she had not initially connected the treasures of the Yinyang Emperor's tomb with the Hanghuang Holy Sun before her. But now, as Chinchilla's words echoed, she instantaneously realized that if the individuals from the 3 top-tier forces were indeed after the treasures within the Yinyang Emperor's tomb, it was highly probable that these treasures were in the possession of the Hanghuang Holy Sun. With a surge of terrifying aura, the Hanghuang Holy Maiden advanced forward, driven by her curiosity about the treasures within the Yinyang Emperor's tomb. Observing her approach, Chinchilla remained motionless, aware that the Hanghuang Holy Sun was not yet completely vanquished. To approach recklessly might invite unforeseen consequences. Such a search was clearly more appropriate for a divine maiden of her caliber. As for the ownership of the treasures, it was evidently not yet the time to discuss division. Even the half-step imperial weapon of Hanghuang, which could drive the outside world into a frenzy, elicited little more than a fleeting sensation from Chinchilla. He was acutely aware that the Hanghuang Holy Land had likely retained numerous contingencies, should he attempt to bring it back to the Qingxian sect. It might spell disaster for the entire sect. If he were to claim it, his best course of action might be to present it to the Tianqi dynasty. Only a supreme dynasty could stand against a pinnacle Holy Land. This treasure, with its unparalleled value, required meticulous planning before acquisition. Fortune and splendor are not privileges for the unworthy. In this perilous environment, Chen Xie found himself even more intrigued by the treasures of the Yinyang Emperor's tomb. Eager to uncover what could compel the three paramount forces to expend such terrifying resources. As he contemplated this, the divine maiden of transformation had already reached the side of the Henghuang Holy Sun. Her aura enveloping him entirely as if she were searching his entire being. A frown briefly crossed her brow. Yet, in that very moment, a chilling aura, sharp as lightning, descended upon her neck. Death, almost simultaneously. From the shadows behind Chen Xie emerged a figure that had long been concealed. Manifesting with sudden clarity, in hand, a curved blade tore through the void, the overwhelming killing intent casting a terrifying shadow over Chen Xie's very being. As the murderous intent erupted unexpectedly, the scene turned chaotic. Chapter 79. Counterattack, Forbidden Quake. Be careful. Two assassination attempts materialized, and Chu Xiaowan, watching from the rear, paled at the sight of Chen Xie and her divine maiden under attack. The speed of these lethal strikes was so swift that she barely had time to comprehend or warn them before the deathly blows fell. Clang! The divine maiden of transformation reacted with remarkable swiftness. Having maintained her vigilance, she raised her sword to parry the imminent strike. Her weapon successfully intercepted the deadly assault. However, the shadowy figure that had launched the attack seemed to have anticipated her defense. At the moment of collision, a pitch-black dagger lunged toward her neck with lethal precision, swift, ruthless, and meticulously calculated. Even as the divine maiden of transformation sought to evade or counter, it was evidently too late. The dark dagger pierced her skin. A flash of crimson appeared on the blade as it broke through her flesh. Crack. Yet, in that instant, something within her body seemed to shatter mysteriously. The rapidly thrusting dagger, upon piercing her skin, could advance no further. As if it had struck an impervious barrier, hidden defenses within her body, the assassin's figure suddenly seemed to grasp the situation and spoke ominously. Meanwhile, the curved blade aimed at Chen Xie's neck had reached him. The blade was imbued with a suffocating aura of terrifying heavenly laws, slicing through the air and leaving behind ominous dark streaks. Chen Xie, ever vigilant, responded with remarkable speed. However, upon witnessing the blade poised at his neck, he did not flee. Instead, he stood firm, calmly directing his sword toward the incoming strike. The broken blade, devoid of sharpness, sang like a dragon, sacrificing his life for a counterstrike. You dare to meet your end. The curved blade pressed onward, continuing its descent toward Chen Xie's head, while the assassin's expression revealed a cold, merciless demeanor. It was as though he had never considered Chen Xie a threat, confident that the broken sword in Chen Xie's grasp would falter before him, allowing him to decapitate the so-called waste with ease. He envisioned the scene of Chen Xie's head rolling on the ground, a mere triviality that would elevate his own status. Yet, at that very moment, as the blade made contact with Chen Xie's neck, it erupted with a deafening roar, as though striking against an immovable mountain. Regardless of the ferocity of his true essence, the blade could advance not a single inch. His previously contemptuous expression froze, and he felt a sudden, intense pain in his right chest, as a terrifying, deathly sword intent pierced through him. A fragment of ancient jade shattered within his heart. The ancient jade had protected his heart. Without it, the sword intent from Chen Xie would have undoubtedly ruptured it. Stunned, his movements momentarily halted, but Chen Xie did not relent in that instant. The broken sword, having pierced through the assassin's chest, pivoted, the dark blade emanating a swirling energy as Chen Xie aimed for his neck. Chen Xie's aura surged to an unprecedented peak. Moreover, he shattered a forbidden talisman he had brought from his sect. While Qixian's sect possessed few treasures of the highest caliber, there was no shortage of forbidden artifacts beneath the half-step imperial level. As the heir to Qixian's sect, Chen Xie had naturally brought many with him when confronting the formidable figures of the Yuhua dynasty. He had not utilized them in Weiqing, nor when faced with forbidden entities, but now he showed no hesitation, shattering the Dao-slaying forbidden artifact. The dark broken sword cleaved through the void, and in the next moment, it descended upon the assassin's neck with lethal intent, a counterstrike of annihilation. In the throes of genuine battle, Chen Xie exhibited no signs of mercy. In this deadly arena, he sought nothing less than a decisive strike. Crack! As the sword fell, without a moment's hesitation, he shattered a second forbidden artifact. The destruction of this artifact sent ripples through the void, and a golden small sword, infused with the essence of divine laws, erupted forth, hurtling toward the assassin's Dantian. This was a forbidden weapon crafted by Qin Shi's master, utilizing a unique extraterritorial law, painstakingly forged over 12 days with rare materials. According to his master, this artifact could annihilate Dao-slaying level opponents. Swish, as the sword struck, a red talisman on Qin Shi's forearm also shattered. When the red talisman exploded, the surrounding void trembled, and a massive red net materialized. In the moment of his counterattack, Qin Shi had activated 3 annihilation-grade forbidden artifacts. This net, known as the Void Net, had been sought from the elders on the back mountain to ensnare foes, granting him precious time to ensure his survival. Roar. You waste. How dare you? You seek death. In midair, the assassin's momentary daze vanished as his expression shifted once more. His aura erupted violently, accompanied by 2 eerie sounds. He retreated abruptly, and in the next instant, as Qin Shi's sword struck him, he vanished from the void. Drip. His figure vanished, leaving behind a streak of crimson blood suspended in midair. As the blood fell to the ground, infused with a terrifying energy, it splattered upon the earth, causing it to crack. You worthless fool. How dare you injure me? You are merely a waste from the Qin sect. How could you possibly possess so many forbidden artifacts? What was it that blocked my blade when it struck your neck? After that figure disappeared from the air, in merely half a second, his body reappeared 10 meters away. He already bore some wounds, which had been hastily tended to, the bleeding having ceased. Yet now, 2 fresh wounds were evident on his neck and chest. Upon his reemergence, Qin Shi and Chu Xiaohuan, along with their companions, recognized the true identity of this figure, the 13th outlaw of the Forbidden Zone, a youth with a face full of pockmarks, wielding a rusted chopping knife. In the midst of battle, that rusty kitchen knife transformed into a fearsome curved blade. His aura was terrifying, the fluctuations of his true essence palpable. At this moment, he gazed at Qin Shi, his expression a mix of shock and fury, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. He clearly did not anticipate that his meticulously orchestrated scheme of annihilation would fail to eliminate even a mere waste from the Qin sect. Do not move. In his extreme rage, he attempted to strike again, but was abruptly halted by an enigmatic, indistinct figure, the very one who had attacked the feathered goddess. This figure was none other than the one who had long concealed himself behind a sacred son of Hung Wang, a being known as Corpse from the Taisher sect. After a brief yet intense confrontation with the feathered goddess, he had evidently come to a stop. You two are not dead. Did you discover the whereabouts of the sacred son of Hung Wang at the moment of his demise and trace his location here? As you descended, did you sense our presence and prepare to use the unconscious sacred son as bait to ambush us? Did you learn from us why we were aware of this path? The aura emanating from the feathered goddess surged violently. After the harrowing exchange, her killing intent remained rampant, yet she did not immediately launch another attack against these 2 individuals. Above them, the Yin soldiers were awakening, and the area was transforming into a land of great calamity. Beneath the ground, the essence of this ominous place could permeate at any moment. It seemed that in this brief time, the feathered goddess had already discerned that engaging in combat was unwise. In battles of equal caliber, seeking to annihilate the opponent would likely expose their location, potentially attracting whatever lurked above them. While contemplating, the feathered goddess swiftly deduced the intentions of the 2 individuals before her. Qin Shi's aura surged, gripping a forbidden artifact, his eyes flickering momentarily, blood still dripping from the broken sword in his hand. Although Qin Shi remained silent, the feathered goddess, of her caliber, had eloquently conveyed much of what he had deduced in just a few sentences. Qin Shi's lips twitched. This was truly absurd. Sometimes, individuals in the cultivation world could be even more terrifying than forbidden, eerie entities. This entirely validated his decision to remain hidden within the Qin sect all these years. Qin Shi gazed at the 2 individuals, his expression calm, yet his mind was already calculating how to swiftly resolve the current predicament. Beings of such peak power, like the sacred son and corpse, were not to be trifled with. However, should it come to dire straits, they were not beyond being eliminated. What lies ahead? You are not mistaken in your conjecture. We harbor little interest in killing you. Since you are aware of this route, you must also possess knowledge regarding its particulars. The somewhat indistinct youth cast a glance at the feathered goddess, then turned his gaze toward Qin Shi. He must die. The feathered goddess, we can collaborate to survive, but this waste must perish. The pockmarked youth's blood-red, eerie curved blade had reverted to a rusted kitchen knife, and his wounds continued to bleed ominously. He did not believe that Qin Shi, a mere waste from the Qin sect, could control the situation here to him. Qin Shi was merely the feathered goddess's pawn, a sacrificial lamb for reconnaissance. The true mastermind behind all this was undoubtedly the feathered goddess. He was determined to slay Chinchilla. He would not allow a mere waste to challenge his terrifying authority. You cannot kill him. Time is running short, according to our calculations, in approximately 20 minutes. This place will transform into a land of great calamity, meaning we must leave here within that time frame. The sword in the feathered goddess's hand stirred slightly as she spoke calmly, then turned her gaze toward Chinchilla. Chinchilla once again lifted the human skin remnant, gazing ahead, still silent. No one here is a fool. You wish to protect him? You. The pockmarked youth took a step forward, yet as he did, his foot suddenly halted. His gaze fixated intensely on the human skin remnant in Chinchilla's hand, his eyelids twitching violently, his expression shifting dramatically. A forbidden, eerie entity. You actually possess a living forbidden entity? How is that possible? That forbidden ghost had been sealed. How could a mere waste like you have the capability to seal a forbidden entity? Was it you, feathered goddess, who sealed it and allowed him to wield it? That is impossible. Unless the most ancient of beings awakens, no one from your feathered dynasty could truly seal a forbidden ghost. The pockmarked youth, after all, was a member of the 13th Outlaws of the Forbidden Zone. Having lived on the fringes of the Forbidden Zone for years, he was exceedingly familiar with forbidden entities, and with just a glance, he clearly recognized what Chinchilla held. Previously, he had not paid attention, solely focused on swiftly eliminating Chinchilla, yet now, as he beheld this scene, a jolt of shock surged within him. He even felt as though his eyes were experiencing some form of illusion. Chapter 80, Slaying the Sacred Sun. System task time is running short. This path, I am 90% certain, is safe. It is a passage discovered by a sovereign of our feathered dynasty 40,000 years ago, who traversed it. At its end lies the direction of Weiqing. If you cooperate, I can inform you of some of the dangerous areas here. If you follow my instructions, you can leave with us alive. Otherwise, the feathered goddess observed the pockmarked youth's astonishment, her gaze flickering slightly, before she raised the sword in her hand and spoke suddenly. It seemed she no longer wished to squander any more time here. She appeared to have revealed one of her aces. Beautiful women are indeed skilled deceivers. As soon as the feathered goddess opened her mouth, Chinchilla discerned her intentions. His expression remained unchanged as he secretly calculated the situation at hand. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted toward the human skin remnant. You wish for us to lead the way for you. A sovereign of your feathered dynasty traversed this path 40,000 years ago. The indistinct youth evidently grasped the feathered goddess's meaning. Yet he also harbored some doubts. He glanced at the forbidden entity in Chinchilla's hand and fell silent for a moment. Crack. After 2 seconds of intense silence, he suddenly turned and swung his sword toward the unconscious head of the sacred son of Heng Huang. The sword fell. Crimson blood, accompanied by golden laws, erupted eerily. Die. The youth from the Taisher sect decisively severed the head of the sacred son of Heng Huang in that instant. Chinchilla watched this scene, his heart pounding violently. How ruthless. This is absurd. The Taisher sect and the sacred son of Heng Huang were supposed to be allies, and given that the influence of the sacred son even slightly overshadowed that of the Taisher sect, how dare this individual kill the sacred son in such a manner? Moreover, why was he killing the sacred son? To seize the Heng Huang sword and the treasures upon the sacred son? Did he not fear igniting a cataclysmic clash between two top-tier forces? The Heng Huang sword belongs to you. The other items, to us both. I believe you have already surmised some of our intentions for coming here. However, I advise you not to ask too many questions. We can serve as scouts. There is no need for us to linger here any longer. It is time to depart. With one sword strike, the indistinct figure reached for the sacred son of Heng Huang, seizing an ancient and special storage ring from him, along with a peculiar copper-green object, both of which fell into the hands of the youth from the Taisher sect. The half-step imperial weapon, the Heng Huang sword, remained peacefully lying upon the ground. Collaboration, distribution of spoils. The indistinct figure was evidently resolute, having made his judgment in merely a second. You will undoubtedly die. The youth with a mask-like face exhibited no discernible fluctuations in his gaze. He merely cast a glance at the fallen Heng Huang saint, before shifting his focus towards Chinchilla. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the feathered goddess and remarked, I am not entirely convinced by your words. However, you must possess some understanding of this passage that we may venture forth. But should we meet our demise, rest assured, we shall find a way to drag you down with us. Decision-making and resolution. The murderous intent emanating from the masked youth continued to surge. Yet it was evident that he refrained from making a move. He too was in the midst of making a choice. Those nurtured by truly pinnacle powers often have neither eternal enemies nor friends, but only everlasting interests. The youth from the corpse cult, after scavenging the belongings of the Heng Huang saint, formed hand seals, and from his storage ring emerged a peculiar scarecrow, which suddenly entered the body of the Honghuang saint. To everyone's astonishment, the severed head and torso of the Honghuang saint began to mend themselves together. Remarkably, the body of the Honghuang saint stood upright of its own accord. Was this the art of corpse control? Chen Qiye observed this scene, his heart stirred with intrigue. Previously, he had encountered records of such bizarre techniques in ancient texts at the Qinxian sect, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. This youth from the corpse cult intended to use the body of the Honghuang saint as a means to explore the way forward. The youth from the 13 outlaws might also possess other secret arts to traverse this path with relative safety. Ding. System task initiated. Seize the eternal bronze verdigris. If successful, reward 3,000 heavenly Dao points. During the acquisition, the host may eliminate anyone, and the system will shield the host from all heavenly secrets. Any act of murder within this passage will remain untraceable. Just as Chen Qiye beheld the three supreme geniuses in rapid deliberation over their interests, the system's voice resonated sharply within him once more. Upon hearing it, Chen Qiye's body froze momentarily. What is this eternal bronze verdigris? 3,000 heavenly Dao points. By heavens! Is the value of obtaining this item comparable to the task of slaying a fated individual? The indistinct figure of the youth had taken a unique, ancient, rusted copper piece from the body of the Honghuang saint. Was this the verdigris? The location just locked by the system. Could it possibly be something that the three top-tier powers had reclaimed from legends? From the Forbidden Zone? Or even from the tomb of the Yinyang Emperor? What is this object? And what purpose does it serve? The three pinnacle powers had secretly conspired for so long, sending forth their elite young generation solely to seize this item. What use could it possibly hold for both the top-tier powers and the system? Moreover, according to the system, it appeared that it sought for him to commit murder and seize treasure, to slay these two saint-level existences. Ding! Should the host slay these two individuals, the system would not only conceal the heavenly secrets but also completely erase all traces and auras of the items they possessed. The host could wield them freely, unrecognized by anyone. Ding! Upon acquiring the bronze piece, the host could engage in a transaction with the system, exchanging the eternal bronze verdigris for whatever the host desired. As Chen Qiye pondered, the system's voice resonated once more. His eyes shifted again. The price set by the system seemed rather exorbitant. The value of the eternal bronze verdigris had escalated to such terrifying heights. Chen Qiye felt as though the system was subtly urging him on. System, could you grant me 2 more heavenly Dao annihilation strikes? As his mind raced, Chen Qiye quickly formulated a request. Ding! The system cannot provide the host with any items. The host may only acquire them through a lottery or subsequent marketplace. In accordance with the rules, the system's voice remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ahead, as Chen Qiye inquired, the feathered goddess had evidently completed her transaction with the youth from the corpse cult and the masked youth. The youth from the corpse cult, now controlling the body of the Honghuang saint, had clearly begun to advance and explore. Time was of the essence. The execution and efficiency of these apex existences cultivated by pinnacle powers were undeniably formidable. You cannot offer me anything? You expect a cultivator at the divine profound realm to slay 2 saint-level beings to seize treasures. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? You truly cannot provide me with any assistance at all. Seeing the system's response, Chen Qiye felt a flicker of hope, yet this time, the system remained unresponsive. The passage was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of footsteps echoed clearly against the ground. Take 3 steps to the left to avoid that stone. Then proceed straight for 12 steps. The feathered goddess walked behind the two, having already begun to guide them. As Chen Qiye continued to attempt to communicate with the system, his gaze swiftly fell upon the forbidden remnant in his hand. It remained eerily silent throughout the entire ordeal. From now on, communicate with me through thoughts, do not doubt. I am always prepared to end you. I shall pose another question. What lies at the end of this passage? No, let me rephrase. According to your deductions, what might await us at the end of this passage? Chen Qiye swiftly focused his mind, his gaze returning to the human skin remnant. The group proceeded cautiously, yet their pace remained swift. The further Chen Qiye advanced, the more unease settled within his heart, simultaneously, beyond the primordial abyss. What? What did you say? Everyone in the abyss is dead. Are you certain? My disciple Chen Qiye is also dead. A scout from Weiqing, having returned, was seized by Su Qingyun, who gripped the scout's neck tightly as the latter spoke in horror. There are no living souls. Countless forbidden and eerie entities have awakened. The mountains and fields teeming with them. The Weiqing scout, grasped by Su Qingyun, turned crimson, his stammering voice filled with terror and dread. as if he were overwhelmed by both Su Qingyun's presence and the recent horrors witnessed in the primordial abyss. Did my disciple Qinxie not enter that tree hollow at the last moment? Was that path not a safe one? Did you see my disciple Qinxie perish? Su Qingyun's veins bulged visibly, his emotions momentarily spiraling out of control as the master of a millennia-old sect. The direct disciple was dearer than a biological child. I do not know, but the spectral soldiers raised the coffin. And the scene was chaotic, with blood-red mist obscuring the heavenly secrets, and the mountains and fields were alive with forbidden ghostly beings. The ground ahead seems to be evolving into a place of great calamity. The Weiqing scout spoke again, tightening Su Qingyun's grip. The latter's body trembled slightly. Su Qingyun had indeed comprehended the implications of the scout's words. He had already deduced something from the special talisman that the scout from the Honghuang Saint's realm had transmitted earlier. Yet now, with confirmation from the Weiqing scout, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. A place of great calamity. If the front truly evolved into such a realm, it would mean that even a living half-step quasi-emperor might not emerge unscathed. A place of great calamity is synonymous with a forbidden ground. Even if Qinxie could survive temporarily within that tree hollow, as the great calamity seeped and evolved, if he were unable to leave before the transformation was complete, he too would surely perish. Was the coffin opened? Was it breached? The 13 ancestors of the Qinxian sect placed a reassuring hand on Su Qingyun's shoulder, causing him to release the Weiqing scout, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Cough, cough. The coffin, the lid shattered, but I did not see what was inside. The crimson snow obscured my vision. I saw nothing emerge, but it seemed as though something eerie entered. Yes, it was as if that shattered coffin was consuming everything around it. The Weiqing scout coughed, his complexion paling as he clutched his throat. Trembling in fear, report. We did not observe the saint's figure after his sword strike. The saint has vanished. Within the forbidden zone, we witnessed a bloodstained shroud moving. And we also saw an old woman selling vegetables approaching the direction of the spectral soldiers raising the coffin. We detected something related to the Yinyang Emperor's tomb appearing in the vicinity of the spectral soldiers, as Su Qingyun and the 13 ancestors of the Su family inquired, from the direction of the Honghuang Saint's realm. A special ancient communication talisman in the hands of the leading giant chimed once more. Outside the primordial abyss, the various top-tier powers were in a state of tension and alarm. Meanwhile, within the underground passage, the Honghuang Saint had not truly perished. Only his physical form had met its end. 5 millennia ago, the Honghuang sect had acquired a shattered black coffin from the ancient sacred land, and using shards of this black coffin, along with materials from divine weapons and the heavenly soul sand, they forged a forbidden artifact capable of carrying souls across the void. The holy son of the Honghuang sacred land, equipped with such forbidden artifacts, should have activated this device after his sword struck down, clearly indicating that he was not entirely confident of surviving. Despite his extraordinary talent, he never anticipated that his strike would carve out a genuine path to survival. The voice of the person's skin remnant echoed ominously in Qinxie's ears once more. Ahead, the corpse of the Taisher sect and the young man from the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone were swiftly probing the way forward. While the celestial maiden's body remained taut, her aura fluctuating, Qinxie chose to trail behind, once again interrogating the skin remnant. However, this remnant did not respond immediately to his inquiries. Instead, it divulged a truth that sent shivers down Qinxie's spine. Not dead, the holy son of Honghuang was actually alive, was a top-tier genius from an ancient power so difficult to kill. Had his body perished, but his soul whisked away by the forbidden artifact. Was it possible that upon his soul's return to the Honghuang sacred land, he could be resurrected? Answer my first question. What dangers await at the end of this passage, and what lies therein? Qinxie demanded, his shock palpable. Yet, he did not allow the skin remnant to shift his focus. The fate of the holy son, whether dead or alive, was of little concern to him. He had not been the one to slay him. The cultivation world was fraught with perils. Previously, he had urged the celestial maiden to scout ahead for the holy son, wary of any extraordinary trump cards he might possess. Clearly, Qinxie was reluctant to involve himself in the struggles of these ancient powers. I speculate that at the passage's end, there may lie the Lord of Forbidden Death or perhaps the Land of Buried Immortals. The skin remnant paused momentarily, seemingly reluctant to answer, yet after a brief silence, it provided a response. Qinxie's eyes narrowed at the revelation. Did you not previously suggest that there might be a path to survival ahead? The Lord of Forbidden Death and the Land of Buried Immortals? Can even the Lord of Forbidden Death perish? What then is the Land of Buried Immortals? Are there not beings above the emperors? Chinchiya's tone was laced with astonishment as he transmitted his thoughts. Having spent time in the Qinshin sect, diving deep into its tomes, he had garnered profound insights into this world. The emperors were already pinnacle entities. The legendary Nine Dragons coffin from 120,000 years ago was said to contain the remains of an emperor. Above emperors, there were rumored to be beings of imperial respect, yet such tales existed only in whispers. The Nine Dragons coffin had traversed the desolate cosmos for millennia, while imperial figures emerged only in ancient epics. The most enigmatic organization of that era, the ancient Heavenly Court, was said to have been led by an emperor at its zenith before its mysterious disappearance. Legends spoke of beings above emperors as immortals. Could it be that the skin remnant suggested that beneath the primordial abyss, within this peculiar passage, there lay the land of buried immortals? As for the Lord of Forbidden Death, how could such an entity, capable of instigating dire transformations even in an emperor, possibly meet their demise? Were it not for the Celestial Maiden's heavenly inquiry, Chinchilla would have found it hard to believe the words of this remnant. He merely wished to leave this place unscathed. With his fiancée from Wutan City as his golden opportunity, he had no desire to confront these otherworldly anomalies prematurely. Why had he encountered such occurrences on this outing? If you dared to enter at the last moment, surely you have prepared some contingency plans. Having known of this passage for so long, you cannot possibly be ignorant of its intricacies. Reveal your strategies. Chinchilla inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He felt instinctively that the skin remnant harbored many secrets. In such dire moments, it was imperative to remain utterly calm. Suddenly, a menacing aura surged forth. As the holy son of Heng Huang's body, controlled by the young man of the Taisher sect, encountered an overwhelming threat, his right arm shattered in an instant. The youth from the Taisher sect tensed. His aura erupting to its zenith, the gaunt-faced youth took a step back, turning abruptly to face the Celestial Maiden, his tone urgent and harsh. Did you not claim you could lead us safely? I mentioned that the first half of the journey was secure, as our royal from the feathered ascendancy had scouted it thoroughly. Did you encounter any danger? Now we have entered the latter half of the path. The locations of certain death zones may shift, and I cannot guarantee complete evasion. The Celestial Maiden remained composed, her aura surging, though her demeanor betrayed no turbulence. Her words were shrouded in ambiguity. Had Chinchilla not been forewarned, he would have struggled to discern the traps within her statements. Continue to guide us. I can sense the forbidden aura encroaching from above. You had better ensure your words hold truth. Otherwise, we shall all perish. The youth from the Taisher sect regarded the severed arm of the Holy Sun with a fleeting flicker of concern, but soon his expression turned placid once more. Humph, death, if death truly awaits. Celestial Maiden, I shall ensure to eliminate you and that waste before I perish. The gaunt-faced youth's countenance shifted, his voice icy, yet he ultimately refrained from further comment. He had no choice now. Speed up. 10 steps ahead, then 2 to the right. The Celestial Maiden glanced upward, clearly sensing the terrifying forbidden aura seeping through the earth. Her expression shifted imperceptibly as the youth from the Taisher sect quickened his pace. He spoke to the gaunt-faced youth. You may utilize your puppet techniques now. Time is of the essence. At this rate, we may have less than 10 minutes. If we cannot exit this passage, we will meet our demise. As he accelerated, the youth from the Taisher sect directed a remark towards the gaunt-faced youth, who appeared increasingly troubled but did not voice his thoughts. Instead, he hastened to keep pace, forming hand seals. A specially crafted bronze figure materializing silently in his grasp. Did you not assert we had half an hour? Chinchilla, trailing behind, also sensed the encroaching forbidden aura above, causing his expression to shift slightly. He understood all too well the implications of this aura's complete infiltration. Above, other forbidden entities might emerge, or unforeseen horrors could manifest. They were perilously close to the Inyang imperial tombs of the primordial abyss. The buried moon ridge, the blood lake, and the position of the 10,000 souls blood. Why? The primordial abyss, extending 13,000 miles deep. Though this was merely its edge, it was also the confluence of several of the most terrifying regions, making precise predictions impossible. Half an hour was my exit time. The skin remnant replied calmly that I know not how many traps lie within your words, but you may trust this. Should I face death, I will ensure to take you with me. I possess that capacity. You had best divulge all you know. Chinchilla quickened his pace, his gaze fixated on the Holy Sun's body, now marred by 2 additional dreadful wounds. Even with the forbidden compass, he could not discern what had inflicted these injuries. The skin remnant surely retained further secrets. The heavenly inquiry revealed truths, yet there must be more concealed, or perhaps the manner of questioning was flawed, leading to unanswered queries. Chinchilla threatened while his mind raced at breakneck speed. break for me. Boom. In the instant the Holy Son's body took another step, his heart erupted violently at that very moment. The youth from the Taisher sect unleashed a terrifying aura, his black measuring rod slicing through the air toward the front. Charge. Do not heed that woman's words. She may not know the latter path as well as she claims. Puppet technique. Activate. The gaunt-faced youth, witnessing the scene unfold, hurled the bronze figure into the AIRDIT expanded mid-flight, transforming into a humanoid size, and upon landing, it seemed to possess a will of its own, charging forward. The gaunt-faced youth cast a fierce glance at the celestial maiden before shouting to the youth from the Taisher sect, propelling himself forward like a fleeting shadow. As the Holy Son's body disintegrated and the forbidden aura above permeated with unprecedented speed, the gaunt-faced youth could barely contain himself. The end of the path was drawing near. The ominous aura looming above him was rapidly encroaching, and at this juncture, he perceived that continuing to heed the guidance of the ethereal goddess was rendered futile. Alliances are forged from mutual benefit, and when the peril outweighs the profit, such collaborations dissolve in an instant. Like a fleeting shadow, the bronze figure surged forth, closely pursued by the pallid-faced youth. This bronze figure was evidently his most formidable card. A product of the 13 outlaws of the Forbidden Zone, crafted through countless years of defiance against fate. Crack. The youth from the Taisher sect wielded a pitch-black ruler, which shattered a shadow in the void with terrifying force, causing his form to dart towards the pallid-faced youth like an ephemeral specter. In that instant, both the ethereal goddess and Chinchilla sprang into action, swiftly. Both Chinchilla and the ethereal goddess were acutely aware that the realm of death was not a static entity. Following closely behind them could mitigate the greatest risks. Chu Xiaohuan trailed closely behind, her body tense. Having regained her composure in this perilous situation, she clearly needed no reminders. Chaos Talisman. As the pallid-faced youth hastily rushed forward, a chilling glimmer flashed in his eyes, and an ancient, enigmatic talisman in his grasp was suddenly crushed. Caution. This was a unique artifact of the 13 outlaws, capable of momentarily disrupting the surrounding space and disorienting the positions of the forbidden entities nearby. This talisman was concocted by the 13 outlaws to thwart others from scavenging along their path. The ethereal goddess, her body taut, immediately recognized the talisman. Crack. As the ethereal goddess spoke, Chinchilla felt a chill at the back of his head. And in that moment, a talisman of celestial balance within him detonated. Damn it. Chinchilla felt the shattering of the celestial balance talisman within him, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. That talisman was utterly detrimental. Clenching the pitch-black broken sword tightly, Chinchilla chose silence. The path ahead promised survival, while failing to traverse it meant death. Indeed, it was a time for each to rely on their own capabilities. Beware of that black dog beside you. It may not be as simple as you presumed. I sense a familiar aura emanating from it, yet I cannot recall. I seem to harbor a certain trepidation towards it. Chinchilla's speed surged, his movements vigilant. Yet at that moment, the human skin specter he held in his left hand suddenly spoke again. Upon hearing its voice, Chinchilla's actions froze. What familiar aura? What trepidation? That black dog. Is it not simply a pet of the Beastmaster youth? The sorrowful gaze of that youth from the Beastmaster sect as he faced death surely could not have been feigned, could it? Did I not take that dog voluntarily? This dog is not a forbidden entity. Its spirit appears to be in a state of sealing. I encountered this dog a millennium ago, yet it remained dormant. I do not know why it was later claimed by that youth. Damn, why memories are fragmented, but I vaguely recall witnessing the dog sleeping. It should pose no danger now, as I can sense its spirit remains sealed. It is merely an ordinary dog at present. The human skin specter spoke once more, seemingly pondering something. Are you intentionally diverting my attention? The dog is problematic. Do you not carry an issue as well? Why do you suddenly mention the dog at this moment? Reveal your true thoughts. The pace quickened ahead. Chinchilla distinctly sensed an exceedingly ancient and mysterious aura at the end of the passage. Silently breathing, that it seemed that something truly lay in slumber ahead. The dog indeed astonished Chinchilla, but he did not immediately direct all his focus onto it. His wariness towards the human skin specter was now at its utmost level. I suspect you intend to unleash your most terrifying card in the face of life and death peril. Ahead lies the end. I deduce that you will confront a crisis of existence. I wish to divert your attention. The celestial inquiry cannot be deceived. The cold, enigmatic gaze of the human skin specter flickered in surprise. It had not anticipated Chinchilla's reaction would be so swift. Crackle. As the human skin specter spoke, the bronze figure released by the pallid-faced youth seemed to finally reach its limit. Cracks spread across its form. And the next moment, the bronze figure erupted. At the end, Chen Xie cursed the human skin specter internally, yet at that moment, his body was taut to an extreme. Life or death? What lies ahead? Chen Xie's pace did not falter. For the pallid-faced youth and the youth from the Taisher sect continued their dash towards the passage's exit, undeterred even by the shattering of the bronze figure. They evidently pressed onward towards the front, toward what appeared to be an escape route. Above, Chen Xie caught a glimpse of blood-red liquid beginning to drip downward. The dire abyss had genuinely commenced its infiltration. Ahead should be a path to survival. At the very least, there should be a glimmer of life. The red rock signifies a route to life. Does this passage lead directly beyond the primordial abyss? Chen Xie noted that the ethereal goddess had already reached the exit of the passage. Upon glancing around, her eyes visibly flickered with intensity. Chen Xie followed closely behind her, arriving at the terminus of the passage. At a glance, he beheld a deep subterranean river flowing at the end of the passage, flanked by several dilapidated ancient boats, and on the opposite bank of the dark river stood a red rock wall. Chen Xie recognized this red rock wall. The boundary at the edge of the primordial abyss is characterized by such steep red cliffs. Thus, crossing this dark river and ascending along the red rock wall would lead one out of the primordial abyss, a path to life. Indeed, there is a route to survival at the end of this passage. However, as Chen Xie's gaze settled upon the red rock wall, he found himself drawn more to the depths of the dark river. There is something within the river, or perhaps something lies at the bottom of the river. The suffocating, horrifying aura he sensed earlier in the passage emanated from within that dark river. The forbidden specter, upon exiting the passage, also directed its gaze towards the dark river. Its eyes seemed to constrict in alarm at that moment. Chen Xie, holding the human skin specter, distinctly felt its aura retract entirely in that instant. Chapter 83. The Yellow Springs Dark River. The copper coffin suppression. Chen Xie's expression shifted dramatically. His steps even faltered at the edge of the passage's end. Is this truly a path to life? What lies within that dark river? Could there be an existence even more terrifying than the spectral soldiers bearing coffins above ground in this subterranean passage of the primordial abyss? The Yellow Springs Fairy, the ethereal goddess, had already stepped beyond the passage's end. Her gaze swept over the scene before her, her eyes surging with a terrifying depth, as if she recognized this place. The dark river flowed placidly, the ancient boats rocked gently at the shore. Were it not for the suffocating aura of the forbidden, this would merely seem like an ordinary underground river crossing. It is said that beneath the primordial abyss lies a dark river spanning thousands of miles, originating from the forbidden divine mountain of the primordial abyss, traversing the forbidden canyon, and ultimately merging into the forbidden sea. Wherever the water flows, myriad souls return to the void. When forbidden entities perish, they are cast into the Yellow Springs Dark River. Some have even claimed that the clear waters of the Yellow Springs Dark River are the blood of countless forbidden entities coalesced. Could this truly be the legendary Forbidden Dark River? Up ahead, the pallid-faced youth's hurried footsteps finally came to a halt. His icy visage merely glanced at the dark river before undergoing a sudden, terrifying transformation. The rusted kitchen knife in his hand morphed once more into a blood-red blade. The Yellow Springs Dark River, the corpse river of forbidden entities, the blood of forbidden beings, submerging all. This may well be a crossing to Fengling. The banks of the Yellow Springs seem to be the only place where the legendary Fengling fairy might genuinely exist. Is this a site constructed by a defiant organization known as Hell in ancient times, seeking life amidst death? The Fengling fairy, the Yellow Springs Dark River, time is of the essence. The blurred figure from the Taisher sect observed the unfolding scene. And with a roar, the pitch-black ruler in his grasp surged. At that moment, he seemed to perceive even more. As he paused momentarily, he glanced back into the passage and leapt forward, charging towards the Yellow Springs Dark River as if to seize a boat and forcibly cross. A desperate gamble. The ethereal goddess and the pallid-faced youth were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. They too felt compelled to make a bold attempt to cross the dark river. Chen Xie, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of terror in his mind, yet he remained rooted at the passage's end. Above, blood-red liquid began to drip down like blood. Chen Xie observed a strange, forbidden creature beginning to burrow through the soil and into the passage. Yet, as he gazed at the utterly concealed aura of the human skin remnant in his hand, he sensed that the peril ahead might far exceed their expectations. To fight desperately in such dire straits was not a mistake. Had Chen Xie not discerned the anomaly of the human skin remnant and the powerful trump cards within his own being, he might have been tempted to rush forth. However, an overwhelming sense of unease pervaded his heart. Chen Xie, why aren't you moving? Something is coming down from above. This place is turning into a death trap. Chu Xiaowan, trailing behind him, trembled as she spoke. Just then, a clattering sound of chains echoed from the dark river ahead. Following that, an astonishing pressure erupted from within the dark river, a force so powerful it felt as though the very Lord of the Forbidden had descended. Thump, 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 roar. In the forefront, the frantic rush of the young man with the gaunt face. The holy son of the Taishur sect and the transcendent goddess was abruptly halted. Under this overwhelming force, all three were violently struck down to the ground. Their true essence surged chaotically, attempting to unleash their hidden powers. Yet, under such immense pressure, even these top-tier prodigies seemed utterly powerless to resist. Two of them knelt, while one struggled, blood spurting forth, propping himself up with a foot. Chinchilla too felt the crushing weight of this pressure. As if his very soul were on the verge of shattering, his legs trembled violently, and he felt compelled to submit to the ground. Yet, at that moment, the blood seeping into the passage seemed to sense something. The crimson blood at the top of the passage erupted with terrifying vigor, unleashing a remarkable pressure that clashed with the force emanating from the dark river. The two pressures collided horrifically at the cave's mouth, warping the very fabric of space around them. What is happening? Chu Xiaohuan, caught off guard and already gripped by fear, felt her legs give way beneath her. Instinctively, she clutched Chunchia's leg. Don't move. There is truly something in the dark river. Something is awakening or emerging. As Chinchilla gazed at the dark river, the two pressures collided before him, nearly crushing him into dust. The talisman of the Tao that resided within him was on the brink of complete eruption. He had never witnessed such a level of pressure, even in the depths of the Qingxian sect's back mountain. This force filled him with an overwhelming sense of suffocating despair. What manner of entity dwelt here? Where could one find a path to survival? Stop playing dead. After calming Chu Xiaohuan, Chinchilla's gaze swiftly returned to the human skin remnant in his left hand. This entity must possess some knowledge. He was likely overlooking something vital. I cannot speculate. Under the scrutiny of the Tao, I cannot lie. I can only ascertain that this is indeed a remnant fairy crossing from an ancient epic. Left behind by the infernal organization, the human skin remnant, its aura completely retracted, spoke in a feeble voice, as if it had already entered a state of death. Think carefully. If I perish, I will certainly drag you down with me. My final strike will be reserved for you. Chinchilla did not believe the words of the human skin remnant. It might speak the truth, but within that truth surely lay hidden motives. Just then, the sound of chains reverberated once more from the dark river. The water's surface rippled as a shadow began to emerge from beneath, accompanied by an even more terrifying pressure that erupted from within the dark river. The figure of the Taishur sect's disciple, who had barely managed to support himself with a dark ruler, finally succumbed under this overwhelming force. He knelt heavily onto the ground, spitting blood, as the two forbidden artifacts upon him shattered. His complexion turned as pale as a ghost. At the end of the passage, the crimson blood was forced back by half a foot. Chinchilla's face flushed red as he pulled Chu Xiaohuan back a step. While the obsidian sword in his hand trembled and roared in terror, the chains rattled again above the water's surface, revealing a 30-meter-long ancient bronze coffin that began to rise ominously from the depths. The coffin emerged a foot above the water, and the chains, thick as water buckets, had ensnared its four corners. The clinking of the chains had originated from these chains at the coffin's base. As the coffin surfaced, the goddess, the gaunt young man, and the disciple of the Taishur sect found their terrifying artifacts shattering once more. Their essences surged wildly as they desperately attempted to withstand the phenomenal pressure. Yet their bodies were forced from a half-kneeling position into a prone one. It was as if they were subjected to a weight of 1,000,000 pounds, their forms pressed against the ground. All three coughed up blood anew. The sudden turn of events, devoid of battle or forewarning, was merely the unadorned ancient pressure that ended it all. Chinchilla dragged Chu Xiaohuan back 3 steps. The pitch-black canine at his feet also retreated 3 steps, yet amid its fear, a glimmer of confusion shone in its eyes. What is this? The transcendent goddess gasped, her peerless beauty marred by despair. Can we find a way out of this? As Chinchilla retreated, the clash of the two pressures before him had reached a staggering intensity. Unknown to him, at the location where the crimson blood was raised, a surge of blood energy shot forth into the endless dark starry sky, its astonishing pressure sweeping beyond the depths of the primordial abyss. I have never seen this coffin, nor do I know what it is. The yellow springs within the forbidden zone are shrouded in mystery, surrounded by desolation. The Windbell Fairy is an artifact from ancient times, one that even emperors would not tread lightly upon. The fact that we have managed to reach this point is perhaps a miracle in itself. This passage may well have been left by the infernal organization from ancient times. Otherwise, we might not have survived to this moment. This place has utterly transcended my comprehension. As the goddess coughed up blood, Chinchilla turned once more to the human skin remnant. Cough, cough, the soul returns, the heavens and earth converge. after 100,000 years. Is there yet a sacrificial offering? Before the remnant could respond, a commotion erupted once more from the dark river. In the next moment, Chunxia looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in hemp robes stepping forth from the water. Supporting the coffin with his left hand while brandishing a willow-wood staff in his right, he spoke in a peculiar tone, advancing toward the riverbank, the Yellow Springs Dark River, the Windbell Ferry. The coffin-bearer? Chunxia recalled having seen similar accounts in an ancient tome within the sect's forbidden grounds. That coffin might belong to an unparalleled being of the infernal organization from antiquity. The hazy figure of the Taisher sect disciple, coughing blood, clutched a bronze token tightly, staring intently at the dark river. The strange blue laws inscribed upon the token began to seep into his being, causing the token in his hand to silently crack, in the face of absolute pressure. Even the ultimate trump cards of the young generation were rendered as useless as scrap paper, in its prime. The infernal organization had annihilated 3 ancient dynasties and obliterated a holy land within a mere year. Its territory spanned across the central state and eastern wasteland. When the infernal organization eventually crumbled, it was said that an emperor fell, 7 lords of the forbidden emerged, along with a unique being from outside the realm, and 12 peak ancient powers launched a cataclysmic assault upon the infernal organization. In that great war, an overwhelming number of incomprehensible and extraordinary beings fell, and some even witnessed a mask that bore an enigmatic smile, a visage that seemed to oscillate between laughter and sorrow, which had once slaughtered the imperial sovereign. The Yellow Springs had been severed by a single blow. At Foneling Crossing, within the ancient bronze coffin, could it be that an indomitable titan from that ancient battle had been sealed away here? The guardian of the coffin, is it a living entity from the era of antiquity, controlled by the contents of the coffin? Do those things within the coffin seek to resurrect themselves through him? The grand design of the era of antiquity, the river of time can sever and bury the dust of boundless history. Yet, some remnants of that history persist in unseen corners, causing the mortal realm to tremble. The young man of the Taisher sect, in a frenzy of deduction and contemplation, recalled fragments of history recorded in ancient texts. He spoke, his countenance paling further. Chunxia, slay this guardian of the coffin. I am not well versed in the current predicament, yet I seem to have glimpsed some accounts in the imperial archives years ago. The entity within the coffin should still be sealed. The thing within the bronze coffin in this dark river of the Yellow Springs may bear similarities to the entities carried by the shadowy soldiers. It should not have truly awakened yet. Perhaps the time for its awakening has not yet come. This deadlock before me, this guardian of the coffin, may be the only active entity. Slaying him might offer a glimmer of hope. It appears he is intent on gathering all that intrude here as offerings for resurrection, or perhaps to amass energy to reignite the ancient bronze coffin. The gaze of the feathered divine maiden flickered wildly as she, amidst bloodshed, once more crushed an ancient, unique talisman in her hand, one that seemed to be a special divination talisman. Her trump cards had nearly been exhausted in this fleeting moment. After all, she is merely a goddess. The resources at her disposal, while exceedingly formidable compared to ordinary prodigies, had been depleted in this life and death crisis beyond what an average genius could fathom. It was not only her. The young man with the pale face and the corpse of the Taisher sect had also evidently exhausted their reserves. As they surged through the passage, they had already consumed the majority of their resources, and within mere minutes in that corridor, they had clearly arrived at a point of utter desperation. What are you saying? Kill the guardian of the coffin? Upon hearing the feathered divine maiden's suggestion, Chunxia's lips twitched violently. Damn it! Once they emerged from this passage, merely standing might be impossible, let alone fighting. Just the oppressive aura could annihilate him. What purpose would there be in battling, unless he resorted to the strike of annihilation from his Dantian? However, if he employed that, his greatest trump card would be spent, and the threat against the human skin remnant would vanish in an instant. Should he slay this guardian of the coffin without breaking the deadlock, he would find himself truly trapped in a perilous situation. You want him to kill the guardian of the coffin? He, a mere waste, would be directly obliterated by this terrifying pressure the moment he stepped out of that passage. And you actually expect him to kill the guardian of the coffin? The young man with the pale face was evidently shocked by the feathered divine maiden's words. His complexion turned ashen as he glanced at Chunxia, momentarily feeling that the feathered divine maiden might have gone mad from fear, death, cold and dark. This moment of despair. The young man with the pale face retrieved a deep blue memory crystal from his storage ring. His cold gaze softened slightly. It seemed he wished to leave something behind. For what? It would be futile. Offering. The fact that you can survive to this point is truly a miracle. Perhaps the architect of this passage had never anticipated that. 100,000 years later, a few young souls would find their way here. The celestial killing trap ultimately reveals some flaws. Even he, with his grand designs, could not obliterate all avenues for survival. The middle-aged figure had already reached the shore. Drip, drip, water droplets from his tattered hemp robe fell to the ground as his gaze swept over the young man with the pale face. The feathered divine maiden, in the corpse of the Taisher sect, before settling on Chinchilla. Within the passage, the crimson liquid fell in increasing amounts. Two oppressive forces at the tunnel's end had seemingly squeezed out a patch of shattered darkness, creating two realms. The crimson liquid continued to drip from behind the passage. Chinchilla caught a glimpse of the remnants of forbidden and eerie entities advancing along the passage toward him. What is it? Can you not clear a path? I seek only a way to survive. As for your mention of the grand design of the era of antiquity and resurrection, I care not. I only desire a path to life. Take these people if you must, with dead ends before and behind him. Chinchilla's thoughts raced to their utmost limits. This time, having drawn all the heavenly value from his fiancée in Wutan City. His lottery was complete. Heavenly Tao Equalizer card, 17 pieces. Absolute Defense card, 12 pieces. Forbidden Sealing card, 1 piece. Mirror Breaking Talisman, 2 pieces. Heavenly Tao Divine Blood card, 2 pieces. Heavenly Tao Annihilation Strike, 1 piece. Various special forbidden items, 9 pieces. This was all that Chinchilla had drawn from the system after expending all his heavenly value. Additionally, he still had 2 system tasks pending. Task 1, slay the Son of Fortune from the Jiang Kingdom. Task 2, seize the ancient green of antiquity to end this life and death crisis. Chinchilla swiftly sorted through his trump cards, and his gaze quickly regained its steadiness. The ancient, mysterious, and forbidden entities, with their world-shattering annihilation powers, were beyond his imagination. Yet, if he truly fought with ferocity, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Offering, do you believe you have the right to speak? Dust to dust, earth to earth, you may die now. The middle-aged man, droplets from his tattered hemp robe once again falling, cast a glance at Chinchilla. He sighed softly, then pointed a finger toward Chinchilla with terrifying intent. Wait, you. Chinchilla attempted to speak. But as he looked into the air, a strange aura had already pierced through the void, aimed at his annihilation. His expression changed dramatically. The broken sword in Chinchilla's hand was suddenly raised. Waste. The young man with the pale face, in despair, witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with indifference. To him, Chinchilla had long since become a corpse. He simply did not expect that he would also perish here. Chinchilla, the feathered divine maiden's expression shifted slightly at this sight. She could not fathom why, in this life and death moment, she felt that perhaps there was still a sliver of hope for Chinchilla. For throughout this journey, he had brought her profound astonishment. But as the middle-aged man's finger descended, she sensed that this flicker of hope was on the verge of extinguishing. Buzz, the aura of that finger pierced through the void, directly breaking the gap between the collisions of those two overwhelming forces. Chinchilla raised his sword and attempted to evade. Clearly, he sought to dodge this strike, but just as he shifted half a step to the side, the aura of that finger had already arrived, and in its moment of annihilation before Chinchilla, it terrifyingly shifted to the side as well. Immediately following, that finger's aura pierced through the black broken sword in Chinchilla's hand, striking at his brow. Dead. The feathered divine maiden's expression changed once more as she beheld this scene.